You'll never succeed. You'll never get radio signals that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1924 is when they said that the ionosphere was supposedly confirmed, and Marconi was years before that.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't adjusting for any ionosphere and all that BS. I'm calling it, and please, provide the documentation if I'm just completely out to lunch. I'd love to hear it.
Like I said, I don't remember. I don't care specifically. And also, it's not an evidence either way.
Yeah, it is. They didn't adjust for curvature using the ionosphere. They just aimed the signal, and it reached its target.
So why is there only one example then? Why are we, if it's that easy and it's that possible, where are these countless other examples that military would be using? Why is there so few examples of this?
I mean, you only need one.
No, you don't. You need the parameters of that one at least. But this technology is like, this would be incredible for the military, and anyone, like, we'd be able to communicate.
Bouncing signals off the ionosphere?
No, line of sight. The argument there is that it must be line of sight, and what
No. But the argument, because there most definitely is transmissions made which defy the curvature of the Earth, and the excuse from your side is bouncing off the ionosphere.
Okay. But where are the examples of these very long distance line of sight transmissions? Because if it really was that simple, which it should be if the Earth was flat, there would be so many examples. This would be normal. It would be.
You only need one example, Marconi.
No, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing the point. How many do you need? 5, 10, 14? You know?
With something like this, with something of line of sight radio transmission over that sort of distance, radio companies and organizations that use radio would not be paying the amounts of money they're paying if they could send their
just because he did it, does that mean that it's efficient to do so all the time?
I think there'd be many more examples.
Companies are paying money. How to who and how much exactly? You're making claims.
They're advertisers. Advertisers will pay depending on how many people you can reach. I can't get radio stations from the north of England in the south of England because I don't know why.
Get on the internet, get internet radio from all over the world.
Yes. Oh my goodness, that's not the same thing.
Yeah, but that has more to do with economy, not technical feasibility is why you can't do that. I mean, radio stations
at some point, the economy.
Well, you're making a moot point, dude.
No, I'm not. You're not understanding the point I'm making. At some point, okay, it becomes, if you want to reach more people, and the money is being made by reaching people, then if you can reach more people, you can make more money.
Go talk to an amateur radio forum. People claim to do line of sights that are way beyond that all the time. So you're saying there's only one claim thing. There's a bunch of ham radio operators that beg to differ with you. You just haven't looked into it. You're just spouting bullshit.
I think you're missing the point I'm making, but that's fine. Try something else.
All right, I'm all ears. Wait, just reset. Make your point. I'm going to listen. Make it good. All right, go.
I was just making some clarifications on the points that you were making, on some of these guys were making. I wasn't trying to make a complete point in and of itself. I was just sort of trying to assist where there seemed to be a gap in understanding.
You were trying to fill a gap with bullshit is what it seemed like to me, and I called you out. Now you're saying I wasn't making a point. I'm just talking about stuff. You're saying that there's only one line of sight. I
didn't say that.
You just did. You said you only have one. There's only one to ever be claimed to be done.
I never said that at all. That's your claim.
I didn't make.
That's what you said. You're like, how come there's only one? You're the one who asserted that.
I said, how is there only one example?
Exactly. Nobody said there's only one. You said that.
What? Okay, so
in the
what
chat
other examples are there
of a microwave radio transmission across this 515 miles from 8 feet above the water? There's a short video about it.
I'd love to see it.
Ham radio operators exploit what they think is bouncing signals off the ionosphere all the time to speak with people in other countries. I used to listen to an AM radio station when I was a kid. At night time, I could only get it from and it was like 900 kilometers away, the transmission. So there's lots of examples where radio signals reach beyond what is expected that they would if the Earth was a ball, considering line of sight.
Still not quite what I was saying.
It seems like you're just very lazily kind of hand wave dismissing things, and you're not really put a little bit more effort into it, Chief, then I can take you seriously.
My main point about it was that it doesn't stand as proof that it's not a globe.
It still could be one, guys.
Yes. Why not?
The Tooth Fairy might still be real, guys.
No.
We completely ruled it out.
That's
and just because your parents put the money under the pillow doesn't mean there still isn't a Tooth Fairy out there. Just because there's absolutely zero real-world demonstration of the Tooth Fairy doesn't mean she doesn't exist, guys. There's still a chance.
That's a non sequitur.
Just keep chanting that. But that's just the, adult version of there could still be a Tooth Fairy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. And now that's just the adult, nuh-uh. You haven't provided anything. You've just gone.
I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to. I was asking, how is it definitely not a globe?
Oh, a line of sight over what? Was it 10,000 miles, I think, actually?
I don't think that this particular example, I don't think any of us have enough information about how this works to use this conclusively. And so, is there any more evidence?
Yeah, water.
What about water?
It rests level over its surface.
So the globe side has a claim about what level is, and that makes sense. That makes just as much sense to me.
Is it empirical?
What do you mean?
Well, you know what empirical is?
Yeah, it seems to be empirical, yes.
Seems to be. Okay, well, can you evidence that?
As empirical as your example.
No, I don't think so. Because I can experience the water seeking and finding its level being a flat, horizontal
position. Scale.
I can do that. Anytime.
I get
anytime.
you.
I cannot show it. I cannot show it sitting there with a big curve over its surface. I can't do that. I don't call that empirical.
You are too small compared to the thing that.
And it's not being experienced, so it's not empirical, dude.
That's not how this works, dude.
That's how it works, dude.
You're having an issue with scale.
No, it's in your imagination. You imagine that at some scale. No, you don't experience at some scale that it actually isn't like it seems at the smaller scale. You just imagine it. So that's not empirical, dude. Not at all.
Just saying too small is not a scientific measurement. That's just your opinion.
No, all I'm trying to
it's
say.
Not a measurement.
I understand this, dude. I get what you're saying completely. All right, but you're missing the point.
Say that the Earth is
you're missing. No, oh, for fuck's sake! I get it. All right, I get it. I will never experience it. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's
empirical.
No, for fuck's sake.
Okay,
I won't experience it. Oh, for fuck's sake!
You're not going to experience it, and you're going to call it empirical, though.
I mean, I do experience it, I'm not able. Okay, look, I experience it. I believe that that's what I'm experiencing. That's all I can go on. And at the same time, it's not possible for me to be at a scale large enough to observe it literally with my observe
So you don't literally observe it. Just figuratively you observe.
No. Observe it more completely is what I'm trying to say. What is large enough?
That's another opinion, dude.
So you slightly observe it then. You somewhat observe it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. These things are happening.
Like, dude. Yeah, it is what you're saying.
I exist on the thing, okay, that is a giant ball, let's say.
How do you know that?
Because everything about reality seems to align so perfectly.
Oh, what?
With
like
using
the flatness that you experience and have to hand wave with the excuse of scale, like that?
No, dude.
That sort of everything? Like that?
No, like the way that the numbers that we discover of our physics, of our material world, the way that we quantify this stuff. Okay, so the way a tennis ball will fall to the ground when you throw it, the way it's not just though, like
complete. Now that's non sequitur.
The way that happens coincides with like the way that matter seems to operate in because of the conditions of the thing that we are on. But also
presupposition, dude. It's circular
universally, but
circular reasoning.
Okay,
you just made the presupposition of what you're on.
No, I'm trying.
And then you've made all these derivative claims about these conditions and things, that work the way they do because of what you're on. I don't hear anything empirical here. I hear you imagining something and then just kind of like trying to fit the experience that you have to it. That's what I get.
I know it is. I know. And I'm trying to simplify it.
You're stupefying it.
I know.
Well, I don't think they have an empirical claim. Go ahead.
Well, what about you said everything you experience makes you think it's the globe. Well, what about this experience makes you think you're going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour right now? I mean, that's pretty darn fast. And here I am holding my coffee, not spilling a drop.
So there's different reference frames. And so you experiencing 56,000 miles per hour on the Earth. Okay.
I'm not experiencing that. I'm experiencing 0 miles per hour.
I know you are, dude. I know. Okay, I get it. All right, but what I'm trying to say...
So you're not experiencing it?
No, look, what I'm trying to say is that two things are happening at the same time. All right? Imagine, like, whether you believe it or not, okay? How is it not true that there could be... Basically, you're on a giant rock, and this giant rock, because of its properties, causes an atmosphere around it. And this atmosphere, when you move within it, causes, because of its pressure, an amount of friction. And so if you were to experience 56,000 miles per hour within this atmosphere, okay, obviously it would rip you apart. It would rip most
You don't experience it.
No, hear me out, okay? But at the same time that this thing moving really fast has its atmosphere, it is moving through a different through less matter, basically, and it itself is not on top of a relatively as large ball as it would have to be, for example, to have its own atmosphere. So there's not sort of, it doesn't seem that there is an infinite ingress or regress of balls on top of balls within the atmosphere of each of those balls. Okay, there's just vast amounts of empty space.
That was a very globy thing to say, balls upon balls upon balls.
Well, what I heard is he doesn't experience himself spiraling around at 56 or whatever, 66 miles per hour.
What I'm saying is it seems evident that it would be true that I could both be on the thing that is moving 56,000 miles per hour, but that I'm not experiencing it because I'm inside the effects that thing is caused. Like, it's not moving through an atmosphere.
You're not experiencing that.
If you hold a tennis ball in your hand...
You're not experiencing that.
Well, you said it was... Let me try this. Yes, dude,
and now you're telling me that your experience is something other than what you said was empirical.
You're running on an incomplete information. That's fine, okay? You win that point, okay? Let me try this other thing. If you hold a tennis ball in your hand, all right, the tennis ball is being affected by the Earth. But the Earth is not in a relatively as large hand of another human on another Earth, all right? So,
what?
Do you understand what that means? Like the Earth is not affected by the effects that it causes of something equal, like relatively as large.
Not under the effects that it caused. That's crazy.
No, because look, if you hold a tennis ball in your hand,
somebody else. Yeah, he's just trying to make it like. He's just trying to make it impenetrable at this point.
No, I'm trying to. I want you to articulate back to me that you comprehend the
Earth isn't affected by the effects that it causes. That's what you said.
No, I don't know what that means. That's fine. I know you don't. Okay, but I'm trying to analogize it. Okay, so the example.
Does anybody else? If so, tag in.
The example flat earthers use, all right, is they pour water over a ball. And they say, see, water doesn't stick to a ball, all right? But what's happening there is the ball that is the Earth, underneath the human holding a ball in their hands, is causing the effects to the ball in the person's hand, all right? And for that logic to play out, the Earth would have to be in the hand of a human standing on top of something that would have to be as large as another planet would have to be if our Earth was the size of a tennis ball to the human holding the Earth. All right, you comprehend that there's sort of two tiers of things occurring that you're conflating about each other.
I don't know why you're adding this idea that you have of what's happening at a grand scale, because you don't experience that and can't verify or validate it.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you're saying there's two tiers of what's going on. At the grand scale, it's not the way that you experience a ball shrunk down at the scale that we actually deal with.
No, what I'm saying is, by your logic, all right, of water falling off of a tennis ball, all right, the Earth itself would also have to be in the hand of something, all right, as big as you are to a tennis ball, like, compared to the Earth. So there'd have to be like a giant holding the Earth, okay, on top of another planet that would make the Earth a tennis ball size compared to it.
Really great story, man.
About it. Yeah, we can't do that, so why talk about it? It's just a story.
No, it's not.
Well, because the conversation started with, it is empirical, guys. My claim is empirical. And then you just got lost in the sauce of imagination after that. I thought that was kind of interesting.
This started because you said the water's level, and I was just trying to describe to you that...
No shit.
That you saying water's level is not evidence either way, okay?
Yeah, it is. That's empirical. That's demonstrable. We can demonstrate that. Any scale that's actually observable, demonstrable, measurable, that's what we can show. You said my claim is equally as empirical, and then you went into a bunch of freaking like psychobabble about what you imagine to be going on. That's not empirical.
Okay, so this is combined with, like I said, none of this evidence stands on its own either way, and I'm not trying to prove anything either way.
Evidence shows what we claim, dude.
No, okay, I don't think that it does.
Well, you haven't given anything. You gave us your thought experiments and your ideas.
You're jumping ahead. You're trying to win. I don't care about winning.
Care about winning. Okay. I don't care about winning either.
You seem to. So shut up for a second there.
I just want to see it demonstrated. Don't tell me like, oh, it'd have to be a giant and the proportions would have to be like what they are with you to a tennis ball. Like, just fucking show something, dude.
The sun sets and it stays the same size as it sets.
That doesn't tell me that water is necessarily doing what you say. That would be an inference.
It makes there are some implications about where we are observing it from, considering the way that it moves. And it doesn't change size as it goes below the horizon. And a demonstrable way to do this on a flat, all of the examples from a perspective of an observer, the thing that is the sun would shrink as it gets closer to the ground. But
what's the sun?
It's the big light in the sky that gives us heat and light.
So I just put a picture in the side chat of a sun changing size as it crosses the sky.
Measurable. You did.
It's a measurable size change. You said there was no size change.
Okay.
Will you look at the picture and tell me about it?
This is negligible. All right.
But so I don't care if it's negligible, a little bit or a lot. You said there was no size change. This is a size change. I don't care if it's negligible. It is a size change. You said there was none.
It's not significant enough for it to be flat.
But there is a size change, and you said there was none.
Okay, sure. Technically, yes. In reality, there will be a size change. I'm not saying that it doesn't change size like at all. I'm using it in a colloquial sort of casual sense. All right. Yes, it fractionally changes size. It seems. All right, but even this, is nowhere far enough outside of a threshold to say that it's not a globe, and it's nowhere near the threshold it would need to be for it to be flat. So there's two things happening.
You see that next picture I put in there? So that's from NASA showing, and it's specifically called a setting moon. They said this is the moon setting as it compresses into the horizon. That's what I see when I see a sunset, is the sunset compressing into the horizon just like a high altitude of the moon.
What do you mean it compresses into the horizon?
Well, look at it. You can see it, right? I'll link the article from NASA.
These are go on. That's fine, but slightly different with the moon.
Why? This is what we can demonstrate and see.
I don't understand what this is showing, and what you're deriving from it.
It's showing a moon setting. And then the sun setting, doing the same thing underneath it.
So where is this moon setting? Like it seems like just an optical effect.
Oh, well, hold on, I'll link it to you. Hold on, let me find the article.
Okay.
There you go. That's what I see. That moon setting. That's what I see when the sun is setting, and there it is happening right there. So it's not going below a ball.
No, this isn't evidence of anything yet. Let's not jump ahead. Let's actually analyze the information.
Well, you said a sunset was proof of a globe, but it's not.
So in order for you to accept this evidence, are you saying that the International Space Station is a real thing?
So if I'm in a court of law grilling a defendant, I don't have to believe every single thing they say.
Okay, but some of the things require things in reality to actually be. So you can't just ignore them as evidence. Like they're implicit in the whole situation.
You have your phenomena, though, and then your interpretation.
So the first sentence. So do you agree with these premises? Astronauts on the ISS have captured the illusion of our moon being, quote, squashed in space. A video from NASA's Terry Vert shows the effect that occurs when the moon begins to dip below the horizon.
You throw it out as soon as they said
passed this moonrise, the light from the top part of the moon was moving through less air than at the bottom, which is being viewed through Earth's atmosphere, causing the lower right to bend and squash the moon. So, do you
sounds like
those
a sunset.
things true? No. So, what do you mean? It sounds like a sunset.
They're describing the sun setting. Also, the moon setting.
No. This is a very specific. So what they're showing you, dude. What these images are showing you are a very specific sort of accumulation of conditions. Okay, one of those conditions being up in space on the International Space Station. All right. So, and you saying that this is what you see when the sun sets, like. This is optical illusion. This is telling you that this is the result of optical illusion, depending on the position of the observer. This is what this whole thing is describing to you. Okay, it's not saying that this is what the moon literally did. It's literally saying, it's quoting squashing effect, okay? And it goes on to describe how this is due to a number of factors that cause these phenomena, this optical illusion to occur. So what you're saying by this... is that you're accepting that the sun isn't squashing. This isn't necessarily what you would see all the time.
Did you see the picture of the sun setting I put mixed with... Okay, the same thing.
What do you mean it's the same thing? No, it's not. It's clearly not the same thing. What's happening, the curve at the bottom of the sun there, that's optical illusion. Okay, that happens
that's right.
For many reasons.
Not below a ball. It's just
okay, dude. But this,
not going below...
No, you're sort of you're forcing yourself to not acknowledge certain parts of information that are critical. Like this is not the sun squashing the way that it curves in these bottom two corners per se. Like this is just atmospheric effect of how the way I can't describe it, but basically the way that light seems to. And shadow and blah blah blah. That's not.
That's what causes.
How do I describe this?
Everything
you can do this with a camera. You can do this with a camera. Okay, you can do this with your own camera and like some paper and a torch, and you'll get the same effect because of the lensing of the atmosphere. It's not the sun squashing, and also it's not the sun squashing because if you can call your friend, okay, that is where the sun is, sort of higher in the sky. To take a photo of it, and
the sunset is an optical effect. It's not going below a ball.
Exactly. No. Okay. No. Dude. Okay.
You agree? Thank you.
Hear me out. Look, no. There's another part of this. There's another piece of information. Okay. You can't just write it off as the whole thing is an optical effect. Therefore, anything can happen. That's not quite true. There are still physical truths, physical sort of realities about the situation that cause it to do this. And if we were on a flat plane, okay, this giant ball would be getting smaller as it gets closer to the horizon.
And I showed you pictures of it getting smaller.
I bet you can't. I bet you can't. Okay, not significantly. Okay, yeah, fractions, fine. Yes, this is inevitable to occur by the same claim that it's moving its distance. We're going around it. All of that's true. Yes, of course, it would fractionally change size. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that it would need to change size significantly if the plane was flat.
No, that's just you thinking. That's your model.
No, that's what happens. This is you're all about implicit evidence. If you do this with a camera in your own bedroom or in a warehouse, you will see every single time significant change in the size of the thing representing the sun. You can't avoid this. This is empirical. You can do this, and this is what I'd expect to see.
That's just because of the scale of it.
What do you mean?
Don't you like it when we throw the same shit back in your face?
No. Because what you're throwing back is
That's
missing.
That's just because of the scale. You don't understand how big it is.
Okay.
What's funny? You've never heard the Glober say that to us before. You just don't know how big it is.
Okay, dude, that's fine. I will accept that. No, dude, I will accept that, okay? But what all that says is, what that would show is that we'd have to be much bigger. No, it would. No, dude, by you believing that, okay, you just bring that up, you'd also have to acknowledge that it's very big and it's very far away.
No, I don't.
So... No, you do for that to be possible. If you're saying to me that it's just...
You've got this assumption that the sun is a tiny little flashlight in your bedroom. At that scale and that distance, then yes, the laws of perspective are pretty normal. Outside of about 300 kilometres, things fuck up.
What do you mean things fuck up?
Well, listen, I'll help you.
Why can't you see Mount Everest from your house?
Yeah, maybe you could make me a scaled down sun. Just make me a scaled down sun, and then show me what happens.
Yeah, you keep saying things like it's very big, it's really small. Those aren't measurements. Those are just your opinion.
No, dude, they're not measurements, okay? But there are implicit sort of people have described what these measurements are.
Hey, Kegwin,
and what
regardless of what you think the sun does not, is not.
Okay. But
you've got to understand the ground is still measured flat.
Would be much, much larger.
He's turned me down. Type in side chat if you can hear me.
Can you hear Matrix, Chief Kegwin?
Type a yes in side chat if you can hear me. You do realise the red flag stays on until you type the word yes in side chat. Excellent. So, regardless of what you think the sun does not, is or is not, the ground still measures as flat.
I don't know.
You can make all the claims in the world about the sun. We don't care.
What do you mean it measures as flat? What does that mean?
Non-curving, lacking in curvature, not curved.
I've seen no evidence of this.
So you've not seen any of the laser videos that have been posted up over the last 10 years?
No, I've seen these laser videos. I don't think...
So what's your issue with them?
I don't think...
So you're telling me when someone generates a tangent and runs it along the edge of an alleged ball, the ball that you believe in, the ball that's supposed to be there, if we create a tangent and then measure as we're going along that tangent the drop over distance, and we don't find any drop over distance, you then claim, oh, it's just a ball. Hang on a minute. If it's a ball, there's drop over distance.
I'm not certain.
You do understand that?
I do understand that.
Excellent. So where's the drop over distance?
So some in one of the examples, for example, the laser is flashing.
Oh, you haven't watched any?
No, I did. I literally describing to you what I watched.
Which one? Be very specific.
The one with the
Since
red
you're cherry
laser.
picking.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude! Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. I just get pissed off with dumbasses like you who slime their way through conversations and don't answer fucking questions.
I'm not. No.
You're not. You're like this all the time. Stay out. Sorry to take your toy off you guys. That's another one that irritates me. You'll probably jump over to the other channel and harass the boys over there.
You broke the toy, Matrix. Come on, man.
That one was already broken, Mushkane. You know that as well as I do.
True. Yeah. He's getting hard to listen to, so.
That's pretty normal for him. So what was his claim? If the Earth's flat, the sun has to do a particular thing. Well, we've never heard that before. So whilst you've been in here, Mushkane, have you learned anything about Glober tactics? It's interesting stuff when you just sit back and have a listen to it, isn't it?
I learned a lot about that. Tactics, yeah, debate tactics.
Notice how they get really, really upset when you use their same shit tactics back on them and they run away?
Yeah, that guy wasn't very impressive. There's been some pretty impressive spirals lately. That was a couple nights ago. The one guy, he was being completely, polite and nice, and then just all of a sudden he went like weird.
Just exploded out of left field.
Yeah, it was great.
Am I breaking up or is he breaking up a little bit? I can't tell.
I hear you fine, Matrix. I think it's him breaking up a little.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, you just can't tell when it's only two people until someone else pipes up and says, oh, no, this person did or didn't. Then you sort of go, is it me? Is it them? I don't know. Shit. I've got my decibel meter running here. Just from what I've said to Mushkane in the last, 30 seconds, 94.7 decibels. Wow, look at me go. I love when I get accused of yelling at people. Fantastic. The sad part is the decibel meter is actually sitting further away than the microphone. And I just reset it. Look, 93.3. Welcome. I don't know who dropped in, I didn't see, but I heard the little chime. And again, welcome to the next person. For those that dropped in, please put forward your claims, proofs, or comments on the curve or lack thereof. Maybe you're just not sure. And there you go, inside chat, I didn't even see that. Over fences, that's 100% correct. Can't prove what the sun is, where it is, or how far away it is. So cannot make claims about what it would do. Yep, perfect. Welcome to whoever just joined. Please feel free to put forward any queries, comments, concerns, curvature, if you will. Wow, this is entertaining. You guys really got to get on Facebook and have a look at Flat Earth Friends. For those flat earthers that say gravity is magic, please can you give us the scientific explanation and measurements of the firmament? Don't know how they're tied together, but wow. Don't know if it's too scientific or not, but gas pressure requires containment. What else have we got in this comedy section? With this earthquake 8.8 magnitude and tsunami and waves all over the world, it does not fit the flat earth belief at all. Explain your tectonic plates movement and arrival predictions they do around the world for these waves. Well, I can explain why it doesn't fit the flat earth belief, because it's not a belief. It's measured as flat. My little Facebook friend. Wow, there's a whole slew of the Mercator map showing earthquake on one side, waves on the other, and a heap of morons asking how can tsunamis happen here if the earthquake was all the way over here? Next week it'll be Sticks and Shadows Reborn. Holy crap, that's a fair write-up. Nearly 3 pages worth. This person's got a pretty solid hate on for us. The ridiculousness of a local sun. Why shadows prove Earth is a sphere. If anyone else wants to jump in and have a shot at this stuff, they're more than welcome to rip into it. I probably will. Alright. Every evening, as the sun sets, nature provides us with a spectacular demonstration of our planet's true shape. If we know what to look for. The behaviour of shadows during sunrise and sunset delivers such overwhelming evidence for a spherical Earth orbited by a distant sun that the flat Earth models simply crumble under observation. Right. So far I've just got to take your word for it. Watch any sunset from what's this? The Terminator line, Earth's daily proof of sphericity. Watch any sunset from a vantage point near tall buildings, mountains or cliffs, and you'll witness something that should be impossible according to flat Earth models. Oh, I haven't provided a model, so we'll get to that later. The Terminator line. This is the sharp boundary between sunlight and shadow that systematically climbs up vertical surfaces from bottom to top as the sun sets. Stand in a city at sunset and observe carefully. You'll see shadows creeping up the sides of skyscrapers, floor by floor, with a distinct line separating the sunlit upper floors from the shadowed lower ones. This line moves upward at a steady, predictable pace until the entire building is in shadow. The same phenomenon occurs on mountainsides, where you can watch the shadow line sweep upward across the terrain like a slow motion wave. This Terminator line is the shadow of Earth itself, cast by our planet's curvature as it rotates away from the sun. Okay, so the curve is a physical thing, the horizon is a physical location, therefore it should be measurable. I'm good with that. Let's measure it. See how we go. Why a local sun model is absurd. Flat Earth proponents typically claim the sun is a small local light source approximately 3,000 miles above a flat plane. In this model, the sun supposedly disappears into the distance, rather than going below the horizon. But this model predicts shadow behaviour that is complete opposite of what we observe. Welcome to whoever just dropped in.
Appreciate it, Matrix.
I was just reading crap off of Facebook. If I say something that offends you, please feel free to jump all over it. I'm only reading it out.
I'll be on your ass.
Good. Okay, so if the sun were truly a local light source just 3,000 miles up, the shadow patterns would be dramatically different. Impossibly long shadows. Every object would cast shadows, potentially thousands of miles long. A 6-foot person standing anywhere except directly beneath the sun would cast the shadows stretching across multiple states or countries. Where do they get this shit from? Mountain ranges would cast shadows spanning entire continents. Can someone post up the Canigoo shadow on the clouds? What's this? No Terminator line. There would be no sharp boundary between day and night. Instead, you'd have a gradual transition where shadows simply get longer and longer as you move away from the point directly below the sun. Extreme shadow angles. Except for the tiny area directly beneath the sun, shadows everywhere would be extremely long and at very shallow angles, nothing like the relatively reasonable shadow lengths we observe daily. How do they know? What have they got this to compare to? Anyways, what we actually observe. Reality paints a completely different picture. Shadows are proportional and reasonable in length. The Terminator line creates a sharp, clean boundary between light and shadow. Okay. Dusk. Dawn. This boundary moves systematically up vertical surfaces. Shadow's behaviour is consistent with a very distant light source. Okay, so all great claims. Anyways, scroll down a bit further. The sunrise revelation. The Terminator line phenomenon is equally dramatic at sunrise, but in reverse. Watch the shadows descend down the sides of buildings and mountains as the sun rises. The shadowed portions shrink from top to bottom until the entire structure is illuminated. This consistent, predictable behaviour occurs because Earth is rotating towards the sun, gradually exposing more of each vertical surface to sunlight. The sun doesn't approach us, we rotate to face it. The elevation evidence. Here's another nail in the coffin for local sun models. Elevation extends sunset viewing time. Climb to the top of a building or mountain. You can watch the sun for several additional minutes after it has set for observers at ground level. Why this destroys local sun models? If the sun were just moving away laterally on a flat plane, elevation wouldn't matter. A person on the 50th floor of a building would lose sight of the sun at exactly the same time as somebody on the ground. The sun would simply fade into the distance for both observers simultaneously. But that's not what happens. The higher you go, the longer you can see the sun. This occurs because, number one, Earth's curvature blocks the sun for ground observers first. Number two, higher elevation provides a view over Earth's curve. And number three, the sun is actually going below the horizon, not moving away laterally. This elevation effect is so predictable that we can calculate exactly how much extra viewing time each additional foot of elevation provides. The math works perfectly for a spherical Earth with a distant sun, and makes no sense whatsoever for a flat Earth with a local sun. Wow. The mathematics of impossibility. Let's put numbers to the absurdity of the local sun model. Shadow length calculation. With a sun 3,000 miles high, a 6-foot person standing 1,000 miles away from the point directly below the sun would cast a shadow approximately 2,000 miles long. Say what? I'll have to read that again. Shadow length calculations. With a sun 3,000 miles high, a 6-foot person standing 1,000 miles away from the point directly below the sun so they're not even at a 45-degree angle, would cast a shadow approximately 2,000 miles long. So they're about 30-degree offset, so a 30-degree angle, light source coming down is going to cast a 2,000-mile long shadow. How does this person work this shit out? 3 up, 1 across, 1 to 3, 1/3. 33 degrees. Or 30 degrees. Wow. Maybe they should look into their maths. Just saying. A modest 100-foot building would cast a shadow stretching 33,000 miles, nearly circumnavigate the entire flat Earth model. Wow. The missing mega shadows. Where are these continent-spanning shadows? They simply don't exist. Instead, we see shadows that make perfect sense for a sun 93 million miles away, casting essentially parallel rays. Anyone of you can step in here. Don't think you just got to listen to me. I'm actually entertained by this stuff. It's great. If you hear me go and chuck me guts up, you'll know how funny it really is. Oh, what do we got? The inescapable conclusion. Oh. Every sunset and sunrise provides overwhelming evidence that, number one, Earth is spherical. Well, that's just assumed. The Terminator line demonstrates Earth's curvature, casting its own shadow. Earth rotates. The systematic movement of shadows up and down vertical surfaces shows our planet spinning. 3. The sun is incredibly distant. Shadow proportions and behaviour are consistent only with the sun approximately 93 million miles away. And number 4. We orbit the sun. The predictable daily cycle results from Earth's rotation relative to our star. So based on shadows, you've come to all those conclusions. Good for you. The beauty of a simple observation. The most compelling aspect of these shadow observations is their simplicity. You don't need advanced equipment or complex calculations. Just watch a sunset near some tall buildings. Observe shadows climbing upward. Notice how extra elevation gives you more viewing time. These everyday phenomena provide such clear, direct evidence for Earth's spherical nature and the sun's true distance that the flat Earth models just fail to explain them. They predict the complete opposite of what we observe. Well, I don't want to be rude, but I've never heard anyone say, on the AE map Earth, shadows should be doing this. Anyways, the sun isn't a local spotlight 3,000 miles up, moving around in circles above a flat plane. It's a massive star 93 million miles away, around which our beautiful spherical planet Earth gradually or gracefully orbits. The shadows themselves tell us so every single day. So the final word. The next time someone suggests the sun is local and Earth is flat, simply point them toward the nearest sunset. Watch the Terminator line climb the buildings, observe the shadows, and evidence isn't hidden in complex theories or disputed measurements. It's written in shadow and light across every vertical surface on Earth, twice daily for anyone willing to look. The ridiculousness of a local sun model isn't that it's just wrong, is it predicts a world so dramatically different from the one we actually inhabit that a single careful observation of sunset shadows is enough to demolish it entirely. Wow, what a write-up from this numpty. Professor Triangle, I was just going through the Flat Earth Friends page, and this person wrote up this ridiculousness of a local sun, why shadows prove Earth is a sphere. So, yeah. And, it was a fair write-up. I think he's been hurt proper by flat earthers. So, which one of yous did it? Come on now, don't all speak at once. You know, I can feel yous all shaking your heads. You're just sitting there in disgust. What's this? RIP Flat Earth 3. I can't even say his name, so I don't even have to worry. Awesome. It's incredible how after 10 years, flat earthers still can't properly simulate the lunar phases, despite having experts as they claim. 10 years and no progress. How many more do they want? Oh, my same friend who did the big write-up. Holy shit, he's still going. He did another whole page. What would a local sun really look like? When we watch the sun move across the sky, we observe something remarkable. It travels at an almost perfectly steady rate of 15 degrees per hour, from sunrise to sunset. This consistency is so reliable, we've built our entire understanding of time around it. But what if the sun weren't the distant star we knew it to be? What if it were much closer, say 3,000 miles overhead? The answer reveals one of the most elegant proofs that our sun is exactly what mainstream science tells it is. A distant star, so far away that Earth itself becomes a mere point in comparison. Alrighty, so at least he's broken up into sections. The steady march of our sun. Stand outside on any clear day with a simple sun tracking device, and you'll measure something extraordinary in its consistency. Whether you're at the equator, at 40 degrees north latitude, or even near the poles, the sun moves at exactly 15 degrees per hour across the sky. This rate never varies appreciably throughout the day. The first 90 degrees of the sun's journey from sunrise to solar noon takes about 6 hours. The second 90 degrees from noon to sunset takes another 6 hours. This perfect consistency exists regardless of your location on Earth. A person in California measures the same 15 degrees per hour as someone in Norway or Brazil. The path the sun takes changes dramatically with latitude and season. High overhead near the equator, lower in the south and the northern latitudes, but the speed along that path remains constant. This consistency is our first clue about the sun's true nature. Okay. Because moving at certain speed, we can, assume. That's what we've got. What a close sun would actually look like. Oh, this guy knows. We have to refer to him from now on. Imagine instead that the sun were relatively local objects, perhaps 3,000 miles above a flat Earth, travelling in a circle to create our day-night cycle. This scenario would produce a completely different observational reality. In such a model, the sun's apparent speed across the sky would vary dramatically throughout the day. And here's why. Angular speed. The rate at which the object appears to move across your field of view depends on both the object's actual speed and its distance from you. The mathematical relationship is simple. Angular speed equals linear speed divided by distance. Even if our hypothetical local sun moved at a perfectly consistent speed in its circular path, its apparent angular speed would change continuously as its distance from any observer changed. When this, well, he hasn't proven anything. If you remember back to the last bit, from 6 in the morning to noon, takes 6 hours. From noon till 6 at night, takes 6 hours. So his claim that it takes 6 hours either side of noon doesn't really prove much. Anyways, as we were. Even if our hypothetical local sun moved at a perfectly constant speed in its circular path, its apparent angular speed would change continuously as its distance from any observer changed. When this close sun passed directly overhead, it would be at its nearest point, perhaps 3,000 miles away. But when it appeared on the horizon, it would be much further away. Depending on the size of its circular path, this could be 10,000 miles or more. That's more than a 300% change in distance throughout the day. Well, it's funny you should mention that, because when you do intensity readings, it actually changes in intensity a lot more than that. Anyways, the result. Instead of our observed steady 15 degrees per hour, you might measure something like 25 degrees per hour when the sun was overhead, slowing to perhaps 8 degrees per hour when it was near the horizon. The sun would appear to race across the sky at midday and crawl along the horizon at dusk and dawn. The power of distance. Our real sun behaves nothing like this hypothetical local sun, and the reason illuminates a fundamental principle of astronomy and physics. The sun's distance. I'd like to know how they calculated this. About 93 million miles, so vast that the Earth's dimensions become essentially meaningless in comparison. Our sun is directly overhead. It's approximately 93 million miles away, which is on the horizon. What? When our sun is directly overhead, it's approximately 93 million miles away. When it's on the horizon, Earth's radius adds about 4,000 miles to that distance, making it roughly 93,004,000 miles away. The difference is about 0.004%, essentially negligible. Well, boys and girls, if anyone's halfway smart, a 0.004 rotation in front of a heat or light source wouldn't change the intensity by very much. So as you rotate in front of it, as soon as it becomes daylight, full power. That's it. There'd be no, it gets hotter as it gets closer towards noon. It would just be freaking hot all the time. But anyways, this tiny proportional change in distance means the angular speed remains virtually constant throughout the day. It's the same reason that distant mountains appear to follow you when you're driving, or why stars seem to move at perfectly steady rates despite Earth's rotation carrying you in a complex path through space. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. A test anyone can perform. This creates a test anyone with basic equipment can perform. Simply track the sun's position at regular intervals throughout the day. Use a sundial, measure shadows, or employ any method to determine the sun's angular position over time. What you'll find is that unwavering 15 degrees per hour. No speeding up at noon, no slowing down at dusk or dawn, just this steady mechanical precision of a celestial clockwork powered by Earth's rotation beneath a distant star, or assumptions. This observation alone, available to anyone with patience, simple tools, provides compelling evidence about the nature of our solar system. The sun's consistent apparent motion tells it must be far away that our planet becomes a virtual point in comparison. Does anyone else want to throw up? Because seriously, this is just so crooked. He's either a full tilt NASA fanboy or he's just one of those science freaks that just can't get enough of it. Probably chat GPT'd it and then rewrote it so it sounded like a... And to finish it off, thank God for that. There's something beautiful about how the universe reveals its secret. The same steady motion that allowed ancient civilization to develop accurate... Welcome.
This is Grandpa or whatever.
Hello, Grandpa, whatever.
Or whatever. I was just saying if there's some sort of question or any sort of comment that you guys have for me or anything like that or whatever.
The Earth measures flat.
And that's a comment directed towards me or whatever?
Or whatever. Quit the games, man.
What clunky games are you referring to right now?
You being a clown. Not very becoming.
And you're talking about your coming or something like that or whatever?
No. Or whatever.
Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Is that okay?
If you've got proof of curvature, let's see how you go.
But are you okay if we get down to brass tacks? Is that alright with you? Or what are we thinking right now?
You can brass tacks it all you like as long as you've got proof of curvature. Let's bring your proof in. Let's assess it. It may be good. It may be bad. We don't know yet. Bring it on. What have you got?
Well, before I do that, though, I just want to clarify that we're okay to get down to the brass tacks. Is that okay? I don't want to, interrupt anything or anything. I just want to make sure we're...
Oh, no, you're not interrupting anything. Seriously. Yeah. I think the majority of the people on the panel are quite happy for you to interrupt.
Yeah. So just to be clear, though, we could get down to the brass tacks. Is that correct? I just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
Put forward your evidence. I'm ever so patiently waiting.
Sure, but I just wanted to make sure the brass tacks part was okay.
Well, you've got no brass, and I'm about to tax you, so hurry up before I do.
Well, actually, that's a common misconception. It's tax, like T-A-C-K-S, as opposed to T-A-X. Brass tacks.
Just bring out the gold nuggets and stop fucking around, all right? Either you got something or you haven't.
Yeah, but hold on. I was just correcting him.
Must be just an Aussie thing. Don't fuck around.
No, but I'm just saying it's a common misconception. A lot of people think it's tax, as in T-A-X.
Well, that's great. Cool story, bro. You said you've got claims of curvature or proofs of curvature. We like the sound of this. Please provide it.
Well, sure, but I just wanted to clarify the whole getting down to brass tacks sort of.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've clarified it. You've said it multiple times.
Well, you never
Maybe you've got
answered.
Some kind of mind malfunction. I don't know, but it's been quite clearly clarified. Brass.
Actually, no, I haven't gotten a straight answer. Well, you keep asking.
I would have thought somebody. Oh, it's Batman. I would have thought someone saying, I'm patiently awaiting for you to provide your XYZ would have been, oh, yes, we're down to brass tacks.
So the answer is yes, just so I'm clear. Well, okay,
I'm patiently awaiting your proof of curvature.
Well, so if I'm interpreting
patience
you correctly.
Is wearing thin.
So just so I'm clear, just so I'm interpreting you correctly, I can continue.
It has now taken you nearly 2 minutes and 47 seconds to establish it's clear to go ahead. How about this? Please fucking proceed. Maybe that is harder to misconstrue.
No, that's very clear. I appreciate you being direct with your responses. I do appreciate that, Matrix. So if I'm interpreting you correctly, the first piece of evidence I would like to put forward to you flat earthers is the existence of sunsets. from my globe perspective, sunset makes perfect sense. It's something that we would expect to see on Earth, and something that makes total sense given the position of the Earth and the sun in our solar system. However, if we're on some sort of flat disk-like object, like I've heard you mention that we're on, it doesn't quite make sense. Unless people have observations of a sort of sun-like object going through the ground of sorts, or if there's some sort of observation that people have had showing the sun getting lower. So that's probably the first piece of evidence I would potentially like to put forward in this argumentation, if that's okay.
You have a pill to common sense fallacy going on here.
It's a pill to common sense fallacy?
Yep. The
so
appeal to common sense fallacy occurs when someone claims a statement is true simply because it aligns with what they perceive as common sense, without providing actual evidence or logical reasoning.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true. I mean, it's common sense that geometry is consistent. It's common sense that the sun doesn't go through the ground. I get, yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's common sense.
It's common sense that geometry is consistent. I hope
that's correct. Yeah.
Excellent. We're going to keep that for later on. Please proceed.
Well, I think that's kind of the first piece of argumentation I would like to put forth. So if there's any sort of rebuttal or some sort of argumentation against that would be much appreciated.
So what's your claim? Sunsets prove ground curve?
That is correct, sir.
Well, the interesting part about sunsets that I've noticed in my life, and sunrises too.
Yep.
Sometimes the sun is larger at sunset than it is at noon. Sometimes it's smaller at sunset than it is at noon.
Correct, sir.
Well, please. Was I not given the opportunity to rebut?
You could rebut. You could rebut my
I feel like
butt.
having lunch now. Anyways, sometimes at sunset, the sun is larger than what it is at noon. Sometimes the sun at sunset is smaller than what it is at noon. Sometimes the sun appears to drop vertically out of the sky, and other times it appears to fade off into the distance. Why do we get all these different viewings for the exact same thing?
Well, we don't. That's the misunderstanding.
We do. I can post a video up and show you. One that fades off into the distance.
That's CGI. Anything you show me. No, it is CGI.
It's actually inside a building, somebody doing art.
Yeah,
and they got to witness the sun in the background whilst they were filming something else.
Oh, no, I saw it. It's CGI video.
CGI. It's CGI.
I did, yeah, CGI video. No, I know the one you're talking about. It's CGI.
Which one?
The one where she's painting in the building and it's a time lapse and it appears like the sun.
So how are you going to prove that that's CGI? So you made the claim it's CGI.
It's proved. It's already proved. I proved it.
What proof? Who? Where? When?
I looked at the pixels.
So your claim of sunset means fuck all. Anyways, try another one.
Well, oh yeah. This is the one that's CGI.
So where's the CGI in this?
Look at the pixels by the sun.
Which bit has been edited?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look at the pixels by the sun, and you could just tell it's edited. You could see the mask around the pixels.
You're joking, right?
No. It's CGI.
The problem I've got now, Grandpa, I was reading shit out off of Facebook. Now, the panel, even though they weren't really enjoying that, some of them are actually questioning whether we should go back to listening to my voice drone on with stupid global claims, or do we listen to you?
Yeah. I would vote for listening to me.
Well, they don't seem to be leaning that way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if there's some sort of poll or some sort of democratic consensus you're trying to get to, I'm just making my voice heard. You know?
You're just making noise. That's all you're doing.
I just voted. I voted on the scenario you put forth.
And the comments have started. This is great.
I'm simply letting my voice be heard in the voting process. You started a vote, and I'm simply voting in the direction I want to see this conversation go.
So that's 1 against.
Well, and 1-4. You know.
So naturally, our 2 votes you may as well throw in the bin because they're going to go against each other. So it's down now to the panel. Oh dear.
Okay. Can you live stream this panel potentially?
They'd rather listen to paint dry.
Wait, can I see the panel? Is that possible? Can you maybe stream it so I could potentially see the comments coming in? Is that possible?
You're reading it. It's the side chat.
Oh, well, I thought you said Facebook. That's my confusion.
I was reading shit off of Facebook.
Well, someone else just said they want to hear me talk.
Who said that?
So that cancels out, I guess.
So you're talking to yourself now?
I'm just reading the side chat.
You are a special level of broken. You know that. I don't know why you bother. Seriously. What is your whole thing? Do you drop into other channels and just be a fucking idiot, or just this one? Just curious.
Well, we're having a good discussion right now.
No, you're not.
Seems like
you're being an idiot. So what is it? Do you do this to all channels, or do you only do it to this one? I'm curious. I honestly am. I want to know if you're an absolute fuckwit in every channel, or do you just come here specifically to drop into this one?
But I just want to know kind of what you're referring to. You're asking if I... Well, what do you mean?
You know what I'm referring to. You're not that mentally incompetent.
But I'm saying, like, do I go in other channels?
But I'm asking, do you only do that in this channel, or do you do it to all channels that you go to?
But, well, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
But. It's a very simple question. Do you behave like what you're doing now in all of the channels you go to, or do you only do it in this one?
But that, I mean, that's the point of clarification. When you say behave like that, I just want to know what you're saying. Like,
back to Facebook. Bad luck. Get. There's nothing to clarify. Your behavior as a complete tool. Do you do it only in this particular channel, or do you do it in all channels? Just as a curiosity thing. I want to know if you're doing it only in this channel to annoy us, or if you're just like a complete tool in every channel, because then I'll go, you know what? He's subhuman. He does it in all the channels. That's just him. And over fences, listening to paint dry is a lot better than listening to that thing. So, let's see if he's going to answer the question now he's had time to think about it. Maybe that's the problem. He talks before he thinks.
But when you say act like that, are you saying the sunset topic specifically, or is there some sort of other behavior?
Troll.
Well, I don't think I'm I feel like we're just having a conversation.
You don't think you're trolling? You don't think?
I mean, to my knowledge,
that's a statement.
I guess it's considered a statement as opposed to a question. Sure.
Yeah. So you're just saying, I don't think it's a troll. Number
Correct.
1, I don't think. You're telling me you don't think. And number 2, you're telling me it's a troll.
Oh, now that's dishonest. You just cut my sentence
No, it's
in
not.
half.
All I did was just change where the comma was in the sentence.
Well, there's no comma in that sentence.
Same spot.
Yeah, but there's no comma in the sentence. I don't think I'm a troll.
It felt like it to me.
Well,
I don't think, full stop. It's a troll, full stop.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. There's no comma there in that sentence.
So there is now.
Well, whatever do you mean by that?
Anyways, less matter, because that's what you get off on for some reason. You still haven't proved curvature. We've got measurements
we're having a conversation
no curvature,
around,
and you're saying, but it's the sun. Remember our conversation probably 2 weeks ago? How all you globers keep pointing up to the sky? No one keeps pointing to the ground saying, there's the measured curvature. Why do you not do that? Why aren't you pointing to the ground, which is the thing in contention? Why are you not pointing to the ground saying, here's the measured curvature? Why does that not happen?
Oh, well, I can answer that, I guess.
Yeah, go for it.
Because Earth ball is big, really big for us to see is a curvature.
Really?
When us stand still on big Earth ball. See. So yeah, that's what these other like sort of observations.
So it's so biggy, it's flatty. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's how you want to think of it, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Well, that's
appears
the
flat sometimes.
simplified version just for people like you.
Well, I feel like that would be for people like you, because you still don't really get it.
So biggy, it's flatty. So here's the kicker.
Yeah.
We get a laser and shoot it across the it's so biggy, it's flatty piece of ground.
Yeah.
We use a lake.
Oh, like in that Netflix documentary?
That Netflix documentary was a hit piece. If you haven't worked that out,
but didn't they try that and there was curvature? Didn't they try that? And no, they did though.
Nope. No, they didn't. You need to watch the documentary again.
No, I saw it. They did do it.
You saw the documentary. Now, at the start of the documentary, their goal was to shoot a laser through the holes in the boards. True or false?
Yeah, true, and it didn't work.
Excellent.
Yeah, true.
At the end of the documentary, what lighting device were they using?
It was some sort of laser mechanism of some
No, it wasn't. It was a fucking flashlight. They broke the laser.
And then the light was at the wrong position.
You did know that they broke the laser. Do you know that? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You don't just yeah me. I fucking hate that. Kids do that shit.
Yeah. No. No, I know.
Did you know that they broke the laser?
I do. Yes. Yeah.
You do now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it too many more times.
No, but I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Not gonna do it. Try it.
Wait.
Right. So you understand that the laser got broken. Excellent.
And then the position of the light was in a different position than the flat earthers.
Well, they didn't use the laser. So as soon as they chose to change the quote unquote experiment, they should have just thrown the whole lot in the bin. They chose not to. They continued with a flashlight. If you go and do some research on how
in the wrong position again?
Why are you talking? If you go and do some research, I'm just asking you to shut up and listen. If you go and do some research on what happens, and they question why this shit happens. If you go and do some research on what happens when light passes through an aperture, you will find that they had no fucking chance of getting that flashlight to work through them holes. Now, you need to know, number one, the size of the aperture, the size of the holes, the size of the distance between the holes. If the holes are too small or the distance between them is too great, the light will not go through. So your claims of, oh my God, it's got to be curved, they proved the curve. Well, actually, all they said at the end of that documentary, quote unquote documentary, was, wow, that's interesting. Or, that's interesting. They never said it was curved. They never said it was flat. And when you do some reading into it and looking into it, that quote was taken from another section of the filming and was thrown in at the end. So using that as proof of, I've seen laser tests before, no, you haven't. You've seen a hit piece which was specifically released for morons like yourself to bring to us and as an excuse of, I think it's curved because these guys failed. So with the other lasers, didn't I just unmute that thing? Or did someone else railing? Right, it's going to stay off that one.
This is Grandpa Fiddlemone.
Yeah, we know you're forgetful. It's all part of your stick. Try harder.
Oh, well, I was just saying, like, or to help unmute or whatever.
You do know you're younger than me.
Well, I don't know if that's relevant or not, but I was just doing a little test to ensure that I get unmuted or whatever.
Well, I don't know what you're testing for. I clicked the button and it flashed back on, so maybe you're meant to stay on mute. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah.
So, lasers. Your documentary,
we were talking
also
about
known
the
as
Netflix...
a mockumentary.
It was a documentary.
A mockumentary. It should have been shut down when the laser broke. They chose to continue. So their information...
Yeah, and the test failed, showing that the Earth is curved.
The test failed because the laser failed. As soon as the laser broke, there is no test. Don't you understand that? You don't change an experiment or a test. You don't change the tools halfway through it and then expect your results to be some kind of conclusion. You should go back to the start and do the entire test again.
I feel like we're talking about the same thing. We're on the same page, I think.
The one where they're supposed to shoot the laser through the boards.
Yeah, it failed.
Beyond the curve.
The test failed. That's what I'm saying. We're talking about the same thing, right?
Well, the problem is you're talking and you're not fucking listening. That show was a deliberate bad thing against flat earthers. Their tooling broke. The laser broke. Okay, repeat after me. I understand that the laser broke.
And you're talking to me, you want me to repeat that? I understand the laser broke.
So if the laser broke, how can you claim that they did the test if the laser's broken?
Well, because it's in the documentary, and the test failed. That's what I'm saying.
The test failed because there was no laser to do the test correctly. Do you understand that?
Well, I feel like we're talking about the same thing. I feel like we're on the same page here.
Okay, we're talking about the same video. Yeah. In the video, the boys and girls were using a laser. And I wish I could do Dr. Evil's voice. Laser. If the laser is broken, how can you finish off the laser test?
Well, they did, and then it failed. That's what I'm saying.
No, they did not.
Well, it's in the documentary.
They finished it off. They used a flashlight. They didn't use a laser. The laser broke. They decided to use a flashlight. The light that comes off a flashlight behaves differently than a laser.
Is it curved or something? Or what are we thinking right now?
Why would I think the light is curved? It's divergent.
Well, that's what you just said. You said the flashlight
No, I fucking well didn't. You simple-minded fucking clown.
No, but that's what you said. You said it curved, so that's why.
No, I did not say it fucking curved. You suggested that it curved.
No, but you said they used a flashlight and that curved into the.
I did not say they used a flashlight and that curved. They used a flashlight and they should have shut the test down completely. No laser, no test. But yet, my friend, they continued.
Yeah. Well, then,
we know they continued. We know the laser wasn't there, but yet they continued. And people like you who don't understand what's going on just use it as some kind of excuse. Oh my God, they did the test and it didn't work. Well, of course it didn't fucking work. There was no laser. The whole purpose was to shoot a laser through the holes. No laser. Well, why bother continuing?
But you said since they used a flashlight, it curved into the hole. So
I did not.
What I'm trying to figure.
So
what do you mean?
You said that. What happens is when you use the flashlight, the light is divergent, more so on the torch than it is on the laser.
So that caused the curve?
No curve. I don't know where you're getting the curve from. The word curvature or curve has not come out of my mouth unless to rebut you telling me that I said it, which I had not.
No, but you said the flashlight curved into the...
No, I did not.
Aperture. or something.
The light that comes off of the flashlight, the torch, the light that comes off that, higher divergent rate than the laser. So when you need a straight, but shut up. When you need a straight beam of light, I am clarifying it for you. In order for the light to go through the little holes, remember the holes in the board? In order for the light to go through them, we need the light beam to stay straight and collimated. A cylinder of light, perfectly straight beam. That's what the laser's for. Now, take away the laser, now we've got this divergent beam. Now, when light passes through a small reticle, it basically repositions the light at that reticle position. It's very odd how it works. Each time you have another reticle for the light to go through, it struggles to get through it based upon, number one, the size of the hole. Number two, the distances between the holes. So they set themselves up deliberately to fail by using a flashlight. They had no chance. It's not that the holes weren't lined up straight. It's the fact that the light wasn't going to go through because they were using the incorrect light source. That's all.
Well, that's what I feel like we're on the same page here. That's the confusing part. You were saying the source was a flashlight which curved into the hole. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole thesis that you were on.
You really don't have anything better to do with your night?
Like, how does light curve?
Yep.
How does a flashlight make light curve?
I don't know. Ask him to post it up in side chat.
I thought you said it.
He did set it.
You said it or he said it?
Him, not me.
Yeah, he said that. You said it, right?
All right, you can go too. Burn a fucking clown. I'm not in the mood for this shit. Right. Number one, Rob Noxious. They're talking about the Behind the Curve documentary or mockumentary where they tried to shoot the laser through the holes. That's what the discussion was. And our friend here seems to believe that I said when they switched to the flashlight, because the flashlight curves, that's why it didn't go through the holes. I don't know where he got that from. I don't know how he got that.
They're just fucking trolling, dude. They're just trolling.
I know.
Fucking assholes. This is spending your Saturday night fun as a baller, huh? Fucking weirdos.
Does anyone go into any other channels with these clowns? Just so I know if they're just like this every channel, or if it's just this one. So, Rob Noxious, what's today's level of stupid? Please, enlighten us.
Microphone check. Hello. Saturday night, hanging out. Got my boy from down under, about to bring the thunder. We got lots of stuff to talk about, friend. Lots of stuff. I've come back again. There's a fucking 24/7 flat Earth politics server to debate the everlasting, diehard flat Earthers you'll ever see in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Just as a side note, ladies and gentlemen, you can't debate measurements. Rob Noxious doesn't understand this, so we're going to let him go anyways, and then we're going to kick him out later on for being a clown. But we'll see how the night goes. Proceed.
Thank you, Matrix. As you can see, that's their MO. So that's really, well, delve in about that. You'll find out later. That's what they do. So we're going to talk about measurements. They say the Earth's measured flat. I say the dog's a cat. Neither of them make any sense.
What did you say?
I said the Earth is measured flat, and the dog is a cat. Don't make any sense.
Why would a dog be a cat? I'm trying to get the connection there.
Why would the Earth be flat?
Because it's measured flat.
It's not measured flat.
You go and check for the curvature, and you don't measure any curvature. Well, that does leave a predicament. You know, it's supposed to be a ball. A ball without curvature is a pretty odd-looking thing.
I can prove to you it's not measured flat.
You can prove to me it's not measured flat?
Yes.
Interesting. Please, you're not just proving it to me. You're putting this up for the entire panel.
Well, no, I'm talking to you. The entire panel's listening. But just...
There's a whole heap of people there. They all want to hear your proof of curvature. Show us where it's measured curved. Please.
Hopefully they'll get a chance to in the midst of you talking. So if we both can agree on a few prerequisites, I can definitely show you.
Stop. There's no prerequisites to proof.
I'm not a dog. You don't have to whistle it.
Proof, I don't have to have any prerequisite. You have to agree to this or that. Proof is proof. It's irrefutable, undeniable. So please, present it.
Well, if you did not interrupt someone, you might hear my whole sentence and then not have to say that just to try to fucking defend yourself. You're just scared. That's just how scared you are, but I can keep going. So again, I'm going to ask you a couple things, and if we can both agree to this, then we can both know that we're talking about the same thing. So even before we start, if we're both on the same page when we start, we should be on the same page when we finish.
How about you just present your data, and we'll see how you go.
Yeah. So latitude and longitude lines, do they exist on a flat Earth?
They exist on maps. I've never been outside and tripped over a longitude line.
Yeah, does a flat Earth use a latitude and longitude for coordinates on any type of map or any type of system they use?
I don't know.
You don't know. Maybe I'm talking to someone that doesn't have the knowledge to have a conversation about this subject.
So what are you trying to say? Latitude and longitude lines prove curvature?
No, I didn't say that. You're just assuming that. I'm just asking if you know what they are.
How about you get on with the proof? Like I stated quite clearly, me agreeing to something doesn't change your so-called proof.
But if you don't use it...
It is proof.
Yeah, but if you don't use it on a flat Earth...
why do I have to agree whether latitude and longitude lines do a particular thing in order for you to have proof? So if I say yes, they do a particular thing, the latitude and longitude lines will differ than if I say no. So we've got a path. We've got a path that we can take now, and it's going to turn left or right. On the left-hand side, I'm going to say latitude and longitude lines do not exist on a flat Earth, and on the right-hand side of the path, I'm going to say they do exist on a flat Earth. So now that it's branched off, your result should be exactly the same.
No.
It didn't matter which way I go, your proof should be the same. Now, you've just realised that if we go left, your proof is going to mean fuck all. If we go right, you need me to go right in order for your proof to exist.
This is crazy. So, you're just totally
put forward your proof. It doesn't require my input.
Yeah. Well, okay, so nice try, man. That was a total fucking ramshackle.
That's not a nice try. That is factual.
So here we go with this. Because if latitude and longitude lines don't work or don't work on a flat Earth or they're there, then we don't have to talk about it because they don't even work on a flat Earth, so it wouldn't work for you. So there's nothing to talk about. That's
so
what I'm trying to
you were
ask
discussing.
Do you use latitude and longitude lines on a flat Earth and a flat Earth map? Do they use them?
Do they use them or do I use them? Hold on. We got to fix a little problem here. Right, Claire.
Do you or personally, do you ever use latitude and longitude lines ever on a map?
No, I have not used them. So my usage of latitude and longitude lines, does that magically change it from flat to curved? What's the matter, Rob?
No.
Your proof should not require... Listen, Rob, your proof should not require my input. And I'll show you how it works. The Earth is measured flat. Listen, the Earth is measured flat via people doing laser tests.
No, it's not.
Does that involve Rob? Do I have to question Rob on whether he believes in lasers or not? No, I don't. I show you the laser. I show you the distance from the ground to the laser at the start, the ground to the laser at the end, the difference of distance in between, and the results speak for themselves. See how easy it is, Rob? I don't have to get your input. I just drop the data on you like a bomb. That's how it works.
Okay, so, and I will say
please provide your proof of curvature.
And I will reply that you show me a laser test, and I can show you everyone that's been debunked and fucking re-rigged. They're all fucking jokes, dude. All your laser tests are jokes. Bring one up.
That's your rebuttal. Is all laser tests are jokes?
All the ones you guys use, yeah. Bring them up. I know every one of them. Damn the water, man, laser shit. Come on, man. Let's go. Bring them up. Everywhere you go, you're going to be debunked. And you have nothing. Latitude and longitude lines. You can't answer that. You can't answer that question because you know that if you answer that question,
I don't use them. You asked me if I use latitude and longitude.
And now you're interrupting me.
And I said no.
Cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. Interrupting people. You're a cunt. Interrupting people. I sit there listening to you.
Okay. You asked me if I use latitude and longitude lines, and I said no. Go and have another beer, Rob. Get some more courage up ya. And please don't use the C word. It sounds pathetic with someone with your accent. If you've got an Aussie accent, it sounds awesome. But you don't. Deal with it. You haven't debunked the laser test. I'm quite sure if you had done so, quite a few of the panel members would have looked at it and went, you know what? Rob's right. It is debunked because of whatever. And we would remove it.
Go for
That's
it,
how I know. Oh, sorry. Heretic.
Clownfly looks like he's ready to mic up.
Huh?
Yeah. What?
I was just saying hi. Seeing what's going on.
Ugh. All right, shoot us your globe proof.
Huh?
Never mind.
Forgot this is your job. My fault.
Rob Noxious, inside chat, 28.6 mile laser test. Post up your debunking of said laser test in the side chat. So your rebuttal to someone shooting a laser over 28.6 miles is total bullshit with
scopes versus that thing. That's a terrible image.
I never thought about what the other guy just said. You should see it rotating, shouldn't you, if it's connected to the tides?
Yeah, that'd be India. Yeah, that's right. Because if it's tidal locking, then that moon should have been rotating slightly as it goes across the screen, of course. It's true, perfectly, and it doesn't.
Now, from our point of view, it won't rotate. But from the point of view of where they say the satellite is, supposed to be 1.5 million miles away from Earth, and then that series was 5 hours. You can calculate the moon should have rotated 2 degrees from its point of view, but not from the Earth's point of view. So it doesn't rotate at all. It doesn't change. The shadows don't change. Quote unquote shadows. They're painting of shadows, whatever that is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Doesn't the moon take a month to orbit the Earth? Here it moves all that within an hour?
Yeah. Well, it's like a 5 hour time series. They have a bunch of, I think it's 5 snapshots. They should have been able to get that image lots of times by now because this Epic Discover's been up there I don't know, a decade.
Yeah, that's the Epic. You see, yeah. In fact, that was the satellite I was talking about the other day. That back in 2009 or so, maybe just after that, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has captured the Earth, okay? And it's the exact same detail as the Epic, okay? So how can that be? That you have an Epic that is 1 million miles or wherever it is, and the Lunar, and they've got the same image. When you overlay them, they're exactly the same. That would be impossible. Distance, angle, it's just wrong, isn't it? There you go. Another proof. The exact same shot. The Epic took the same shot as the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. That's it. So it was the Epic that was really lying to it. Well, they're both lying anyway, but there you go, It's just physically impossible from the positions that they're in, that you would have the exact same shot right down to the, you overlay it and it's a perfect match. That's impossible. Yeah, that wouldn't be possible. And that was thanks to, what's his name? Paul on the Plane. Remember Paul on the Plane, Yeah, when he was working together with the Apollo detectives, Indio, right? And I always wondered why he didn't press them on the flat earth whilst he was working with them. But he did some good work in proving space is fake, okay? Even though he seems to have gone back to the global, something's gone wrong with him, but he did some good work and exposed NASA's imagery to be fake through the digital analysis software. So he did some good stuff. And it was him who highlighted that anomaly. I just don't get it. Why would you do all that good work and then go back to the globe? I mean, what is the point of that, really? Stupidity. Don't get it.
To be fair, he took content from others and just, put his own spin on it.
Yeah. He did. He did some original stuff himself at the very beginning, though. 2016 and that. He was really good. He was pushing out a lot of content. He was.
And now the unthinking masses can look at all that old content and dismiss it because it's all been corrupted by his choice to go back.
Well, yeah, but when you know the truth, that's for him. That's not going to work because I'm going to remind him.
I mean, what it's done is it's taken some of the top hits with the most views and made them unusable. And it's given the other side an opportunity to say, "Hey, look, why are you submitting these links from this guy who doesn't even buy it anymore?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It completely weakened credibility, not the evidence.
Yeah, it weakened the credibility, but the evidence is still there that I'll be using for a long time to come. But I'm going to whip those arseholes till they bleed, basically. And at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. So, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the water. I'll throw the water out, keep the baby. So bye-bye, Paul on the plane, but the work you've done, I'm going to keep and use. Thanks.
I thought you were talking about Jaren. Yeah, Paul on the plane went back too.
Yeah, he went back recently, apparently.
A few others did. Yeah. I think they've been looking for a reason to, and this excuse gave them that off-ramp.
Yeah. Listen, there's nothing that could get me go back because it's not there. If it's not there, why would I go back? I don't care how much money you want to offer me. If I'm a content producer, I'm not going to lie like that. I don't want that money. Sorry. Can't do that. I'd be proud to refuse $1 billion just to stand up and say, I refused $1 billion because they wanted me to lie about it, and I didn't. That means I'm worth more than $1 billion. Just like that. Boom. See? Yeah. There's a lot in that when you can say you're worth more than $1 billion. Your integrity, your being. Yeah. Because they like to say there's always a price that someone will turn and lie. There's always a price. Not with me, mate. You'd have to kill me. And then you don't get it that way either. The truth is always worth dying for. That comes with age, ladies and gentlemen, that wisdom, basically.
Would you not argue, though, Jim, with that sort of statement? Now you've said it, they probably wouldn't go, if they was going to target you, they're not going to target you, whether they target a family member.
I said, don't target him because he's worth more than $1 billion. We ain't got the money to buy that one. That's right. He said you'd have to kill him. So that's the end of that then. That's right. Good. Don't waste your time. Like I said, if I was going to be president, prime minister, or president, I wouldn't take a salary at all until I've achieved what the people want. So I don't get any money for the first year. Do you know what I mean? I've got to achieve the targets that I set out. And once those targets have been achieved and hit, then I'm going to get my salary at the end. So I've done the work, now pay me. That's how it's going to be with me if I was going to be a leader. So I wouldn't be getting paid for doing nothing.
Did you not hear what Mel Gibson said? I know it's Mel Gibson is an actor. In his drunk stupor, he talked all about the Hollywood casting couch, and if they can't get you, they'll just move straight to your kids. If you don't have kids, they'll go to your mother. They'll do like these things to manipulate, because not everyone can be bought, so they get you in different ways.
Yeah, try and attack your family. Yeah,
that's what he said, not me. You can still find that interview.
Interesting that he said that as well. So it does all exist, that stuff.
And then a couple of weeks after, he was cast out of Hollywood, and you didn't see him for ages.
Yeah. I remember him saying that. I remember him saying all that because he did have a bit of a lull in his Hollywood career. But he's an activist as well, you see. And by the way, his house burnt down I think this year his house burnt down in all the fire. Mel Gibson, by the way, yeah. His house was razed to the ground this year.
There's a woman who's got a YouTube channel, and she's done a whole montage of Whitsitt's behaviour since he's got back from doing that. a thing down in supposedly in Antarctica, she compares it to the behaviour before, and it's all erratic now, and he's like screaming and shouting, getting angry, begging for money, completely different person to what he was before he went.
Wow, there you go. You see?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I mean that's all fine, but like we shouldn't be talking about Whitsitt being here to defend himself. Plus, he's going through personal problems. Someone took and frickin' uploaded him arguing with his girlfriend on the internet and a bunch of shit, dude. So like, if he's acting erratic, wouldn't surprise me. People are trying to fucking dox him and do shit to him his personal life, and have. It's not even theoretical.
Okay.
So,
right.
I'm
not aware of all that.
Imagine you and your wife and children were going through like some issue, and you have to be a public face on the internet. Could you handle it? Would you act the same?
No, I wasn't.
Know what I mean?
That, I do apologize.
Yeah. I bet the same girl that freaking uploaded his video of him fighting with his girlfriend is the same girl that made the montage. Her name is Rusty Soul. She's a piece of human garbage.
Wow.
I've been watching Whitsitt streams recently. They're great. Tons of great information. He's been. Hey, he's not gone crazy like people are saying.
Okay, good. Because I haven't been watching him at all.
I thought his last two streams were good too, as a matter of fact. But I haven't seen the montage. I just know that he's going through some personal shit. So like, yeah.
Well, I feel bad now because it was Rusted Soul who made that video. Someone linked it to me, so I am sorry.
How did I guess?
Yeah, so now I know I'm in the wrong, so I'm not ashamed to admit that.
She used to hang out on our server. We had to eject her. She said she was a prophetess or something. It's freaking just psycho.
Oh,
yeah, so
bloody hell, really? We've had some psychopaths come through then. Wow.
Yeah, they hear flat earthers are nuts, and they're like, hey, I can go be friends with them because I'm nuts.
Wow.
They're like, no, they're like, you're not going to take my title.
Yeah, one-upping flat earthers. That's pretty funny. I mean, they that whole side of the community had kind of gone off the rails on ether cosmology to the point of deifying it, which was kind of weird and creepy. So,
well, she conveniently left that whole part out of the video that she was like, in a relationship with him and stuff.
I didn't know she was in a relationship with him. I didn't know that part. I do know that. I know the people involved. I don't even want to use the names. I do know that she uploaded a video that his wife had taken of them arguing, and I said, "Listen, you really should take this down. Like, this is like, first of all, it's slimy and classless. But secondly, is it that even a third two-party consent state? Because some states in America, you got to have both parties consent before you can record them. So I was like, you might want to take this down. You might be committing a felony. I don't know. I don't know where it was taken." And she was like, "Nope, I'm not taking it down. I don't care."
It's not nice having an argument with your missus or your husband or whatever. That's a bit weird.
I mean, and like the camera's like hidden away, like far away, like, you know what I mean? So it was intentionally placed so it wouldn't be seen. And,
that's terrible. Yeah, that's a felony.
The fact that we're talking about it, we shouldn't be talking about whatever happened in somebody's freaking house between a man and wife, dude. Like, that's just wrong.
Yeah, and I don't generally. So that's me. I don't ever.
Well, I mean, my point isn't that we're talking about the opportunity, like the whole thing should have never happened in the first place.
Agreed. Yeah. And then it was uploaded onto YouTube. I mean, that's just terrible.
Yeah, dude. Like, we don't need laws to respect people's privacy. We should just do it anyway because it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
Rusted Soul's just mad. Well, I didn't say her name. She's mad because Whitsitt just like totally demolished her argument against him when we were in Geos.
Oh my God! So she's like a triggered Glober.
Oh yeah, big time.
Is she that girl on Twitter that like?
And it's not even that we condone any kind of bad behavior, right? It's more that we all understand, having been in relationships, that you can take a one moment and it seemed like something so super crazy, and it's really, you know, just something that you guys might have on or whatever moment in time. You know, there are things that many women I've been with I'd never shared to the public. I'm like, oh yeah, you spazzed out, didn't you? Got out of control a little bit, huh? You know what I mean? Like everybody had that moment, and to just
I could make a montage.
like we don't have those moments is whack. You know.
Yeah, we could all make.
That's why we haven't spoken about it. That's why you don't know about it, because we're not like, you know. And that's not even my friend. I don't like him. So.
Yeah, no, it was my bad for bringing it up. I was just looking at it, like the way that video was portrayed is like he's acting super suspicious. Now he's come back from Antarctica. Obviously, I didn't know any of that backstory because none of that was added in the video. I'm not really in that community or anything. So yeah, my bad on that.
Yeah, I get it, dude. You don't have to apologize.
Yeah, I haven't watched anything of since they've come back from the 24-hour, what do you call it, the final experiment thing. I haven't watched anything after that, so I don't know what he's up to be honest. So there you are.
Well, I watched parts of his last two streams. Like his last stream wasn't even about flat Earth. I can't remember what the one before that was about. But they're very good. Like I think he's actually gotten better, quite honestly.
Yeah, he did one with Jaron, didn't he, recently as well, though?
I didn't watch any of that. I didn't watch that.
His debate review, I didn't watch the debate, but if you watch his debate review, there's so much great like flat Earth information that he puts out in that against Jaron, and just pointing out like it's a really good lesson in fallacious logic and that kind of thing. He breaks everything down pretty well, and some of you would enjoy it, even if you don't like Witsit that much. He puts out some good information about how the Antarctica thing doesn't in no way shape like disprove flat Earth in any way. Like he puts out some good stuff about that.
Wait, is that the video where he represented the celestial theodolite as the best flat Earth proof?
No. I didn't really hear him talk about that at all.
Because at one part, that was what I'm thinking of. He was going on saying that you can't use sextants below 15 degrees or 20 degrees elevation due to all the optical distortion in the air. And it goes on to say a 2-degree elevation angle to a star occulted by a peak is totally reliable and the best flat Earth proof in existence.
Yeah, that don't follow.
Right? Like, I'm like, dude, like 10 minutes ago you were saying this, and now you're saying that.
Well, I mean, let's give it the best possible interpretation. The best possible interpretation would be the fudge that we can't make the observation is that below that it matches a flat Earth and not a globe, so they throw it out as unreliable. But you actually can rely on it at those elevation angles, and it's the best flat Earth proof. that's I should be the PR guy. Hey, what's he looking for? Water?
It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Flat Earth Banjo says he doesn't trust Witsit as far as he can throw him. Him and Jaron are still playing their scamming, he says. Yeah, so Flat Earth Banjo, he's totally disappointed with the pair of them.
I actually watched one of his streams a couple days ago for probably the first time in a long time. His problem is he meanders too much, man. He doesn't get to the point. He's all over the place. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I don't align with a lot of the stuff he says.
Yeah.
Some of it's good, but you know what I mean? But I think he speculates too much.
Yeah, there's a speculation element which I don't like myself as well. Just want the hardcore facts. That's all I want. He was very heavily invested in Jaron and Witsit, but since they've gone to this Antarctica thing, Flat Earth Banjo's written them all off. He's thrown them under a bus, and he keeps reversing over them, driving over them, and reversing again. He's funny.
I mean, there are some sketchy things about the videos they took, but I'm not going to go as far as saying they're fake. My position is they just don't matter.
No.
Either way, fake or not fake, it don't even matter.
They didn't matter before they went anyway. They didn't matter, and we said that, didn't we? That that's not going to prove.
Duffy admitted it.
Sorry.
Duffy admitted it in the debate.
Yeah.
He improved the state of the earth by looking at the sun. Like you just checkmated yourself.
Yeah.
And the only thing I got a little ticked off about was that all the things they said they were gonna do, they didn't do any of it whatsoever.
True, that is true.
They were going to bring Nikon P900s with infrared conversions.
Yeah, dude, that's just what I was thinking, man. The infrared converted P900s, that's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
I wanted to see them go up to the highest peak that they can get access to. Whip out the P900 with the infrared conversion and do observations from there.
Yep.
Yeah. Why didn't they do it, I wonder?
They said they were going to, too. It never came out. So it's frustrating. The air is already so thin, right, that you can already see mountains 300 miles away, which is the Rayleigh limit.
Yeah, right. So to go up to the peak, they had to pay a different charge, and they had to get equipment and all kinds of other things, which Duffy.
How convenient.
I would have just did it anyway. What are they going to do? Arrest you?
Yeah.
Right.
And hold you in what jail?
For a good story.
There ain't even a jail within freaking 700 miles.
Yeah, there's not much can happen. You know what I mean? There's no. Yeah. So you do it anyway because of that fact, and you just laugh it off and say, "Look, for future prosperity, don't worry, man. This is important." And then you get it done, and then you come down. That's it.
Well, Union Glacier is already a resort with excursion packages, including mountain hikes up there.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
And they were in the summer when they were doing these, so they should have done one. Yeah.
What a waste of money.
I know. Yeah. I know. It's such a tragedy.
Yeah, it was a waste of money.
Stereoscopic balloon plate. A lot less.
I wonder if you could just link up two Nikon P900s to do the stereoscopic.
Yeah, dude. All you need is a gondola, right? And you just calibrate them. You make it so that they're what do you need? The convergence point is, I don't know, about 10 miles away or 100 miles away, whatever.
That's
often when you want the convergence point at the horizon.
Right? Infinity. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you could just make them parallel, right?
Right.
You get conversion in software too.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, I know one of the other issues that Witz had said was the baggage limit, the weight limit. I forgot how much it was going to be, like $50 for another 35 pounds or something, or per pound or something like that.
You just threw frickin' McEwen out of the airplane.
Yeah, but when they got to Punta Arenas, they said that that they could bring another 50 pounds and whatever, or another bag or something. But yeah, by the time they told them that,
so Duffy told them something about a weight limit.
Yeah, but then they got there, right? And they said all of the Globers had big giant bags full of stuff, and they all knew about it, but they told the flat earthers that they had a weight limit.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That P900 would have been at the top of my list. They've thrown out everything else.
Why would you listen to the globe earthers?
Yeah.
At any point.
Well, they literally held hands with them and went there.
Yeah, I could never do that. You know me, I wouldn't be anywhere near them. You know what I mean? I just could not do that. Joking. Shake hands.
McEwen would still be there under 6 feet of ice with an ice tombstone right over it.
At least they don't have to be afraid by getting doxxed by these guys anymore.
Yeah, I'll be saying to them, make sure I don't see a 24-hour sun, because it means you guys have done something and it's going to be held to pay. Yeah? Don't let me see it. Give them something to worry about. Give them the psycho one. Yeah, I don't want to see an 24-hour sun, because if I do, you are in trouble. It means you're cheating, okay? McToon the Loon? I'll be trying to calm me down. I'll be pushing him off.
It's just from Punta Arenas, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, when Jaron himself filmed the sun rising to the southeast and setting to the southwest, and he couldn't figure out what was going on in Punta Arenas, that was awesome to see.
Yeah, exactly.
He thought his GPS was upside down or his compass was backwards. Because he's like, no, wait, the sun can't be in the south, like doing this, because I believe in Pizza Earth.
Does McToon ever come in here?
He hasn't been, not in here, he doesn't, but he's been in the Omni Talk, of course. Jet Pandas a few times, and the, what's the other one? Medicinal Mass Media, and then you have Earth Awakenings. Been around in all those.
Specifically ignores us.
He hasn't been in this.
We don't exist.
Actually, it was in Geo's. It was in Geo's. Like a week ago.
2 weeks ago.
There you are.
2 weeks ago.
Hey, if I was a Globe Earther, I'd be in Geo's, and I'd be making recordings of all the dumb dwarfs in there too.
Well, that's where he is all the time. He's in Geo's.
Yeah, he is.
And he has like a little entourage with him.
Yeah, no,
I
slag him off all the time. I don't really have anything nice to say to him.
Yeah, he's trying to. He did a couple of he did an observation supposedly with some group, like 3 observations. He wanted to call it science. The you know, the whole sticky shadows.
Oh yeah, there we go again. Yeah.
Because not to rain on the parade, I'm being told we have some new people showing up in the room. Is that correct?
Welcome, people. Welcome to the server. Sorry we've ignored you there for a second or two. But if you have any questions...
I want to talk about McToon. No, just kidding.
McToon the Loon. Right, yes. If you have any questions dealing with the topic matter here, the globe Earth lie and the flat Earth truth, why is it we know the Earth is flat, and etc., please ask any question. Don't hesitate. Make your visits count. You're here now. You've made it. Yeah. Strike whilst the iron is hot, as they say. Yeah. Any question you like, any query, anything. Doesn't make sense, you ask us.
My name Liam in the chat doesn't want to talk to us directly, but said he wants to go to YouTube and listen to people talking about us to find out what we believe directly.
That's why don't you come and ask us?
Man,
tell you we don't do beliefs.
But
maybe I have a question.
Okay, maybe let's go for it.
If every other planet in the universe is round, why is Earth flat?
Okay, that's a common mistake that most globers make. Okay, a mistake because they're associating Earth as part of the planets. That's a false equivalence fallacy. And then the other thing is, how have you confirmed that all those planets are spherical and round when you haven't been up there to check it? And then Earth has life. Those planets do not. And then the meaning of the word planet means wandering star. Okay, when you translate it from Latin into English or from Greek into English, it means wandering star. Earth is not a star, Earth is not wandering. So there's a lot of mistakes making there. Okay, and the answer is we don't know what they are up there, and we don't claim to know that. And Earth is measurable flat, we can measure it. So it's not the same. We are the only thing with life on it, and everything. We are the center of creation, and everything else revolves and orbits around us, rotates around us. We are the thing with life. Okay? You can't get vegetables, fruits, pistachio nuts on those planets, but you get them here on Earth. There you are. Does that make sense?
But life doesn't have to be complex. It can be bacteria or single cell life.
Okay. Again, you don't know if that is on the planets that you call them. You don't know if that's happening on there. You would have to go there to know that. You see what I mean? You're still making that mistake.
Let me approach this from just a
go ahead.
Now, imagine you're in a house, you're looking out the keyhole of your door, and every house on your street is brick. Does it mean your house is brick?
Well, if my house is brick, I can confirm that.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't just look at all the other houses to figure out what your house is made out of. You got to look at your house. We've looked at this house, and there's no curvature here. And you can't have a ball without a curving surface. Right? Can't have a flat ball.
Okay, so if Earth is flat, then why can I see every city at once from my location?
Are you asking a serious question?
It's the same questions in the same order.
Can I answer this one?
Is it?
It's all right.
Is it
Can I
the
answer
same
this
order?
one?
Yeah, go ahead, Elisha.
All right. You ever watch the news?
I rarely watch news, to be honest.
Have you ever watched the news?
Yes,
ever
I have.
Watched the news? Okay. Have you ever watched the weather?
Yes, I have.
Do you know what a meteorologist is?
It's a person who tells about weather.
Okay. And do you know that when they're talking about the weather, they tell you the visibility, meaning how far you can see in your area due to the weather?
Yeah.
Right. So you can't see through the air forever.
Yeah, that
So
makes
if you're
sense.
looking at Africa, the air is in the way.
So it's basically hidden behind air.
Yep. And other things, but yep.
The light from that object can't reach your eye. And even if it could, hypothetically, and you're in a vacuum, it would be so small because of things get smaller, appear smaller with distance the further they are away, that you would never be able to distinguish it from the horizon itself.
How can we see stars that are light years away from Earth?
How do you know they're light years away?
Well, that's what NASA tells me.
That's what NASA tells you, huh? NASA also tells you that frickin' the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere. It rains diamonds on Jupiter, and Uranus has a door that opens and closes and emits gas. Hydrogen sulfide that smells like farts. So
it's science-based, and science is based on observation.
Is it now? Yeah, okay, what do they observe?
They use specialized tools that are designed to be correct.
That are designed to be correct?
Yeah.
How do you know any of this, what you're saying?
I just believe it.
Okay, see, and there we go. There is the crux of the issue, is that you believe a bunch of stories from complete strangers, right? Contrary to your experience of reality. Your experience of reality is, I see the sun move, I see the stars move, I see the moon move. I don't feel the earth moving. I see it looks flat, but, you know, they're saying none of that's true. That's all false. That way you perceive reality is actually just some sort of illusion. And you said, hey, yeah, my reality is a illusion because you guys said so and claimed that you're super smarter than me, and, you know, I'll just believe you. Don't outsource your brain to other people. Do you know why you shouldn't do that?
Why?
Because they're not responsible for you. They tell you a big bullshit story. What can you do about it? Nothing. If you act based upon their bullshit story, what can you do about it? Nothing. They're not responsible for you. No expert is responsible for you. They can get up on their soapbox and, you know, yap, yap, yap. And it's up to you to choose to believe it or not. If you want to completely just like shut off your own mind and say, okay, I'll just like shut off my mind and trust your mind. I mean, that's on you. You're free to do that. I don't think that's any way to live, though.
Well, I'm here to hear your perspective and why you believe Earth is flat. That's why
I don't believe it. I just told you. I told you, right? That's how we perceive it. That's not a belief.
Yeah, from Earth, you might think that it's flat, but if you go high up in the
that's
space,
a belief. No, that's a belief.
So what would happen if you go up the space on the ISS, for example, and you would see the Earth?
What do you mean?
International space.
What does that mean to go up the space?
I mean, if you go like kilometers up the atmosphere and you reach space.
Okay, so they say the ISS is 400 kilometers above the surface of the Earth.
Something like that.
Okay, so how much of the Earth does it see from there?
Just a fraction.
Yeah, small fraction. 3%. Now, should you see curvature of the Earth if you can only see 3% of the surface? The answer is no. Okay. So, no, you wouldn't see curve from the ISS, despite what they show on video, because guess what? Chris Hadfield, who was an astronaut, that claims he spent time there, said in an interview that the Earth is beautiful. It's flat and just gorgeous to see. The Chinese space station shows a flat Earth. Right? So, how can we rely on this to determine what the truth is? Can't. But what we can rely on, we're standing on it and we can just measure it. We can measure what the Earth is and know what it is. We don't have to trust anybody. Didn't people claim they figured it out 2,000 years ago? 2025, you can't figure it out on your own? See, this is what we're here fighting against, right? This belief system, that having a belief system is normal. There's no law that says you have to believe what they say. There's no reason you should believe what they say. You should be able to, and the idea of fucking someone just coming along and saying, it just looks flat, it's just a giant ball. Trust me, if you go high enough, you'll see it as a ball. Trust me, bro.
But it's based on science.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe in science.
Any science. I believe in science. Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. So you don't have to believe in it. People do study the natural world and the things in it. It's not a belief. And you haven't mentioned any science at all.
Well, how does gravity work for a flat earther? How do you think it works?
What is gravity?
Gravity is the force that pulls you down.
The force that pulls you down. Are you sure about that?
Well, how does it work, in your opinion?
You pick something up, falls to the ground. If it's freaking less dense than the air, surrounding air, it goes up.
Like gravity, the more massive the object is, the more it pulls.
Yeah. Cool.
So how?
Story. That's a story, brother.
So it's not true?
Well, is there any? It's not what. Listen, what's the evidence for it? We're about evidence here because science, as a human activity, is empirical, meaning it's based upon observation and experiment. It isn't based upon theory, ideas, abstractions, things like that. Those go along with science, but the ultimate decider of whether some claim is scientific is, do you have an experiment that demonstrates that your theory, your claim, your hypothesis is actually true? Now, this claim that mass attracts mass is the cause of falling objects, there's no experiment which demonstrates that's actually true. So when you say, how does gravity work on a flat Earth? Well, what do you mean by gravity? Do you mean, you drop something and it falls? No one knows why that happens. There's no experiment that shows why that happens. Now, there's a hypothesis that Newton proposed, which he also didn't believe in and recanted, that mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Now, that hypothesis has never been shown to actually be the cause of a falling object. So, if you ask how it works on a flat Earth, it works the same way as it works on a globe. There's a little g.
There's a YouTube video that shows gravity in action.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
What is it? Yeah? What is it?
They did an experiment where they took two objects that have mass and they attract to each other because of gravity.
How do you know it's because of, first of all, how would you know it's because of gravity?
Well, I just believe in it.
Yeah, I know.
It's science-based.
So science is a belief.
I think it's
How
an
come you're like
attraction.
in this circular rhetoric of, I believe in it, it's science-based. You just keep saying it's science-based over and over again as if somehow just chanting that is going to give what you're saying validity. It doesn't.
I haven't studied science. I just
say science some more. Why don't you chant logic, science? Everyone believes it. Why would they lie? Just like chant some shit because it's entertaining.
My mom told me it's true.
Yeah, my mama said. My mama said. No, you're wrong, Mr. Sanders. He's gonna attack him through the computer. Something wrong with your medulla oblongata. You have a lot of beliefs, man. You have a whole stack of them. But it doesn't have to be this way. There's some things you can say, hey, we don't know. And then there's other things you can say, yeah, I do know because I went in and tested that. Right? You can actually know things instead of having like theories and hypotheses and be stuck in that loop where you never actually know anything. You just have a bunch of maybes. But then you say this is science-based, so you try to convert your maybe into a truth. But you can't actually do that because we know how to determine truth and deductively. And since science uses induction, you can never actually get to any truth with that methodology.
I wonder if it's possible to simulate flat Earth in a computer. Like same way we can simulate physics and make Earth round, but can you make such physics that make
No, you're just
flat
making
Earth?
that up. There's no physics that makes Earth round. Sorry. I know you've been told that, but they've run this in simulation and they don't get around Earth.
So they use kind of fake
They use a computer
physics?
program called a discrete element analysis where they make up little frickin' particles and insert their physics formulas like Newtonian gravity. Then they hit play and see what happens. And the little particles don't form balls.
So there's something wrong about Newtonian physics?
What do you mean wrong? In what sense?
If you follow Newtonian
works.
physics, it will make round Earth.
No,
But-
no. Not in simulation, it won't. And even if Newtonian physics predicted that, you still need the empirical observation in nature of that happening.
So basically, world works in a different kind of physics that make Earth flat.
No. First of all, your physics, the inverse square law, the universal law of gravitation does not predict Earth as a sphere. That is a special case. You know what a special case is? Meaning the initial configuration, geometric configuration of the particles need to be isotropic and homogeneous. Then when you hit time t, they'll form into a sphere because everything is equal mass, evenly spaced apart in every direction, right? So it'll coalesce to a point. That's fine, but nobody thinks that the universe or anything else ever started this way. So if you run any type of realistic quote-unquote simulation, we're actually simulating the way matter really exists, you won't get a sphere. You just think that. I'll post the Astrophysics Journal in the chat. You want me to do that?
But do flat earthers have created...
The scientists that you're citing as science say you're wrong, dude.
No, I just want to know, have flat earthers created their own physics?
No.
We don't need to.
No.
So you don't have any explanation to why Earth is flat?
Physics is not an explanation. Physics describes things, okay? And you don't even have a description. You just think you do. You keep trying to skate past that is if you're going to say, well, we have a prediction of a sphere and you don't. You don't have a prediction of a sphere. Trying to bamboozle the people listening on YouTube.
I would love to see how flat Earth was formed. How was it created?
How the fuck would we know? We weren't here. No matter what we came up with, right, it would be an unprovable hypothesis.
At least we can simulate around Earth. You cannot simulate
No,
flat
you
Earth.
can't. I already covered this. I'm going to post it in the fucking chat now because now you pissed me off. You keep saying the same wrong thing. Now when I post it in chat, you say it again, you're going to get banned for lying. Got it? Okay. Playing your bullshit, dude.
I'm just trying to be respectful.
No. Trying to be a little snake.
Well, if he thinks that it has been done, can he post it?
Yeah. I got this from a Glober, dude. Like that's the funny thing. That years ago I said, hey, do you got any actual simulations or predictions that gravity would form shit into a sphere? And I got this. Not a sphere.
How'd they flip the semi-major and minor axes?
This isn't actually. They actually had to add like let's call it a stiction force in order to get it to do anything, because when they use just gravity, it didn't work.
They need extra
They had to add like a stickiness factor, so that when they collided, right, they had kind of like a damped spring. They turned it into a damp spring model. So that didn't bounce as far away. You know, not the spring where it bounces, the spring where it, like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, it rusts faster, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So more friction.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I posted
a medium like ether, huh? They added an ether drag, man.
Look in the chat. I posted a quote for that section.
Well, here's another special plea. You know, just grant me this one exception, guys, and I can do it.
Here, give me some extra physics that don't actually exist.
Right. Right, and then call it science. And then call us skeptics deniers.
So in 5 months, you know, I'm sure you're just going to be saying gravity forms spheres, and you're going to continue to think it, despite the evidence that there is no evidence for that. Did he leave?
There's another guy named Liam. He's been in text chat just yakking away. Says his English is poor. I bet his mic is broken too.
Really? Most people speak English better than they type it.
Yeah.
That's kind of odd.
True. That is absolutely true. I can't speak English. I'm not very well with people accents. Yeah, that was forced.
Yeah. Yeah, he, like, actually had a, like, I told you, comma, I can't speak English. Like, yeah, sure. I don't believe it.
I mean, this
Not
is
with
the
that
English
sentence
server,
structure.
right?
I'll say it again.
This is the English server is for him to practice.
I couldn't understand a single word.
I said this is the English server.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. I was just reading what he said. It is the English server, but he's saying in perfect English that he didn't understand a single word of English. Do you understand what trolling is? Some of the things I fascinating about certain global earthers is you show them the empirical evidence and they still continue to believe the thing. Some idea, some physics concept, some physics model. You show them that the model doesn't match reality and they still continue to believe it. That to me is like the cuckooest thing.
Right. And they begin throwing some of their champions under the bus.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at you, Matthew Lawrence. Specifically you. He told me straight to my face, man. I showed him all that GNOME data. And I said, now that you've seen the data, Matt, you're going to continue to believe the model that doesn't accurately make predictions? He was like, yes. I'm like, okay.
Interesting character, that guy. He's polite, like many of these guys are. We seem to want to hang around for a long time, gather information.
Dear diary, I took another L today, but I had to show a brave face and just change the subject to how all flat earthers are stupid. I don't know how long I continue on like this. I might just give up the ghost and become a flat earther. Say bye, kiss my.
I love it how their new thing is to convert these huge distances of missing curvature into degrees to try to cope, to try to make themselves feel better.
That's a tactic they were using on X. Well, only a couple people. That's only 2 degrees of curvature. Like, what? Curvature isn't measured in degrees, buddy. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. And if the light's being deflected, they're neglecting the distance in which there are physical processes having to take place to alter the path of light to get it to where it needs to go the way they see it. So just discussing, arc lengths or angular displacements doesn't do justice to all the meteorological conditions.
You guys heard Matthew's theory on flat earthers burning out after 10 years and going back to the globe?
No, but is that the theory? Does he propose a cause?
Yeah, he puts a 10-year lifespan on this thing. Or on individuals, They'll go for 10 years and then they'll finally realize their mistake and just go back to the globe. I don't know.
Well, measurements are forever. Yes.
For sure, yeah.
Who cares what religious people are born and die? Reality will always be reality. Who cares how you choose to dilute yours when you're living? You don't care. I don't. Not if you don't care.
I think we're getting to that point though, the air feels different around this topic. that it has been around long enough now, the modern resurgence at least, and the major ridicule phase is finally kind of losing momentum, and people are taking it a bit more seriously, because they see we're still right here, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I think that might be true, let's say, in the West to a certain degree. But when you're talking about the agents, especially the recent spite of Indians and Pakistanis and some Africans coming in, they're still coming in with some of that ridicule and trolling behavior. So maybe in the West, perhaps, but only, and again, to a certain degree, because there's still pockets of people that haven't come to visit us as well. So there might just be a lull at the moment, that's all. Calm before the storm, as we say. I'm letting my guard down, though. Trust no Glober.
Yeah, but it's like waves. The generations are growing up. And it's 5 years since that major deception. At this point, people have had time to educate themselves on things, and they're coming around to these deeper, harder truths.
Yeah,
of course, there's still going to be trolls. They're never going to go away. But people are lightening up on this because, just regular day-to-day living involves eating such an amount of bullshit at this point.
That's right.
People are breaking left, right, and center. Like the illusion is breaking left, right, and center for them.
Yeah, it's not a good time to be living if you're looking for the truth with all that misinformation out there and AI greasing that slippery slope for you. Yeah, I would have to admit that. But I still think there's more to come in the way of ridicule, and that's not over yet. Just a lull. Like I said, that's not going to go away. That's still going to come still. But we are unwavering, unceasing, unstoppable. Yeah, so that's it. We're like the air you breathe, inescapable.
There's always this conundrum with revolution. It's like things have to reach a certain point of badness for people to revolt. But if they reach a point of badness, they're like too busy trying to survive to revolt. The only time people actually revolt is when things are so bad, even trying to survive, like, still it doesn't even work, right? Like you spend all your time trying to survive, and you're still like, still on the pathway to being under the ground. That's when revolt happens, when it becomes more beneficial to change the system than to continue in it. But I don't think we're anywhere near that point, at least not in America. People make the pragmatic choice, like they know everything's messed up, but they're just like, I still can put food on the table. I have to work 2 jobs, but I can still do it. It has to reach the point where they can't make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No matter what they do.
Basically, dire straits. Then you're going to revolt. Yeah, dire straits.
So it's like the people who show up to the protests are the ones who don't have much going on that day, or who have vacation days saved up. It's the ones who are spread thin, right? They have like the 2 jobs, like Indio saying. They don't have time to make it to the protests or all of that stuff.
Well, the thing is, when the 2 jobs ain't enough, you know what I mean? That's the point where they quit one of those jobs because they can't even make it with the 2 jobs.
Yeah. I mean, I think trying to go against the grains that are, or the powers that be here in the States would just lead to total annihilation.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a choice.
I recommend people to
in
opt
that
out as
regard.
much as they can, have as little interaction with, the authorities as they can. That's my recommendation. Vote with your feet. Don't try to change them. Just ignore them. Because we all know that the government's full of narcissists. And as Healy always says,
Yeah.
the best
I'm
revenge
just
against
saying,
a narcissist is to ignore them.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just saying, like, if anybody wanted to overthrow, I think that would be a bad option.
Oh, yeah, violent. Oh, dude, I'm not advocating violent overthrow of anything, but you sure know voting don't work.
I think the biggest problem in the world is
I've been saying that my whole
women
life.
are too happy in it.
What was that?
I know you're going to understand that one, Andrew. I said, I think the biggest problem with like the status quo maintaining right now is because it serves women too well. They're having a great fun.
Yeah, that is a huge problem. That's partly
And it's
simple.
kind of like men only step up to the mark that women draw for them, and if that mark is below, like, violent revolution, men will never rise to that level. You know what I mean? Not advocating that, of course. Just example.
I don't know if you know this, but there is a video done where this guy went up to random women and asked them what's like the minimum, like, amount of money a guy needs to make. Like,
Yeah, what is it now? Like 10 million a year.
And no, it was literally what 1% of the top 1% of men make. So the average woman wants the top 1% man. Not an
Yeah,
average.
but we see this quite often, like with societal issues. It never really, no one pays attention to them until they start affecting women, you know?
That's a whole nother rant.
It is.
Yeah.
It's all
Just talking about
interconnected.
basic liberties, basic, like what we want, right? What do we want? We want some truth. We want some transparency, right? We want some actual. We want our votes to actually count, right? But I've been saying it since I was a small child, man, that your vote doesn't matter. These people wouldn't risk losing power, giving people a choice. And that's why I say it's like, yeah, what India said was perfect. Just ignore them. I mean, it's your best bet. Don't give them, like, homeschool your children. Get your children out of the school systems. That's a big one. Is if you're allowing the enemy to educate your children will eventually turn against you. It's just the way it goes. That's if you're lucky enough to have some.
Yeah. Just government's power is interaction with you. Just starve them. Starve it to death.
Yeah, it really wouldn't take very much as well, you know. People really don't understand how fragile the judicial system is, for example. You know, you can clog it up real fast if you had a dedicated amount of people willing to stand.
Yeah, if everybody's like, nobody takes a plea deal anymore, where everybody's going to trial. That's the end right there. That's all they got to do. In America, it's something like 95% of people reach a plea bargain. Just how about those 95% take their case to trial? So now they got to pick juries for 95%. Like, bro, that act right there would bankrupt the government because jurors get paid.
Yeah, that's it. It's their Achilles heel, man. You know.
But that's just here in the States. I mean, it's a much bigger fish to fry, man. I mean, when you start talking about it, like with the different countries, everyone's got their own system set up, and it's not good. That's why I say
They're
the
just
more
as
you learn,
corrupt,
the more
man.
you realize. yeah, the more you realize it's just the whole thing is just broken.
The only one that actually talks about it at this level, that I guess is pseudo mainstream, is Shiva. Dr. Shiva is like, you know, there are no actual grassroots, bottoms up movements. They're all top down. Like MAGA, that's top down. There's these top down movements, and he's like, worldwide there should be a bottoms up movement, and not in the sense of like a communist revolution, you know, in the sense of like people actually do have the power, but the powers that be try to dictate how we exercise that power. Where, like, you know, it's like the ropes at the bank, right? We're herded through the ropes. People think this is the way we have to do things. Is it really? Do we have to do it that way? Is there another way? No, I don't agree with everything Shiva says. He has addressed what I think he talked to Dave. Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, he did. That was a very.
He's like, the Earth is
painful
flat.
conversation.
Like, even if the Earth is flat, what does it matter because we're being screwed over? I mean, what does it matter? Like, you got people that are caught in an absolute delusion. Like, you have to change people's brain state, dude. Like, altogether. Do you want to empower a bunch of people that don't know how to figure out what the truth is in the first place? Where's that going to lead?
Well, he had spoke to Dave about doing. He had spoke to Dave that during that interview about doing something big, you know, with a bunch of with a bunch of top people in their fields, you know, to really just put this thing to bed. And then, yeah, I mean, it was a painful conversation to listen to, but I get Shiva's point. He's trying to do it in a way where it can't be refuted, right? And it's a good way to go about it. It's a good approach. It would force everyone to see the reality that the Earth isn't curving. Okay,
It could always be refuted because, not actually refuted, but apparently refuted, as in the sense, say you did get a bunch of top people, they would just slander those top people. You know what I mean? And then people would have a reason to dismiss it. Oh, this dude, he beat his wife, and this guy, he robbed a bank, and this guy, like, he cheated on his third grade science exam, and, you know, they'll just character assassination so that you can just dismiss whatever they found.
Yeah, no, that's their usual MO, right? Is to character assassinate, not focus on the meat and potatoes of the argument, focus on the person rather than the argument. But what he was saying was,
well, hold on.
Do it in a way.
This is where this is where Shiva gets like against his own things. He knows they're corrupt. He knows there's liars, and then like you're gonna trust corrupt liars to just like spread the information as it is instead of twisting it and distorting it. So because they're the people that have access to the masses, right? I mean, we have access, you know, with podcasts and all this stuff to a certain level, but like the broad masses, they're only accessible to by the powers that be. So you have to rely on them to tell the truth, and that's obviously a no-go.
Dr. Shiva is still just an idiot. I mean, because, you know, it's easy to sound smart until you're challenged, you know.
Yeah, he didn't sound smart in that interview.
Yeah, I had seen him a number of times before. For whatever reason, I paid attention to like this election cycle. But as far as the interview, yeah, man, like it's almost like
I'm acting fucking good.
Listen. They can't listen. They don't understand. It's like you can lay out an entire thing, and he's like, "Yeah, you know, you take, you know, 6 of your best people. I take, you know, 6 of the other side's best people, and you know, we'll come to really like set this thing straight." Okay, they already did that. CFI investigators, Flat Earth. The claim was that the horizon be 1.2 miles away, blocking the flag. It wasn't the case. That's already documented. Let's get her done since it's already happened. You know what I'm saying? Like this idea that we need to do something now. No, it's already been done, homeboy.
Yeah, that's 100% true. These things have been done, but have these things been done in a way where everybody's privy to it, right? And with the way information works, it just certain
All he
happenings
needed to
fall through
do
the
with
cracks.
his platform was accept that it was done and share it. That's my point. And there's nothing else to be done. Share the information. It's there. You want to do it yourself? Go to the beach. But when he has a platform, he could have shared it. But this idea, people with platforms are like, oh, before we share the information, we have to, fuck all that bullshit.
Yeah, they want to do it in a way where they're going to get some type of credit for it. They're not going to share something that's already been achieved by other people. Why? Because then they don't get to put their stamp on it. Again, it's like where selfishness ruins what's already been done by others.
Flat Earth can't be some fine achievement. It can't be. It's a realization that you've been dumb all your life. That's just what it is. Like we can't go, we're finally gonna bust the government ass. We're gonna be the ones that you want to be the one to let the truth out. The bottom line is it's been out and alive and living all around and about us this entire time. The difference between us and them is they haven't realized it yet. So it's just a realization. It's nothing to even puff your chest out about and be like, ooh, yeah, let me be the one to tell everybody. Like,
Oh, you hear people say it all the time. It's we have bigger fish to fry. There's worse problems happening all over the map, right? You hear it every time someone comes in with what they feel is a more important issue, right? They talk about people trying to just bring this truth to the forefront of the conversation and say, well, why are you wasting time on this issue when there's more important issues?
that's exactly what a blower's brain is on. Yeah.
Yeah, they found us.
Yo, what's a more important issue? All right, you watch TV, you read the news. Yes. What's more important than them literally lying to you? Like this.
Unfortunately, most people are worried about putting food on the table in England. Survival.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you're in England putting food on the table and you're not fucking watching TV, then good for you. But I know I grew up poor and I still had a TV and I still drank the Kool-Aid because there's Star Wars, Star Trek. Nowadays there's Netflix. Everything starts with the globe. So if it really doesn't matter, I need you to address those points, my man. Not you, but anybody in general. Tell me that shit don't matter. It don't matter that you turn around and they're telling you as a matter of fact that you live on a globe and all of this other shit, it's just a nice way of imagining the things that you can't see.
In my opinion, we're never going to get the masses to understand the shape of the earth while this system's in power and the majority of people are interested in money, materialism.
What was the point of me saying what I was saying in response to somebody else if you're not going to respond to what I was saying? All due respect. All due respect, like people have a habit of just saying whatever. Respond to what I said.
Good morning, Elijah.
Good morning. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Anybody who says there's more important things to do, like just like it's more important to pay that cable bill versus putting that 25 a month into a savings account for your child that would, you know, enable them to go to college, have a car, have a house, maybe buy into a business that you don't have to fucking come out of pocket for right then. Maybe there's a lot of things that are true that people just not privy to. How the fuck is it not more important though? If it's more important, all right, turn off the TV. You got more important shit to do. Show me that you're not sipping the Kool-Aid that you're saying is not important. Show me that you're able to go, oh, nah, that's poison. I'm good. I got better shit to do. Show me people doing that in their daily life so I can go, oh, okay, well, then flat Earth's not important then. Otherwise, stop saying that bullshit because it ain't true. I'm going to challenge it every time.
Personally, bro, I haven't actually watched TV on my own, like unless I'm with a family at like a party or something. But I haven't just sat there watching TV. Like the last time I sat down myself just watching the TV, I was probably like at least 5 years ago.
But your friends and family do?
Yeah, they all do.
Yeah. And the moment inevitably comes up that they say something global related, that you have to just ignore it. Right. Right or
Oh,
wrong.
Elijah, dude, one time I actually brought up the flat earth in front of my uncle and my dad, dude. And he never like ridiculed me or anything, but he's like, why do you believe it's flat? And I said, because there's evidently no curvature. Like I told him we have a lake like right next, like a 5 minute drive from our house close to Toronto. You can see there's no curve. And then my uncle just starts derailing, dude. He's like, he starts saying, "Listen, the aliens are coming. They're gonna bring the technology. We're going to space, dude. All this shit." Like he just started bouncing off the walls.
I stopped talking about it and wait for people to bring it up to me first.
Oh, have a good one.
You know, in a way, we do that with this room. We set up a room here. People voluntarily come in to talk about it.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that, like a lot of the Globers that come in here, like maybe a quarter of them, they'll come in here with the idea that we're supposed to convince them that the Earth is flat, and I don't get that.
Convince me. Convince me. But first, I will say that measurements don't matter. Axioms don't matter. Now convince me. No, first, let's not talk about the ground. It's too big. No. Convince me.
Explain.
I want you to show me a peer-reviewed paper.
The ground is too big. The distance from the ground to the sky is also huge. I don't get why people have that common thing where they always just start repeating these globe historians like Aristophanes or Foucault.
I mean, a lot of them seem to go off the same list.
All I know is that I can Cavendish dish it out, but I can't take it.
Yeah, dude. Eratosthenes, Foucault, Cavendish. That's what they say every time, dude. Or they go to NASA, dude.
Yeah, or, why can't I
Come
see
on,
forever?
kids, let's get in the car, and we're going to NASA today.
Why can't we see forever? What about eclipses? What about the planets?
How about the most logical one? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Wrote a song about it. Seriously.
Well, I would say, why would they lie is probably the smartest question they ask. That's the most logical out of what's in the sky, because that just shows how little knowledge they have of why they would lie.
Mm-hmm. Somebody on here gave a really good example. I can't remember who it was, but they were just they said, you see a dead body on the ground. You got the video of the person who did it. He's got blood all over his hands. He's got the murder weapon. And the detective, you call the 911, and the detectives come, and you're like, you give them all the evidence, and they're like, why would he do that though? Why would he kill that person? It just doesn't make sense. Why would he kill him? I don't understand.
And refusing to look at the evidence until you can prove motive.
Yeah. Why would he do that? Why would he throw his whole life away?
I think the lie has nothing to do about the nature of Earth.
I just think with most people, I've met so many people. Most people are just interested in themselves. Some celebrity, some iPhone they've got on pre-order, some movie that's coming out. They're not really interested in the Earth or nature or any of that sort of stuff. It's going to be very difficult to get through to the majority of people. They just don't care. They literally do not care. You need to find a way to make people care again. Where the bloody come from, where we are.
Make America care again, dude.
Crazy how little people care. Like around here, you just see people just throwing trash on the floor. They just don't care, man. Everyone's putting trash food in the body. They don't care about themselves. So we've just sold our soul to the government. They just do everything for us, make every decision, tell us what to think, what to feel, and when to do it. Bizarre.
Yeah. They got that Neuralink, bro. People are just like, it's weird. What's really weird is people are just like it's kind of like, yeah, I guess it's kind of like Mark of the Beast, but like, sign me up, It's like cool to throw yourself over into the water nowadays. It's, you know what I mean?
It reminds me like at the end of the original SpongeBob movie where Plankton turns on the thing and everyone's got a chum bucket on the head, just walking around headless chickens.
Fucking Plum Bob SquarePants, dude. Plum Bob.
In my city, the only time I see everyone unite is when the football match is on.
Yeah. You know what I recently saw is that the Super Bowl really is not Super Bowl, it's Superb Owl, where they harness all kinds of people's energy, dude.
It seems to be the only gatherings we really have of men anymore. Sport.
And that's all rigged too, they have magnets in their gloves that help them, catch the ball better and everything. It's just like, whether it's rigged or not though, like at the end of the day, just like I say about the space station, like whether it's real or not, at the end of the day, the amount of money they're spending to move a ball from one to the other, like these experiments they do in space, how is it helping us at all? Whether it's even real or fake, it's doing nothing for us,
Outside of Jim sent me all the prices of the satellites and the costs. I think just to put the Hubble telescope up and all the nonsense comes through, it was like 13 billion.
Yeah.
So much money.
Okay, so I went to the SpaceX factory in Hawthorne, dude. And it's literally on Crenshaw Boulevard, and there's like homeless people out front just begging for change and like all fucked up, right outside of SpaceX. You know, and like sometimes like when the head of the department or whatever's pulling in, he has to like wait a second or two for security to push somebody out of the way so he could pull his car in. You know.
Well, there's another example why people are never going to see what we kind of see, because
there's
2.4 million rough sleepers here in England, and people are supporting sending aid to other countries. It's if they can't even see past that, well, they're never going to believe what we're saying.
Yeah. It seems like they've done a really good job with getting everybody on board with this space program, like injecting it into like the music, where like the MTV Music Awards, the Moon Man, and just everything they've done. No matter whether people believe in this right or left paradigm, they're all on board with NASA. They just think it's just so cool.
It's definitely when you're in school. There's experiments like you leave school with your left brain, or the more creative side of your brain starts shrinking, because they're trained to be thinking in a specific way. And that's when the imprinters, when we're kids, like I was thinking this the other day, the only time I ever played with dinosaurs was when I was a kid.
Yeah.
As soon as you grow up, you just don't care about that crap.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you think about it, they have it timed down to such an accurate number, as far as like they lie to the kid and tell him, if you tell lies, this person who we're telling you a lie about won't bring you presents, right? And he's from the North Pole, so by the time the kid realizes that Santa Claus is not real, he's at that perfect point where they present him with the globe. He goes into school, and the globe at the North Pole is already covered with a metal ring, so you can't even see the North Pole anyways, and then you just dismiss it because you think that's where Santa Claus came from. So it's just like it's perfectly inlaid, you know what I mean?
And then the psychology of your parents openly lying to you, and then it makes it even harder for you to let go that the teachers are also lying to you, the government, The psychology behind that has been proven, that once you find out your parents lie to you, and it's a big thing in the Western world, like they lie to us, and then it's really hard for us at 40 years old, 30 years old to say, whoa. Can it have been everybody lying to us? Then it's hard to accept. If no one told you Santa Claus didn't exist until you're 40 years old, you'd probably still cry your eyes out.
It's like, but I even tell people like that's a lie, and they're like, well, we tell our kids that. We don't really consider it a lie, though. It's kind of just like a tradition, so they don't even consider it a lie, really.
Come on, Santa Claus just don't come to your house because you don't believe.
I mean, the origin behind that whole Santa Claus thing is so bad too.
In England, they just ram Coca-Cola down your throats at Christmas.
Right. That Coca-Cola, man. Neutralizing the stomach acid while you're eating your meals. You know how in school they tell you that they tell people, we're only using like 10% of our brain, and so people start believing that shit, and maybe they have a method that makes it so people can only use 10% of their brain.
Well, we've definitely been neutralized. But men used to act way different, didn't they? Like look at the men that served in World War II.
Yeah.
Like these, you really. I personally, I'm not man enough to do that. I'd crumble with an ingrowing toenail or a wet boot. I'd be complaining.
Yeah. Do you guys think the whole for those wars were to destroy the old world technology, and then also set up the cable system, like the undersea cable. When they stormed Normandy, I was looking at the timelines of everything, and like they actually don't put this in the mainstream narrative, but they were laying undersea cable right then at that time, and they on a ship called the Cannon Drum.
I wonder how long it took to lay the cable between London and New York.
Right, but okay, so they said the first actual complete cable across the channel was finished at the end of 1865. Right. Well, in order to have that type of work done, imagine how many men you would need to do it, right? And if they'd never done it before, they don't know how many men are going to die in the process, right? So think about this. What if they created something called slavery, and then just so they can emancipate them, but have them in fear, thinking like people are going to lynch them, so we're going to offer you and your family a wonderful job and salary away from all this, putting in undersea cable, you know? And they're so
I don't know the official story about undersea cable, because I thought the distance between London and New York was like 3,000 miles. So how they did that would have taken a while if it was in 1865, surely.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, think about that. How perfect it would be to use them, you know, and create the whole narrative just so you have them to put in the undersea cable, you know. Whereas, like, I don't even like for real. I don't think people were as racist and hateful as they say they were. I think that's just something that's been created to justify having them do work. You know what I mean? This is just my theory. You know, the timing of those is so perfect of it. You know.
I'm gonna look into this cable.
I want to know how'd they get it off the back of the ship.
So they had these huge cylinders that look like water, almost like a water tank, right? And the cables are metal, but when you take metal that's that long, you can they show what they do. They like whip it so it like goes whoosh, you know, and it doesn't soften it, but it gets it so that they can bend it once it's a certain length, it can be bent around this drum, you know. And when they like unfurl it as they're going along in the ocean, they have to go slowly, you know. And they're always
Right, but
perfecting it.
if the ocean's 3,000 feet deep, that means it's
You're
dangling
talking
off
about
before it hits the
spooling.
bottom.
But that means
Dangling
you're
off- what do you mean?
spooling it.
Yeah, they're spooling
Well,
it.
you're spooling it, and you're making your connections above ground, right? So if you're going to make a connection from one length to the next length, you're going to keep that shit. You're going to have multiple ships. So you're going to have a new spool starting, and you're going to have that old spool above water, right? And then you're going to make that connection above water. Then you're going to let that drop down to the seabed as you're unwinding the next spool. So obviously, you're going to spool up the cable. That's the way you're going to do it.
It's a
That's the way
painful
you'd have to do
process.
it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same type of stuff that goes on now when they're doing the installs for the fiber optics and stuff.
Oh yeah.
You got spools of the conduit, and you got spools of the fiber optic cable.
Yep.
So first you got to run the conduit, then you got to run your cable through the conduit. So if you're going to do something that deep, you're most likely going to have a conduit that the cable's inside, something to protect that cable and protect those connections.
Yeah, for sure.
How are you going to hang that much weight off the back of the boat?
It's not going to be that much weight. It's going to be attached to a spool. So you're going to have some of the weight is going to be on the ground, on the surface, the seabed, and then the rest of the weight is going to be suspended in the more buoyant salt water. Right? So it's not going to be that crazy.
You know,
I'm just reading about it, and it's not very clear how they're not really explaining how they did it. It's just kind of telling you it was this steamship called the Great Eastern in 1866.
Yeah, the history is very vague about this stuff. Very vague, dude.
Could I get a quick explanation here? What's going on? What is this flat Earth stuff and shit?
I don't think they could do it if it was on the globes.
Yeah, because if I've actually tracked down undersea cable maps, right, and where they show the cable going from one place to another, and it
why do
only
you all think Earth is flat?
Hey, put yourself on mute, bro, or I'll put you on mute.
Somebody spiraling.
He put himself on mute. Keep going.
Okay, so they have an undersea cable map, and it's similar to the what do they call it, the map that the UN uses, and so anytime a cable is laid from where it starts to where it ends, if it's in a different country or whatever, both of those countries from where it starts to where it ends, they foot the bill on it. So they're basically splitting the bill on it. So anytime you see on the news when they talk about like Russian spies are infiltrating, like cutting an undersea cable or whatever, that's absolute bullshit. These things, I'd say the undersea cables are so protected by the UN and the government agencies that it would be like breaching like the Antarctic Treaty or something. It's just like they don't do that whatsoever. So it's really interesting though where these cables, like I realized like there's some cables like really close to my place on the beach that I had no idea they were there until like I looked it up on the map, and I was like, damn. And all these different, there's like hundreds, almost thousands of different companies that all have their share and their fucking their toe in this fucking operation, dude. There's so many different companies. It's a fucking it's we were never taught about this shit in school, really. They never brought it up, but there's tens and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that all work to put these things together. And they're so compartmentalized, it's fucking crazy. You know?
Yeah, watch your language on this server.
My bad.
Brother.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no F-bombs.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've got my kids in the background here too, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Hi, kids.
Don't need to apologize, but just that's a big favor to me, so thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, the information about this cable, there's next to nothing really. It's showing you some vague pictures of a couple of wooden ships. It's showing you one pulley system that they used. It's saying there was a failed attempt in 1858.
Yeah. It just aligns perfectly with the year that they made slavery legal, or I mean, they abolished slavery or whatever. I think that almost they created this whole quote unquote slave thing just to make it abolish it, just so they'd have these workers. You know, it's similar to what they're doing now, or what they were doing a few years ago when Trump was first president. They had a thing. It's called the Second Chance Program, where inmates in prison, if they were nonviolent, they'd let them out early, and then they'd give them jobs working, putting in the 5G, in the freeways, wherever they're putting it in, and they're expendable. You know what I mean? They're around all this toxic stuff, and they're making bank and everything. And so, you let all these people out of a situation where they'd otherwise have their freedom, taken from them, and people are a lot more likely to not ask question, not question the narrative of it. They're just happy to be free and making money, So, but in order to get these people with this type of attitude, you've got to create a situation where it was taken from them. It's like problem, reaction, solution,
It is. It's a programming thing. So it starts out with the schooling, right? You're at school for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
And after that, you go to work for 8 hours a day. You got 4 hours before work, 4 hours after work. 8 hours of sleep. Your day's broken up into 3 8-hour blocks, and that's on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's speculation, though. I mean,
yeah, absolutely, it is. There's no way I can prove it.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's cool to think about, but yeah, I mean, if we got somebody who wants to ask questions about the server topic, that'd be cool.
No, absolutely, bro, absolutely. That's what I always try to say. I'll always be like, this is just my opinion, And most of the time, opinions really take away from like the heart of the truth or the facts. So I do appreciate you saying that. Is there any Globers in here? The one to get
definitely
smacked down?
Yeah, we had one. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he's
a lot of them
still
times
here.
they just
Might have
spiral,
left after.
The guy came in. Sorry. Do we carry Speculation Sunday over to this room or no?
Oh, I forgot about that. That's right. They used to have that.
I thought Sundays was like where you just talk about anything. Flat Day Saints, I put the two pictures that it shows the ships in the side chart.
I heard a
Oh, let
couple
me see.
people. I heard a couple people. I heard a couple people say that we don't do that anymore. I heard a couple people say that it's all
If I
right
can add
if
in-
there's nothing else being discussed. But
So if I can add in, the concept of Speculation Sunday isn't just like normal random speculation. Like but yet, if you have a speculation as to some part that's exactly about flat Earth, then that's what's typically welcome. Obviously, if nobody's talking about Jack, then obviously we're a little laid back. But the idea of Speculation Sunday wasn't just to be a general catch-all to have any kind of conversation, but it was to specifically about flat Earth and some of the things that we speculate but don't know.
Like beyond the ice wall or whatever.
You guys ever notice how many things have start off with a FE, where like the best example I have is like when you're looking at your gas gauge, right? And they gaslight you. They tell you where gas comes from dinosaurs. When you run out of this mysterious substance that costs so much money, your gas light turns on. They're literally gaslighting you, but the gauge says FE on it. You know? Which is just so ironic. I know they do that on purpose, though. It's like they're inside jokes, you know?
I can't say that I've ever seen FE on a gauge before.
Really? I'm gonna have to post it then.
Yeah, please do. No, that's cool. I've just not seen it. Doesn't mean that it's not there. But obviously, I'm not saying that. I'm just never seen that, so that'd be cool to see.
Look at your gas gauge. F for full, E for empty.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And the gaslight turns on. They're literally gaslighting you. Right in your face. You know? The devil's in the details, dude.
And your
So
gas
much.
tank a pressurized system.
Right? So funny, huh?
And it is interesting because nowadays fuel tanks are highly pressurized, and not all, but most engines now are designed around that. And so the colder the fuel is, the hotter the engine is, the more efficient the engine works. And it is interesting that you do make a point that I hadn't thought of, that they call that direct injection engine, and a lot of car manufacturers are using it, and it kind of is interesting. So that would be really interesting to see, especially if one of those then say FE on the indicator. That would be actually cool.
Right? You know how FE in the alphabet is 65, right? Because F is the 6th letter and E is the 5th letter. And it's funny, they put the like EF right before the G also. It's just the English, I always trip out on the our alphabet is so funny. And it has so many like so much gematria in it and everything. But the speed limit here everywhere where I live is 65 on the freeway. And retirements I think is 65. You retire at the 6.5. Retire. You ever trip out on the word retarded? Okay, so if the Tartarians had created all this technology, right, and then they died, then
Zero verification. My God.
Am I still muted?
I've got to be joking.
Am I muted still?
Of course you're
okay.
muted
So Matrix, here we go. In the picture, even in your clip, whatever, your thumbnail, the video, that little green light there is not 28 miles away. So the video
Yes, it
itself
is.
is.
That's what
no,
it's
not.
measured at.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How
I
do
can
you
take
know
you to a
it's
place.
not?
Can I tell you? Why don't you let me tell you? instead of
How
fucking
do you
yelling?
know that
Let me tell
is
you.
not
Let me tell you.
28.6 miles?
Trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell
Say
you.
it.
You keep talking. Because I live somewhere where I have a fucking lake that's about 24 miles across. You can't see across it at all. So you don't know what you're talking about.
So your claim is based upon the fact that Rob can't see 24 miles, that is not 28 miles. So that's your claim.
I know the distances. You would never be able to see the land behind it like that, dude. I live in the Great Lakes, dude.
You're telling me that shot there,
idiot.
Rob, they're using a camera. They're not using the naked eye.
A camera. I'm talking about the one in the thumbnail. The green light,
That's
dude.
exactly
green
right.
Light.
The
That's
green
not 28
light.
miles away.
That's through a camera that's zoomed in,
it's
Rob.
Not 20. It's not
That's
28 miles
28
away.
mile with a camera zoomed in.
No,
you do
it's
understand
not.
that. The
No, you don't
simplicity
understand
of you,
that.
Rob, is astounding.
Yeah,
So you're
it takes
telling
one to know
me they can't get a camera and zoom in. They can't get a telescope and zoom in.
No,
they can't
because
get
I live here.
binoculars and zoom in.
And first of all, they're all between mountains and shit. It's hilarious, dude. I live in a lake where there's no obstructions. It's an open lake. You can nothing.
Okay,
Rob.
Rob,
to fuck about.
in that image, the direct image, don't even worry about watching the video. In that image, what mountains are between the laser and the observer?
Just because they're in the middle of a fucking valley, a fucking dammed up lake. There's all mountains all around them.
So the mountains are not obstructing the viewer.
I did watch the video. They zoom on Google Earth. You can see the mountain range. It's a dammed up. It's a reservoir. It's a dammed up fucking reservoir, and it's in the middle of a fucking
lake.
valley.
It's a lake.
It's a man-made lake. Yeah, I know what it is, dude. It's 28 miles long. That is not 28 miles right there in the video, dude.
So the lake's 28 miles long. Let me get this straight. The lake's 28 miles long. These guys are at each end of it, but yet they're not filming 28 miles away because Rob said so.
Well, can I prove it to you, Matrix? Okay. So if I go to, I'm watching the video again as you speak, but I want to prove it to you that I can prove to you that this is not true because I can go to fucking St. Clair Shores, Michigan, and I can look east all the way across to Canada, and if I look over, there's no way I can see the Canada on the other
Rob,
side.
stop for a second. Is that place that you're talking about where you can go to and look east, is that where they did the laser test? Yes or no?
No.
Then why the fuck would I even bother caring? If you can look east and see 10 foot, 10 miles, or 10,000 elephants wide. Why would I even care, Rob?
Because this lake is 26 miles
not
across.
related to.
It is a sequitur, you fucking retard. You don't even know what it means. It's 26 miles across from Lake St.
Rob, why do you come in here and have little meltdowns? I know you're hurt that the earth measures flat. That's not a me problem. If you want to cuddle, you've only got to ask. Apparently, some of the other members even bake up the cookies for people like you. So you don't feel bad. Would you like a pillow also? Seriously, bro. Just because you go to a particular place and can't see a particular distance, that is enough of an excuse for you to say that this particular video is now false. Your falsification of a video is the fact that Rob can't do a particular thing in a different location. If you said to me, Rob, that you'd been to this exact location and that was bullshit, I might have lent that way. But the fact that you said you went somewhere else at a different distance, looking a different direction, why would I bother? Why should we even listen to you? Like, dude, seriously. What's up, Midnight?
Having fun?
Yeah. Yeah. According to Rob's logic, that means any other tests with lasers are null and void, according to him, just because he's seen one that didn't work.
Oh, so they all fall under the same category. Just laser tests. One fail, all fail.
We might as well just put away lasers. I don't think we have a use for them anymore then.
So I can't use them as a efficient way of creating a straight line.
No, you're not allowed to. If it's at a certain distance, no, not allowed to.
Oh, what's the certain distance? Just so
That's a great question. Let's ask Rob.
Ooh, here he comes.
Why don't y'all motherfuckers do no laser tests? You guys ain't got no laser tests that you did. Bunch of punk ass bitches muting all the time.
And then he wonders why he's muted.
So at what distance would the laser test not work, right? Because you're saying at your lake it's not working, but at that lake it's working. So like, where is the obstruction?
He didn't even say, Neil, he didn't even say that he used a laser at his lake. He just said he can't see that far.
Exactly.
Yeah. I tried to give him a bone.
I don't need any help, buddy. I can handle all you guys at one time. This is hilarious, dude. You guys are lightweights. The bottom line is, like I said, I live on Lake St. Clair, Michigan. It is totally relatable to the subject at hand. I can't go to that place, but I know that place is 28 miles to their viewing point. Well, Lake St. Clair happens to be 26 miles across. I don't have any mountains on the side of me or anything to fucking distinguish anything. So I know that I'm looking exactly what I'm saying I'm looking at. You cannot see Canada across.
There's no mountains, Rob knows exactly what he's looking at. I'm fucked if I know how those two tie together, but Rob, please continue.
Yeah. Because if I'm looking across the lake east and I can't see anything, then that proves that the lake is curved, because I would be able to look across the lake. It's only 26 miles across. This lake, I can literally see mountains behind it. And guess what? There's windmills. Now, if I get in my boat like I've done 1,000 times in my life and drive east, guess what starts appearing? Windmills. Wow, I can see the windmills now. Now I can see all the windmill. Oh, now I see land.
Your ability to see windmills all of a sudden disproves a laser test. That is fascinating,
Yep, sure.
Rob.
I know. Cool, man. I know. When you say it like that, you sound so cool, dude. You're only impressing yourself, bro.
Because the reason it sounds cool is you realise your own stupidity.
Sure, buddy.
That's what you're claiming, Rob.
How can I
You're
realize my own
claiming
stupidity?
Rob's ability to see across a different lake altogether. Rob's ability to see across a lake and then witness windmills as he moves further or closer from said windmills is how he debunks a laser test.
Where'd the land go behind me?
Wouldn't it be fair to say, Rob, that with the hills behind the laser test that you're looking at, it would be a lot easier to judge that distance? Because you've got something there
that's
that
not
says,
28
oh,
miles.
wow,
That's not 28 miles.
I know that it's 28 miles because there's a fucking hill there.
That's not 28 miles long. That picture is not 28 miles. I don't care what you say. I know my distances, dude. That's not 28 miles.
So how are you going to validate, verify, or prove?
How are you going to validate it? You weren't there. How the fuck are you going to validate it?
You're the one that's claiming that it's not true. How are you?
You're the one claiming it is true. You're the one claiming it is true.
All right, shut the fuck up while I talk to you. Arrogant little shitstone. You're the one claiming the video is not true. I'm happy to accept the video on face value. I don't have a problem with it. They show on Google Maps the distances. They show where they're filming to and from. They show where the lasers are going to and from. Whether you want to accept that or not, that's a Rob problem. Rob's chosen. He doesn't like the distance. He thinks it's incorrect. That is now up to you, Rob, to validate your claim of incorrect distance. After these nice people have shown you what it is, where it is, and how it is. If you don't like that, bro, stop drinking and blaming it on us.
Okay, first of all, I don't drink alcohol. And second of all, this test is not validated by anybody. There's no secondhand verification. No one witnessed it besides these people. So the credibility of these people,
filmed.
You're just, I don't care. Okay, it's filmed, but that makes it 100%, makes it the word of God. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's filmed. There's no secondhand verification. No one, there wasn't even fucking.
Excellent.
No one was it.
Secondhand verification. There you go. Yeah. There's another video inside chat now. Another laser test. What's that one fake also?
I've seen them all, dude. They tell you that they're at sea level, and then when they take the video, you can see they're like above the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like up an elevation. Most of them. They're just all fucking.
Most of them.
Set up to make.
You are so scattered, Rob. Straight line it. Stop trying to think 8 things at once. Yeah. You are destroying yourself.
Just like this one, the Great Salt Lake, dude. That's the biggest ridiculous thing I've ever seen, dude. The other guy tries this. This is his thing.
Why is it the most... Rob, stop rambling. Why? Why is it the most ridiculous thing Rob has ever seen? Come on, Rob. You can do it. You've got your opportunity now. You're in the limelight. Why is that laser test the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen? You've got people. They go out on location. They shoot a laser. And then they measure the distance from the ground to the laser. That's all they do.
Okay, that's what they tell you they do. That's what you don't know that they did that. No one verified it. It was not verified or validated by anybody. You're just taking some fucking YouTuber's word.
So
dude.
This is wrong. I believe the Earth is a ball. That's all you're saying. That's
you guys don't want to question everything. So you guys question everything except when people tell you it's this shit. You're a clown.
I believe it's a ball. That's wrong.
I don't believe it's a ball. I told you I could prove it's a ball, but you don't know how to have the conversation. I can't have it with you.
You're yet to do so.
I can prove it's a ball easily.
As I made extremely clear earlier on, Rob, and you chose not to listen yet again, I made it extremely clear to you, your proof or proofs, multiple if you've got them, do not require my input.
That's your opinion.
Drop your proof like a fucking great big bomb. That's all you have to do. If you've got proof, it will explain itself. It doesn't need Matrix to say that he believes in latitude lines.
Well, how can I have a conversation with something you don't believe in?
And I'm retarded. I'm retarded.
That helps, dude.
Yeah, you are. And I'm retarded.
I'll tear you up next, dude. I'll get you next, dude. Trust me. Anybody who wants a piece, dude, I'll tear any of you guys up on any subject. You guys you have nothing. You don't want to talk. You just want to yell at
Rob, stop projecting. Where's your proof? You came in claiming to have proof of curvature. We're still waiting.
I can use longitude lines to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Excellent. Explain to the good people how Rob's using longitude lines to prove a globe.
Okay. In order to do so, I have to understand that you guys use latitude and longitude lines on a flat Earth. Do we both use latitude and longitude lines?
We don't have to sign anything, dude. We don't have to make any deals with you. Just lay out your proof. If the premise is contended with, somebody will let you know that.
The premise is based on the fact that we both use latitude and longitude lines, you simpleton. There's no way of getting out of it.
If somebody has a contention, they'll let you know. Lay out your fucking premises and your conclusion, dude. You don't need to sign anything. Like, what are you trying to do here?
It's not about signing things. This is how conversations work. In order to
you're trying to sign us up for something. Essentially, what you're trying to do is get us to agree. It's
okay, first of all, you don't worry about what we agree. You don't sign up for latitude and longitude lines.
You should have stuff that you can
sign up for latitude and longitude lines, buddy. It's not something you sign up for. You're just a little fucking crier. You're crying like a little girl.
Give us your fucking syllogism, dude. If somebody has a problem with some premise you gave, they'll let you know. Otherwise, we don't need to sign on any dotted lines and agree to this, agree to that, because then all you're doing is just getting us basically to go, I agree it's a globe. I agree it's a globe.
No, I'm not. It's not at all.
Okay, then shut the fuck up about that.
Do latitude and longitude lines, are they used on navigation?
Don't ask questions. You don't ask questions when you're putting out a syllogism.
It's real simple.
No, it's real simple. Syllogism, you don't ask questions. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, syllogism.
So you're going to have a premise conclusion. Yeah, you're going to have a logical statement that's not going to involve asking us anything. We don't have to agree to anything. We don't have to sign anything. You're just going to make
dumbass. I'm not asking you
coherent, sound, logical statements that necessarily follow to a conclusion. Now go ahead and cook.
Cool, buddy. Now you're just going to talk over everybody, but it's okay. The bottom line is this: in order to have a conversation about latitude and longitude lines, I have to know that you guys use them on flat Earth, or the whole conversation is pointless. That's the whole thing. It's a real simple concept. It's not. There's no tricks about it. And nothing like that.
Okay, you're retarded.
You guys,
you're going on mute. You're just a retard.
Okay.
So he's telling us his glow proof is conditional upon our opinion. With our opinion, like he has to have our opinion, or for it to be valid. That makes a lot of sense.
He can't comprehend that. Proof is proof. It doesn't need your consent. If it's valid, you just drop it like a bomb. That's it. Here's the proof. Bang. Deal with it. If it's valid, it'll rip everything apart. If it's not, then they will rip it apart. Why can't you get that, Rob? Like I said earlier, you're walking along a path. Left-hand side, Matrix agrees in latitude, longitude. Right-hand path, he disagrees with it. It shouldn't matter which way you turn. The proof will sort itself out. I don't need to go left or right in order for your proofs to work. And we tested that earlier when I said, no, I don't use latitude and longitude. And all of a sudden, I don't want to have a conversation with you. So you don't have any proof. You sold it yourself. Took you less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's really greasy. Salesman Mike. He's trying to get us to sign up with things, and essentially, he's just asking you to agree it's a globe when he's doing that. Shouldn't have to do that.
So it's basically, I'm trying to trick you into a straw man. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. He's approaching it completely the wrong way. He's trying to convince and indoctrinate people. He's not actually trying to make like a coherent, sound, logical statement that necessarily follows to a conclusion. He's being illogical and he's being a religious zealot. Who cares what we think, Rob? Who cares what we agree with? You got a series of sound, logical statements that necessarily follow to a conclusion. Let's hear it. We don't want you to ask us any more questions.
I'm not asking you a question, dude. I'm just trying to verify that we're both using the same thing. See what I'm saying? So we're on the same page. It's not,
so you're going to be asking me a question then, right?
No, I'm not asking you a question. It's not a question.
The question should be something along the lines of, Heretic, do you understand what latitude and longitude line? That would be more of a sensible question.
I already know he understands it. I already know he understands it.
Then if you know he understands it, bring forward the proof.
So he already understands it, that latitude, longitude lines are used on maps, right?
Don't ask any questions. You're making a logical statement, an argument, dude. You're not asking us questions.
That is a logical statement, dude. How am I supposed to ask you guys a question?
You asked me a question.
That would be like me speaking in French and expecting anybody to understand who doesn't speak French. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Your proof should stand on.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Like you want me to ask it. You want me to prove my evidence, which I have. I can prove it very easily, and it's a nail in the coffin. There's no way around it. But you guys, I know why.
I
do have to admit a little bit. I am leading you guys on, and I know that you guys won't answer it because you guys know what's coming. Because you know that longitude lines they converge to the North Pole and they span out over the South Pole. So you guys know what's coming, dude.
Show that.
You guys aren't slick.
Show that on the ground. Go ahead. Yeah, show it.
I'm slicker. No, on all your maps, dude. You guys have all these. The flat Earth map can only be a flat Earth map.
Okay, so what are you reifying a map into reality? Is that what you're doing?
Hey, reifying. Okay, what's it?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're appealing to a map.
You use words you don't even know what they mean.
Basically.
Yeah. I talk over people. That's all you do.
Is that what you're doing? You're just reifying maps. Is that it?
Well, that's heretic.
You give us a map projection where longitude lines converge, and then be like, "Oh, okay, that's reality." Is that it?
No, but that's not it, bro. That's not it, bro. No, that reifies.
What is it?
It's reality, dude. The lines don't
okay, so you are reifying. So you are reifying. Yeah, what a complete idiot.
No, it's not reifying.
You're a bozo, dude. You're a complete bozo.
You're a bozo, dude. I know. You're
it's a
a Witsit clone.
All right.
You're a
I'm gonna
Witsit
mute you.
wannabe. Yeah, I know you are because you're a bitch.
No, I just know some of the English language. That's all. This is literal textbook reification fallacy to conflate the land, the material world with a map, dude. It's like the number one example they give you when you look up reification fallacy. Applying concreteness to that which is abstract. That's what you're doing. You're taking the map, which is abstract, and making it concrete. You're trying to make it the real world. Yeah, we understand these things and we school you on them constantly and you don't seem to learn. You've got shit for brains, so you just think, oh, I heard Witsit say that word, so it's a Witsitism. He's just parroting Witsit. No, dude. We understand what these things mean. You don't. You've got this shallow perception of what's going on and you never advance through the conversation. You're just fucking piece of shit. Shit for brains.
How's this? Just as you said the Witsit, stupid inside chat.
The map isn't the terrain. It's not the real world, buddy. And that's what you're doing. And you said, yeah, it's reality. That's what you said. You literally are making a reification fallacy. Your argument sucks, dude. Go back to the drawing board. Try something else. This is valid and useful criticism that you should take on board because it'll benefit you. It'll benefit you. You might actually one day come up with a logical statement to offer this channel if you actually take the feedback you're given. You're not just being dismissed for no reason. You're being dismissed because you're a fucking idiot, dude. He just did it. Map is reality. He's literally, you are the, I mean, God, dude. If you're genuinely this stupid, I'm going to mute you for your own well-being. You're either just like a liability to yourself with how dumb you are, or you're trolling and acting like this on purpose and just being disingenuous. And either way, it's not good news. You shouldn't be speaking here. I'm muting you for your own sake, dude. You're an absolute blithering moron. You said the map is reality after that whole spiel I gave you on what reification means. Like nothing, just nothing sinks in with you. You just don't get it. You come back, you make the same mistakes, you get called out for them over and over and over and over. Just give up, dude. Steal the gold jacket, tell yourself you won, go to your padded room and just like stop. It's not working. You just have nothing coherent or intelligent to say, dude. And there's no point in actually like trying to have a conversation with you because anything that is said to you obviously doesn't sink in. So like what are we gonna do? Just let you run off at the mouth, just like using this place like to chant and to preach? Like we don't need to hear like sub 80 IQ preaching in here, dude. If you wanted to have a back and forth where you actually onboard the criticism and the feedback that you're given and go from there, yeah, that'd be cool. But you've shown again and again you're not actually capable of that. So there's no reason to have you here speaking at all. It's for your own good that you don't speak on this channel, dude. You're making an embarrassment of yourself and an embarrassment of the globe that you hold dear. We actually do want people to make arguments that are sound and, you know, backed by evidence. We do. And you're not capable of doing that. So I'm helping you out here by not letting you do it. Just came here with a textbook reification after all the years. That's the best you can do. It proves like that you're just chanting from a place of ignorance. That you've got shit for brains, you're not capable of learning, and all you're going to do is just rage about like what you were brainwashed with before your critical thinking skills could ever develop, and then they never did. And so now you're just stuck with what they told you, and you're just there's no way out for you because you can't actually reason your way through any kind of discussion or situation at all, apparently.
Well, I got something. Never have I ever seen anything that's been far away coming at me not start as a point, like a dot, and then get gradually bigger. Never have I seen it just become the same size all the way across the sky until it sets.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm supposed to say, like, everything that you see come from you at a distance starts as a dot, and then it gets bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger and bigger, and then when it passes you, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller back to a dot. The sun doesn't do that. I'm just trying to say something smarter than the person you're talking shit to.
Yeah.
Do you know what the sun is?
I know that it's something that's far away that's supposed to be coming closer to me.
How do you know that?
Well, because I've never seen... Well, name me something that at a distance is the same size that it is when it's above, like at where you're at. One thing, just anyone name me something that is the same diameter as when it's first you see it to where it's over your head.
No, I asked you a simple question to tell us how are you identifying where or what
I'm asking you
is.
It doesn't matter what it is. Something that isn't a point. Something that's not a point.
What if it's only optical?
That's whatever it is. Tell me one optical thing that you ever seen that is the same size from far away that it is when it's over your head. I'm waiting for that. Otherwise, you have to come up with magic. Like it's something we all know. It's something in the sky, which is whatever. Then you guys lose.
No, you don't know what it is either.
Yeah, but I know that things in the distance are smaller than they are over my head.
Things. So you're claiming it's an object?
Of course it is. It burns me.
How do you know? How do you know?
It burns me. Does it burn you? When
how do you know it's an object? Light burns you.
It burns me. Does it burn you?
Light can burn you.
Tell me one thing that isn't real that burns you.
A focal point of light can burn you.
But it's coming from something. Tell me something.
Coming from light. You don't know the sun that we see is actually an object where it's actually located.
I know that I can collect it and then make electricity out of it. So it's got to be something.
Yeah, light.
Okay, so give me an example of light that's in the distance that's the same size when you first see it from far away than when it's over your head.
Light, a focused beam of light operating through a lens. There you go.
In a 12-hour period where like it's far away, like a car coming at you. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I already said in the first case that you don't know what it is, where it is, or what is in between you and this thing.
Yeah, but we do know what it is. It's the sun because its rays take energy out of it.
You said you know what it is?
It's emitting photons that we can catch and make electricity out of.
Yeah. So what is the source of the effect?
It doesn't matter. It's emitting electricity. It's emitting photons.
Yeah, it does matter. It does matter. It does matter. That's what I'm pointing out to you.
Yes. The distance, it should be a point. What? I'm just asking you. You keep on asking. I'm asking you a question first. One thing that's in the distance that's the same size when you see it far away than when it's over your head. Name one thing.
Doesn't matter. You don't know what it is, where it is, or what's in between you and the object.
You don't know what it is. It's something. Yeah, we collect it. It burns us. We have to put SPF 500 on us so we don't get burnt. So it's obviously something that's emitting heat. Right? It's a source of heat.
And
it's the same size as it goes throughout the day.
No, it's already been proven and shown that it doesn't that it does change size.
Complete bullshit.
To that video. Getting smaller, disappear.
No, we need something that's a point, like when it's rising. I've never seen the sun rise and it's a point, like a far distant little point, like a speck, and then it gets.
Okay, Tony, slow down. Why are you assuming that light is this infinite distance? Because that's what you're doing. You do know that our so-called atmosphere is opaque and light has trouble going through it.
I'm asking you for an example of something that's a point when it's far away, and it gets bigger as it comes to us.
Here's an idea. Maybe as it's going further away or getting closer, whichever way you prefer, maybe the light extinction happens pre the distance being maxed out.
Good, great. Maybe it's a sun that's really far away, and it just doesn't change size because it's really far away.
Here's the kicker. That's great. I've got no problem with it. Except my issue is I've gone out and actually purchased a light intensity meter and taken readings of the sun. Allegedly, we're a ball, or it's a ball also, 93 million miles away. If this is the case, then the Earth's rotation means that we only offset by 0.004 of 1%. Now, anyone with half a brain in their head knows that with the inverse square law,
yes, it's hotter.
Happen.
Yes, hotter in the noontime. You know.
Yeah. So, in order to get hotter in the noon time, in order to get hotter, that means we would have to move closer. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, but why wouldn't it start off as a point?
Excellent. I'm glad you agree with that because that also follows the inverse square law. Also, in the afternoon, in comparison to noon, it gets colder. Now, here's the problem. In order for you to have 1/4 of the light intensity, you must double your distance from the light source. You do understand that? So if the claim is 90 million miles, rounded off, that means in order for the light intensity to be 1/4, so say I take a reading of 100,000 at noon, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when it's 25,000, that means the sun has moved, or the Earth has moved, 90 million miles. It has to double its distance in order for those intensities to match up with the inverse square law. Did he run away or did he drop out? He ran away.
Thanks for the meditation sounds there, Goat. Okay, it's an interesting follow-up to Tony. I mean, I've cut him off, but I don't see any other ballers, and it's not really that disruptive.
That's what I was just thinking. How peaceful is this shit? Headphones on, turn it up a bit louder. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, our place of Zen.
Definitely not the Glober's plates of Zen. Matrix keeps breaking them.
I didn't mean to.
That was good.
I want to know what happened to Tony V. 1 second he was there, next second do a full runaway, or
just dropped, and then the goat guy started playing a meditation drone.
I've got nothing to listen to while I work now, Matrix. Thanks a lot.
oh, bite me. We had Rob in here. If you were here a bit earlier, you could have listened to his stupidity.
I heard a little bit of that.
Oh, man. He's got the appropriate name. 100%. Whoever tagged that with him or give it to him, I don't know, but you're a legend. He'd probably say he come up with it himself.
Yeah. He's messed up in the head.
Isn't he? What? Welcome to whoever just dropped in. Oh, it's
Mr. Samuel, but he's server muted.
Actually, Samuel sent me a message. Because when he got muted, and I don't think it was me that actually did it, he sent me a message because he's so hurt. His message is, I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded. Your parents were siblings. Stop fucking your own mother. Incest is bad. And then he posted up the dinosaur extinction meme, and then he posted up the turtle with the ships sailing off the land meme. Isn't that awesome? Oh, I know why he did that. Because we stopped him posting shit in the side chat. Oh.
He just has to listen now. Can't type his shit anymore. He's forced to just listen.
So
might learn something.
Obviously, you've got questions.
I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded.
Hello, Samuel. I think you can do better than that.
I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded.
You're not doing yourself any favours.
Hello, I'm a flat earther.
Well, he tried.
Yeah, I second that.
That was awesome. Well timed.
Just the concept of flat earthers has broken his brain. Don't even have to speak to him.
I mean, he's got the shtick down well. Sounds like he knows a thing or two about being retarded.
Yeah, maybe it's not a stick, yeah?
I mean,
I haven't seen that name before. Buster, how's it going? You're actually speaking of someone that I have spoken. No Buster? Oh. Got a crit instead. That'll do. Hey, crit.
Is Phil melting down in your DMs? Giving the narcissist too much attention already? Whoops. He's cheerleading Rob Noxious in my DMs. Rob Noxious, who reified a map, didn't say which one, and couldn't, for the life of him, make an argument because he can't figure out the difference between one and a question. And that's Prof. Phil's champion today. Pretty sad state of affairs. He said he did a great job.
He did a great job.
Couldn't figure out the difference between a question and an argument to save his life. And then just kept repeating a reification fallacy and going nuh-uh when he was called out for it. Not knowing what a reification fallacy is after being told like probably hundreds of times already. He just associated it with Witsit and went, oh, just a Witsitism. Couldn't grasp the actual meaning of the term. And this is the guy that the professor thinks is like the champion. You guys are desperate. Like, you hear that and you go, yes. Like, I mean, like, I know he listens to the live stream all the time. So is it usually just so bad that, like, you hear that and you go, like compared to all the other Globe nonsense you've heard, like, that actually seems good? Is that what's happening? Like, that was a breakthrough for you guys? I mean, I can't tell. It just sounds like everything you guys say sounds stupid as fuck. But I know you guys put effort into this, so like that sounded like a breakthrough performance from your point of view. Oh boy, it's time for you to hang it up, Phil. Your obsession is just wrecking your mind, man. Imagine being a professor and being impressed by Rob Noxious. That's what it's come to. Absolute clown show. I didn't even...
Whoever just dropped in?
Yeah. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, that was sad because, like, I was actually just trying to get him to hurry up and actually make an argument. Like, he didn't even say anything to argue against. It was just like, holy man, just actually argue something.
Yeah, but I've got this 3-page clause that I've got to get you to sign before I can even put forward any information.
Yeah, that's shady as fuck. As soon as they want you to start signing things and giving consent to this and that, it's like, okay, you're just trying to rope me into some sort of agreement here. Not actually proving anything. Just getting me to agree it's a globe through a series of questions.
What I was waiting for you to do was just go, you know what, fuck it. Rob, just straw man me. Go for it. I thought you were going to flip.
I guess you got to settle, yeah. You got to settle for some sort of shit with these guys because they're never going to do anything coherently.
I can't believe he hasn't learned yet. Like, every time he comes in here, the exact same crap.
Dumb as a pile of bricks.
Claims he got proof. Jumps around a bit. Doesn't put forward any proof. Gets told that he hasn't put forward proof. Has a meltdown. Gets muted. Runs away. And then he'll come back in about 4.5 days and do.
It's just sad what they're putting forth. I mean, it's like they call it a debate, and yet it's like we're having to just like coach them on what an argument even is. Imagine having an opponent like that, dude. It's like, look, okay, that's not an argument. Here's how you do it, and this is the guy that's supposed to be like trying to like own you or something. Like what?
Yeah, that was really rich. Like, yeah, Rob Noxious has a slam dunk globe argument, but first of all, it requires the approval of flat earthers.
Yeah.
Once we sign off on the premise.
He's like a WWE wrestler. They've got to agree on the narrative. Who's going to win the fight before it starts? All right, agree with me. You're going to throw me. I'm going to hit you, and I'm going to win.
Fucking bad.
Slam dunk argument or slam dunk proof. No slam, no dunk, and no proof.
Begging me, he's just begging me to consent to his globe, basically. What's it going to take for you to go home with a globe today? It shows that they actually are just trying to sell this idea of theirs on people, which is what they think that we're here doing. And we don't really, I don't care what somebody thinks. I just want their evidence for what they're saying is going on. And they always think that we're here to like brainwash people or, I don't know, get them to believe that the earth is flat or something. Like, not at all. But that's exactly what they're trying to do for their globe. They're trying to inculcate people and indoctrinate them and bring them in. Well, I mean, they already are for the most part, but they're trying to get the ones that fell out back. Like, it's just 100% just cult antics.
It doesn't work if you're not all in it together.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a wonder they haven't started selling that. We're all in this together. I mean, I hated that a couple of years back. Holy shit, they used to make me twitch.
It really shows that it is some kind of religious mentality, because if they were just like, hey, it just is what it is, and that's the way it is, like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't care so much about winning people over to it.
Yep.
But that's all they want to do.
Yeah, I think they're getting a little hint of it that the only way this could go is for more flat earthers to arrive at this idea. So they're on the losing end. Like, there's no other place for it to go. No one's going to go from finding out about reality and then going back to a fantasy after they found out. Sure.
Not putting the cat back in the bag. It's out.
Yeah. If anything, people like Rob Noxious are making more flat earthers. So thanks, Rob, for your support. We appreciate it.
That's what I'm saying to them all the time, is that's the reason that I'm on this side. It's actually from listening to them that I've made up my mind.
Yeah.
I must be the odd one out then. I made my mind up before signing up here. Glenn.
Well, not necessarily here, but, well, kind of here, I guess. I was listening on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, I'd already made my mind up before and I found FED by mistake. I'm sure I found a mistake looking up other conspiratard stuff. And I listened on YouTube probably a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. I was listening on YouTube. And then when I got stood down at work, because I don't like Kool-Aid, when I got stood down at work, I had more than enough hours per day to do a bit of research, and the fact that I didn't have to get up and go to work the next day, it's like, oh, wow, I can actually stay up late and have a listen in live. So I listened in live, and then I did that for probably 2 weeks, and then I jumped over to 24/7 because someone in FED went, oh, by the way, there's this other mad show too. Yeah, you might want to have a look at it also. So, yeah. But I didn't need any arm twisting or convincing in any of these channels to know that it's flat. It was, yeah, already signed, sealed, and delivered on my part. I don't know whether it to be classed as a realm or a zone or a field or what. I don't know what to classify it as, but I can promise you it's fucking flat. And the fact there's people measuring it as such, well, that just adds insult to injury.
Yep. And then you hear the people that try to argue with all that stuff, and it's just, well, you heard it. Rob Noxious, case in point. And this is it.
Yeah. I kind of would have liked to see it get to a point where, like, okay, the lines are converging on a map. How does that make the water curved? Yeah, like see if you could like connect those two things, but it couldn't even get that far.
The only thing that would help Rob Noxious with his latitude and longitude argument was if there was actually lines painted outside in reality on the ground. So you could trip over the 20th parallel and you knew you were on it because there's a fucking line there and every 3 miles it's got 20th parallel written.
Well, here's his fallacy. He actually here's his fallacy. He actually thinks those lines of latitude and longitude are on the ground.
I know. He literally said the map is reality. He said that.
Yep. Just nonsense.
I know. I'm just actually begging for them to put something like with some substance to it forward. And he's like, oh, you guys are scared. It's like, no, dude, you're just embarrassing yourself. Like, I'm begging you to make a coherent fucking claim here, and this is what we get? Like, just fucking beat it.
Yeah, so here's a plea to the Globers. For God's sakes, if you're going to try to prove your case, don't let Rob Noxious on here.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen because Phil is in my DMs just cheerleading him right now.
That's just really, that's batshit crazy, man.
These guys have lost it completely, collectively.
The reason they're losing their shit is because we're not relying on hearsay. We're not relying on, oh, maybe it could be flat because of these particular things. We're just saying, no, fuck off. It's measured flat. Deal with it. That's why they're losing their shit, because there's no comeback to measurement. There's no arguing. What? Okay, you don't like me using the yellow tape. Not a problem. I'll use the red one. Maybe it's not calibrated correctly. We're talking distances of 500 feet here. If I'm out by half an inch, I don't really think that's a problem in the scale of things. If it is, I've got no problem getting my tape measure calibrated. But that's what it's down to now. It's just a, nah, I don't like that. Oh, is this his message? Hold on.
This is what he had to say about what Rob Noxious said in here just a few minutes ago. Like, this is the best they can do.
So what do we got here?
Absolutely retarded.
Two places along the equator between two longitudes is greater than the distance between the same longitude along any latitude both north and south of the equator. Well, that's just based on what map you use. Use an AE map, and I can assure you now, south of the equator or outside of the equator, those distances between the longitudes actually show as greater than the equator. So thanks, Professor Filtard. But we're not here to reify maps. Get out of your mum's basement and go and have a look for yourself.
Well, I mean, you know, Professor Phil actually, he must have been actually feeding this to Rob Noxious, and Rob Noxious was so fucking stupid he couldn't get past asking us the question because he never even went into those details. All he did was just keep trying to get us to agree on longitude or something.
Yeah. So, Professor Phil, are those lines on the ground?
What's wrong over fences? Are you jealous that you don't get DM'd by His Majesty himself?
I usually don't look at it, but this time I did.
What is cool is when you don't look at them for a while, then all of a sudden you go, stuff it, I'll have a look, and there's about 9 or 10 of them all lined up, and you've actually got to scroll down to get to the latest one. That's the bit I like. Just forget they're there. Ah, yes. I know what's coming. Now join VC.
He's not typing here no more. People like that, they're just going to get weeded out now. That's great. They can still make an ass of themselves in the voice channel and not do that anymore. So perfect. If they're desperate enough to say something to us, they'll just have to do it over voice. All right, go ahead, Simpleton Jack. Well, it's not like you have any proof, C, so I guess just get mad or something like you usually do.
This one's
Have a little
Jack
spiral.
16. You're telling me there's 15 more before him?
It's the 16th rendition and it's still retarded.
Wow.
Failed prototype.
Interesting. Simple Jack, have you got proof of curvature? Put us all out of our misery. Take away the pain. Prove that it's a ball. Enlighten all these good people. Send them back to their whatever boring ass mundane jobs they've got. Or that they will get, because you'll convert them back into ball believers. Simple Jack. Highly disappointed, bro. Thought you were going to be the one.
I think he at least knows better than to speak before he starts getting totally enraged at all the true things he hears us saying. So like if a conversation goes on for a while, eventually like he just won't be able to contain it anymore and all the seethe and rage and stuff just has to burst through. But usually he knows like, okay, like I better not speak to these guys because it won't go well. But like all that rationale just falls to the side when, he starts getting upset, hearing the truth bombs of the flat world.
Like water being flat and level.
Yeah, he hears enough of that and then he just can't take it anymore. He loses his composure and starts saying crazy globe shit.
I don't know why people get upset with the water being flat and level. Like, I thought it was a known scientific fact that water's flat and level.
It's the realization of it. It's a death knell for what they have to say. It can't be true. And yet it obviously is. So of course they just go into a spiral about it. But I mean, until it's actually pointed out and the contradiction between that and the globe, like you just don't really think about it. Like I didn't. Like, I mean, I remember, yeah, like, okay, that's logical. Water seeks a level surface. Yeah, the oceans are all like basically the same level other than tides and whatever. I mean, I remember kind of like understanding that years before I got into this. It just never really made the leap to wait. Oh, it's not curving, is it?
Just never clicked it all together. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't really thinking about the globe at the same time as I was thinking about that.
My clicking it all together happened over a 3-week period. It was yeah. So I feel bad, Simple Jack, if you don't get it straight away. We're not expecting you to Some of these guys here, if you have a listen, they'll tell you it's taken them like 8 years plus in order to put all the pieces together. And even then, there's still some things that they're just not sure about. They know the ground's flat, but if you ask them how the sun stays in the sky, they'll probably say, I don't know. If you ask them about the moon, they'll probably say, I don't know. We don't claim to know everything. Just because we know that the earth is flat doesn't mean we instantly get this magic card that says, oh, well, now that you... It doesn't work like that. Seems to be a common thing. Oh, well, you must know how this works. Yeah, sure, mate. In between my job and trying to play sports and doing all these other things, I just happen to know everything. Fuck it.
It's like a tactic where they're trying to reverse the burden, because what it really is like whatever it is they're asking you about, they have a claim about it, and it's derivative of their presupposition of the globe that we took away. And so they want us to go and replace it. But, I mean, since they're intellectual cowards, they're not going to just go ahead and make their positive claim and prove it and prove their globe and all that. They're going to try to flip it onto you to say something about something that they think they figured out, even though they can't have if their globe is not true. They are the ones who actually have the claim. Every single time they say explain this or that, it's because they have a claim about it. Well, I mean, if that's the case, and your claim is hand in hand with a globe, and the globe must be true because of the claim or whatever, well, then just make the claim and prove it and prove your globe and all that. But I mean, it shows like a real lack of confidence, really, in the claim that they actually do have, when the first thing they want to do is try to reverse it onto somebody else, get them to make a counterclaim. You tell me a story about this thing I have this story for.
You wouldn't believe this. As you're saying that, I'm scrolling through Facebook because some of the shit on here is funny. And there's, I don't know if you guys have Neo Human Eve, normally puts up some pretty tidy stuff. What just appears? The burden of proof fallacy. And then there's a little write-up. The fallacy occurs when someone demands that the opponent prove their position while failing to provide evidence for their own claims. Globe defenders often insist that objective realists prove the Earth is level instead of providing evidence for the curve or addressing the falsification of the globe via scientific method. This tactic shifts responsibility away from proving their own position, avoiding the actual evidence presented for level. There you go.
Yeah, I kind of take it as like a little bit of a Freudian slip type of thing, where they're in a way kind of showing their hand that like they don't have anything there, and that they know really on some level that they can't actually support what they're claiming. So the best they can do is try to put it onto you to make some sort of a claim. But I mean, we can. It just depends what we're talking about. Level water, yeah, all the evidence points that way. You want me to make a claim about like what that shit in the sky is or something? Well, nobody can verify it. So like, why would we be as stupid as you and start making claims about things that nobody can verify?
But I've got proof. You guys just won't accept it anyways.
Yeah, I know. It's another great excuse. I've got the proof, but you're not going to accept it, so it's your fault that I'm not going to prove what I am claiming. I'm just going to waste my time in the VC talking for hours, giving excuses for why I'm not going to prove my claim. That makes a lot of sense, right? You want to keep talking about this, talking about anything but the proof you claim to have. I would think that you would be pretty like... Yeah, I would think that you would want to lay that down on the table if you had that, right? I mean, I would.
If I had irrefutable, undeniable proof, I wouldn't be questioning people. I would strut into the room and I would drop that thing like a freaking great big bomb. Place it on the table, light the fuse, stand back and just watch the devastation.
Yeah,
That's how it works.
And you're not going to do it because of the devastation that's going to follow. That makes no sense. You would want that, wouldn't you? You would want to see
That's the whole
fireworks.
purpose of it.
Yeah, you want them to go nuh-uh and spiral and have a fit and reject your proof, right? That's what you want. You want the reaction, don't you? To show, like, look, like I've got it, and these people are having a meltdown about it. Doesn't make any sense. They would put it on the table if it was there.
That's what I don't get. Like, seriously, the amount of time some of these guys have been in these channels and had their asses kicked 9 ways from Sunday. If you had some kind of awesome proof that was game over, the end, this will shut them up.
Yeah.
You'd take a step back. You wouldn't be able to throw the basket hard enough or fast enough or with enough vengeance. You would not be able to get it in here quick enough. Every time you thought of something new, bang, back in here. Right, you bastards, this is what I've got today. This is how I'm selling it.
Yes. Exactly.
I just
and you're just not. Yeah, you're just not going to shut us up then? Like you're just not going to. Right, yeah, I buy it totally. Yeah, I'm sure you've got the nuclear bomb that would just blow this whole place out of the water, but you're just not going to drop it.
Because you're such a nice person and you just want to be gentle approach.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Because we'd all go crazy and reject it, and we'd plug our ears and close our eyes and start spiraling and crying, and you don't want that, so you're just going to play it safe and just not drop your proof for the Globe today. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's this little baby thing, like something that you would find on a playground with several kids, 6-year-olds playing marbles. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Yeah, I have the winning marble, but I'm not going to show it to you.
Yeah,
Come on,
exactly.
Billy, show it to us. Show it to us. No, you wouldn't believe it even if you saw it, so I'm not even going to play. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these tactics, they are just straight off freaking elementary school grounds.
Yeah, pretty weird. Very strange to see that. That's
I know.
I mean, that's the oddest thing about this whole topic and the conversation and what we encounter. It's more about the Globers spiraling for the reasons that they spiral. You're like, for exactly what you guys were just talking about. You know, just like Matrix was saying, like if you had this proof, like it would be like Rob Noctis said, it'd be verifiable, validated. Like, so yeah, right, Rob, exactly. So it would be like empirical, observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable. And if you had that for the Globe, why wouldn't you bring that forth?
You know, dude, it shows that they actually ultimately know they don't have that. It undermines their own faith in it, right?
Yeah. And I think when they do that, we could just go to that. Well, the reason you're not bringing the reason you're not bringing this information forward here is because you really know in your heart of hearts that you don't have the information. That's why you're not showing it. Because really, that is just shining the light on the whole thing. And I don't know if they realize it, but we could just point that out to them. The reason you're not giving us the evidence that you claim you have is because you know that you don't have it.
Exactly.
You have no other thing to do but to sit here and whine about why you don't have it and about why flat earthers are wrong. Like Earth is a globe because flat earthers are wrong. Like what?
What are you yapping about?
Yapping about how Globers don't have the information they say they have.
Okay.
Yep. And how they whine about it.
So you're whining about how they whine?
No, we're just stating the facts of the situation. That's all.
Sounds like whining.
No, you're the whiner. You're doing it right now.
What am I whining
He's already upset. Why are you pointing out that I don't have the facts?
Why are you talking about that? What am I whining about, Sonny?
You're whining because you don't have globe proof.
Yeah, you're whining because you're getting called out.
You're just making stuff up because you were whining.
Called out, and you're whining about it, dude.
Yeah, you're whining about us talking about your friends that have no globe proof, just like you.
What friends?
So you have to. So you have to talk about us instead of the topic. That's
how am I
really
talking about
key.
you? What did I say
really
about
key.
you?
That's really key to the point.
What did I say about you?
You said I was whining, didn't you?
Yeah, that's just an observation.
Yeah, so you're discussing us or me and not the topic.
I'm discussing what you're discussing in the BC.
Yeah, we agree. That's exactly what we were
Okay, yeah, so you're whining. You agree. Cool.
Yeah, so you're still doing it. So you're talking about us because you don't have globe proof. And that's why you're talking about
you just contradicted yourself. You said you weren't whining. Now you admitted you are. All right.
You're
cool.
still
We
talking
agree.
about
Nothing
us
to debate. We agree.
And now you're globe proof. You're talking about us and not the globe proof. That's exactly the point.
The problem with the globe proof thing with you is that the problem with the globe proof thing is that you don't you expect everything to be a simple answer in life, and when it's not a simple answer, when it's complicated, you get frustrated.
Well, the problem is you don't
say,
give simple answers in the first place.
Why isn't this like super simple, like 1 + 1? Oh my god, it must not be
Come on,
real.
Simple Jack.
That's literally you guys' logic.
So, Simple Jack, how hard is it for you to not understand? There's no curvature, there's no ball. How complex do you need that to be?
No, see, you like to simplify reality so that you can just make your little talking
simplified
points.
For a very specific reason. The reason it's so simplified is because when we go out and measure the curvature,
that's why.
we don't find any curvature.
You need your reality to be simple because you're simple-minded.
This is how simple it is for Simple Jack. No curvature, no ball. That's it, Simple Jack. We made it easy for you.
You like to keep it. You like to try to keep it simple, but
you already threw the argument.
Reality is more complex than that.
Yeah, you're talking about us, though. You're talking about us instead.
I have a question for you. So,
the proof that
can you
don't
explain
have, right?
why the sky rotates in different directions depending on which hemisphere you're in?
Now he's doing the sea lion troll.
Can you answer?
Why are you asking questions? Don't you have proof or an argument?
Can you answer?
You don't have any arguments?
Why does the sky rotate in different
I've answered
directions
lots of your
depending on the
questions
hemisphere you're in?
I got a question for you at this point after all the sea lining.
You've never answered a question. You avoid it. You avoid
why
it like
are you even asking a question? Don't you have an argument?
Yeah, why does the sun, why do the stars rotate and the constellations rotate in different directions?
Again. That's a question.
That's an observation. That's an empirical observation of reality that you can't rectify with your model.
So I'll take it then. Okay, all right, fine.
Go ahead and explain that when you're ready. I'll wait.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'll take it then. You do not have an argument because you're here to ask the panel questions.
Go ahead and explain that when you're ready. I'm waiting.
Yeah, okay, so you don't want us to explain it because you're going to talk over anything that we say. See, and no matter what we say in response, you're just going to talk over it. You don't want to.
No, because you're not answering it. You're trying to have a meta conversation.
Yeah, well, what we're trying to do is get arguments. Dude, the whole conversation we just had before you got triggered enough to mic up was about how you guys don't have arguments, proof, or evidence, and you constantly sidestep.
Go ahead and answer.
And guess what?
When you're done having your meta conversation, go ahead and answer.
Guess what? Now by asking me that
I'm not interested in your meta. I'm interested in discussing the topic of the room. I'm interested in discussing the topic of the room.
You've already
Is somebody going to mute this guy for trying to have a meta conversation?
No, you're going to get muted. Obviously, it's my channel.
Yeah, of course, because you're a child. You're a child, and you're simple-minded.
Yeah, okay, you're talking about me. You're asking me questions.
Yeah, look, you're talking about me. You won't discuss the topic of the room. Explain to me why. Explain to me why.
No, I'm not going to explain anything to you.
Okay, exactly, because you can't. Okay, you admit it here and now. You can't explain anything about reality.
You
can't explain anything about objective reality. So I'm going to go ahead and just mute up because you.
Yeah, you're going to mute up. See, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. You don't have evidence. You don't have arguments. You don't have claims that you can support, dude. So you're going to say, here you're sea lining. Yeah. Just did exactly all the things we just said that they do. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's like they cannot make arguments. They just can't do it. And the more we talked about it, I knew he was going to get angry enough to start doing that eventually, and then he did. Go ahead.
What did you say right at the start? He's going to bottle it all up. He's not going to say anything. He's going to bottle it all up, and then he's just going to explode.
That's what he did.
Exactly. That's amazing that he came in and did that right after that conversation. They don't get it. So
I've seen
I'm gonna tell everybody, since Simple Jack was a little pussy and had to run away like a baby on the playground, like we just talked about. Yeah. So the reason is because your fantasy globe is swiveled in the middle. It's rotating 2 different directions. That's the answer. That's it. Perfect.
Well, the thing is, like, I would like to hear him actually put it into the form of an argument, which is what I was trying to get him to do. But instead, like, once again, he's got his tail between his legs and he can't stand on all 10 of his toes and actually come out there with his claim, because they really show that they don't really have that much faith in this idea, actually, at the end of the day. Or else that's what they would do instead of like, here, you make a claim about it, because I'm too embarrassed about how pathetic mine is. You make the claim. I already won.
Yeah.
That's all I was going to say to him. If that's what you got to do, I already won.
Yep. That's why this is not a debate.
Yeah. Like, you won't even make an argument. You're trying desperately to get me to make an argument about something I have no need to make arguments on. That's awesome. It's already over. It's already over. I already won just in you doing that. Even if it's not about winning, but you know.
That was awesome.
How you guys doing?
Well, we're trying to extract a globe argument, but we just keep getting like the sea lion troll and explain this and that because nobody has any confidence in their globe claim. Yeah.
Yeah. And you flat earthers are whining about Globers whining.
Oh, yeah. They like to talk about us instead of the claim.
The Globers come in and do the same exact thing, talking about us whining about Globers whining, when they're discussing that instead of bringing globe proof. Like, exactly just like we said. Amazing.
And I mean, I am sort of talking about Globers right now, but I wouldn't if they would just stop doing that and actually bring arguments, because that's really what it's about, is I want to hear an argument.
Mm-hmm.
It's the problem that we're having here. Nobody has any conviction in their globe. I think if they did, they would stand on all 10 of their toes and they make some sort of argument, some sort of logical syllogism from, I don't know, let's say the stars rotate different ways or whatever it is they want to say, therefore it must be a globe. But no, they don't do that. Because it's almost like they feel like it's not going to work, it's going to get shot down, so let me try to make some sort of burden reversal out of it. Let's get them to explain it. The fact that you've already done that means that you've already thrown in the towel on whatever claim you had about it, so that's good.
Yep, so that's a concession every time.
Yeah.
Matrix discovered a new element.
He did?
Yeah, pure retardium.
You're too retarded to have noticed it before now.
Hidden in plain sight.
We have Nargon. I don't know if we've heard from him. I mean, there might still be hope out here.
Yeah, I just got here. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's how globe Earth believers have no proof of a globe. Like, none.
Yeah.
That's what we're finding out here.
I think this is pretty solid evidence. I mean,
okay, bring your argument.
How many suns do you think there are?
Yeah, bring an argument then. Let's hear it.
Well, if in order to bring an argument, all you're going to do is claim that all of the photos that we have and the curvature that I see, it's all fake and it's all
nice. Poison. If you've got proof, you drop it like a bomb. This is one of the things we were discussing earlier. Why is it you have to sidestep, poison the well, and all this other bullshit? If you've got proof, you'd strut in. Here's me proof. Lay it on the table. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Choke on that.
Yeah. Melt down about it.
So it's just like Heretic just said. Like, you have no confidence in this yourself.
Yeah.
That's why you have to poison the well. Because if you had the proof, like Matrix said, if you had the proof, you would just come in here and lay it down and say, here's the proof. And then all you would have to do is shut your fucking mouth and let the proof speak for itself. But you don't have it. That's why you have to talk about us not accepting your proof before you show it.
Does the Earth revolve around a sun? Explain daylight.
Yeah, you're asking me a question. Do you have an argument or not? This is what I started with. I said you guys have no arguments, no evidence.
I'm asking questions.
You're just asking questions now.
All right, you're not
question proof. So question proof.
Yeah, how is it that it's daytime some places and it's nighttime in other places? Yeah, you're
asking a question, not providing proof. Why don't you tell us? It's your claim.
Because the burden of proof is on the person making the claim that it's flat. That's you.
No. The globe is taught in all the schools. No. The globe is making a claim of shape, size, condition. So you're not making that claim of shape. You're making a claim of shape, right?
You are making a claim of shape.
No, flat is not a shape. Let's go back to geometry. Third grade geometry.
A plane is a shape.
Let's go to shapes and basic lines.
I don't think that it's
okay. What shape is flat? What shape is flat?
I don't think that it's a perfect sphere. No, I don't.
Doesn't matter. A sphere is a sphere. If it's an oblong sphere, it doesn't matter. It's still a sphere. It's still a shape claim. Do you not get this?
I think that flat earthers are trolling or they're dumb, in my opinion. And I know that's not scientific, but it's yeah.
That's not
because we claim the water is horizontal. We're dumb because water is exactly the way you experience it.
Never said that.
You're throwing the game again. You're ad homing, dude. You're giving up.
That's the only claim we're making. That water is horizontal.
Water is horizontal. Hold on, I gotta digest that.
Horizontal. Mm-hmm.
Water is horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not catching it. I don't get it. Do you think the maps are fake?
You think the maps are reality?
I'm asking, do you?
Maps are maps. They're reification. So do you think the maps are reality?
No. I'm asking if you do.
Another question proof.
Well, I mean, you could easily say if you open a textbook and look at a map, it's flat. That would help with your argument. I'm just saying, do you think that
all maps are flat? All maps are flat.
There you go. So why is it faster to get from California to Japan?
Oh, I don't know. Is it because it's a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, prove it.
Really? Okay,
Jesus
prove it. Yeah.
Christ.
See, this is how it always goes. If you had the confidence of that claim in hand already and the evidence to go with it, you'd just give us that instead of be like, here, make a counterclaim for me.
Instead of going to everything else except
why do you have different stars that you can see in different hemispheres?
Oh, I don't know. Is it because it's a globe?
Stargazing.
Yeah, is it because it's let me ask you, I'm totally ignorant. Is it because it's a globe?
Yeah, it would make more sense in that.
Okay, prove it.
Jesus fucking Christ. Right there, because you can see different stars in different hemispheres.
Okay, so prove it, since you're saying because of the stars looking away from the Earth.
You're like my child when she asks why after every...
So you're saying that by looking up at stars, that proves the globe. We're asking you to prove it in the first case.
Airplane flight paths. And how about it at 35,000...
so looking away from the ground again. Okay, is that because Earth is a globe?
Yeah, you think that they're going to go and take longer routes to fool everyone?
Okay, so great. You're claiming Earth is a globe, so we want the proof. In other words, a measurement of drop over distance. Just prove it in the first instance. Instead of looking away from the ground, we want the first instance.
What do you mean, instead of looking at the ground? What are you talking about?
Because you're looking up at the sky.
How about the sun?
Looking up at the sky, is that the Earth?
Sun sets at different times.
You see the Earth? So the sun looking up at the sky.
Oh my God! What the fuck? You're not allowed to use that to prove your point. You're not allowed to use the sky, which is incredibly.
You're claiming it's the point. You're claiming that. Does that mean that the Earth is a globe?
You don't, in your heart, believe that the Earth is flat.
Does that mean Earth is a globe?
I don't think it's a perfect globe, but I think things like gravity couldn't exist if you're like.
Okay. By looking up at the sun, like you were saying.
All right.
Does that mean it's an imperfect globe?
This is it's annoying talking to you.
Yeah, because you don't have proof of the globe. That's why it's annoying, and that's why you have to run away like a little baby. Wah!
See, they won't make arguments, dude.
This is like one after another. Okay, bring on the next one. If you're listening on YouTube, we're going to see if you can come in and do the same exact thing that the last 3 or 4 Globers have done. One after another. Like, even after, it's an open book test. We're telling you what you're going to do before you do it. Then you come in and do it.
Yeah, I know. What the hell? Like, we warned you and you still did it.
Hilarious.
Welcome to 24/7 Psychic Sessions.
Oh my God. I wouldn't even believe this could happen, like at this level. You just put it out there and they just come in and perform. It's hilarious. Oh my God. You're really annoying to talk to. Well, I guess that's your globe proof then.
Oh, we've got to put the disclaimer out. No Globers were harmed in the recording of this session.
Thank you.
Just their egos.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, who's next? Charlie, you?
Huh?
Charlie, you got any globe proof?
Nothing that you would accept.
There you go, you did the same thing.
Poison the well, instant.
That was a really quick one, Charlie.
I mean, I feel like that's my consistent answer whenever I'm here, isn't it?
You did it exactly like we predicted, though.
Yeah, that's okay.
You just don't wait for there to be a claim at all. You just don't even start with anything. You just say, you wouldn't believe anything I bring anyway. You wouldn't believe it. So, yeah, poisoning the well fallacy. So that's because, just like Heretic said, you don't even have any confidence in this globe thing yourself. Otherwise, you just present the case.
You keep telling yourself that.
Okay, so prove me wrong.
You wouldn't accept the proof. That's the problem.
He did it. He's doing it, dude.
Like, I'm happy to tell you what I consider to be the proof, but I have no expectation that you're going to accept it.
Mr. Dealer, can I double down, please?
He's got the winning hand. He's not going to show you his cards, though. Just trust him.
I'll show you my cards, right? But I have no confidence that you're going to accept them. But
why would you care?
You don't have any confidence yourself.
I don't care.
Wouldn't you actually want us to reject it in Spiral and be like, see, look at that. I got them all to just melt down over this simple proof.
You guys do that already 24/7.
Calling your bluff. I would throw the proof down. If I went into a room full of people who I thought were going to totally reject this proof that I have that's just going to blow them out of the water, I would love to slap that down.
What is it that you think that I'm bluffing?
Your proof. You don't have any. Your claims, arguments, evidence, you don't have any of it.
I'm not holding it back. I'll gladly share it with you. I'm just saying you're not going to accept it.
Stop the cap. So? Who cares?
Do you still want me to share it? That's my question. I'm glad to do so.
Yeah, put it in the text chat.
No, I'm good. I'll just tell you. So I have several different primary reasons to believe that the Earth is a globe. I actually have personal evidence for it that unfortunately I can't really share. But insofar as it goes, I can't share as in I can't post the data because I don't want to dox myself. But insofar as like publicly available information, for me the most clear thing are like the 4K videos of like the SpaceX launches. In particular, for example, the one with the Roadster, where you can, watch a live stream for hours and hours and hours, and eventually you see the planet.
Dude.
But I mean, I actually think it's more interesting to talk about
the car in space.
No,
and then you've got
obviously not the car in space, because I just mentioned the car in space, and I'm saying I think it's more interesting to talk about what it is that I know personally, right?
Yeah, but you can't tell us about that. You sound like Tom DeLonge.
No, I could tell you about
Joe
it.
Rogan podcast episode where
you're not listening.
You keep saying, "Oh, it's like clandestine, it's classified."
You're not listening.
Tell you.
No, you're not listening. I'm willing.
Talking about aliens being real or something. Yeah,
you're not listening. You're not listening. Steelman, what I just said.
Yeah, you said that you have some secret information that you can't divulge because it blocks you.
No, you're not
listening.
listening.
You said the Roadster in space.
No, you're just wrong.
You don't want to talk about the Roadster in space.
You're just wrong.
That's not really the proof.
Can you admit that that's not what I said?
You want to talk more about your personal experience, which you can't really divulge because it'll dox you. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
No. I can talk about my personal experience just fine. What I can't give you is post the actual numbers, the actual stream of data that demonstrates that that I do know these things, right?
You can't
I'm very happy to talk about the qualitative things that I know.
So you can say things and make claims, but you can't back them with proof. Okay, I heard you. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I prefaced all of this, which is by saying that it's personal, that I can't share it, and that you're not going to accept it.
At this point, you just lied with your first thing where you said, "Oh, I have got it. I've got it. I've got the proof. I'm not holding it back. I just don't think you guys want it." You lied.
I haven't even said what it is because you're so autistically trying to argue with me right now.
Yeah, you've told me now that what you can offer us is your claim, but you can't back it with the actual evidence because that would be too personally revealing.
Sure, I can't.
Let's reverse our
actually
positions
can't
here,
give you. What I actually can't give you is the.
Charlie, you've got me turned down, haven't you?
What I actually can't give you, right, is the
Charlie,
actual,
can you
for example,
hear me?
longitude,
Charlie,
latitude, and
hello,
altitude
can you hear me?
of the satellite that it is that I actively work on every day, right? That's what I can't.
Charlie, can you hear me? Type up in text that you can or cannot hear me.
He's not going to give his Latin long. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He's got me.
So before he started saying anything, he said there in his first statement, the very first thing he said was, "I have several reasons why I believe."
Correct.
That's it. So he gave his hand up right there.
What I find
interesting,
reasons,
not proof, reasons to believe, not factual evidence or proof that the Earth is a globe, just reasons that he believes Earth is a globe.
But yet again, if he had proof, and these flat earthers are annoying you, they have, why the shit wouldn't you just go, you know what? I wouldn't give a rat's ass if I doxed myself. Let's just reverse roles here. I've just dropped into a room with a whole heap of people that I dislike for whatever reason, just because they believe in something. I've got proof that can shut them down. Why am I going to sit back and go, I'm scared, I don't want to do it? You know what? I would step back and I'd launch that motherfucker in there so high. Hi, my name is XYZ. Here's your proof. Get stuffed.
Charlie, is it the case that you have Matrix muted? Is that seems to be the impression he has?
No, I don't at all.
Okay, good.
As to why I'm not interested in, like, quote unquote shutting you up with a proof, and that's like saying I have checkmate playing chess against a pigeon. Like, who cares? It's a pigeon.
You don't have any. That's why.
Pigeons don't play chess.
So you're just I just don't really care about winning. I'll just let the pigeon win. I don't really care. I don't buy that either.
You think pigeons play chess?
Yeah, that's why you don't.
You think pigeons can win at chess?
You don't have proof.
I mean, by default, you're just forfeiting. You're throwing the towel. You're like, oh, the pigeon's just going to fuck the game up. I quit.
I mean, I think it says a lot about you if you care about, quote unquote, losing chess to a pigeon because you refuse to play.
You're the one that's refusing to play because there's a pigeon.
I'm not refusing. I'm glad to tell you what it is that I know. What I can't do is
your
dox
analogy
myself.
is your projection.
I mean, you showed up. I mean, there's people listening. You could just put your proof out for their sake, and then have us act like a bunch of crazy pigeons. Whatever.
I'm glad to do that. Yeah, I'm glad to do that.
Board off the table. Like, yeah, go ahead.
I'm very glad to, like, do my spiel. I've done it before, right? Like, the information that I'm personally privy to, right, is the mutual distances between hundreds of ground stations spread out across the United States, and actually more than one now at this point, set of geosynchronous satellites. And the only shape that fits all that data that I'm privy to is a sphere. And I'm happy to talk about qualitatively how it is that we know these distances, right? I'm happy to talk about the algorithm. It's actually quite simple.
Are the distances coming from a spherical coordinate system?
No.
No. Okay. Well, why don't you just tell us?
The distances don't. They're one-dimensional distances, right? It's distance between 2 points. It's not.
So it's linear.
Not a vector distance.
So it's two-dimensional. It's linear.
I never said it's two-dimensional. It's one distance, right? It's one number. It's one-dimensional.
Well, one dimension would be like a point, right?
No, that's zero-dimensional. Points are zero-dimensional.
From one point to another point.
Yeah, from one point to another point is one-dimensional, right?
Okay, so
it's a single scalar.
From a ground station to this hardware. Right?
But what do you mean by hardware?
The hardware you're talking about, satellite.
And it's not just that, right? It's also all of the distances between the ground stations and each other.
Okay, perfect. So that's what I'm trying to get to. So each ground station, how do they measure the distance between those?
How do they measure the distance to the ground? So each of the ground stations emit a known signal, and so all the other ground stations can pick it up. And all the ground stations being synchronized in time with each other, they can tell how long it takes for them to listen to the signal that's being emitted by all the other ground stations, and in that way they can establish basically a matrix of distances between all the ground stations. You don't even need to know the satellite at this point, right? At this point, you just just see the shape that they're laid on in, right?
These ground stations can all ping each other, and that doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
I mean, if you know all the distances between all of the ground stations, right, you can sort of fit them into a shape.
So those
guess what that turns out to be?
You've just told us what you've told us will work on a plane.
The distances between the ground stations
will work on a plane. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think you know what it is that you're saying will work on a plane.
At the moment, all you've got is ground stations. So if you get a piece of paper and draw dots all over the piece of paper, that would represent your ground stations.
Right, and if they were laid out,
you can ping their distance to each other. So from point A to point B is X. From point A to point C is Y. From point A to point whatever is Z. And you can measure the distance between them. So what? You can do that on a flat plane.
Yeah, I never said you can't do that on a flat plane. You're not understanding my point.
You're not understanding my point. You're just trying to sidestep it. Your claim of these things are X distances apart, we can measure them, doesn't exclusively only happen on a... It can happen on both.
I actually think that even some flat earthers here understand why it is that it fixes the shape. Right?
It doesn't fix the shape.
Like
that's
not
the bit
all
you don't
shapes.
get. Okay, Charlie, listen carefully. When I'm establishing whether something is
you're just going to interrupt me every time.
Globe only, or both, I imagine I've got three buckets. One with flat Earth only.
Man, you're really upset over this.
One with globe Earth only written on it, and one could be both. At the moment, your claim fits in the could be both.
You actually don't have to assume any shape at all, right? Like all you get is a list of distances between each ground station and all the other ground stations, right? And so you ask yourself, what is the only possible? Like if you search the space of possible shapes and positions of these ground stations,
we're not looking for a shape. You don't know.
Excuse me.
You're excused. You're not looking for shapes.
Well, hold on a second. You said that you got 1D distances. You got the linear distances, just a line from point to point, right?
Mm-hmm. And you don't know in which direction they are, right? You just know like there's some distance away. You know the distance between all the ground stations and each other, right? Like that's all you got.
Well, that's linear distance.
Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't offend me. You can call it linear distance.
Well, it would be a straight line.
Yes. You agree that like if they were all coplanar, right? You get some fixed relationship between all the distances, and if they were not coplanar, they were in some other shape, they would not respect that coplanar relationship.
Well, that's up to you to prove that they're coplanar or not.
Right. That's my whole point. I'm not going to give you the data, right? I'm not going to dox myself that way. That's actually
that's where
NDA protected information.
What you're giving us is a nothing burger, because we said this at the beginning. Exactly. You're going to make a claim, and then you're not going to support it with the actual evidence that you claim to have for it.
I told you that I was going to share with you what I personally know to be true, right? That what's something that is proved to me that you're not going to accept. I said this out loud, right?
You haven't given us any evidence to accept or reject. It's just kind of a trust me, bro.
Correct.
You got a story.
Absolutely true. Right now, I'm just a dude on the internet. Correct.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. I don't deny that, right? But I got asked why is it that I believe, right? Not why is it you should believe it.
All right. Well, I mean, we just wanted to see it so that we could believe it for ourselves and offer it to anybody.
Do you really think it's reasonable for me to give out NDA protected information so that I could dox myself and lose my job?
It should be reasonable that somebody should be able to prove this thing to the world that they're telling it to believe in. Yeah.
Oh, they've proven it in many other ways, right?
Oh, then we don't need this. Then go to some other way.
Oh, I agree. You don't need it. I'm giving you the most personal, intimate way that I know of, right? I'm just saying that, and I know you're not going to accept it. And by the way, all the other reasons that we know of, that's why I listed the second one, which is like the SpaceX videos. I know you're not going to accept those. You don't accept any of them,
proof.
right?
You have to take.
Can I interject here for a second?
Proof. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah.
My suggestion is to you to begin with. Maybe you should ask any one of us where our standard of evidence lies in regards to proving that the surface of the Earth is curved to begin with.
Why would I do that?
Because if you don't present any evidence that matches our standard of evidence, then you're literally just wasting your breath. You understand that?
I'm not wasting my breath. I mean, I'm happy to talk to you guys. I'm aware.
Hold on. Do you understand what a standard of evidence is?
Yeah. Do you know what evidence is possible? It's not possible to me.
So if my standard of evidence presenting. So take for instance, if my standard of evidence, which it does, involves say a 5-mile stretch of the Earth where it's measured directly with solid materials, a straight edge, and curvature 8 inches per mile squared over 5 miles is detected with solid materials directly. That's where my standard of evidence lies. So if you present to me anything other than that, it just doesn't suffice, and I'm just wasting my time listening to you babble, and you're just wasting your time babbling. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I fully understand that you think that. Yes.
Okay, so do you understand now why I would suggest to you now that you would ask us where our standard of evidence lies?
I acknowledge it, and I'm ignoring your suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
So you're just like, okay, that makes sense, but I'm going to ignore it because I'm retarded? Like, what is that? Is that your response? I don't even get that.
I didn't say you're retarded.
No, I said you're retarded.
I don't see how me being retarded has anything to do with it, but all right.
Whatever. Anyway,
maybe because I'm too retarded to know why.
Well, here, do you know of any time that anyone's directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of how they did this? Where, when, and how?
I don't know, dude. I've had this argument like a million times.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm not interested in going down this
that
particular.
Means no,
right? Somebody asked me what personal information do I have, right? And I'm happy to share that. And I would actually think that you guys would be.
That's a solid no. I'm going to sidestep because I don't have any info.
No. I'm saying I'm not sidestepping. I think I would think that you guys would be happy to talk to somebody that's in my industry, right? So you can ask questions about.
Yeah, that's fine.
Presumably, how it is that either I am in on it or ignorant and compartmentalized.
That's okay. Right? All you've given us so far, Charlie, is flat Earth measurements. We appreciate that.
Charlie, do you know what the word zealot means?
Yeah.
So that's what you are to us, in case you're wondering.
I know you think that, yes.
But you were listing off those other things, and I just wanted to clarify for you, you know. It's none of those other things you listed. It's just that one thing.
Well, you know what, Orion? That's a fascinating observation. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Sounds like that's all you need is reasons to believe in your religion. And that's what you told us in the very beginning.
Sure.
Your exact words were, I have several reasons why I believe
the
Earth is a sphere. Yeah. So not have facts or evidence or proof of.
Oh, I consider them to be facts.
Just reasons to believe that it is. So no proof.
They're not mutually exclusive terms, right? Something I could believe something as a fact, right?
You don't believe facts.
Believe is a superset of know. Everything that I know, I also believe it, right?
Not if you have facts.
That's just,
you don't have to believe that.
That's just an incorrect use of language. I'm sorry. Like,
really? So if
yes.
I measure my table, I just believe it's a rectangle? I don't know it's a rectangle?
You both believe and know it.
So it's a verifiable belief.
The belief is redundant at that point, Charlie. Now you're just playing with language.
That's someone I haven't heard from for a while. Obvious it be. How's it going, brother?
What's up, Matrix, man? I'm all good, yourself?
Oh, can't complain. No one will listen anyways.
You're certainly sounding a little bit more wound up nowadays compared to last time I heard from you.
Oh, it's like
finally sick to death of these blue cards. But yeah, I got to keep them on their toes. We just want to dance around if you don't.
I get accused of yelling at people all the time. I've actually got a decibel meter right beside me here, and I run the thing on regular basis. Just me talking to you now, and I've only had it running for 10 seconds, it's at 90.1 decibels, and that's at 1.5 feet away from me. And I get accused of yelling at people all the time. Oh, at 93, there we go.
So what you're saying is you're actually talking really calmly, really chill, but you put your voice through a changer that turns you into a madman.
Oh, look at that. I just jumped to 97. Wow. And things not even pointing towards me. That is depressing.
Holy shit. Oh, my ears. Oh.
Oh, yeah. It's loud. Oh, well. No, actually, I actually do naturally have an exceptionally loud voice, which it is funny because it's not yelling at me.
I know. But like you turned your mic down and I had to turn you up to 200%. Because I'm used to hearing your voice the way it is. So I just turned you right back up. That's funny.
And I was listening on stream earlier, you going back and forth with Rob Noxious, you know.
Oh, Rob is
just,
so
not letting him get out of the corner there with his clowning.
Well, Charlie basically admitted that he can't actually show the proof. I mean, no, not basically. He absolutely did. Just came out right and said
You're not listening.
No, I am. That's what it broke down to, right? I mean, you had the claim, and then you said that you wouldn't be able to post the data that actually supports the claim. You wouldn't share that, so you just had like kind of an empty shell of an argument.
Asked why it is that I believe it, right?
Yeah, but we asked you.
I'm telling you that I can't post the data as to why it is that I believe it, right?
So that would be the proof in your case. That would be the substance to it. You're not.
I mean, I could prove it other ways, right?
We didn't really ask you why you believe it, though. We just asked for some sort of.
No, you did. You did actually.
I didn't.
I don't know if it was you personally, but the room certainly did.
I didn't ask you that. That's not what I was looking for.
You said believe, not us.
Yeah, I think it's you who turned it to that.
No.
Well, here's why I believe it.
No, I very clearly said that. As far as publicly available information, right? I think the clearest proof is all the SpaceX videos, in particular the one with the Roadster.
Not proof, though.
Right.
You'd have to prove those themselves. Right? Those require
you don't think it's proof, dude. Holy shit! How many times do I have to say that? I know you don't think it's proof.
But it's not.
Where?
It's not that I don't think it is. It's just not in and of itself.
I know you don't think so.
Validation. No, it's not that I don't think so. It's that it's not. You'd have to validate that imagery and show that it is what you claim
I know
it is.
that you don't think so. I'm aware that you don't think it is proof.
Me not thinking it is. It's about it not being that, dude. You'd have to validate it somehow.
I'm aware that you don't think so, dude.
So, Charlie,
on what basis do you accept? Well, on what basis do you accept those videos?
Why do you accept that video after the mini documentary of the massive green screen getting built and showing it on the green screen? Why do you accept the videos as real after that came out?
Sure. So, I mean, the answer is a little complicated, but I've given it before. So I think it ultimately comes down to verified trust in the scientific establishment.
So what is scientific?
Ultimately,
what is scientific about a green screen video that you believe in?
Well, that has nothing to do with a green screen video, right?
Oh, it's just your trust and faith is in the authority structure that we have, and that's
it's not trust. It's not faith. It's
what
it's
is
verified.
it? You just said it's trust, dude.
It's not. No, I said it's not faith. It's trust in. So if you let me speak, I'll be glad to.
You said it's trust. You said you trust them, dude.
Yes, I did say trust. If you let me speak, I can explain as to why.
This is faith.
No, it's not faith. It's not faith.
Well, it's just the source that you trust, that you place faith in.
Do you want to hear why or not? Do you want?
But you're just saying you believe. Well, I mean, you're just saying you.
Do you want to hear why or not?
But that's different, though.
You're not intellectually curious. Got it.
If you're going to tell me why you believe them, then not really, because I want to see what actually supports the thing that you put.
As I said, I don't have proof that you will accept.
Okay, but if you show me a video, don't tell me, well, the people I got it from, I just trust them, because that doesn't verify the video in itself. What's the actual evidence?
No, that's not what I said.
The authenticity of it. Yeah, this is what you said. You said you trust
you're not listening at all.
Establishment. That's what you said.
Not only are you not listening at all, you're not even letting me expand as to what it is that I mean.
That's exactly what you said, that you have faith in the scientific establishment, so-called. That's exactly what you said.
I know that's what you think that I said, but that's not what I said.
You trust them. You trust where it's coming from.
I'm aware that's what you think I said. I'm aware.
That's what you said. You said you trust where it's coming from. You trust the people behind it.
I'm aware you think that, yes.
You didn't name them. You gave a generalization about them, but yeah.
Are you curious as to hearing what it is it actually meant? Or are you just going to grandstand the entire time?
I'll tell you the answer. I'll tell you the answer. I would like to hear it if you're going to give me actual evidence to support the authenticity of the video and not just give me reasons why you trust.
I'm not going to be able to give you anything you will accept. I'm going to tell you right up front.
I was almost done. If you're going to give me a story on why you trust the people that it came from, then no, I don't care. Because that's not going to validate the video still.
Thank you for admitting you don't care.
Well, it's just not going to give me what I'm asking for, which is verification of that imagery, right?
How many times have I said this? I don't have anything that you will accept.
That's not about me not accepting it. You don't have anything that actually validates it.
But am I wrong when I say that? I don't have anything you will accept.
Well, you don't have anything that validates it.
Okay.
Yes, you are wrong.
The statement, I don't have anything you will accept.
Charlie,
holy shit, are you really
repeating yourself 6 times is not going to change the fact you have not presented anything. It's not that we will not accept it. You haven't given us something to accept. Do you see the difference?
I have given you
something. No, you have not.
Yeah.
There is a major difference. Here's some data. On the other hand, I can't give you data because you won't accept
the videos.
Now you're going to sidestep onto something we don't care about.
Are there people that have accepted the SpaceX videos as demonstrated in the Earth as a globe?
All right, so what basis are we accepting these videos on?
No. Are there people that have accepted those videos demonstrate the Earth to be a globe?
Yeah, you.
Excellent. So it is possible to accept it.
Without proof. Yeah, that's
There is something to accept. You're just choosing not to.
Faith. It's called faith or blind.
What is your proof that those videos are fake?
It's called faith.
Provide evidence that they are fake.
Well, we're asking for evidence that they're legit because that's what he claimed.
So I got an idea to make this conversation not sound so like it's repeating over and over again. Hey, Charlie, why don't you take my advice right now? And if you're not going to ask me, why don't you ask one of these other guys you're talking to right now? Where is your standard of evidence? What would suffice you and make you say, oh, yeah, the Earth is a ball?
No, I don't care about meeting their standard of evidence.
I know, but you're repeating yourself. Charlie, hold on. You're repeating yourself. Aren't you smart enough to see that? You're repeating yourself like you have been for like the last half hour.
I mean, you guys have as well, right? Like I keep saying,
well, they have
any evidence you will accept.
Right. You're right.
And then they keep saying, oh, well, you haven't presented it. And then I'm like, well, I have presented it. And then you're like, no, but it's not real evidence. And then you guys don't understand that that is a necessary consequence of the stance that I hold. You're not going to accept my evidence.
Charlie,
and then you guys are like, well, it's not evidence.
Stop
and that's the loop.
Charlie, stop.
I know, Charlie. I know. I've been listening. I know. Now I'm telling you. Why don't you make it so instead of you're repeating yourself and they're repeating themselves? Why don't you ask one of them where their standard of evidence lies, and then follow that thread?
Because I'm not interested in following that thread. Because I'm not interested in it.
It's retarded, dude. Then you are by definition retarded.
No, that's actually not what retarded is defined as. But thank you for your input.
Because you're slow. Yeah, you're mentally slow.
I guarantee you, I beat you on any metric of your choosing, except maybe being retarded. You probably win on that.
I'm retarded.
There's an autism test if you guys want to do that.
I got an A on that.
All right, looks like this.
Hey, Dad, am I retarded? Can you tell me real quick? Hey, Dad, am I retarded?
Pussies keep muting people.
Oh, God. He said yes. I'll see you guys later.
That was
all right. Well, who's next then? Because Charlie's basically already told us in so many words he doesn't have it. So, yeah, go ahead to the next guy.
Made in China. Step right up, step right up. Not everyone's a winner.
What? You're talking
yes,
to me?
you. Unfortunately for you, my friend, you are the next volunteer.
Okay, disprove it. Disprove it. Disprove it. Every video that SpaceX
we need to see some evidence first of the globe Earth.
You've just jumped in and said disprove it. How
I'm
about you
off
prove
what
your ball,
Charlie guy was
and then
talking
I'll
about.
disprove it.
Okay.
Proof of the globe Earth. That's what we're looking for. Do you have that?
I do.
Excellent.
Okay, what is it?
We might wait for it. Wait for it. He could be the one.
Moment here. I'll give you a 4-hour video. Fuck it. Actually, you guys can use some education.
What about an argument? How about that?
I was asked for proof, and this proof
An
is
argument. That would be logical proof.
part of an argument.
You could
Well, an
put
argument would
forward
be
an
logical
argument
proof.
and then back it with your video. That'd be up there.
Okay.
Yeah, so he
My
provided
argument
us
is
feedback.
the Earth is round, and here is the proof.
Okay, where's
That's
the
an
measurement?
argument. That's an assertion, dude.
It's an assertion. Well, it would
We
become
need
an
to
argument
measure.
once you contest it.
My argument
need
is
to
just a
measure.
declaration of your conclusion. No, it's not even an argument. It's just
No,
a
my
declaration.
claim.
Yeah, it's just your
Claim
claim.
and conclusion, which is
Yeah, they're one and the same.
the
No.
argument is when you jump in and
Your
disagree.
claim includes the conclusion.
Cool, disprove it.
You're just asserting it, dude. You didn't prove it.
Disprove illogical thought. Yeah, how are we going to do that?
I provided you with the proof of my claim,
No,
and now you don't
no, you
agree with
didn't.
it.
You have
I put it in the side
claim-
chat.
You have the claim and the conclusion together.
My claim is the Earth is round.
Yeah, so prove it.
I posted a video of a spacecraft.
The
There's my
video
proof.
of the spacecraft
Yeah, that's all right.
is not
That's all
measurement
right.
of
You've
curvature.
posted the video. So this is what we call an elephant hurling fallacy. Where in the video, give us a timestamp on where you would like to go so we can witness this proof. Because I'm not going to sit through 4 hours, 48 minutes, and 45 seconds of shit just in case there's only 3.2 seconds of proof in this video. You can understand that. We don't want to waste our time.
YouTube has a slide feature where you can see the scenes, right, in every frame.
So
But okay,
somewhere in the
We know.
video is a
I'll give you it.
So,
4:12, 4 hours, 12 minutes.
so there's a measurement of curvature of Earth there in that video.
That's not what you asked me to do. You asked me to prove it.
The globe would
I'm
that
giving
would
you a
mean
visual
a
proof.
measurement of curvature. Measurement of curvature. That would be the proof.
That is your arbitrary proof.
No, that is the objective truth.
No, that's your arbitrary claim to prove.
If you're saying Earth is a globe, that means it would measure to be globe. That would mean curvature measurement on the surface.
You asked for my proof as to how the Earth is round. I gave you visual proof. Now,
So
you're
timestamp,
saying
4
it's
hours, 12.
false.
Yes?
4 hours 14 is better.
14?
So how are you going to match the visual you're saying is visual proof with the actual proof on the surface of Earth?
First of all, are you claiming this timestamp is falsified and it's fake?
No.
I'd like to get to the timestamp first.
It's not proof of Earth curvature.
You haven't even looked at it. I actually appreciate that one guy, Mate, I believe, is actually looking for it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it too. I don't see a measurement of curvature there.
That's your own arbitrary claim to proof. I don't have to abide by that.
To any kind of curvature being presented, that's actuality, that matches reality.
That's not even an argument. That's just an anecdotal assertion.
So you're giving us videos. Are you able to authenticate that with measurement of the ground to support what you're claiming is actual footage of the ground?
Yeah.
Not some sort of lens effect or
is 112 kilometers.
Yeah, but we want to know what we're actually looking at. Is that the physical curvature of the ground, or is it an optical or a lens effect? What is it?
At that height, I agree that the one picture on the right is definitely exaggerated with the camera, but you definitely see curvature at that height.
So we have lens distortion. Okay, you've already admitted to that, but you say you would see it. But so how do we differentiate between the lens distortion and the physical curvature that you say is there?
In this instance, you can talk about firsthand people experiencing and saying, "Oh, look at the curve."
Well, we're just going to so we're just going to appeal to somebody saying, "Look at the curve." How about we just measure the ground?
Every time you look at your Flat Earth YouTube videos, you're just appealing to someone's fucking words saying, "Oh, look, I did this," and just
no, we go outside and we experience it for ourselves.
In a falsified setting, sure.
So I don't know why you won't just measure the ground then. In a falsified setting, what does that mean?
I find it interesting that you're not actually able to tell me how this image is necessarily false.
You just
did. Keep dodging it.
You just did. You just did. You just did. No. You said that. Yeah, I admit it. That there's not that much curve. It's exaggerated. So
that's
obviously
not what I said. I said there's exaggeration because of the type of lens, but the curve is there.
No, that is what I just said. You said is exactly what you just went. I didn't say that, and then you went on and said it again.
Oh,
yeah. So now you're telling us that we have a lens effect there. Okay, so to differentiate from optical distortion and what the physical curve should be, just measure the ground to show us what it physically is. Because maybe there's not. Maybe it's all lenses.
So basically, made in China. I don't think you understood what he's getting to.
No, I
How
get
do
what
you
he's getting.
tell the difference between legitimate Earth curve and lensing or distortion due to the lens? How can you differentiate between the two? What can we do to separate those two issues?
You can separate those two issues by knowing the type of camera that's being used. For example, the image on the right, if you're looking at it.
How about we just measure the ground? If indeed it is curved, then we should be able to measure it. Allegedly, it's supposed to be curved at a very specific rate with a radius of 3959 miles. If that is true and correct, then at 10 miles, it should be a 66-foot drop. At 20 miles, it should be about 240, 250 feet drop. At 30 miles, it should be a 600-foot drop.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we just get a laser, shoot it across the ground, and then go and measure for the drop, which would confirm if these videos are true or false? Does that make sense?
I'll get you a video that demonstrates this perfectly. And it was one of you guys who actually did this.
So,
Jaren, flashlight, not accounting for diffraction, plus he's showing a hump, not a drop.
A hump would be accurate. You wouldn't get a drop necessarily.
So no 8 inches per mile squared then.
That would be the hump.
No, that would be a drop. It's an 8 inches per mile squared drop. It's not going to rise up and then start dropping. It's just going to drop.
No, it's going to have a slight hump to it. That's what it
Show me that in 8 inches per mile squared. Show me that in that formula.
Inches per mile squared.
Okay, made in China.
In his example, he was doing
a hump. If you're seeing a hump, that means you are not looking horizontal. You are looking down through the Earth.
You wouldn't be looking through the Earth. You'd be looking.
That's why you've got a hump. Is because you're trying to look down through it, and you're assuming that that is a horizontal plane. Therefore, that's why you have the hump. Whereas
in
if
this
you
example
look
with the guy with the
horizontal,
flashlight, whatever his name was, that is the hump. It's either or from the perspective of
his light level.
the curve.
Means he didn't have his light level.
Well, there's also other issues with that torch light, but anyways.
Oh yeah, every excuse other than maybe it's.
Well, actually, it's not just an excuse. If you do your own research, Sonny, instead of just coming in here going blah blah blah, any excuse, you will find that light, as it passes through a reticle, disperses. And when you try to get light to pass through multiple reticles,
it's ironic that the difference
it does
in height
even
was
more weird
exactly
stuff.
what it needed to be, though, huh?
Guess what? Here's something interesting. The size of the reticle.
What I find interesting is the light. The height
shut
difference
up
is
and listen.
exactly what
You're
it
in
needed to be.
education mode. Shh. You're not helping
the
yourself.
difference in height was exactly what it needed to be. So
the difference in light was what it needed to be. Interesting how they didn't use a laser. Why did they use a torchlight? Because the laser broke. What happens when you try to pass torchlight through an aperture?
You can give all the excuses you want. The difference in height was exactly what it needed to be.
It's known scientific fucking fact. Not funny.
Why was the height difference?
Start listening. The height doesn't matter. There is no relevance.
That's the entire purpose of an experiment.
Listen.
That's the entire purpose of the experiment, to see if it's a height difference.
I'm going to have to help you. Listen, if you watch the end of the video, they say, that's interesting. They don't say, oh shit, the light didn't go through. Watch the video again. Learn what is happening. Don't just come in here and go, oh, they're flat earthers, any excuse will do. No, there was something very specific happen. When you try to pass light through a hole, depending on the size of the hole and depending on the distance between the holes, the light will not go through. So if you've used a torch, you've fucked up. It's not that the holes weren't lined up in correct distances or elevations. That is another side story altogether. You keep just focusing on that. Understand how optics works, and you'll sit back and go, oh, wow, they were destined to fail. Game over.
The fact that you need to get your point across is hilarious. But
because you talk through me, you wouldn't shut up.
Because you're ignoring the most important point, because it's fucking a disadvantage.
Okay, in your perspective, what is the most important point?
Yeah, let's hear it.
The most important point is the height of the light at where it was exactly where it needed to be for the curvature. And you're just saying, oh, well, fuck it. No, it's something fucked up. Why was it exactly where it needed to be?
Why didn't they use the laser?
Show the math. Show the math.
I need to go back to the video to see exactly the distance. And
no, you show the math.
Now you're just being disingenuous, and you know it. No, I'm not going to remember the height difference.
So let me get this straight. T-Dub requesting the mathematics of the video that you're claiming is disingenuous. How is that disingenuous?
It's disingenuous to ask me for the exact math because I don't remember it off the top of my head, and then to say, oh no, don't go get it when I'm just going to go get it. That's disingenuous.
Yeah, he didn't say don't go get it. He's quite happy for you to
Yes, he did. When I said, let me go watch the video, he's like, no, do the math. Acting as if you guys remember
go watch
every
your video then and come back with the math.
Exactly.
You make a claim and you don't have the information, so that's obvious.
Yeah. That
do whatever you can to fucking deflect. That's all you guys do.
It's not a deflection. What you've got, mate, what you've got is quite a few of you young chaps pop in here, you make all these claims, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I've just got to go back and watch the video. Well, hang on a minute. You just made the claim. Surely you'd know the data or information to back said claim.
Unlike you guys, this isn't on the top of my mind.
Do you run around making claims with no information to back it? Oh, yeah, you do. Sorry. That's what we're
you said it fits the globe exactly, but you don't know what that is.
Yeah, because at the time I did. I checked
you did?
I don't remember.
Sure you did. Now we're going to believe you because you have to look it up after. You already made the claim. Now you have to look it up afterwards.
I have to look up the exact numbers.
Why would we believe you? That's disingenuous.
Because I'm going to go look up the exact numbers right now.
Yeah, because you lied about it in the first.
Do you have any numbers at all?
Because I did it. And now I forget it because it was a long time ago. You guys don't forget anything?
Can you just admit you were like the other millions of people that just watched
No, you're right.
Stuff.
I forgot. You guys just have absolute perfect memory. You're my
No, we just don't make claims and then have to look up the information later.
I forgot numbers. I apologize.
China, have you watched any? Oh, sorry, Sonny. Have you watched any alternative takes on that test, or just what you saw from Netflix?
I've seen critiques of it.
Alternative takes.
Also, I didn't watch it on Netflix.
Okay, you watched it on YouTube.
Yes.
Watch the Netflix piece on YouTube. Okay, great.
No, I watched the original video on YouTube.
That would
Was
be
it
the
Netflix originally?
I don't know where it came from originally. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
originally I watched it from YouTube.
Netflix.
Is it from?
Yeah, you probably watched some fucking anti-flat earth retard rehash it, basically. So you didn't even watch it.
No, I just watched the clip. You're making a lot of assertions.
Well, you guys are, dime a dozen. You all come in with the same shit. You all watch the same stuff. You all misunderstand it the same way.
Everyone comes within the same shit because you guys can't give an explanation for something. You just always revert.
You come in, you start issues. You sidestep from that already.
I didn't sidestep. I'm still on it.
But no, you have to appeal to this 3-minute clip that you saw that wasn't even on the original video, right? Of a flat earther. Is it what? So nobody proved it before that. He was the one guy that proved the Earth is curving, right? There's nothing before him that you could appeal to and show us.
Sorry, I was watching the video. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, there's nothing that you could appeal to before this event demonstrating the Earth to be a globe. There's only him. He's the only person ever in history to ever measure Earth curvature, right?
No. The only reason why I bring up his example is because he's a flat earther.
Well, who cares?
That's pretty important.
I don't care.
You guys care about doing self-experiments so much, and you guys very much rely on the YouTube community.
Why have you not brought up Effie Core's laser experiment? Laser transit, non-experiment.
I don't know that one by name.
Are you aware of that? Why are you not aware of this one? It's a much more like rigid test compared to a fucking flashlight because their collimator broke and they couldn't use the laser. That's what happened with Jaren.
You know, a laser would actually be more affected by refraction, so it'd be actually.
Well, obviously that was the original plan in Jaren's test, but their collimator
to have something less effective,
which basically directs the light, tightens the beam, melted. So as a last-ditch resort, they had to switch to using a fucking torch, which is about the worst thing you could use in such a test.
Actually, a laser would be worse. The concentration would make it so that refraction is more apparent.
Okay, well now you just have no clue what you're talking about.
Are you saying the light concentration would not have a greater effect of refraction?
You're saying a more concentrated beam would be a worse tool to use.
When it comes to atmospheric refraction,
torch that has splayed out, that the light splays out from.
In the context of atmospheric refraction, it'd have a higher effect, yes.
How about you just concentrate on the video?
I just answered it.
So why isn't the U.S. Navy using flashlights instead of lasers for targeting?
Whoa, hold up.
You idiot.
The whole point of lasers is the concentration and the heat concentration that comes with it. That's a completely different subject.
And the fact that it shoots in a straight line. So over about 4 miles, you're going to have about 32 inches of refraction.
Yeah, are you seriously comparing a military grade laser to a fucking commercial grade laser, where the power fucking outputs are completely different, and also the purpose and beam fucking length is
How do you know what grade the laser was?
Now you're an expert. Look at
are you telling me the power output on the fucking lasers that are used to shoot down drones?
I never mentioned anything about power output.
Not you, the other guy that criticized that.
laser targeting systems. How do you know what grade his laser was before it broke?
Yeah.
Before the collimator broke, and he had to resort to a flashlight.
You're trying to say a flashlight is okay for a test.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
Now you're talking about laser grades. Are you
because
retarded?
It was brought up. If you want to fucking just add on, go for it. You're just proving the point here. You're just proving.
Well, he's not ad homing you because he pointed out the stupidity of your claim, right? That no, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. Shut up, and I'll explain.
It is.
Because he
ad hom is when you insult someone instead of the argument.
Shut up! Shut up! He didn't do that.
That's exactly what he did.
Up! Won't you stop talking? And I'll tell you how it's not. He rebutted your claim by pointing out the stupidity of trying to argue for flashlights over lasers. Then he called you an idiot, dude. So it's not an ad hom because he didn't use an insult in lieu of an argument.
Exactly.
It didn't even go that. It didn't even go that. Hang on. It didn't even go that far. He asked you a question. Yeah. Are you?
What was
retarded?
the question? That's an ad hom.
Yeah.
No, it's not because he made the argument.
There's a fucking inference to it. You fucking.
No, it's not because he made an argument. Then he fucking.
What argument did he make? He didn't make an argument.
Yeah, he said what you're doing is you're trying to argue for using a flashlight over a laser, dude. That's obviously
a flashlight
a bad
would
move.
be more effective in this scenario, but
So
you guys tried to make a false comparison.
It's not like he just ignored what you said and then went, "Are you retarded?"
He absolutely did.
No, he didn't. He dealt with what you said, then asked you, "Are you retarded?" You guys got to figure out what an ad hom is.
That's
right.
Do you want the definition of an ad hom?
China, shut up.
Yes, I just gave it to you. You fuck.
No, you fucking didn't. You gave me your own little fucking stupid version.
No, it's a fucking insult in lieu of
there's another ad hom.
Not what
Just call me
happened
a
there.
fuckwit. There you
No,
go.
it's not, dude. Because I'm dealing with what you're saying and then calling you names. They're just names. Fucking
You're
figure it out.
attacking my character instead of the argument.
No, not in lieu of your argument. I'm attacking that, and then
You don't have to replace the fucking insult for the
Yes,
argument.
you
Just
do.
attacking
That's
a
what an ad
character.
hom is. Stop
No,
fucking
it's
saying
not.
it if you can't figure. Yes, it is. You dipshit, and that wasn't one either.
Yeah, you don't know what an ad hom is.
Yeah, you don't.
Stop
This is
using
like-
words you don't understand, bro.
Yeah, I mean it's all beside the point, but it's just aggravating to hear you throw out these fallacy names that you don't comprehend. It's just pathetic.
Look, there's
Okay,
the
so
definition.
excellent. He knows how to use the side chat. See where you just posted up in side chat there, mate?
I've posted a couple things in side chat if you're fucking a bit slow.
Okay, excellent. See where you've posted? Have a look at the thing written directly above what you just posted.
Measuring distance in terms of you're using a fucking a laser to actually measure the fucking distance. That has nothing to do with refraction. That's just talking about distance measurement.
You don't know what refraction is.
So you think the test is to test refraction, Chan?
Oh my god, you guys are fucking so slow. No, I don't think the test is to test refraction.
Do you even know what they're trying to attempt in these tests?
Yes,
What they're trying to
test
demonstrate.
the fucking curvature bend over a certain distance.
Yeah, that means they want to detect the laser cross a distance from one point to another point.
The difference is you're not using the laser to test the actual distance and get that hard number for that distance.
It's not a
Refraction is
distance
still
test,
happening.
you clown.
Exactly.
It's to see if it's still visible, if something's blocking it or
So
not.
this fucking example has nothing to do with that. This is talking about using lasers as an actual way to measure distance. Not how
because you're
accurate it is. when it hits
Lasers are
the
better
point.
for measuring distance, and that's
This
the
has
only
nothing
thing
to do
they're
with
better
how
for.
accurate it is when it hits a point. It has to do with how accurate it is.
You're just a contrary retard, man. You just want to
There you go
disagree with
the ad-homs
everything.
again. You're not understanding. You're like purposely being maliciously ignorant on this. I think just for the sake of your point, to not actually have an actual
Okay,
argument.
do lasers operate in a straight line? Yes or no?
Depends on the distance.
Okay. At what distance do lasers stop operating in a straight line?
It varies on the atmospheric conditions.
Okay, with perfect given conditions, at what distance does laser stop being a straight line?
Say that again.
At perfect conditions, at what distance does the laser stop being straight?
Define perfect conditions. That's pretty arbitrary.
Non-refraction. The conditions
doesn't
required
exist.
for your refraction to happen. It's a
Refraction
perfect
will
day, so
always
there is
happen.
no refraction. So at what distance will the laser stop being straight?
Refraction will always occur. It is traveling through a median.
Excellent. So, how much refraction will there be over what distance? 15 metres?
It depends on the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah. So what's the second medium?
Well, you have the air, you have moisture.
So we've got air. Congratulations. What's the second medium?
Moisture.
So this laser is magically bending at the intersection of air, water, air, water, air, water, air, water. So it's bending up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down the whole way along. It'd be easier just to say it stays straight.
Purposely, that's not how.
Okay, well, how about this? 14.7 psi. That's what you're going to have for air pressure, and let's see, 30% relative.
Air pressure
humidity.
changes.
Now tell me, 14.7 sea level. We're just going to keep it steady, sea level, same level.
That's not an accurate representation.
Let's see, 30% relative humidity.
Yes,
those are the numbers I'm going with. Tell me at what point the flashlight becomes not a straight line.
You guys would love it to be so simplistic, but that's not how the world works.
Okay, so you've got absolutely nothing. You're just talking completely out of your ass. You cannot give a single distance under any criteria, any conditions whatsoever.
You just
where
fundamentally don't.
Will go from being a straight line to not straight.
I just love the fact this kid thinks that torchlight is going to be a more accurate beam than a freaking laser.
Well,
holy shit!
It's diffracting the second as soon as it leaves the freaking flashlight.
Yeah, he doubled down on stupid right there with that one.
No, you're just purposely misrepresenting what I said, and you keep muting me because you're a coward.
Yeah, can you explain the action? Explain it for us. Explain why it would impact the results of such a test. Go on, walk us through it.
It's light bending. Not bending, but reflecting.
Around.
No, that's not what refraction is.
Yeah. This is so stupid, dude. The light's obviously diffracting as soon as it leaves the aperture of the flashlight. Immediately, it's freaking diffracting. It's never straight. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, dude.
That's exactly what I've been saying.
We're just kind of entertaining you, but you've made a complete bozo of yourself.
Right now. You're
no, that's what you said earlier. You said it's going to go from straight to not so straight. That's what you tried to claim.
From a practical sense, if you do like a 1-inch fucking distance, it will be a practical sense
beaten that dead horse, so...
You're just purposely misrepresenting what I'm saying and misunderstanding it.
No, you're just saying stupid shit.
You're so dogmatic. I love it. You're unwilling to actually have our argument. You're so dogmatic. I love it.
So that's
what was your argument? I can't have any argument with you, mate. You're not intelligent enough.
You're purposely misrepresenting what I'm saying, and you.
Okay, what did you say? All right, well, let's start over. What did you say?
How about you simplify it, make it so we can't misrepresent it?
I've done a pretty good job at making it simple.
At the moment, what we've got is a little child not talking. That's exceptionally rude.
Don't call me a little child. I'm not a little child.
I'm known for hitting the fucking mute button when kids talk through me.
I want to hear what he has to say.
So, at the moment,
be a fucking man. Stop muting me. Have a conversation.
A couple of boards, and they're holding the boards up. They've got holes in them. There's supposed to be a laser there, and there's no laser. They use the... So this is where we're at so far. Now, you're explaining to the panel how the flashlight is a better option than the laser.
Less concentration of light will have less refracting light.
So when the light hits the first aperture, the hole in the board, what happens?
Well, first of all, the light wasn't even... The light was not even leveled to begin with.
The first aperture is really going to be the flashlight.
Yeah.
Okay, when you say the light wasn't level, how do you know it wasn't level? Did he do it?
Because he was holding a torch. Because he was holding a torch in his hand above him.
And because you said there was a hump.
Wouldn't he have to be like 15 foot tall or something ridiculous in order for him to line the holes up? Or
shouldn't be measuring a hump. Should be a shear drop.
Yeah. Yep.
I wouldn't take serious any test that didn't at least involve a rigid apparatus for the light being shown.
Yeah, this is a clown show made in China. You should be embarrassed to be submitting this as your proof, dude. Really. I think you're probably too stupid to actually feel that embarrassment, but believe me, it's real.
You fucking get off on this, don't you? You think you're so superior, but you just fucking
Well,
you fucking fine. You come in with 5 minutes of research off Reddit or something like every other moron. And think
you
can
guys
come
just
and tell
ad
us-
hom, you dodge, you ignore.
You think a fucking torch is the superior tool for a transit test? I mean, it's moronic. No other
I said it's
glober
better when it
would
comes to
fucking
the
agree
effects
with
of
you.
refraction.
Ask a glober, and look, you've got Matthew Learns. Ask him. Is a torch more effective than a laser for a transit test? He's gonna laugh in your face. And he's a die-hard fucking anti-flat earth.
Prove me wrong for the effects of refraction and why a torch with less concentration of light
I
would
think
be
you
better.
just know words, but you don't know what they mean. You don't know any of the
You can't prove it.
implications of
That's why you're
anything.
dodging the
You don't know
question.
what you're arguing for at this point.
That's why you're dodging the question. You can't fucking prove it against
There you go. Proving our point once again. All you are doing is talking about flat earthers and not the point.
Exactly.
You guys won't even address the point. You're criticizing me on one point, and I'm saying,
can't
okay.
validate the points. You've made a claim. Now validate it, back it, prove it, verify it. Anything, please.
Still waiting for that math.
Yep.
And T-Dub's going to die of old age, waiting for you to cough up the maths that you said you were going to get.
Yeah, 5 different guys asking me 5 different things, so, you know,
You can also concede,
one at a time. What do you want?
Hey, Made in China, you can also concede the point, though, that if you propose that this point that you brought up is proving, I guess, the globe you're trying to prove with this, do you actually think that you can concede that the refraction is that point gonna bring any conclusion to the topic? The refraction, whatever you're proposing, what is the conclusion about it?
My point with refraction was the torch would be a better option, more efficient option, I should say, than the laser when it comes to refraction. That was the point.
So that was his original position. Do you still stand to that position, or can you concede that that's not the case anymore since you came to, some other information that the laser will
Show me how
probably be
less light
a better tool?
concentration wouldn't have a less effective refraction, then I'll concede.
Okay. So he's looking to concede, guys. Can you show him that? Go ahead.
I've been waiting for someone to show me wrong on that one. And yet they just keep ignoring.
What are you trying to be shown? What do you want to see that you don't see? What is it?
How the effects of refraction would be less on less concentration of light, i.e. the torch versus the laser.
Well, no, it depends on the wavelength.
Yeah, at what distance?
And the atmosphere. And the distance.
At the distance in the context we're talking about, which is
so what distance
video.
are you so what distance are you talking about? Since you know what you're talking about, so what distance are you talking about?
Let's see here. What distance did they use?
And he's got to look it up,
so
which is what he was supposed to look up earlier. But
so you don't know. You just make
He's doing the research. Yeah, he's working his way through it. He'll make.
I find it funny if you claim that people don't know what they're talking about, but then when they go to double check something, you criticize them for that. So it's like, what exactly is it you want to know exactly?
You're not.
Do you want people to look into? You're doing a double entendre here. That does
You're
not.
not double checking.
I'm on the video right now looking.
You're making a claim as if you know what you're talking about. When we ask you to provide proof, let me go look.
We weren't talking about the distance. We were talking about the efficiency of light traveling through a medium.
You should know all the variables since you're making the claim, right?
We weren't even talking about the distance in this context.
Yeah, it all.
I didn't mention the distance of the video once.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't want to talk about the distance. Yeah, you were surprised that someone brought it up. Yeah, I'm sure.
What?
Yeah. China here. Can I point something out?
Go ahead.
Sorry. China, so can see the thumbnail in that video you just posted? Do you see anything wrong with how the light is depicted?
What exactly is your point here? It's a simple.
No, I'm asking you, do you see anything wrong with the depiction of the light once it passes through the first hole?
Are you seriously thinking I'm using this thumbnail as an accurate representation of how light works?
No, it's a visual representation. But we're trying to explain something to you. with it. You see how the light splays out from the torch, splays out diagonally, right? Creates a cone, but then it hits But in this depiction, when it hits the first hole, suddenly becomes focused into a beam. But what's actually happening in reality when you use such a light source that's not concentrated is when it hits the first hole, it splays out again. It splays out the same way like when it leaves the torch originally. Do you understand that?
You're arguing against the ghost right now. That's what's your point?
Yeah, that's the very issue we're trying to point out with using an unfocused light source such as a torch. Because that spraying out of the light can just skew the results. You could detect the light, 10, 20 feet higher or lower because of that. You want a focused beam of light, a laser, right, with a collimator, so that you could narrow down. You can say with confidence where the light is transiting and where it's not, where it should be visible and where it shouldn't be, depending on if there's curvature or not, yada, yada, yada.
I don't believe that's actually accurate.
Why does the Flat Earth Room have such a strong presence? I don't understand the religious necessity for
religious necessity for a globe Earth. Yeah, I know people are just like hooked on it, and we just keep taking it away from them, and then they just get into this.
This is just a way to pass time. That's all it is. This is
just having to be here to cope for their faith that we just keep breaking down. Yeah, it's
Heretic. I hope you know you're just a jester to people to fucking waste.
Go ahead, say that if that helps you sleep tonight.
So my question is what in the Christian doctrine leads.
I'm just gonna probably mute you. Yeah, it's not a religious channel. So yeah, you're coming in here with all sorts of loaded ideas, presuppositions. You just need to take a seat and listen for a bit.
Okay, if I'm wrong on that, am I wrong in total?
Spit it out, Junior.
Yeah. If I'm wrong on that,
wannabe atheists are so cool.
I'm not an atheist.
You guys are such big clowns. I love it so much.
Why are so many Christians pulled into the idea of a flat Earth?
How do you know that?
What are you talking about, bro? More Christians in the world believe in a globe Earth than they do a flat Earth.
I don't know.
You're specifically talking about creationists. Why is it creationists specifically who care so much about the flat Earth?
Again, there's still more creationists in the world that believe in a globe Earth.
Sure, but the concentration of flat earthers is
sure, but what, you still want to go on this fucking fallacious point.
I can answer. I'm not being fallacious.
By the way, I don't think your idea harms anybody. Like, people are still going to do what they're doing on a daily basis. Like, I don't think you're going to harm anybody.
You should just come here to like spit out platitudes, dude. Like, let's just hear if you have any globe proof. If not, just
I'm saying I'm not against you guys. I've tried to advocate for you guys.
I don't care. That's boring, actually.
I've tried to say some nice things about you guys, and you just
we don't believe it. So just show us the globe proof.
You don't need to believe what the fuck I have to say. I don't care that you believe I don't have what I have to say.
We know we're awesome, dude.
Well, you can think you're awesome. I could think you're okay.
No.
This is a place where people like you and Made in China come in here, and we ask for globe proof, and you don't have it. And the people listening,
you completely ignored me and dodged any experiment. So now we're fucking actually just talking about stupid shit.
People are listening, and I was in the middle of fucking talking. So all these people that are listening to us on the panel and elsewhere, YouTube, a couple different YouTube channels, they turn into flat earthers because they've heard you guys present your non-case. You don't have any proof of the globe, and the people are going,
Bro,
I thought the globe was...
It's just my way to identify retarded people.
Everybody in here needs to give a fucking plane ticket to just one member here to represent, to film, that they trust, to just fucking go in a airplane around...
going in a plane.
Shut up, moron.
You're retarded.
Going in a circle doesn't prove the Earth is
Okay. Then we can prove it the other way.
Silly children.
So if you
going in a circle doesn't prove the surface of the Earth is curved. Silly children.
If you go from Los Angeles and you end up back in Los Angeles,
yeah, like you flew in a circle. Amazing.
Then, right. But then,
yeah, you flew in a circle.
Right, but also you can also take a plane.
You need to prove you flipped upside down on top of that circle.
Can you take a plane that goes over the North Pole and the South Pole?
No one's ever done it.
No one's ever
done it. What are you talking about?
Moving on.
Happened.
They didn't fly in a straight line over a single line of longitude. So moving on. What's the So you don't think beam divergence exists?
I don't know what that is.
Not you. Made in China. I was listening on YouTube. Like,
what?
Yeah, flashlight beam divergence. You don't think that shit exists?
You're talking about diffraction?
Yeah, diffraction.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the parallax view here.
Well, I just told you what it was, so yeah, I do.
So you didn't tell me. No, you just said the word diffraction.
That's
you didn't
exactly
tell me what it is. I know what it is.
Then why didn't you say diffraction?
No, beam divergence is not diffraction. So beam divergence.
You just agreed it was diffraction. So
beam divergence. Well, diffraction will cause. Hold on, slow down, kid. Diffraction will cause beam divergence. Yes, but beam divergence is not diffraction. So you have diffraction or beam divergence at the flashlight. So you have also beam divergence of a laser, which is smaller than a flashlight. Diffraction will happen at the holes and cause its own beam divergence. So this diagram that shows like beam divergence, straight line, that's not how it works. It's beam divergence, beam divergence, beam divergence.
It's diffraction.
Yeah, great. So this was so you thought that this experiment would work and you know what diffraction is?
I never said the experiment would work. I said it was more efficient.
So you know it wouldn't work and you presented this as evidence?
I didn't present it as evidence. Actually, no, that's a lie. I did. My mistake. I misremembered.
This and like Sonny was saying, you people make flat earthers because you're disingenuous, and they go, "Why would they be
I just admitted I was mistaken."
Okay, fantastic. We have a concession. Fucking mark that on your calendar, boys and girls.
Good job. You got a concession.
And that's
so now you have a concession. I didn't say confession. So
I said concession.
So let's move on. Do you have any gold proof? Like what?
I've read it. You guys ignored it. So.
Let me ask you a question then. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Not how you think somebody else knows. How do you know?
You can see the ISS, for example, and there's no other way to explain
it. So how does that show the Earth is a globe?
There's no other way to explain why it's there.
There's no other way to explain. Yeah, sure there is. Magic sugar plum fairies. There you go. There's an explanation.
What?
Magic sugar plum fairies.
And you said I'm being disingenuous.
No. You said there's no other explanation. I just gave you one.
Okay. How do you prove that? Prove it. Prove the magic.
Prove yours. Prove yours.
Now
prove yours. No. Prove your ISS is because Earth's a globe. Go for it.
There's this thing called orbiting.
This exercise was to show explanations are useless when they don't have evidence. I have the same evidence for sugar plum fairy. Hold on. I have the same evidence for sugar plum fairies that you have for ISS circling a globe. That's nothing. You want to see? You have the same evidence I have. Nothing.
The orbit over and over.
The orbit. So you saw the orbit. So you saw the orbit.
When I look above in a telescope and see the ISS, yeah, I am witnessing it orbiting, yes.
How do you know that?
Because the orbit's a track, and you can easily.
That's cool. The orbit's a track. So, and?
You're just ignoring everything I'm saying right now.
No, I'm saying, and you don't observe an orbit. You observe a fucking little thing in the sky. That's what you actually observe. You're inferring an orbit because you looked on a fucking app and it said, I'm orbiting. But that doesn't tell us how you know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, explain the complete predictability.
That doesn't tell us how you know the Earth is a globe.
Explain the complete predictability of how it occurs, then.
Dude, you have no idea.
Exactly, you can't.
What's the level of predictability? Okay, hold on. What's the mean error in the predictability? Like if I go out, every single time I go out and they say it's supposed to be there, y'all see it, right?
The only way you're not seeing it.
Yes or no? Will I see it every time I look?
Every time,
you know that's not the truth. So your claim of complete predictability is utter nonsense, and you know it. So it's utter. Your claim of complete predictability.
Not every time if the track is above you,
every time
you have a split amount of time where you can view it.
Okay, what if it was cloudy? Can I see it then?
Again, being disingenuous.
What if I look and it's not there? What if I look and I don't see it? Does that prove it's not there? Look, if I look and I don't see it, does it prove it's not there?
You're doing something wrong. Is what that proves.
I'm doing. What am I doing wrong?
Not looking at the right spot.
What if I'm looking at the exact right spot and I don't see it?
That's not happening.
How do you know that?
Because it's 100% predictable and you can do it over and over and over again.
You just never happened. I want the evidence that it's 100% predictable. Not your claim, the evidence.
The evidence is you can do it yourself. Get a fucking telescope.
How can I test 100% predictability, dude?
Because every time it goes over to you, you can.
You're just repeating the same basis claim over and over, dude.
I'm giving you the example of proof.
No, you're giving a claim. I want the evidence for the claim.
You're completely ignoring.
Go find my evidence. You're telling me to go find the evidence for your claim.
I'm not telling you to find the evidence. I'm giving you the actual predictable pattern.
No, you're just repeating yourself.
You're just ignoring it. You're willfully being ignorant at this point and just being completely disingenuous.
Our claims made in China. Our claims evidence.
Being a fucking clown right now.
Our claims evidence.
Someone else should talk.
Yes or no? Our claims evidence.
A claim.
Our claims evidence. Yes or no?
Proven with evidence.
Our claims evidence.
A claim is a claim.
Yeah, but a claim is not the evidence of the claim, right?
A claim is this happens, and then the evidence is seeing it and doing it.
Okay. The claim is, you said the claim is this happens and seeing it and doing it. So who has seen it and doing it every time?
Literally anyone can. Have you fucking...
How do you know that?
Amateur astronomers.
I'm going to ask you again, how do you know that?
I've done it myself.
I'm going to ask you again how you know that. Because plenty of people have tried to see the ISS and didn't see it. And in your worldview, it wasn't in the correct position to reflect the sunlight. Okay? So you're full of shit. It isn't seen with 100% precision. That's crap, and you know that's crap.
You can see it.
So
no, it's completely predictable when you can see it.
When it's predicted to be seen is a more accurate statement. Sometimes
you can see it. It's completely predictable when you can see it. That's what I've been saying. What are you not understanding about this?
Okay, it's not completely predictable when you can see it.
100% is completely predictable.
Okay,
how are you not understanding? You saying it's not completely predictable just tells me you don't understand how it works.
Confirmation of the prediction, brother. Do you not understand? You're saying it's completely predictable. Okay, fine. Predict it. Confirm the prediction to the level of precision that you said, which was perfection. You know you don't have any of that.
You're asking for.
You don't have observations of an orbit.
What you're saying makes no sense.
You don't have. And the funny thing is, what you guys always do, you run away.
No, shut up.
You run away from the thing in question and go to the sky.
Right now, what you're saying to me is the equivalent of you don't see that car. I see that car, but you don't. So therefore, it doesn't exist. That makes no fucking sense.
No one said that, dude.
It's an analogy of what you're saying.
That's like saying the car comes around the block and it's going to be... Hold on, Matrix. The car comes around the block in front of my house. I look outside and I don't see it pass in front of my house. Okay? But you're saying it's completely predictable when it will pass in front of my house. But for some reason I blinked when it did and I didn't see it. But it's still completely predictable. That's horseshit.
Illustrating your failure to fucking do it correctly.
It's horseshit. You know you're making a horseshit claim. You know it.
I know for a fact I'm not. I've done this several times.
For a fact.
No.
Okay. Where did you get these facts from?
My own observation of using a telescope and seeing the ISS.
So you're a representative sample of what everybody saw. That's what you're saying.
What?
You said it's completely predictable. I'm asking you, so your personal anecdotes are representative sample.
It's not an anecdote.
Of what it is anecdotal.
I was using the app that tracks it, which gives you the predictable reason to find it.
And if you don't see it, does that mean it's not in space?
There is no situation where you don't see it. If you don't see it,
you're making that part up. You're making that claim up, dude. You know you're making that claim.
No. Every time I've looked for it, I've fucking seen it. If you're missing it, it's because you're not doing it right. I don't know what to tell you.
That's a personal anecdote, and first of all,
it's not a personal anecdote.
I don't even think you've ever seen it once. Quite
it's like
honestly.
saying 2 + 2 is 5.
Okay, what did you use? What did you use to see the ISS? What did you use?
A telescope. I don't know what kind.
And
a telescope. That's it.
And
my phone as an app to track it.
Okay, which app?
There's this NASA app. I don't know the name of it, but you can.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You're a fucking liar, dude.
There's a bunch of ISS
now you're
tracker
busted.
apps.
It's called Spot the Station. It's a very easy name to remember.
Do you know how many apps there are?
You're a liar.
Do you know how many apps there are?
What kind of telescope
I didn't
you
use
have?
Spot the Station.
What kind of telescope you have?
I already said I don't know what kind of telescope I have.
You don't know the telescope. You don't know the app. It's more likely that you didn't do it. You never made any observations.
You're drawing crazy conclusions because I don't know.
You don't know what you did, but bro, you don't know any details of what you did, but somehow you know.
I don't know the kind of fucking tires I have on my car. Do I not drive my car?
Shut up, dude. Shut up. You're saying that you seen it every time you look, but you don't know the details of what you did it with, or how you did it. You're full of shit. You know you're full of shit.
You are fucking delusional. I told you how I did it.
Because you can't.
Just because I don't know the type of telescope I use doesn't mean I didn't do it.
You don't know what app you use. You don't know it. Where were you? Do you know where you were?
1,000 fucking apps. What weather app do you use? Does the one I use fucking not matter because you don't know what it is? I don't understand this.
Many ISS apps. There are weather apps. Are you a crack
There's
smoker?
1,000 fucking different apps for you.
Yeah, that's right.
Using this to track.
And you don't know which one.
I don't have it on my phone anymore. I don't care.
You don't know the phone. You don't know the telescope. You don't know where you were. You don't know when you saw it. But
I know where I was.
No, where were you?
Bancroft, Ontario.
Phone anymore either.
Where in Ontario?
Bancroft, Ontario.
Yeah, where?
Bancroft, Ontario.
That's a town, but that's not like a where. Were you on a hill? Were you in a valley? Were you on your roof?
A place called Eagle's Eye.
Okay. And were other people up there with telescopes? Was it nighttime, daytime, 40 degrees, 50 degrees? Now, hold on, dude. That's funny, though. Now it's only one place.
What?
Now it's only one observation. How'd that happen?
I used to live in that town. It's not only one observation. I used to go up there all the time.
Dude, you're a liar and you know it and you're busted.
Oh, this guy is so fucked.
Talk about me, this guy. You're a liar. You know it, and you're busted. Now, since we dispense with
here's the thing.
I made up fucking fantasy in your head.
I saw the ISS.
Can we actually have some gold proof? Can we actually have some gold proof now that we've established that the ISS, you've never actually done any of the shit you said? You're trying to bamboozle and lie.
Your counter argument is to call me a liar. That's it. You can do these things yourself, but yet you choose to call me a liar.
I've established you're a liar.
These are literal things you can do yourself.
Okay, how long was the ISS visible when you went to observe it?
I only looked at it for a few seconds.
For a few seconds. How do you aim it? How do you aim your telescope?
I put the receptacle upwards and tried to aim it in the right direction.
Wow. How did you establish what the right direction?
Busted.
Hilarious. Just how the Apollo missions did. They just looked at the moon, they shot it up
there. Crash and fucking burn.
Do you want to know how I actually did it?
You can use bearings and. No, you need like the 10th of a degree to precision, brother. Okay.
Yeah, bearings.
Of aiming. Hilarious, dude. Hilarious. Now,
I literally just told you.
How do you know the Earth is a ball? Since you never did that shit.
Flatness.
So what?
So it's not self-evident then.
But you can't observe a phenomenon.
Hello?
Without knowing the cause of it.
Carol? Yo,
okay,
talk to me. How's your flat? Talk to me here, bro.
The clown car is here. I'm in the middle of talking to somebody already.
What?
Yeah, you don't really need to know the cause of something to just observe it. To observe a phenomenon, you don't have to already know what caused it. You just see the phenomenon being what it is.
What are you talking about?
Like I keep saying, if you're gonna ask the cause of the phenomenon, you first have to even observe it. So if you're gonna ask me why it's flat, you've already told me that it is.
What are you doing, man? We're
It's not flat.
You know, I
Scientists
have
said so.
I have a server mute button, right? Yeah, you dickheads know that, right?
Sorry, man.
What?
Sorry, don't hurt me. Sorry.
Okay, well, you know
Look,
I'm
man,
already
we're
talking
trying to
to
state our
somebody. You heard
opinions
that.
just like you are. We're trying to state our opinions just like you.
Yeah.
No, you're trying to disrupt a conversation.
No,
that's
you're
already
literally
going on.
you're trying to debate. You're trying to debate that the Earth is flat.
Okay, all right.
Right?
Just say you want to be
muted.
muted. Just say you want to be muted. It's less words. I'll just
Don't
take care
hurt
of
me,
it.
man.
No worries.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Don't hurt me, bro.
It's a pain in the ass muting on a phone. Thanks for that. You can just not be dickheads. But I guess that's their whole MO. They don't like this conversation, so got to throw their body into the gears.
There has to be a force acting upon water to make it conform to a certain shape.
Yeah.
Water does not have an innate structure.
You flat-earthers believe in bull crap, okay? You need to believe in the truth instead of this bullshit you preach about. And I'm here to save you. So whatever question you have, I'm here.
I don't know why you think that's going to work.
What was that guy chatting about? But let's get back to the flat Earth stuff.
There needs to be a force acting upon water to make it conform to a certain shape, because water does not have an innate structure. It's a fluid. So there is a force acting upon water.
Its container.
Yeah.
Then the surface will be horizontal.
Because there is a force acting upon it.
Yeah, that's nice. But you see, you said because. So you're already acknowledging that the surface is horizontal. Then you're going the next step further and saying, and here's why. So that's good. I'll take the concession.
But how does this help your case, though?
Well, it helps it by you acknowledging my position and conceding it.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I just showed you how.
No, your position is that water being flat is self-evident and axiomatic.
Yeah, of course it is.
Which needs it needs context.
What kind of context does it need?
Is it like always flat all the time?
At rest.
Well, what do you mean at rest?
So not when forces are acted upon it?
Still, well, there'll be forces, but an equilibrium of them. So if it's still, there isn't wind blowing on it, or somebody moving it around, or something like that, nobody's swimming in it, then yeah, it'll just equilibrate out to a smooth, even, flat surface. Where it should be curved if that was just a still body of water wrapped around a globe.
Well, it is, though. That's what's happening.
It is. Okay, so now it is a still body of water wrapped around a globe, so it's curving, you're saying?
The water is curving, yeah.
Can you show that?
If you have like a lake, like this guy has, this American, maybe he knows more about this. Because I don't live near a body of water.
Yeah, I live in between two bodies of water, and I don't see that ever. Ever. From any vantage point, over any distance, ever, with any optic at all, period.
Maybe you're not looking at it the right way.
Oh yeah, what would that be?
Well, like measuring it and not just looking at it.
Well, you can use landmarks of known distance and stuff like that to see whether the horizon is in front of them or after them. And it can't be after them if that known distance is beyond the geometric constraints of the curvature of the globe.
Okay. I think what's the lake next to Chicago?
Lake Michigan?
Yeah, I think so. So, I think people from one side of Lake Michigan can see the spires and towers in Chicago, but they don't see them like all the way. They see them like halfway or like only the tips.
Yeah. Why?
Which means that, you know, because of the curvature, they don't see.
Because of the curvature.
They don't have a clear,
why'd you insert that?
Well, they don't have, because why does it disappear from bottom up?
Now you're asking me a question.
Well, okay, I'm saying that because there is a curvature, we know that it is a curvature because the towers disappear from bottom up, so you only see the top of the towers.
Sounds like circular reasoning. So you're saying if there is a curvature, the towers will disappear from bottom up?
Yeah.
And then you're saying they did, so therefore there's a curvature?
Well, yeah.
So that's circular reasoning. It's affirming the consequent fallacy.
No, that's just evidence.
Yeah,
that's just
evidence. It is. No, it's affirming the consequent.
Well, can you prove otherwise?
Well, I don't have to. It was a logical fallacy.
Can you explain how it is a logical fallacy?
I just did.
Okay,
I gotta chop some potatoes. If anybody wants to jump in, I don't mind.
Well, the other person won't be able to repeat what you said.
They're all familiar with these fallacies, so they can, like T-Dub or Daz, they'll be able to tell you.
Okay, so you trust them?
Well, I mean, from experience, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so if there's a curve, I'll see the bottoms of the stuff disappearing. I saw the bottoms of the stuff disappearing, so there's a curve. Yeah, it's a form of logical fallacy, affirming the consequent. Circular reasoning, begging the question, pretty much.
But that is exactly what you do, though.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Where?
Because you say that bodies of water are. It's self-evident that bodies of water are flat. Therefore, for it to be flat, the Earth has to be flat.
Well, no, I mean,
Like
if
bodies of water
it is
are flat,
self-evident that they're flat, though. And if they are flat, then it does deductively follow then that the Earth at large is quote flat. That's a plane surface, not a curving.
So how is your argument better than mine?
Well, it's not circular. It's not affirming the consequent.
No, that's
it's
circular
a
reasoning,
form of
though.
deductive logic called modus ponens. So those are a few reasons.
Well, what would you expect to happen on a flat Earth?
Now you want me to affirm the consequent?
No, I'm just saying that what I observe, I assume is different from what you think would happen, which means that your assumption is false.
Sorry, say that again.
If what I observe is not what you say is going to happen, that means that your assumption is false.
Okay, well, it's not really about what I say is going to happen. It's about what must happen, what is contingent on it being flat or globe. So, I mean, I guess you could use modus tollens here and try to invalidate a flat Earth. What are you going to use to do that?
Well, so I have an explanation as to why, we don't see the entirety of the towers of Chicago. We only see the tops of them from one end of Lake Michigan. I say it's one thing, you say it's another. So,
well, I didn't even give a claim about it at all. I didn't give any sort of claim.
Hold on.
You're the one who made the claim. I didn't make one.
No, but this is something we observe, this is something we see.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
We're not putting a cause to it yet. It's just something that's observed. All right.
Well, yeah. I say it's one thing, you say it's another thing. So we are at 0. None of us have real evidence for this.
Well, that's not exactly it. You're saying it's something, and I'm saying not that, but I'm not actually making a positive claim.
But you do believe in something, right?
Well, surely something causes it.
Yeah.
But if there's
And you
no
believe
curve of the water,
that the
then
Earth
it
is
can't be
flat.
that. It can't
But
be
you
something
believe
that's
the Earth
not
is flat.
there. Believe? Well, that's just what's experienced and known.
Okay, you say. Can you say then that you know that it's flat?
Yeah.
So you're making a claim that you know this.
Yeah.
So would that extend to you knowing why the towers in Chicago are not visible completely from one end to the other?
Not necessarily.
Well, then how do you know the Earth is flat?
Don't need to know why. Don't need to know the cause of the towers disappearing in order to know that. We've got other forms of logic, other avenues that we can take to come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. Besides, why are these buildings disappearing?
But you know the water is flat. You know the water is flat? You say that you know the water is flat?
Yeah.
Therefore, from one end to the other of Lake Michigan, it would be flat.
Yeah.
So
So if you
why
get rid of
is
the
it
geometry of
not
the
something that-
globe and get rid of the
why is it not
curvature
something we have-
obstructing or obscuring your view of things, then I guess what you have left are a variety of optical causes for those phenomena. You guys like to say refraction. Maybe it's that.
What optical cause can explain this better than curvature?
Okay, well, it doesn't matter how much you like the explanation. If curvature is falsified, can't really be that, can it?
Yes, but can you at least explain a phenomena that is optical that can explain this?
I would say angular resolution. You guys like to say refraction, so I don't know why we can't just use that against you.
Okay, so can you explain to me how it would look
You
like?
guys say the light's bending down in the Atmo. Okay. Well, then maybe that's why. It's bent right
Can you
down into the
explain
ground and
how
then it never got to your eyeball. There you go. I mean, just to
Can
use
you
a
explain how
hostile
that
witness.
works?
I don't know. It's not really my claim, but
But what are you claiming then?
that you have no curvature evidence. Now you're trying to make a burden reversal.
Okay. Well, can you, if it's not that, can you explain at least why there is this difference?
I just gave you a couple of reasons, a couple scenarios.
Okay, well then
I'd love to see that skyline going up and down, disappearing completely, coming back up to see it halfway, then extending right up so you can see it all. Like, where's the imagery where you just see the very top of that fucking tower? Just the very top, like, a few feet of it peeking over the horizon.
No, I never said this.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking exist, bro.
Maybe it's a mirage. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing the bottom. How about that?
I mean, if the reason that you can see some of it, right, is because it's partially hiding behind Earth curve, and it changes day to day because of your refraction, then there should be instances where you can only just see the very, very tip of it.
Not all towers in Chicago are the same height. That means that some towers you can only see the top of, some towers you can see halfway. So that's what I mean.
Bro, have you done the math? Have you done the math? Should you even be able to see any of them if you were on a globe?
But that's putting the horse before the cart.
No, it's not. It's testing the claim. You're claiming that the Earth's geometry is partially hiding some object at distance over water.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it must conform to the claimed geometry then.
No.
Yes. What are you talking about, bro?
No, it must. No.
Yes.
Must. Yeah, it must.
I observe. No, that's not how that works, because
that's how it works.
You observe something and then you figure out. Then you figure out what the cause
Oh,
is.
you know what? If you're saying no, you're already inviting other factors in. that could have caused the bottom-up obstruction. If it's not going to just be curvature, you're already saying other things will cause that effect, and then will vary to what extent it occurs.
I'm saying,
right? So then you already kneecapped yourself by even doing that.
I admit that there may be different causes. So now I'm coming from the perspective of someone who is neutral, and I'm saying that it could be many things. I'm going to
right there. You go. You got your answer.
I'm going to go.
You need to ask me.
I'm going to, but hold on, bro. I'm going to go through these things, and then I'm gonna see what makes the most sense considering what I'm seeing.
Well, we just went through curve, and you just said it doesn't have to line up with the curve, so it doesn't make sense to say it must be that.
No, you just said that. You just said that I have to have like a presupposed, like size of the Earth that I'm supposed to do math on, and then I'm gonna see if it aligns with the math what I'm seeing, which is not necessary.
It's necessary. It's not presupposed.
What?
That's not presupposed. You're supposed to know this shit already. You guys say you measured it. You already said that the sticks and shadows were due to the parallel sunlight and the curvature of the Earth. You would already know it. It's not just blindly presupposed what the dimensions are. You already know what they are.
No, that's not how that works.
Well, you're just lying. You're just lying at this point.
Can I say, please? Can I say? I observe something. Just this observation is not proof of the Earth being round. But I'm going to go through various methods of figuring out what this is, and then I'm gonna come to the conclusion of whatever is true.
So you're just going to compartmentalize your observations from one another, and you're just going to disregard all the stuff that you said you already proved with sticks and shadows. That's out the window, and you're just starting from nothing for some reason when you go to the beach and see how much of something disappears.
Let's just start
so you go to the beach, and now Eratosthenes is out, parallel light is out from the sun, all that stuff is out. We're starting from nothing now, because it's not going to line up with any of that, right? So we got to get rid of all that.
No, I'm not saying this.
Well, that's pretty much what it comes across like.
No, I'm saying that there can be different. You can observe it many ways, right?
Well, it's all going to have to fit together at the end of the day.
Yes.
You measure the globe with sticks and shadows. You got a certain set of dimensions from that. That then has to fit with how much of the thing is occluded across the river or the lake or whatever you're doing your observation on.
Sure.
It's all got to be. Yeah, there you go.
And that also means that I can view the lake example in isolation, and I will get to the same measurements that Eratosthenes got.
Okay, then it will fit. Then it will fit with the geometry, like you told T-Dub it wouldn't.
But that's not the thing that's important here, because the dimensions are secondary. It's the thing that we observe that matters more.
It's not secondary.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you just took apart, like you just spent 2 minutes saying something and then capped it off with a statement that just took it all apart. I don't know what to do with this guy.
It does have to go with
circumference. The circumference is secondary. The circumference is secondary.
Go ahead, Necros.
It does have to deal with the math and the numbers given for that so-called geometry of the globe. So when you are doing an observation and watching something that doesn't have to be visible from that behind that curvature, but still you see it. You see it obstructed bottom up. So it doesn't confirm with what you said, which is the curvature. So curvature, it means geometry, dimensions. So that the curvature should hide something that is at some specific distance. Something that is farther than that distance will be, like, for example, completely hidden. It doesn't, shouldn't appear to you, but still you are looking at it. And the second thing, things being obstructed bottom up by the horizon, it's not exclusive to a ball. That's why you have to confirm that with the dimensions first. Because it's not exclusive to a ball. It's not whenever you watch something on a surface and it being obstructed bottom up, you just scream, "Oh, it's curved." No, it's not exclusive to that. You can do a demonstration by showing that you can put something on a flat horizontal surface and create that bottom up obstruction.
Can you demonstrate something that's not curvature and having the same effect?
Yeah, there is many.
Yes, I will post it for you.
Okay.
I can show some ones.
So you're saying that it can be many causes? Yes?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, not just a single cause. I mean, like the imagery that's posted in the side chat for you, right, by Sasha, of the Chicago skyline, where it's 52 miles away. That would necessitate a 1,800 feet drop, right? So those towers, that tower, the tallest of one of those buildings, should be completely hidden from view. I'm sure that they're not that tall. I posted for him also the video of the Robert Skiba going with the boat from one side to another side of the Lake Michigan
Well, that
with the
doesn't
boat
matter.
and with the camera.
The dimensions don't matter.
Yeah.
It can be any size, any day.
That's what your mom said.
Oh, jeez. Geometry hurts.
So we'll point that out, and you'll still say, "Yeah, but why can't I see the bottom?" Right? Completely ignoring the fact that you shouldn't be able to see any of it.
And he already gave us causes that could account for that besides curvature.
Did I say that?
Yeah. You're like, yeah, I agree. There's other things that could cause that. Because you said it's going to vary and it won't be just really down to geometry. Yeah.
That's what I said. Yes.
One thing you'll never see.
So this is.
One thing you'll never see is. Well, sorry, 1 second. One thing you'll never see is a geometric horizon at the correct distance. It would have to be out on a globe, and then anything disappearing behind it at the correct distance. It should be at on a globe. You'll never see that ever.
So do you think? What I was gonna say? Do you think the horizon is completely level?
The horizon is horizontal. Like we all observe the horizon is horizontal, yeah.
Doesn't that make it horizontal?
That's what we
I can post you another GIF, and you can tell me. Can I?
Like you get a horizon, and then you can take a video of it, and then draw a perfectly straight line across it, and it fits. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, there it's coming. It's from Mount Everest. Tell me what it is for you.
Well, I think if the horizon was curving, then there should be in existence a picture of this horizon with a boat on the far left, a boat on the far right, and they should be angled away from each other at the top due to Earth curve. But that's never been documented.
Yeah, because the Earth is massive. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but we can calculate.
Can you tell us how massive is?
Well, they would need to be like how many? Like 50 miles apart or something?
Yeah, can you tell us how massive is?
That's not a measurement.
Well, I'm just guessing here.
Yeah, but why you're guessing? Why you're not looking into the size and then you tell us, look, this is how massive is.
Well, look, let's ask him. Like, since he's into guessing, guess how much curvature there would be over 10 miles over a lake or a bit of the ocean.
How many miles?
10.
Like
we don't expect you to get it
300
or anything. Just
like 300, 400 feet
over 10 miles.
I don't know.
400 feet's like a 40-story skyscraper.
Well, I'm just like guessing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's then maybe it's like 50 feet then.
Yeah, pretty good. 66 feet. Yeah. It's a big change in the guess, but yeah. 66 feet, right? That's like a 6-story building.
I was just thinking of it like at what distance. So at some point I googled like at what distance do ships not become visible anymore from port, and I think the answer was like 20 or 25 miles.
Well, from a 6-foot observer height, a ship would start to disappear over the horizon's at just 3 miles away from 6-foot observation height. So it would start to disappear behind the horizon at that distance. Depending on the height of the ship, it would be completely gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, but this is like a massive ship, like a container ship.
Yeah. So I mean,
it doesn't matter.
It would be gone by 12 miles out of sight, or 15 miles like max. It would be completely gone if the Earth was a globe. Oh, sorry, not that distance. Yeah, even shorter than that.
So
like it was
that also
disappear.
what happens?
No, it's not what happens.
What happens then?
We can see magnitudes further, right? We can see things like 20, 30 miles away, 40 miles away, even more, not obstructed at all. Depending on the conditions.
Are you sure it's not obstructed by, the water or the air or something?
Well, not obstructed, I said.
So does it come down to just it being too small
let me
for
give you an
the eye to
example.
register?
Well, then we can use optics and we can zoom in.
Yeah.
So once something gets too small, once something gets too here's one of a giant ship. Sasha's posted a good one there, but here's one of a giant ship directly under it. Okay, when he's zoomed out, you can't see it at all. You can still see the horizon, but the ship's gone. But then when he zooms back in, you can see the whole ship again. That's what happens most of the time. Take note that there's no waves. And there's no obvious mirage.
Let me just interject here real quick. This is...
No, you don't do that, Grandpa. But yeah, see what I mean? This is what happens most of the time. If there were waves on that day, then it would obstruct the bottom of the ship. It would look like it starts to disappear bottom up as it goes out, even if it's small waves, because something small in the foreground can block something big in the background. Because the thing in the background, even though it's a big ship, as it gets further away, it gets tiny due to perspective. So the small wave in the foreground is massive in terms of perspective compared to the ship's angular size as it moves further away. So it's going to look like it disappears bottom up. That's the most common reason that things will appear to disappear bottom up. And then sometimes we can have different miraging effects. And then it can also be due to perspective as well. Because you can't resolve things once they get to a certain angular size. And that happens with objects as they go further away. It also happens with the surface. I've never seen an observation of a ship going over the horizon where it hasn't been with big waves, or waves in general, or of some obvious miraging effect taking place. Never seen one that can negate those two obvious explanations and factors. And then we can recreate it on a small scale as well, so on a flat surface.
Well, okay, I mean, having it on a smaller scale that doesn't, it's not equivalent to like what happens on Earth, because there's like different forces acting upon a
What
smaller
forces?
object than like a bigger one.
You were just looking at things, right? So what do you mean by forces? What forces are you talking about?
Well, like it wouldn't a small scale model of a surface of water wouldn't curve the same way as a large body of water.
It wouldn't curve at all. Like no bodies of water curve at all. But yeah, if it was a boat, a small body of water like a pond wouldn't curve. Like you wouldn't notice the curve at all. But we can still show a boat disappearing bottom up over a small pond, showing you that it's not curvature that's causing that effect. It's a combination of different things.
And the boat disappears bottom up on a small pond before where the geometric horizon would be.
That's what I mean. There is no geometric horizon over that distance anyway. So, like, here's a different example, right? In the side chat here, right? This is what T-Dub posted before I just reposted it. This is an inferior mirage. Now you don't notice. It's super obvious that you get the miraging effect over the concrete here because you've got the difference in color of the background and the concrete. But when it's water, it's a blue sky and then it's blue water. So you can't really see that mirroring layer very easily. It's a long distance away, right? So you just looks kind of like the ship is disappearing bottom up. But it's not. It's just a particular effect that's taking place due to the actual like weather conditions.
Okay.
So that's one explanation. Yeah, go ahead.
About the small scale only, one thing. If you say something like a small scale, then you move 50 kilometers, then it's again small scale, then you move again 50 kilometers, then you go again in small scales. How many of small scales making the curve? I'm interested because, if everywhere small scales showing that it's flat, where small scales showing that it's curved?
Well, this like GIFs example, this is like, I don't know, like 20 feet away or something.
Yeah, it's short distance. It's a flat surface and it looks like it disappears bottom up. And that's just due to this is just showing you an example and a specific miraging effect called an inferior mirage. It happens over water all the time as well. So this is just showing you sometimes you can have this particular conditions present where this happens, because we see the exact same thing happen, over water. We see that little, like that mirroring right bit where the horizon meets the sky. And we see the miraging effect that happens, right? And obviously ocean swells. That's obviously going to block things in the distance, right? So those things are just common sense.
Diffraction limit, Yeah,
we got that. Yep, and then we got atmospheric magnification as well. When you've got a really thick, a lot of water in the atmosphere, it can kind of act like a lens. And when we set up a lens and move something away, it looks like it disappears bottom up. Exactly the same sort of thing. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why it can happen. But the thing is, if you're claiming a geometric horizon that boats go over, it would have to be at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. And that's it's been debunked like thousands and thousands of times and never been confirmed once ever throughout all of history by anyone.
Well, I said that, how would I explain? Having a certain phenomena happen without any prior evidence means that it's open to interpretation when presented with new, explanations of phenomena. So this is like, I will say that this explanation makes sense. At least.
Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good to have someone intellectually honest that can look at the evidence and think about it critically and say, okay, this makes sense. You know, it doesn't mean you have to, you know, like believe that the Earth's flat or anything like that.
Yeah, you don't have to run around telling your family it's flat. It's all good.
Yeah, just it's interesting. Okay, maybe there's an explanation for when they say boats over the horizon. It's not necessarily something that's proving the globe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not exclusive.
So now this is one piece of evidence. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But it's not evidence for flat. I mean, we're not presenting it to saying, see, this is, you know, like, this is how we know it's flat. That's not what we're saying. Like, we're just, it's a counter argument. It's a counter argument to people saying that the only reason you can't see the bottom of something at distance is because of the Earth curvature. That's all it is.
Can you say that this is evidence that it's probably not curvature?
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely it's not curvature, because this goes along with other evidence that we've got. We can prove that it's not a geometric horizon, right? It's not curvature that's causing this. Like, we can validate that because we can show you long distance observations that have been done over and over again that completely remove the possibility of Earth curvature.
It's really just a courtesy, isn't it, DJ? It's really just a courtesy to those who want an alternative explanation other than they've already been accustomed to for not being able to see the bottom of something at distance.
Yeah, exactly. And this is like one of the top globe arguments that you know, if you look it up, this will always be on the list of the top reasons that we know the Earth is a globe. Boats disappearing bottom up over the horizon.
Okay, so what is like another argument that's like commonly used
by the globe side?
Pictures from space.
Yeah, usually
explain an eclipse.
Do whatever they can. They'll do whatever they can to avoid talking about the Earth, and they'll try to
seasons work.
Talk about space. Yeah. Well, usually it's like goes to the things in the sky that nobody can validate. Usually that's what people try to get to.
How can they not validate it?
I just had an idea, and when you finish, I want to ask a question, if you can help me on that.
Sounds like you're good to go, bro.
Oh, cool. So I was thinking just a moment at the moment. If the sun is so big and so far and it's casting parallel rays, shouldn't every shadow that we get be the same size as the object? And if it is bigger than the object, shouldn't that tell us that the light rays are not parallel? And it's debunking the globe idea, and Eratosthenes will just be thrown from the window? Because in reality, they are bigger.
But like, even if the rays were parallel, if they were on a different angle, the shadow would be bigger.
A different angle? No.
Why not?
It will be longer, but not wider. It will change its size dependent to the change of the angle. But those lights are parallel in a radius, like in a circle way. So when you put an object, so that object will have to be longer if the angle is a little bit bigger. So it's not the case when it's for example, it's noon. If it is noon, the shadow of your hand will have to appear exactly the same size as your hand.
What is the flat Earth explanation for this?
No one in flat Earth side claims parallel rays coming from the sun.
I know, but what is the
It's just
what is the
that.
explanation then?
It's just that the light rays are not parallel, so unfortunately, the shadow will have to be bigger.
There is some that they're claiming that, well, inadvertently claiming it must be, like with the Heffron argument.
Do you think that Earth is flat?
Me?
Yeah.
Hey, I'd like.
No.
Go ahead.
So why it is written 24/7 flat Earth?
I'm not a mod here.
I know he's not flat earther. He doesn't claim that the Earth is flat. I claim that the Earth is flat, and yeah, I know that the Earth is flat. It's the same
I'd like
exact
to
thing
add-
that you experience, isn't it?
I'd like to add something to that Chicago building observation.
Yeah.
So for a 6-foot observer looking across 52 miles of water at Chicago, a 3-foot wave that is about 13 miles away could hide all of Chicago's buildings. I'm putting this into AI to check the math. So when you've got hundreds and thousands of waves between you and Chicago bobbing up and down, a 3-foot wave, a quarter of the way there could hide buildings 1,400 feet tall. I put that in the side chat there.
I'm just waiting for the answer.
Which answer?
Well, the answer to obscured buildings across Chicago is small waves between the viewer and Chicago. That's why you're seeing some of the buildings on some occasions. That's it right there.
Okay, but can you said you're gonna put this into AI to check it, so
I did. I posted a screenshot. And that's where I got the answer from. It said a 3-foot wave 13 miles away could hide all of Chicago's buildings for a 6-foot observer looking across 52 miles. The angular size of a 3-foot wave would be the same angular size as a 1,400-foot building, 52 miles.
can you do the same, but now instead of saying speculate with a flat Earth, say speculate with a globe Earth?
Sure. Give me a minute.
Yeah, it can also be because of the lensing in the air as well. Like there's like billions and billions of tiny particles of water in the air, and it can act like a lens. And when you set up like a simulation of this on a small scale, right? There's a guy called Rob Skiba, and he took a photograph of Chicago's skyline and he put it on a flat table, right? And then he put a lens in between the camera and the photograph, right, to simulate the the air acting as a lens. And then when he moved the camera away, it looked like the building started to disappear bottom up, right? That's another piece to the puzzle of why that can happen, and absolutely also because of the waves as well. That can happen if there's waves. And ChatGPT, not that ChatGPT is always the best, but it also said, yeah, absolutely, that can happen. And it can be due to like miraging effects and things like that as well. It's also something that happens.
I posted in there, Mateus.
Yeah, see. So, what does it mean though?
It means that when you see buildings, that appear to have disappeared bottom up, it's not something that's because the Earth is curved, right? It can most easily be explained by atmospheric conditions or physical obstruction, such as waves.
But it also could be curvature, though.
Yeah, so if it was curvature, it would be very specific. You would have a horizon at a specific distance, right? You would have to have a geometric horizon at 3 miles from a 6-foot observation height. That doesn't happen. Right? And it would be consistent as well. It's not.
In that example, you will see the lake line and nothing else. Only water.
Yeah. Exactly. So, look, let me just check how much curvature there is over 52 miles. Is it 52 miles? Yeah, something like that, isn't it? All right, distance to object, right? I'm putting it into an Earth curvature calculator. Distance to object, 52 miles. Eyesight, 6 foot, right? So 1,601 foot is how much the buildings should be obstructed, right? The bottom, like there should be 1,601 foot obstructed object part, it says in the calculator here. Horizon would have to be at 3 miles.
160 foot is that? How much is that? Is that 500 meters?
It's like 3 foot is 1 meter, approximately.
Yeah, that divides 3, let's say.
Yeah.
500 meters. That means that tower, it's 500 meters tall, more. Plus we see almost let's say half. That mean how much is tall that tower? 700 meters.
Yeah, it's 1,500 feet. Willis Tower is 1,450. So Willis Tower should be 150 feet below the horizon. That's the tallest building there. But they're adding a little refraction, saying that's why you can see the top 200-300 feet. But we're seeing many smaller buildings in that image posted above.
Why is the distance to horizon 3 miles?
Based off the radius value.
It's of the size of the Earth.
Like this is how it works, right? So say you're standing on top of a ball and you're looking straight towards an object that's a certain distance away, right? Say the object is the shoreline of a lake and the lake's 20 miles across. Okay, and you're 6 foot tall, right? So you draw a straight line from your eyes to the object. Okay, so that would be a tangent. So that tangent's going to meet with the spherical surface of the Earth, right? If the Earth's a sphere at a certain distance away from the observer, and that distance is 3 miles if you're 6 foot high. That's where the tangent, like that's where the straight line of sight coming from your eyes that's looking directly at the target, that's where it will meet with the surface of the Earth, and that's where the horizon distance would have to be.
Well, does
that make sense? Or
does the height above sea level have any influence on this, or is it just relative?
Minuscule. Yeah, it's minuscule. So just say you had at sea level from 6 foot, it should be at 3 miles, right? And when you have, just say you have like a lake that's 10 miles across or 20 miles across, right? And it's like 5,000 feet above sea level. That would just increase the radius value of the Earth a little bit for the calculation. So instead of 3,959 miles, it would be like 3,959.5 or something. it would be such a minuscule difference to how far the horizon line would be. They don't take it into consideration in the mainstream because it's an insignificant difference. So the horizon would be at like 3.02 miles or something. Like, that's not exact, but you know what I mean. It's a tiny little bit different.
Yeah.
But we're seeing like.
Hey, Joshua, you posted an image of windmills from the Thornton Bank wind farm. How much drop are you claiming between the high and low rotors? We need a little more data to properly analyze that. And how far apart are those two rotors?
I'm not claiming any of the measurements. I'm saying what you're seeing is the cutoff is the horizon.
And horizon is what, Joshua?
Going on a globe to Earth, going behind the curvature.
Yeah, but the horizon, do you see the horizon?
We need to know the horizon cutting off the.
Do you see the horizon only directly like this, or you see horizon also from left to right?
Well, no, all you'll see is, you'll see a horizon when you're out at sea. You can see horizon left
You
to right.
see horizon, yeah. And a horizon in this case is curved only in your direction to do that to that windmills.
I'm not sure what you mean by my direction.
I'm saying, is it air the cylinder?
A cylinder?
Yeah,
Why
because
isn't
it's
it
curving
curving
only
left to right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what he's saying, Joshua, he's saying that a globe curves in all directions, but you're showing just front to back curvature and not left to right curvature, as if it's like a paper towel roll or something like that.
No, that's not curvature. That's a line cutting the windmills. That's not the curvature. Curvature is something curved line cutting the windmills.
Oh, I understand now.
Oh,
so
did you get this?
Yeah, I got you. So no, it's like, imagine if you're like on a you're like an ant.
I don't want to imagine. I want to use this. I want to use these windmills in reality. I don't want to imagine.
Okay. I mean, it's really helpful to illustrate the point.
So the point is, right?
It's very helpful. It's very helpful to observe that windmills from left to right, also in reality, without imagining.
Yeah. So the point is, right? You're seeing something, right? And you're saying, well, it looks like bottom-up obstruction. It looks like it's that the bottom is hidden by a physical object, right? Therefore, it is. But then you're ignoring the thing that you're saying it's being obstructed by as appearing flat. And you're saying, well, I don't accept that that's what it looks like. But the other thing I'm observing, that is what it looks like. Why are you excluding one thing for the other thing?
Sure. So on a flat Earth, we would expect things to get smaller as the further away they go. We
They
should
do.
be seeing. Yes, I am aware.
Nice.
But
Do you
however,
see the
Well, one sec,
Can I
one
just-
sec,
the
one sec.
magnification
One sec.
in
One
that
sec.
image?
Hold on, guys.
One sec.
T-Dub's got this.
One sec. One sec.
Just chill. Yes, things will get smaller, but in the image that we see, before the windmills can get so small that we can't see them anymore, they're being cut off by the horizon.
By the flat horizon. Yeah.
I would say they're
That's
going behind the curvature, because on a flat Earth, I would expect them
But you
to
don't
get
see
so
the curvature,
small.
right? You don't see the curvature. It looks flat, right?
Well, of course, yes.
Right, and you're saying that that flatness is not actual flatness, right?
Yes,
It just
over a
appears that
long-
way.
Correct, over a long distance.
Right, so why is it that it's not actually flat, and the thing that's just apparent, right, and an illusion is the bottom-up obstruction?
Can you repeat that? I don't think
Okay,
I'm
so
following.
you're saying, in this instance, you have something that appears to be obstructed from the bottom up, right? You're saying cut off by the flat horizon, right? And you're saying that's the actual thing, that's actual, right? And that the flatness is an illusion. Why isn't it the other way around? Why isn't the flatness the actual thing and the bottom up obstruction the illusion?
Again, like, what would be the illusion?
That the bottom up obstruction would be the illusion part.
Sure, but how would you
It just
describe that
appears,
phenomenon?
it appears to be obstructed bottom up, but it's not actually obstructed from view. Like, you can't see it, but it's not because of a physical obstruction.
Okay,
It's not
like
because it's behind a physical object. It's just an illusion.
Yeah.
So,
Can I jump in for a sec, T-Dub? I can answer his question.
Yeah. Yep.
So what could it be? All right. Well, it could be a miraging effect called sinking, which is it's like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, right? This is according to the mainstream, by the way, right? I'm just parroting mainstream information here. Okay, so Oxford link in the side chat. Okay, so, sinking, right? So sinking is a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. We can actually see some signs of miraging effect in that actual wind tower observation there as well. Like, if you look on the left, the closer windmill is lower than the windmill behind it. Okay, so this fits the definition of sinking. Okay, so it could be that. Could be a bit of lensing as well, like I spoke about with the other guy.
Yeah, there is magnification. You can see that, and like you said earlier, the size of those windmills should be smaller the farther they are. So if you compare the size all together, they are all the same size. Because the farthest one gets magnified and seems to appear the same exact angular size as the one that is closer to you. So definitely there is magnification there.
A quick question
I would agree that.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We need to let Joshua respond. Like, I said something to him, and then before he got to respond to me, Necros jumped in, and then before he could respond to any of us, then Travis jumps in. So, let's let Joshua take the floor for a bit.
Okay, I agree with DJ in that, yes, you can have like superior mirages where objects appear higher than they should be, or inferior mirages where things appear lower than they should be. I'm 100% on board of the light refraction. I would say that it's not in this case. We're not seeing that effect because usually when we see these kind of phenomenons, they usually bend and warp the image. So you'll see like the propellers like bend, or they'll be very fuzzy, or you just see basically light bending phenomena.
Yeah. So good point, but yeah, that's not what happens with sinking, right? Or like if you have sinking or looming, that's not really what happens. Because it's like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage. Like if you have a full-blown inferior mirage, you have like that like obvious like mirroring effect, and you can really tell that there's a mirage taking place. But if you just have like a very, very gradual and not a sharp optical density gradient, right, between the warmer temperature down low going up to the cooler temperature above, it's just a sinking effect. It doesn't have a very, very noticeable effect. It's actually clear conditions, like it looks very clear, right, and it makes the horizon appear closer than what it would normally appear in the absence of a mirage. So it does fit the definition of sinking, and you do actually see a little bit of a miraging effect in there. I'm just saying, look, that's a possibility that it could easily just be that. The problem is with that observation, you don't have the observer height, right? There's no distance marker for the distance to the horizon. So it's kind of like an inconclusive result, right? It could be sinking, could be a bit of atmospheric magnification causing that effect as well, or a combination of those two things. But we don't have much data to go along with that particular observation. Now, here's a windmill observation that we have. Right? It was taken by a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John Dee. He's got a PhD. And here's a different observation of a wind farm. Right, this one's got all of the details to go along with it, right? The distance to the wind farms, right? The observer height is logged. We've got all sorts of additional information. Now with this one completely crushes the geometric horizon claims, right? Because this one is, here's the Earth Curve Calculator screenshot, and there's the GIF and another detailed image above that as well.
Okay.
Right. So if you want to have a look at those, right? So one just a second, we'll just go over the math really quickly, right? So the furthest wind tower there it's 11.2 miles away. So the observation height's only 3.5 feet height. So that horizon calculator, that's actually a GIF, so it's going through the different heights, but it shows you how much should be obstructed over that distance. But we can not only can we see the 11.2 mile platform, we can see the horizon behind it. Okay, and in this image, right, it's kind of detailed a little bit better in this one.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's an example where the horizon should be a certain distance from 3.5 foot. It would be a very short distance away, 2.2 miles away to be exact.
Okay. What you mentioned before, it also acts as like a double-edged sword. So in those cases where you're illustrating, we could be experiencing like a superior mirage. I've linked like an image before where you see literally a boat flying in the sky. Obviously, it's not actually flying, but we have like a superior mirage effect. And I would say that this is probably what's happening to these windmills.
Right. So superior mirage effects are very, very obvious, though. That's the thing. Like if you go to Google, if anyone goes to Google right now, just type in superior mirage and have a look at the images you get. None of them look anything like this.
Can I just butt in for a sec? Because you can't appeal to anything else, bro. You already said yesterday you're simply appealing to the apparent observation, the apparent effect, right? You're not concerned with any other variables, not geometry, right? If you're not going to be concerned with the variables of geometry, then you're not going to be concerned with anything like bendy light in the air, okay, and miraging effects and things like that. Your argument is purely visual. That's it.
Well, mirages can be visual, correct?
Yes, but you're just going off what it looks like, right? It looks like something is cut off from the bottom, and that's what you'd expect if you're on a big giant ball. Therefore, it is. That's your argument, bro. You weren't concerned with the geometry, whether it matches the globe claim size and distances and all that, and observer height. You weren't concerned with that at all. Now you are.
Well, no, I'm not the one bringing up the maths, but I'm talking about like superior mirages and like effects. So I'm not the one bringing up the maths.
Which is going to invoke geometry. It's going to invoke geometry, bro.
Of course, I'm dealing with like just observations. Okay, well, I'm not going to try and take it into.
Well, this doesn't have any traits of a superior mirage, so we can count that out. Now, look, I get your argument, but would you say that, like, I'm not showing you this. This isn't like flat Earth proof, but what I'm saying is, would you admit now that the windmill thing that you shared isn't globe proof?
So the problem is, I can look at my windmill proof, and I can look at your windmill proof, and you can say that there's like
no. I'm not presenting this as proof. I'm not presenting this as any kind of proof, right? So your one matches the description, the definition of sinking, right? This doesn't match the what you claimed was a superior mirage. It doesn't match. It doesn't have any of the characteristics of a superior mirage. Regardless, would you just say that the one that you shared is inconclusive? Inconclusive because of a whole bunch of factors. You know, I could rattle them off if you want, but I don't think I need to.
I'm just going to say, like, if you're going to invoke like refractions in like how objects appear in the long distance, I'm actually fine with that, and I'm fine with you saying, like, hey, I'm not so sure about these windmills because of over a long distance light refractions. But again, like, this is like a double-edged sword. I can look at your experimentation, and I can say that. But the same way you can say, like, my one is an inferior mirage, I can say your one is a superior mirage.
No, I didn't say it's an inferior mirage, though. I said it's sinking.
Again, like, this is still a similar phenomenon because, like, you probably already know
Not really.
Snell's law.
No, this is nothing to do with Snell's law. This is different.
So you don't know if it is or not, though, right? You're just saying, well, that's a potential reason why we're making this observation, right?
I'm sure you guys are like already aware, like, when we have like warm air, the air becomes less dense, and when we have cooler air, the air gets more dense, and when we have light passing through like these two mediums, it's going to change their direction, giving like your mirages.
So you're only saying this because you can see the bottoms of where they meet the water, right? Those things. This doesn't match what you'd expect if you were on a bowl. This is the only reason you're saying that. Why can't we do the same for your observation?
Well, you did. You did say it to my observation.
Okay, so we can. So is it inconclusive or not?
I would say, because it's on a clear day, on my one, and I'm
Thinking
fine.
happens on clear days. That's when it's likely to occur in clear conditions. You can look it up.
You know the conditions of that day, do you?
Sorry, when I'm talking about like a clear day, I'm not talking about.
I didn't see you post the conditions for that day.
Okay, just chill.
The humidity, the air density, temperature. I didn't see you post any of that.
When I say clear day, I'm not talking about no clouds in the sky. I'm talking about basically like no fluctuating like temperature differences. Like, so
I didn't see you post any of that data. I didn't see you post any of that data for
if
that
the clouds
day.
are clear, obviously it's going to be hot weather, and as we all know, hot weather creates a lot of mirages.
No, that's not how clouds work. You can have clear days in winter or summer. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the temperature.
So that windmills photo, debunking all these 10,000 observation in all other locations.
10,000 what, sorry?
10,000 all others observations for all other people did it in all others location in the world. That windmills debunked all that thousands of observations, you are saying.
I'm more than happy to look at each and every individual example you give to me, and I will try and explain it to the best of my ability.
Okay, can I post it to you? Can I post it to you one like you posted? And I will tell you why. It's the same one where there are your windmills. Okay? Okay. There it is.
Okay, I'm just looking at a ocean. I can't see any windmills.
You cannot see them because they are not there, man.
Okay.
Yeah, they're covered by they are covered by water, and that's the ocean. Yeah, that's the flat ocean.
Okay.
Do you see that it's flat?
Yes, I can see that it's flat.
Is that for you is not enough proof that it's flat? Look, flat sea, flat horizon.
Well, like we were talking about, like how we can see effects. I'm saying it's curved over a long distance. It may look like it's flat in our
Right,
no. It is flat. Look, I posted.
He's saying the apparent flatness is an illusion, Sasha. But when
no, it's not illusion. But look at everybody can see. Look at the. You can drive the. You can draw the line, horizon line, and you can draw two other lines. You know, the top of the picture, and you will see that all the three lines are parallel.
Sasha, it's not actually flat.
That's
but we're
the
not allowed to
same
say
location where are windmills.
Something's obstructed bottom up from view. But that's just.
Well, that's not an illusion, though, right? That's not an illusion. So we just pick and choose what's illusion and what's not. So it's illusory flatness. We don't see the curve, but we do see the curve obstructing things, even though we don't see the curve that does the obstructing. That's crazy. Crazy world.
So that's an illusion, but the setting sun is not an illusion.
Well, something we brought up.
Can I say only one thing? That was not my point.
No.
He posted. Who wants to post like this, like pictures like me and say Earth is flat? Nobody, because there is nothing. There is only sea and flat horizon. But at least, man, can you give us the height, the distance, and drop over that we know, okay, that was the height about that windmills, that was the distance to that windmills, and this is the drop, and this is how much the water is covering the windmills. Then we can speak about everything else, but every time when some globe is presenting some kind of curvature, it's always the pictures without data.
He only has distance, Sasha. He only provided the distance. Now, Joshua, something that brought up after you left yesterday, right, was that one of the windmills in that image is supposed to be further away, but it appears to be higher than the one in front of it.
I know the one you're talking about. Is it the one on the left, like the second to the left?
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know. I'll be honest. It could be, again, like it could be what we were talking about before, refraction. It could be that's the blade that's sticking out the top.
I thought it was a clear day.
You can still have a level of refraction, of course, but again, like refraction.
So there's your argument out the window, bro.
Hang on, just relax. Yes, absolutely. I never said that there's no refraction happening ever on that photograph. But what I'm saying is, like, it would take a lot of refraction, like almost like a haze, in order to cause the effects that you're seeing. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. You can say, "Josh, that's bullshit." That's fine. But that's just what I'm going to claim.
Can I get a citation for that? Some sort of academic source that supports what you're saying.
I'm curious. Do you actually
posted an academic source that explains it perfectly?
There you go.
I mean, do you accept academic sources?
When it comes to certain things, sure.
He just said he posted them. Why are you asking him if he accepts them, dude? Now he's stalling.
It's not I'm stalling. It's like if I post evidence and then you're like,
you're stalling.
That study's bullshit. Like I can post
you're
evidence
stalling.
that the
Stall. Just post it. Yeah, just post it.
Just relax, Heretic. Just chill.
Just post your citations, Joshua.
You can hang on. We can hash this conversation out for a bit longer without
hang
going
on.
crazy.
Hang on is literally stalling.
Why
do we have to wait any longer? Why do we have to wait any longer? You said something. You asked if you could cite it, and then you're like, yeah, but.
Well, no, I didn't say I would cite it. I'm just saying, do you actually accept academic sources? And the answer I got was like, depends on what the source says.
Okay, so you're not going to cite it?
No.
Okay.
You know, over 10,000 peer-reviewed scientific papers per year are redacted for having false information in them. So it would be very faulty to trust anything and everything academic related.
But aren't they catching them? If they're like being redacted, that means the system's catching them and saying like, well, that's faulty, so we're going to take this out.
But I'd like to
catch them in the first place.
If those windmills we're just being very generous and saying the front one and the back one are 2 miles apart. If there is 50 feet, there appears to be more than 50 feet of drop between them. the math on that would only work if the globe had a 211-mile radius. So that image you're sharing is a black swan that debunks the globe radius.
You said black swan and radius. Sorry, can you repeat that?
The image you shared, let's be very generous and say the front windmill is 2 miles away from the back windmill, and there appears to be more than 50 feet of curving drop between them. That would only work on a globe with a radius of 211 miles. So that's a black swan that you posted that debunks the mainstream globe radius of 3,959 miles. It does not match the accepted measurements.
So it doesn't match the claim geometry, which is where you come in with, but bendy light. Right? So you're just making more ad hoc rescue devices to save. As long as it just matches the expectation that you have of being on a ball. Oh, but this is bottom-up obstruction alone is explained by being on a big ball. Never mind all the variables. I can explain away all the other things, any problems with the geometry not matching and all that. Just bendy light. That's all I need. Just say the word refraction. That explains it all away. I don't have to provide details. I don't have to provide data. I don't have anything. Right? Just bias. That's it. Right? Ignore the flat part of the water. Ignore the flat-looking water. That doesn't matter.
Well, no, I can. You mean like I said, I'm not ignoring that. I've already accepted that. I don't know why you're claiming that I deny that it all looks flat.
290.
Well, look, we can wrap it up quickly now, right? Okay, so you presented an image. You don't know the observer height. You don't know the distance. You don't know the weather conditions. You don't have a distance marker to the horizon. And it matches the definition of a particular miraging effect that says something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks below it. Okay, so that all checks out. Now, in rebuttal to that, I presented an observation where we know the distance, we know the observer height, right? The weather conditions have been accounted for as well, and it doesn't have any telltale signs of any known miraging effect whatsoever in the image. Okay. It completely goes against the globe radius. Okay? All I'm asking you to admit is that the image that you shared is inconclusive. That's all. And then, we could just move on to, the next thing.
Well, no, we're still
You should admit now that it's inconclusive, right?
Hang on, we can still see the effect of the bottoms being cut off. And even in your example, I can see almost like a false horizon behind your windmill, so there is some kind of refraction going on.
False horizon.
False horizon. What's the definition of horizon?
That's where the sky falsely appears to meet the ground.
So a horizon.
Right, we're going to post this again just to point out the ludicrousy of what you just said. Okay, so the horizon's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Yeah, that's the definition of horizon.
Where the sky meets
anyone
the ground,
can look that up. Appears to meet the ground. Yeah, that's an important word. Okay, so that would be behind the windmills. Yeah, behind the 11.2 mile windmill as well. Okay, that's where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's only one horizon. You can only have one horizon. Right? There's only one horizon that's possible to match the definition of horizon. Well, okay. How can there be? How can there be two places where the sky and the ground appear to meet?
Yes, you can have a false horizon.
Well, how?
Again,
that would be the only horizon, though. The only horizon would be the false horizon. That would still be the only horizon that you can see.
Sure, but
how can the sky appear to meet the ground in two places?
Again, this is all down to how refraction works, and it can make the horizon is looking higher than it should be. Than the fact
there's going to be there's two places where it appears to meet the ground, the sky.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You can just Google false horizon.
Well,
and it's quite well documented.
This common English word known as yes, or alternatively no.
Are you denying that false horizon is not a thing? Is this
Okay,
not
so
an
there's a second place. So there's a second place where sky appears to meet the ground.
Again, like we'll have like an actual
Again,
horizon.
is that a yes or?
Sorry, science isn't a yes or no. It's a little bit more detailed than that. So yes, the sky when it meets the ground, I would agree with you. But you can have a false horizon, and it's well documented. Pilots experience this, where it would look like where the horizon is, but it isn't because of refraction, and the horizon is actually somewhere else.
Well, how do you know that's not happening in your image?
So
again, I can't see the false horizon where I can clearly see.
How do you know where the horizon actually is? It's just an apparent phenomenon. How do you know where it actually is versus where you saw it?
Well, no, you can see like if you look at your windmill image.
No, tell me, dude. How do you? Okay, so now, okay, you're not saying there's two horizons you see at the same time. You're saying that there is an actual horizon somewhere other than where you see the horizon, which is apparent by definition. That doesn't make any sense. So why don't you just? Well, I'll just relax. I'll just sit back and relax while you tell me how you know where the horizon actually is versus where you saw it.
Well, obviously, you guys already know, like, you can do calculations on where the actual horizon is. But as you can see with the
geometric
image,
horizon, begging the question. Okay, I see.
Be. But you weren't concerned about that with your observation. But now you're suddenly concerned about it with DJ's observation.
When it comes
the
to
only reason you're calling it a false horizon in DJ's observation is because it's not blocking things from view.
Can you not see like the windmill bottoms look like almost they're floating off the sea?
That's why you're saying yours isn't a false horizon.
Hang on, can we like just chill?
Agree. You agree. That's why you're saying that, right? The horizon in yours, the one that you posted, isn't false because you can't see the bottoms of the windmills, right?
Incorrect. I'm saying we can see the horizon because it's being cut off, like you were mentioning earlier. And the reason why I don't think it's like we're seeing like a superior mirage, or the mirage is just not strong enough for that cutoff point, not to the degree that it is being like the bottom is being cut off. Compare that to DJ's one, where it appears that almost like these legs are almost floating above the water, and you can see that blue. Yeah, you can see it.
No, you can see a boat. You can see a boat on the water behind the behind the windmills towers. Right? Look, I just reposted the GIF. It doesn't look like they're floating. It looks like they're meeting with the surface of the water. Right? There's no miraging effects that are visible that match the definition of any type of mirage that in the image at all. Okay, so it's just completely flat water, right? And then we see the horizon beyond the towers there.
Yeah,
we see a boat as well. So
just admit it. Admit that the reason you're calling it a false horizon is because it's not blocking the bottoms of the windmills when it should be.
Again, like, can you not clearly see like there's almost like a different color?
Maybe the false one is the one you don't see. How about that? Maybe the false one is the geometric one you were imagining that you don't see.
Hold on. Even in the GIF, you can see it's floating above like the line of water.
Hold on. Are you telling me that the difference of color is what you're noting? Yes. No.
Yes. Because that's how refraction. That's how false horizons work.
So when you're looking at trees in the foreground and the background, and the trees in the background are more gray than the ones that are in the foreground, which are green. What's that? That's the same thing you're talking about now?
I'm not analogizing to that. I'm just particularly talking about this image.
Well, we're talking about water that's in the foreground and water that's in the background. And you're talking about the difference in the shade. Like how all things are with distance.
Yeah, like when you look at mirage, can you see like there's like a color difference?
No, not a mirage. Not a mirage.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about refraction.
Well, how do you know how do you know that you're looking at a mirage?
Again, like it looks like the windmills are almost
but
floating.
when we talked about no, it doesn't. I can see the water in the boat and everything. It looks like water floating. No, it looks like it's in the water.
I don't know how to say it. It just looks like I can see like multiple lines for the horizon.
I have a question. Where is the edge? I just want to know where the edge is.
Again, like the problem with the false horizon is like it obscures where the actual horizon is. Otherwise, we wouldn't call it a false horizon.
Look, man, the water changing colors, that happens any time you go out and the water's nice and clear and flat like that. You have different currents and wind in different places, and it makes this effect happen. Noticed it my whole life going to the beach, right? It's got nothing to do with refraction or false horizons or anything like that. It's just how water works, right? It's flowing in slightly different directions. You have deeper spots, more shallow spots, and wind currents in certain different places. It's completely normal. Noticed it my whole life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, water can cause like different effects depending on what the temperature of the surface water is.
It's nothing to do with the refraction or anything like that, what you're seeing in this image.
Again, like how can you be totally sure? Because you can clearly see the
horizon. Think about this. Okay, this is what you're claiming. Okay, so the horizon on a globe should be at like what was it? Let me just double check that really quickly. 2 point something miles, right? Here we go. 2.2 miles away. Okay, the horizon has to be, the geometric physical horizon on the globe must be at 2.2 miles. Okay, think about this. If we hypothetically removed all of the air, right, that horizon line would be at exactly 2.2 miles. Right now, if we just add the air back in again, what you're saying is that there is still that horizon at 2.2 miles. But every single thing beyond that is just perfectly just lifting up and just making it look like everything's flat. And then making another horizon pop up beyond 12 miles away. That's a crazy claim, man.
I don't think it's crazy because, like for example, you saw like a picture I put up earlier. You can see like a boat literally floating in the air, and that's like an example of a superior mirage. So,
you claim this is a superior mirage, right? Nothing's floating here. We can see the boats floating on the water where it should be floating, right?
Yeah,
so obviously, this isn't a superior mirage.
Yeah, but hang on, they can be affected as well. Can they not?
Bro, if you just go on Google, type in superior mirage and hit images, you're not going to see anything that looks like just a perfectly normal, clear image, right? It's all going to be crazy effects. I'll do it right now. I'm going to post a screenshot in the side chat.
Oh, shit.
The superior mirages are super obvious, man.
Just have double standards, bro. It's just so obvious.
All right, superior mirage is incoming.
You know what a mirage is? It's a mirror image.
Oh, I'll show you examples of superior mirages where we don't have that example.
A mirage is a mirror image which requires a flat surface.
He's going to show off a floating in the air boat.
Well, there we go.
Law of reflection and all that.
Yeah, we've got examples of that as well. And here's even a clear one. And even in that one, you can almost sort of see a line beneath there. It's where you can see almost like a false kind of horizon.
That's a double image, bro. Are you telling me that the bottom of the boat looks like the top of it? Are you kidding me, Joshua?
Hang on. Which image are you talking about? I posted.
The one you just posted.
The last one.
Oh, the last one. Okay.
Oh, no, it's okay. We'll use whatever image you want. Which one are you talking about? Sorry. Just like at me or something.
Yeah, here's one.
This one.
You can still see the horizon, and Josh, hold on. You can still see the horizon line
Oh no, I was talking about like example of higher mirages, like the pictures I was picking.
So you can see the horizon. You can see the horizon in this though, and there's nothing beyond that.
Right, and I was talking about false horizons previously.
Well, where's the false horizon in this one?
Oh my God!
Behind the windmills.
Oh God!
I'm talking about 09 in the picture you posted of a mirage.
Joshua, look.
There's only one horizon where the sky meets the ground. I see it, and the boat's sitting on top of it.
If you know what the base of a wind turbine looks like, you can compare it to the image, and they look exactly like that without any miraging. So you know there's no mirage. Just look at them. Look up images of them. You can see them clearly.
I know, I understand that, but I given examples of, like, for example, a boat floating, and it looks like it's it looks clear as day. It looks like it's flying, but obviously that's not what's happening.
It's not. It doesn't look like it's floating. I can see it sitting on the line, which we call the horizon, where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah, there's windy water in front of it and calm water where the ship is. It's on the water.
Well, obviously, I'm not saying it's not on the water. What I'm saying is it looks like it's floating above the water.
No, it looks like it's sitting on top of the horizon line.
Sorry, I think we might be talking about the wrong thing. Let me just post the image again. Hang on. So I'm talking about this superior image.
Yeah, I know.
The website.
The ship's not actually floating, though. It's not a mirage. It's sitting on the water.
On top of the horizon.
You
can see it.
Hang on, I'm just going to quickly delete it and post the actual picture.
I see it. It's sitting on top of the horizon. You can see it.
Well, yeah, this is what I mean by the false horizon. This is exactly what I mean.
It's not a false horizon. There's only one place where the sky appears to meet, and we can see it. The boat is sitting on top of it.
Well, if you look at it, it's almost like such a faint blue compared to the deep blue of the actual ocean itself.
It's not a false horizon. It's the water that the boat is sitting on.
Yes, I already know this, but I'm talking about a superior mirage is making it appear.
Yeah, the superior mirage, it's sitting, it appears like it's sitting on top of the horizon. That's what it looks like.
It looks like it's floating above the horizon.
No, it looks like it's sitting on top of the horizon.
Can you not see where the water is and where it goes? I know you're pointing at a thin blue line.
Yeah, I'm saying that's
the false horizon.
That's the water. It's the water it's sitting on, because it doesn't look like it's floating, but it's actually not, right? No.
Yeah, but when you look at most boats in the water, it looks like they're in actual contact. It doesn't look like they're floating above a blue line.
Except when they're mirages, like superior mirages, where you have a doubling of the image. In this case, it's just sitting on top of the horizon.
I think we're just not going to agree on this, I'm afraid.
Well, we can't agree on it because you're saying that you're calling what the boat is sitting on, which is water that we can clearly see, a false horizon, which is ridiculous.
I think, Josh,
Karen, sorry.
It's because I've been sailing and racing small boats for a long time, and the water changes when there's wind. When it's dark like that, it's wind, and you look for that in the distance, and past that dark spot, it's flat and there's no wind. It's the water is reflecting the color of the sky, so you can faintly see the horizon line though coming from the end of the ship, if not past it. That's why the water changes color. It's not because it's false. It's almost always because of the texture of the water due to wind.
Exactly. And the main point is, it's not what is shown in this Dr. John D observation that I've posted, right? You don't see any floating ships. You don't see any floating wind towers or anything like that. It's a completely false comparison.
No, what I'm saying is,
look, all you're meant to do, dude, is just admit that your image of the towers, right, is inconclusive. That was all you had to do.
yeah, hang on, DJ. Like, remember I was talking about like the blue line, and you can see that blue line underneath the ship that's floating. You can see the same blue line behind the windmills, and this is what I'm calling a false horizon. So, and I'm drawing the conclusion between those two pictures.
What false blue line? No, you don't see that.
No, he's just saying it's a false horizon, but it doesn't mean anything. In actuality, there's actually water that these objects are resting on, and we can see that in both images because in the one of the gift you can see the boat on the portion that he would claim was actually the floating windmills. It can't be both. Your premise that it's a false horizon is obviously ridiculous. Looking at the gift and looking at the photo.
I don't know what else to say, because like even in science where like for example if we were seeing you're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't hear you. Like for example, like when we're like dealing with like radio systems and stuff, we always presume like the Earth is like 1/3 larger than it is because of refraction, and we just see these things in observations.
You already admitted that we weren't going to. So the conversation is over because you tried to lay out your premise, which is that there's a false horizon, and we rebutted it. There's nothing else you can say other than be disrespectful and disregard what we're saying and continue talking anyway.
No, you haven't debunked it. A false horizon is an actual thing, unless you're denying like false horizons are not a thing.
The boat is sitting on water, and we can see it, and it's sitting on water, and there's a horizon line.
I gotta ask, is there such a thing as a false horizon in your world?
What you described in both videos, that's not a false horizon. What you described.
There's only horizons. There's only places.
You said the boat was floating on the air. No, it's not. It's sitting on top of the horizon. The one that you call a false horizon.
You can clearly see that. There's only the place where the Earth appears to meet the sky. That's it. That's the only horizon you have.
But again, like in your world, like, is there such a thing as a false horizon? Like, I agree with you.
No, not in my world. In the world. In the world.
Okay. But would you accept that there is such a thing as a false horizon?
Or like something that somebody mistakes? Like you mistake a cloud cover or something like that for a horizon? It's not actually?
The answer is no, because we didn't claim that they're a false horizon. You're claiming it's a false horizon, and your claim is invalid. You're not validating it in any way other than saying, look, there's this dark water, and then the boat is floating. And then there's like this very thin, different colored thing. That's what I'm calling a false horizon. Dude, that's all you're saying. Stop being disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful. I don't know what you're...
You can't have a false something that's apparent. The horizon is the apparent place where the Earth meets the sky. There's no false version of that.
Yeah, but the conclusion is no, there's no false horizon. If you're going to say that there's a false horizon, then you have to actually support your premise, which you have.
Sure, I'll link something.
Damn, Joshua, it's been like 4 weeks trying to teach you what a horizon is.
The false horizon is the one that does not fit the definition of horizon. So physical Earth.
So it's not a horizon.
Yeah,
it's like false. It's like when they call something a pseudo force, that just means not a force. It just means not a horizon.
Yeah, I like for example, you can have like where pilots train under like the illusion of like a false horizon.
Excuse me? Citation, please.
Yeah, I linked I think to abstract.
Well, that's flying anyway. Even if that's true, that would be flying, not observing from the ground, like is being discussed here.
Okay, well, at least we can say that there is such a thing as a false horizon, then.
I know we're not going to conflate, like, hold on, let's see what it's even saying.
Sounds like another very long-winded way of saying, I don't have any globe proof.
Yep, that's what I heard.
Hang on, we're going through step by step.
There's nothing here.
Well, no, it's enough to understand that at the very least, pilots do train for like false horizons. They prepare for like this kind of phenomenon. And now I think the next thing you were saying, like, okay, that only applies to pilots, doesn't apply to ground. So I think my next step is to talk.
They typically fly using an artificial horizon anyway. What are you talking about?
Sure, like the gyroscopes are trained at the actual horizon, not the false horizon. But we're talking about like an illusion, basically a visual illusion.
Right now, I don't like it. I'm sorry, guys, I can't. Slide me this out. He's really trying to pass off the idea.
Is this the first time you've heard Joshua? That's what he does.
No, yeah, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I know. He's slimy. He's a slimy one.
It's not helping. You're not going to literally, like, for any reason that like the horizon is obstructed. They just use the artificial horizon anyway. Except for in extreme cases. I don't know how the fuck they would determine the false horizon from the true horizon in extreme cases when they can't use the artificial horizon. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, get out is America. Yeah.
Globers think that every visual horizon, every observed horizon is false, that it's not in its actual location.
Yeah, everything's false.
That is flat. It's obvious.
Refraction land.
Somebody else is triggered now?
Obvious.
Oh, he's still there. Oh, we got someone else?
Sounds like someone else is triggered suddenly.
He's just realized that it's obvious that the Earth is flat and motionless, and he's never experienced a spinning ball Earth.
Yeah, that's me.
Of course, yes.
That's just a good realization. Well done. It's amazing how many people don't realize that they don't experience a spinning ball Earth. Like Joshua here probably thinks he experiences a spinning ball Earth.
All right, go ahead. Tell us how you know it's a globe KXHD.
A globe? I told you it's flat.
That's cap.
He's embarrassed of his globe belief.
It is flat, man. If you think otherwise, you're just stupid.
What's the claimed radius of the globe?
The fuck, nigger? What was supposed to know?
That means you're a glober. Only the globers don't know the basics of the globe. Rip.
I'm a flat earther.
No, you're a glober. You just proved it. All the flat earthers know the claimed radius of the globe. Only the gullible globe believers don't know it. That's you. Why'd you believe in the globe?
You can't let him talk anymore after his TOS break.
Oh, did he? Weak. I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Is anybody here aware of any windmill images that actually have viewer height, target distance, and all that necessary data that actually match a globe radius? I just want to see the best steel man of that has all the necessary data. Is there something like that exists that you guys know of?
No.
Keep looking. One day, the Globers might manage to find one observation that arguably aligns with their crazy belief. But it's not today.
So their very best one that they repeatedly like to share has no viewer height, target distance, etc.
That's why they share
no
it.
Data?
Because if they had that data, it would debunk them again.
But you don't clearly see the hill of water there. What else would be blocking the windmills? It has to be a hill of water, bro.
Yeah, I just wish they'd give us some actual measurements. I'd like to do some math with it, but it's always just like it looks curved. There's no data to go with it.
Well, this is why DJ just wanted him to just admit that it's inconclusive, because by his standards, all he needs is the visual. Well, by those standards, we can just we can just present.
In the background or something?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, sorry.
Was that you two, though? No, I was just wondering if someone was like trying to troll you.
Fucking spells right now,
music. Yeah.
It's like
they're around the cauldron.
Right. It's stopped now. It's stopped now. Right. So by his standards, all we need to do is present it.
The cauldron.
Cito cut out there? Or was that just me?
Yeah, it sounded like you cut out.
The witches got him.
The witches, he just got poofed into the Harry Potter's realm.
Well, that's such a good point he was making. By Joshua's standards, as long as it looks an image that just curved is okay. So an image we present where it looks flat should be sufficient as well.
No, you forgot about the double standards, bro.
Yeah. Ooh.
Who's Mega Planet? Sounds like a glober.
Yeah, it's getting globetard.
He's a glober, all right.
Wait, why are you a glober, Mega Planet?
Just what I was raised on.
Ah, so you know it's just like a tradition that you've been given.
Hey, God damn it, I gotta focus.
Yeah, you do. Focus. What evidence exists that the Earth is a globe?
He's gaming.
Playing Fortnite?
Oh, he needs to focus on gaming. Listen, I'm sure your Sims will survive a couple of hours without you, dude.
Yeah, but he won't survive a couple of hours without them.
Ooh.
Damn.
From the wings, Jedi.
It's an entrance. What's up, guys? Hope you're doing well.
W entrance.
Glober Russell. But they're busy gaming. Who's I will only argue on semantics. That's definitely a glober. Semantics, you've been practicing your globe arguments? Have you prepared your finest pedantry? Guess not.
Are we still live?
Show's canceled for lack of globe proof.
Damn. Back it up.
What's up, Greenweaver Alex?
Hey, how you going, guys?
Is that Becky?
I'm not a Glober, though, so sorry, I can't add another Glober evidence to the room.
Is that you, Becky?
No, Alex.
Or is there someone else? Alex. Okay, you sound very much like another Australian woman flat earther from a while ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I'm in New Zealand. I'm in Wellington.
Oh, New Zealand. Okay.
Yeah.
Apologies. Nice. So you're a flat earther? You don't believe in the spinning space ball?
No, I don't believe in the spinning space ball.
Oh, wow. Nice.
No.
How long have you been a flat earther for?
Oh, well, my hairdresser tried to tell me that the world was flat about, oh my God, it could have been 15 years ago. It was so long ago.
Based flat earth hairdresser.
Yeah, really. And I was really interested, but I didn't, I was always a space nerd and into like
I need to ask some questions about this situation. So, this hairdresser, male or female?
Female.
Female hairdresser. She's cutting your hair one day. How does she come on to Earth is not a spinning ball?
Well, she was really into the whole QAnon thing, which made me not give her much credit.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And so over the years, she'd been talking about it on and off. And she's very passionate French, very good hairdresser, and she's still one of my best friends. So,
you're like, damn, she's crazy, but she cuts a good fringe.
Yeah.
How long was QAnon now?
But I didn't. I resisted. Yeah, and I still didn't believe it until probably a couple of years ago, actually. And then I started really looking into it, and and it was just obvious very quickly.
So what was the first thing she said to you about it? Was she like,
oh, I'm trying to remember. It's so long ago. I mean,
Elijah, you're breaking up. I don't know if what you're saying. No, not you, Elijah.
Oh.
Someone else.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm trying to ask when QAnon became a thing.
I think it was 2017.
Yeah, it was before that, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just
2015? 2016 was before Donald Trump came in, wasn't it?
No, it was when he was trying to get elected, wasn't it? So 2015. Yeah, you're right. It's 2015. Yeah. Yeah, it might have been then.
Yes, because you said 15 years ago.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't quite 15 years ago. I can't remember, but it seemed like from the very beginning, when I first got my haircut from her, she was talking wild stories, right? And I was really interested in the Earth stuff. Yeah, and I think she it was the Q stuff that didn't give her credibility, but I was always interested. I didn't ever shut her down. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, she's got like a scissor blade to your head. I can imagine you were very agreeable.
Yeah, she tried to get me onto, what was it, Flat Earth British, because I'm from London originally, and she recommended Eric Dubay, and she recommended Flat Earth British. I think this was years and years and years and years ago, and I honestly didn't take it very seriously, but I, never thought.
Hey, do me a favor. Did you say you still see this woman?
Yeah. I can get her on.
Get her on here. I want to talk to her.
Yeah. I will.
Yeah,
try
add
and do
me
that.
and tell me when she's coming on so I can tell the guys.
Okay, hang on. Who are you? Sorry, I don't even know. I'm not very
Cyclone.
good at
PSY. Yeah, that one.
Cyclone. Okay, I'll message you and friend you, and then that way I can find you again. Okay.
Yeah, I want to see this based hairdresser who's going around New Zealand flat smacking everyone and cutting their hair. What legend?
No, she is wild, I have to say. She speaks a million miles an hour and very thick French accent, so
she's native French, moved to New Zealand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based indeed. All right, so nice. So what did she say to you about Flat Earth that made you then start researching it? Like, what was her first point?
Oh no, see, she was the one who introduced it to me. And then I guess
how did she introduce it? Was she like, by the way,
just by telling me channels, because I was a free press activist. I was always a freedom activist during COVID as well. We were both in the Wellington protest that went on for 23 days there. We were both there almost every day. And so we were like well into the other conspiracies anyway. And so we always talked about those when we were, doing that. And she just told me a couple of channels to look at, which I never really did, to be honest. And then, but I was always interested in a conversation. And then it was years and years and years later where I started seeing space audits and Witsit and I don't know, all that sort of side of things that I actually went, okay, I might just go and have a little listen because these guys seem like they're actually investigating science, and I'm going to try and have another think. And then it just, and then I just, did what that thing that everyone does when they first discover it, and they spend like every night, not sleeping and just looking at the videos.
Yes.
Yeah, and you start looking at the world completely differently every day when you go outside and look at the sun and the moon, and you're like you just see everything very differently.
Oh, right,
all of a sudden. Yeah. So it was kind of like that. It was a bizarre kind of long knowing about it, but not actually ever diving in.
Is this the first time you've been in this channel? Have you heard us before?
No. I think like maybe last week I spoke to Matrix, and then I ended up on that. What is that? Perspective channel that they put these conversations on.
New Perspective. We've got our own YouTube channel. We've actually got our own YouTube channel where this conversation is live streamed 24/7, 365 days a year.
I know. I've been watching it for probably 6 months. Listening to it.
Okay, so you know what we're about then.
I just didn't know how to get into Discord to get this going. I've had Discord for ages, but I've never really got.
Are you on our home server?
I'm on Politics. I think I found you on.
Okay, but we've got our own home server that you should join, which is Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm in there, and I went into the welcome room. I went into the I put my.
So you see all the additional resource sections because we've got like terabytes of content that we've saved on there.
Yeah,
okay, good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
Well, it's always nice to meet another flat earther in the wild. So do you go around talking to people about this stuff, or do you keep it to yourself?
Yeah, my family think I'm crazy. All that.
Okay, one of those.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I've always been very forthright about the whole freedom stuff as well. I won't shut up about any of that stuff. So. People probably are pretty fed up with me.
How dare you like freedom?
There you go. a fellow fan of living your life and breathing your air. Well, good to have you.
Yes, thanks. But I can't add any globe proof, I'm afraid. I know you're looking for it.
Well, no worries. The search continues. So have you heard a bunch of the globers on here?
Yeah. It's very entertaining.
Tell us your perception of what you've heard.
Oh, look, there are some that sound like they're interested, and they when they actually are listening, and they're not just doing their complete ignoramus stuff, retard, whatever you want to call it. But oh my God, it's so shocking. Some of the arguments are like, you're smacking your head, just going, how is it possible? It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, we like to say they're one of our best arguments for the flat Earth. Just listen to.
Yeah, they are. They are. Yeah, and I quite like the way there's quite brutal handling of it sometimes. The Aussies like Matrix sometimes, he's very calm sometimes, and then sometimes he's like, and then I quite like Jin as well. He does the softly. I think, sometimes different methods are required for different people. And it's interesting to watch and listen.
Jin's adopted a Japanese samurai gentle technique in his time.
And his funny accents. And his funny accents he puts on for them so that they can understand. It's like, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. And you're in New Zealand, yeah?
Yeah. I came over here like 2006. I taught architecture at uni. I taught green architecture, and then I realised the whole captured.
That's nice.
Like I was a lecturer.
Do you know Flat Lloyd Wright? He does one of our YouTube channels and he hangs about here. He's an architect.
I've friended him. Yeah, I've friended him, but he doesn't know me, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's an architect too.
Yeah, cool. I'm following on Twitter.
You guys are good with your straight lines. That's good.
Yeah, I've been using CAD since, the 90s. Maybe even just before the 90s. So, yeah, I'm a real long CAD user. And I know that you can't join a flat line to a curve and try and measure an angle.
Oh, look at this. Already there. She already knows.
Yeah. Computer says no.
So what's your, when you speak to new people, if you're wanting to make them think about it, what are some of your favourite talking points or arguments to go to?
Well, if they're religious, I get on the 666s and all the measurements and the tilt angle and the popping up everywhere. And also about the helio god worship and how it's a religion. You know what I mean? Like how I try and show that it's actually just another form of religion and religious indoctrination,
Tell the religious people that they're actually Satanists. That's a good tactic.
Yeah, exactly. And what are the roots of NASA and what does NASA mean and what happened to, why is it that all the churches seem corrupt? Because a lot of my religious friends, they're freedom people. Do you
think does that like resonate with them generally? Does that make them look into it, or do they just get offended and
no, it is one of the things that makes them perk up their ears, because some of the other science stuff they're not interested, you see. So, but then if it's someone who's mathematical or engineering, then I start to get into the measuring flat and the motionlessness and the discussion of Einstein and how Einstein has been proven wrong anyway, but that what his background was and why we should be a bit cautious about everything we hear from him. So that I think there's a different tactic depending on the person and what their interests are.
Well. Yeah, you really need to. It's good to find where the person you're speaking to is at and what they're interested in before you go into it. Although you can generally speak to them about the topic and give them like a little elevator pitch. But no, that's good. I agree.
Yeah, the vacuum one's great for anyone. I mean, anyone can get that one if they're just going to actually have their ears open and their eyes. That's a really good one, isn't it? And I love that one on the ice, because I think that the one on the ice where you have refraction of different light colours coming up exactly what it would need to do to make it look flat, and it kind of brings the point home because of the multiple light.
That is a good one. The ice one.
Yeah.
Look at you. This is good stuff. We've got another future Flat Earth Discord mod on our hands.
Well, I'd be honoured, but I have a heavy job at the moment, so this is my morning. I'm supposed to be going to work. So.
No problem.
Yeah.
We've already got a pretty full roster anyway, but I'm just saying you're on the watch list, so well done.
All right, awesome, yay!
Exceeding expectations. You love to see it.
Yeah. And I do get out of work early in the afternoon, so maybe I can jump on then.
Oh, also, there's usually a ladies' night on, like, I don't know, Wednesdays. Are they still doing it? Some of the other Flat Earther people can help me out. But there's a ladies' night which you should go on.
Matrix told me, and I joined up this channel at on Thursday morning, which I think was that Wednesday night. But I couldn't find any ladies' night or ladies' thing happening last week.
So
maybe this week.
Yeah, maybe there wasn't. Maybe they couldn't manage last week. But it's either usually on English Hub server. Are you on the English Hub server as well?
No, maybe I'm not. I haven't found that yet. No.
All right, someone send her that link because that's another place that we're going to. Because we're getting invited. We're getting invited to these different servers to open up a channel.
Oh, fun.
So this is one of those. So our home server is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, but we're on politics.
Yeah.
We're on English Hub. And yeah, we're just flat smacking the world 24/7, 365 days a year. There's really nothing quite like it, I would argue.
No, it's incredible.
On YouTube. And it's been going for like 7-8 years in terms of like, I mean, we've got tens of thousands of hours and not one globe proof. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Really.
It is amazing, and I think you guys are doing an amazing job. It's definitely needed. And I really enjoy to listen to it. And it keeps me sane hearing people making good
I know, isn't that the craziest thing? Before you understood the Earth was flat, if someone had told you, hey, in a few years' time, if you're going to want to hear sane conversation, you're going to have to go to a flat Earth server. You're like, what the hell?
My husband is very, very blue-pilled. He's an engineer, and I've tried to even show him Building 7. I'm an architect. He's an engineer. I'm a member of 9/11 Architects and Engineers for Truth, and he can't see it. He cannot see it.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
That's the situation.
That's the situation.
Imagine being at odds with your wife over 9/11 and she's literally on Architects for 9/11. Man, the dinners must be spicy.
Yeah. And I've actually stopped doing architects there because I just don't approve of it anymore because they're making us poison people.
Oh, yeah?
You know? Yeah, well, I had 6 hemp jobs, like all hempcrete, hemp, various versions of hemp projects. And I found out my insurer wouldn't cover me for those hemp projects. So everything I was doing was at risk. And like my insurance was just null and void. And also all my clients, they can't get completion certificates if they do a hemp building. So literally the regulations are making us do non-breathable walls. And what you're doing is you're sealing everyone up with their toxins. And we've got more toxins inside with the furniture and the foam and the plastics and the shit. And all they're doing is they're putting like vertical layers of plastic in the wall, creating black mold in the wall, and that's all off-gassing through and making a horrible environment. And now they're making people have air handling machines and massive insulation and more glue and more plastics. And what they should be doing is letting it be a breathable wall. Because otherwise you get like chronic fatigue, cancer, asthma, allergies, fertility problems, like all sorts of shit can be caused. Parkinson's, ME, all these things can be caused just because you're sealed up in your house with all your toxins. And they're making it worse. The regs are making it more and more materials. And they're pretending to be green. This is what drives me insane. And I realized that the climate stuff was all rubbish when I realized that all they were doing was pushing this kind of monitoring energy, Internet of Things and super high-tech green, throw every material at a house. Do you know what I mean? And it's all about selling shit. Yeah.
It's like the government aren't eco-warriors at all. But,
I realise.
Interesting to hear. That's another one on the long list of unimaginable nightmares that currently besets us.
Yeah, so I now manage a fish factory, which is ridiculous. I don't do architecture anymore. Yeah, I'll just give it up.
Why would they lie?
Well, that's a shame. At least it doesn't sound like it was worth it. Sounds like you gained a lot through your experience as an architect. So.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And I love working where I work now, so it feels wholesome doing fish.
Yeah, got to have those fish kicking around. So good.
Nothing to say about that.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
they're like a crazy Italian fishing family that actually, have been doing fishing in Wellington for 3 generations. So it's quite a nice little
cool
setup. So I'm not too bad about having to give up architecture because it was a load of shit anyway. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
nice.
me.
Well, that was a great introduction. I hope I'll be hearing more from you in the time
I will come in after work.
Yeah, you do that, and definitely check out the ladies' night. The ladies would love to hear from you.
Will do. Yeah, I'd love it.
All right, sweet.
Okay, I'm going to turn my mic off now.
Yeah, all good. I'm gonna dip off as well for a bit, so I'll go on mute. But someone from the Flat Earth side pick this up. Keep an eye out
take
for
care.
strays. Peace.
See ya.
Nose goes.
All right, let's hear Newt and Sasha talk.
Okay, Paso.
Why me? Why me?
I don't see anything better at the moment.
As if I don't always give.
Is this compliment or?
Yeah.
I just think it's an odd pairing. I want to check it out.
What want to hear about the nature something?
Yeah.
I don't do shapes. I do causality. A little bit more specific and, grounded.
Okay. We have oceans that we call sea level, and we have elevation profile. That's a land. We measure the land according to sea level. That means heights. That's all.
I'll express my opinion.
I guess that's what I get for trying to manufacture chaos.
Yeah, you only could do it for so long until the truth and reality set in.
You guys ain't seen the Earth from the ISS or what?
No, I've never been up there. Have you?
Oh, never. Seen it on the TV though.
Yeah, so the answer is no. Nobody's seen the Earth from the ISS.
Superman fly between buildings on the TV also.
Well, you guys ain't ever seen the boat go over the horizon? Disappear from the bottom first?
No, never seen it.
Did you see
Never
that?
seen that.
Did you see that?
You know where the boat disappears from the bottom first, you know?
Did you see that ever?
Well, it appears that way.
I saw a boat go away, and I flipped my binoculars, and then I saw the boat again. I thought the boat went away, you know, over that water hill that the Globers claim is there. And then, you know, I was able to get some optical assistance and bring it back into view. Imagine that.
Yeah, but then it still goes over the Earth, even with the optical.
Nope. Then I just get better optical assistance, and I see it again.
And what distance was
And
that?
the thing is, and then I'll just get a better optical. Then I'll get a telescope, and I'll look at it,
just like
and it's still going to be there.
Eyeball.
That's your ball. What was going over the horizon? What distance was that?
That was, you know, roughly 3.5 miles.
3.5 miles.
Roughly.
And
give or take.
Yeah, and what did you saw? You saw 2.5 inch missing?
Yeah, well, the boat gets smaller as it goes out there, so don't take much curve to make it disappear, you know.
Okay, I posted the ship. It's the last last GIF. That's Suez Canal.
You what? You posted something?
Yeah, I posted the ship going 100 kilometers, you know, through channel. You can learn the language also, but doesn't matter. Don't be disturbed by the audio. Just watch, you know, and you will see. And you will see
I can't
that.
watch this. It makes it look like the Earth is flat.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? How elevation change on the sphere?
The elevation changes with gravity.
Height. How you measure height on the sphere of the mountains?
From sea level.
From what?
Sea level.
Sea level. You cannot have sea level on the sphere, man.
Yeah, how is sea level if Earth is ball?
It just appears level, so we measure it that way.
It appears level. In which way?
It just appears that way. It's actually curved.
Where?
I mean, where? Yeah, where?
Well, you can't measure it. You can only measure flatness. That's just an appearance.
Really?
That's what you measure flatness. That cannot be flat. That's curved.
No, it's curved. You just can't. It just appears flat.
Yeah. How you will measure flatness?
You have to measure it flat because it appears that way.
Yeah, it appears that way. That's what you see. What you measure. And that you are saying that's curving. How will be? What is the method to measure the flatness?
Well, don't you use elevation angles?
Yeah, but we did that, and you are saying that what is not changing elevation, that's changing elevation.
Yeah, it changes with the curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but there is no changing elevation. There is sea level. There does not change elevation.
Yeah, it curves, and that's how you get the different.
Yeah, you're saying that. You're saying that. That's cool, you know.
All right.
That means it is. Is that correct? If you say that it's curving, that it must curve. Is that correct?
Yeah, because it's measured flat, it's got to be curved.
Okay. It's measured flat, that must be curved. And if it's measured curved, then it's flat.
Yeah, see, if we measured it curved, then we could measure it as if it was flat.
That means that in this moment you are you're acting like some ridiculous guy or what? What do you want to achieve in this moment? This was sensical what you said?
I was just playing devil's advocate, man. I'm a flat earther.
Oh, jeez. You're a flat earther. How do you know that? How do you know that Earth is flat, man?
Because that's how it's measured.
Did you measure it?
Well, that's how it's measured by elevation from sea level.
Did you measure it? Did you measure it?
I didn't measure it. No.
That means how you can be flat earther if you didn't measure it?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how you can be flat earther and tell me that Earth is flat and you didn't measure it. It's curving, man.
You don't have to measure it. Just your experience with the Earth will lead you to believe that it's.
So wait a minute. We're just gonna trust it on blind faith, and we're not gonna check. That's what you said. You don't have to measure for it. You just take it on blind faith. You said that but in different words.
Oh, he admitted he's trolling.
Yeah, but I want to be now global, but you are not sounding like flat earther now, even if you want to be somehow.
What do you did you measure it?
Yes.
And what's your conclusions and measurements and data?
There is no measurable curvature in reality.
Yeah, how far did you measure it?
Around 20 miles, around 15 miles, and around 10 miles.
See, I would argue that nobody's stretched a line across the Earth. It's impossible to do so.
So what? So lasers don't count?
No, you can't stretch a line across the Earth.
So lasers don't count?
From one end to the other? No, lasers can't do that.
They go a good distance, though.
They got further than you could stretch a line, because eventually the line becomes heavy, even if you're using fishing line.
Is the laser not a line?
How many local flatness making Earth curves?
A laser is a line, but it does not stretch across the Earth.
Why don't you be more specific in what you're talking about, James? When you say it doesn't stretch across the Earth, you mean it doesn't stretch across the entirety of Earth.
Who has stretched a line upon the Earth?
Why don't you be more specific? The laser, we know that they go comfortably 40 miles.
You're saying that I can't be a flat earther?
We go comfortably 40 miles. Don't sidestep. You sound like a glober.
What are you talking
40 miles is not enough to test for sphericity? 40 miles, that's over 1,000-foot drop. Surely someone would have noticed that.
Surely somebody would have, but nobody.
Excellent, yeah. So the laser is a line, and it does go across Earth. Well, that was easy.
Right. Well, I'm just saying nobody's measured the entire Earth. He's claimed I couldn't be a flat earther because I never measured the Earth. Well, no, nobody's ever measured the Earth.
I didn't ask you for the measurement of the all of the Earth. I asked you for any kind of long distance observation measurement.
And I rebutted your argument.
You rebuttal my argument. You're telling people that Earth is flat only because they need to trust you. Because of what? Right. Because of your experience?
Well, it's measured flat. It's observably flat.
It's measured flat. Did you measure it?
No, I didn't measure that.
How you know that it's measured flat?
For navigational purposes.
For navigational purposes. Everybody knows that Earth it's made its own navigation showing that it's curved.
No, it's not. All navigation is measured flat.
No, GPS is working on the curve. GPS is working on the curved surface, and you have all observation. You have all observation showing that Earth is a sphere.
The measurements don't apply. What you see.
What measurement? Earth is a sphere. The water is curving.
Without even measuring it, you can witness this with your own eyeballs.
No, water is curving 8 inches per mile squared. You can prove that.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. No, yeah, it is. I tried. I measured, and it's on 10 miles you have a drop.
Across the whole Earth. You stretch a line across the whole Earth, huh?
No, only in Croatia and UK. Only that too. In UK 3 location, and in Croatia also 3 locations. Not all around the world. But I know people who did it in some other countries, you know, if you want to trust other people. But I'm trusting some people, my friends, you know, they said they did it also.
Well, if you and I went to the beach and we looked out at the horizon and I said, damn, that's flat as can be. And you said, no, it's actually curved. Well, the burden of proof isn't on the one that we both witness is it's observed flat.
Yeah, it's curving, but you cannot see because you're small. Earth is a big man.
Yeah, but you're asking me for the burden of proof.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you that Earth is a sphere.
You said, why do you believe the Earth is a flat? Did you measure it?
Yeah, you believe that Earth is a flat, man.
How can you
You're in some, man, you're in some religion. You believe that Earth is a flat.
You're interrupting me every time I answer.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you're in a religion that you believe that Earth is flat, man.
No, I know the Earth is flat.
How do you know?
Because that's what liquid does.
How do you know, man?
There's nothing you can do, no container that'll give the surface of any liquid to make it curved. It's always flat.
That doesn't mean that Earth is not a sphere, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is.
It's your word against my all 2,000 years of science. What are you talking about? You're bullshitting some religion.
Hey, if the surface of water is always flat, then it can't be curved. Okay.
Surface of water is not flat. Surface of water is curving, man.
Okay, well, you keep on with that, bud.
No, keep on with that. You want to split that your flat Earth religion, you know.
I do.
Yeah, you're telling people without knowledge that Earth is flat. Are you crazy?
No, I'm telling them with knowledge the Earth is flat.
With what knowledge? With what knowledge?
It's not moving.
With what knowledge?
Are you saying it's a spinning ball in a vacuum, and you know?
Of course it is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
And you only have your belief in flat Earth. Is that correct?
Have you ever heard of entropy?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
No, not really. No, other than it shows that you can't have gas pressure, evaporative cycles, or pressure gradients without containment.
Man, I don't want anymore. It's all right, you know. I don't believe that Earth is a globe, but you can still be flat Earther. That's all right. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, you realize that gas pressure changes as you go from sea level up, right?
Right, so that's high pressure to low pressure, but never no pressure or negative pressure.
Yeah, but all the gas is measured from the surface of the Earth, which is flat.
The fact remains that there's still, it's flat, and there's pressure.
Hold on. So if you have different elevations of pressure, that pressure line is flat all the way across the Earth. So you got gases that are flat.
You say there's gases that are flat?
Well, they don't. I mean, they just take shape to their container, right?
He has no idea.
Gases? Well, yeah, no, that's liquid. Liquids take the shape of their container, right?
Well, if the gases in the Earth come from the surface of the ground, the Earth, and they all are measured from sea level up, then all these different layers of gases that are a certain elevation from sea level, so they're layered flat within their container.
Yep, we are on the same page.
There's always exceptions to the rule, so it's not like a monolithic statement.
Hang on, which rule was that?
Gases take shape to their container.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They have inherent shape at all.
Right on. But what's the exception for that?
The container.
What?
What the? You mean
my bad. Exception would be different pressures. So you could have a little wave of, this high pressure that's at 11,000 feet, 20 miles to your west, might be 11,200 feet.
Right on.
To the east.
Well, that's not exactly an exception, though.
Just because of the temperature. The temperature difference will create different pressure.
Yeah, but that's not exactly an exception to the statement, though, right? Because the previous statement didn't say anything about pressure, whether it's uniform or not, right?
Well, if you colored gas, if you made it colored, so when you put it into an aquarium, right, you fill the aquarium, the gas is going to look like it's in the shape of the aquarium. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
Am I wrong?
I'm not contesting that.
No, okay. Well, that's what I'm getting at. As you elevate in pressure, you get certain layers where pressure is different. But it's the exception to the rule of these pressures being completely flat. The exception to the rule is different temperatures, different things going on within the atmosphere.
Hang on, what do you mean by pressures being completely flat? That wasn't part of your first statement. Your first statement was gases.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. Hang on. James, hold up. You said that gases take the shape of their container, correct?
Containment, yeah.
Yeah. So where in that statement is there any mention of pressure?
Well, what do you mean? It's like
because you said that there's an exception to that statement, i.e. the statement being gas. Hang on, dude. Hold the fuck on, dude. Your statement, okay, being that gases take the shape of their container, you said that there's an exception to that, i.e. there are instances where gases don't take the shape of their container.
Well,
can you clarify?
In a dynamic system such as the Earth, which is hard to compare to an aquarium, so maybe that's my fault on false equivalence.
No, that's okay. It's okay. But like, for example, do you mean to say that, for example, if there's like a little tornado or some shit inside a sealed aquarium with gas in it, the sheer fact that the gases are... Hang on. Just for in principle, right? Do you mean to say that if there's a little whirlwind or so of some sorts inside the sealed aquarium wherein there is gas, that because because of the sheer whirlwind being in the container, that the gas is no longer taking the shape of its container?
No, yes. It just depends on how. Like, if the aquarium was large enough.
Let's say it's fixed, right? It's sealed.
Hold on, dude.
Yeah.
You got to let me finish.
Go ahead.
If the aquarium was large enough, at one end of the equator or one end of the aquarium, you wouldn't see a tornado. It wouldn't even. Maybe it causes a slight breeze where you're at.
That's fine.
Maybe a ship's it enough.
But what I said had nothing to do. What I was talking about had nothing to do. Dude, I don't think you're tracking.
That's why.
But again, bro, you're not tracking. Okay, whether there's a tornado or not inside the aquarium, the sealed aquarium, the gas is going to try to fill the entire aquarium. End of story. So therefore, this is not exactly an exception to the rule.
Yeah, it is. It just depends on how big. Like, if you can make the aquarium the size of the Earth, how could you do that when you can't even measure the Earth? But if you could, wouldn't you have the same effect?
But dude, you're not.
Hold on.
No, you're not, dude. Bro,
the tornado happens in Canada. Do they feel it in the U.S.?
You're not following, dude. A tornado inside an aquarium, stirring up the air, does not change the fact that the gas is still trying to fill the entire container. Right?
Yeah, but it can't. It's already pressurized, right? So it's got its pressure.
Okay, so why are you saying that this is an exception to the rule?
Then within that pressure, a system's created with temperature and humidity, which creates the tornado. That's what the gas and everything is what creates the tornado, right? Within the system.
Yeah.
That's why I said.
Well, let's say you have a mechanical process that's spinning everything up, right? You have a motor or whatever with a fan that's turning shit around.
Yeah, but you don't get the tornado without the aquarium. That's what I'm saying.
So why the fuck is this an exception to your rule? I still don't understand. It's not an exception at all.
Yeah, it's an exception.
No, it's how?
Because it's not always pressurized at 11,000 feet.
Dude, we're not talking about 11,000 feet, dude. We're talking about an isolated system, a closed system. A closed system, right? To try and demonstrate what you're saying, right? In an aquarium.
What am I saying? Still make my argument. Make sure you understand what I'm trying to say.
You said, yeah, okay. So again, for, I don't know if your alcohol is hitting your heart or something like that. You started by saying gas tries to fill its container. And then you said there are exceptions to that rule. And I asked you, what is that exception? And we're going down this hypothetical.
You didn't hear what I said. My bad.
Okay, reiterate it then. Go ahead.
So if it
your only counter argument is you're a liar.
Yeah, you are.
Great
I don't need a counter argument. You haven't presented any evidence, dude. You haven't presented any evidence.
Something
for your
you can
claim.
do for yourself.
Yeah, but that would be me finding the evidence. But that would be me finding the evidence for your claim.
Thousands of normal people do this.
You need to provide the evidence for your claim. You're just making up that number. You don't know if 1,000 people have done it. You don't know if 5 people have done it, or 10,000 or 50,000. You don't know a number. You're making it up. I'm not going to go find your evidence.
I'm not telling you to find your evidence. You're just in denial.
You go find the evidence,
dogmatic. Dude. Oh, it's beautiful.
You go find the evidence. It isn't up to me to find the evidence for your claim.
I'm not telling you to find it. I've already seen the evidence.
Look, listen. This is like the prosecutor walking in.
Example of how to do it.
This is like the prosecutor walking into the courtroom and demanding that the evidence produce the evidence for the murder he did.
No,
okay?
That's not exactly.
Yeah, it is.
I know what it is.
I don't need
you are so dense. I love it.
I don't need to provide the evidence for your claim.
I'm not telling you to provide evidence.
That you're prosecuting. This is how I know the Earth's a globe. Then
I'm giving you an example of what I did to see the ISS. I'm telling you how you could do it to see the ISS. That's not me telling you to fucking prove my facts for you.
No, you're not telling me how to do it. Because you don't know what telescope you used. You don't know what app you used.
I didn't use
You can't tell me how to do it.
I used a random telescope my family fucking had. I don't know what one it was. You fucking
was it a
focus on the most minute, irrelevant fucking details.
Was it a refractor or a reflector telescope?
I have no fucking clue.
You don't even know the difference between those two types of telescopes.
Brother, all I know is there was a fucking telescope my family had, and I used it to fucking see the ISS. That was it.
Yeah, you don't know what app
you focus on the most minute details.
You don't know how you aimed it. You don't even know how you aimed it.
I don't know what company makes the tie rods on my car either.
How did you know where to aim? How did you know where to aim the telescope?
Because the app told me the fucking aim direction for where it was.
Okay, let's go nice and steady.
Hold on, Major. In aim direction, what was that? Azimuth and elevation? Well, how did you know you're at, say, 21.3 degrees azimuth and 50 degrees elevation? How would you know that?
Because the app gave me the direction.
Yeah, but how did you aim the telescope?
I aimed it where the app told me to. It didn't just happen immediately.
Dude, really simple.
So the application is saying go left, go left, go left, go left, go left. And how does it correspond to what you're doing? How do we tie the application on your phone telling you where to go to you corresponding that to something?
I'll make this really simple. I'll make this really simple.
Not all telescopes.
I'll make this really simple. I didn't have to hook my fucking telescope into a computer.
So you did it by hand?
I did it by hand following the app.
Okay. So
you know how if you use a compass, it tells you to go fucking north and you follow
the name of the app? So you have a compass on your telescope.
I don't know what the name of the app was.
You have a compass on your telescope.
I don't even know the name of the app. Fuck's sake,
Hold on.
bro.
I haven't you guys focus on such minute details.
No, we're focusing on the evidence, dude. The evidence for your claim, we're focusing on it. Correct.
If I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Do it yourself.
Why would I go find the evidence for your? Do it yourself.
I'm not telling you to find your evidence. You're claiming my fucking claim is wrong.
Yes,
so I'm telling you to disprove it. I've already done it. I know it's fucking a factual thing.
Present it in the chat.
Amateur astronomers do it all the fucking time as well.
How do you know that?
Here is a photo of someone that someone took of the ISS.
Yeah, but not you.
How'd you aim the telescope?
I didn't take it. No. I just told you how I aimed it. I followed the fucking direction.
No, by hand. How'd you aim it? Tell us your procedure.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I want to know the procedure.
Nice and steady, China.
I've said this already.
China, listen carefully.
Actually, listen.
China, you've got your phone in front of you. You're holding it. You've also got a telescope in front of you.
Yeah.
How did the app tell you where to aim the telescope? This is what we're trying to establish.
The heading at which I need to aim my telescope.
So there's an arrow that pops up. So hold on. You're using big words. Dumb it down. It gave you a heading. Now, how did you correspond telescope to heading? So it's given you a heading of 42 degrees.
You are so fucking... Oh. You know how you have a compass?
I'm trying to work out how you did this.
You're asking
on your
me,
phone,
so let me answer.
On your phone, it gave you a heading of 42 degrees. Now, how did you get that to the telescope?
Because I followed my phone with the fucking telescope. It worked like a compass.
Now, how did you tilt
the compass on your phone?
Now, how did you tilt the telescope? That's what I want to know. How did you tilt the telescope?
It was more sort of a guessing game at that point.
Oh, a guessing game. So you think you guessed a 0.01 degree fucking object in the sky, and you just happened to fucking land on it.
It's not that
liar,
difficult.
dude.
You can see the light with the naked eye. The point is to fucking zoom in on it. That's the difficult part.
Even with a telescope, it's a fucking speck, dude.
No, it's not. I just showed you a photo.
That is, dude. That's done with a fucking 10
that one is, yeah, that's a really fucking good telescope. That one is.
Bro, that's done with a 10-centimeter refractor with fucking stacking of images. It don't look like that when they look through the telescope. It looks like that after they took in a shitload of pictures and stacked them in software.
No, you can see it not as clear as that photo with the telescope, but pretty fucking
images.
Clear.
Don't even try it. Those are stacked images.
Prove me wrong, then.
Okay, real simple. I've seen this before. These are stacked images. This is like 200 stacked images.
Nope.
Yeah, plus when Made China first came in,
you've made a random claim.
He posted this so-called...
Not random. You don't know what you're talking about.
He said he took
You don't even know what image stacking is.
That's being satirical.
He just said someone else took it, but when he first came in, he posted it and said he took it.
He's satirical.
Clearly a liar.
Oh my god.
We already know he's a liar. That's well established.
I was being satirical. Why would I lie? If I was actually lying about that, why would I just say right now I was lying about that?
Hang on a minute.
Why would I maintain the facade?
Why would they lie?
Why did you say you took the photograph when you first came in?
I was being satirical.
Remember, he actually believed that he observed when he was younger and he went to the telescope and he pressed the buttons on the app and the telescope did what it did, and then he saw something. He thought he's seen the ISS, therefore Earth is a globe. I mean, it's just it's confirmation bias combined with his experience doing the thing with the telescope. But that doesn't determine.
It's a story that didn't happen.
He didn't do it, though.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't happen.
Nice try.
Yeah, no, you guys...
Doesn't even fucking know the app you used. No. You would remember which app you used.
No,
you'd remember how you tilted the telescope. You can't.
You understand? I pay for a weather app, and I don't even remember what it's called. Right?
He doesn't know how to manage a telescope. He just pressed the buttons that it says on the thingy.
No,
he didn't even do that. He's not even fucking smart enough for that.
Your phone has you know how your phone has a compass, and when you move it, it fucking swivels to the north point, and depending where your phone's aiming, it'll change where the north is.
How did you tip the telescope, dude? How did you tilt it? How did you know its elevation angle? How did
you see the fucking light of the fucking ISS from the ground? I would roughly aim it at that.
Lord, but
it's hard to
fucking telescope has like a half-a-degree field of view. Okay.
That was the tricky part.
Shit up. I don't even think you've ever used a telescope in your entire life at this point.
Prove me wrong.
It's hard enough just getting.
I don't need to prove you wrong. Zero evidence for your claim other than trust me, bro.
Saying this didn't happen. Prove me fucking wrong.
Present the evidence it did happen, dude. This isn't trust me, bro. Present the evidence it did happen.
Exactly.
Present the evidence it did happen.
Present the evidence that I did it.
Yeah.
You know exactly well I didn't take pictures of it. But guess what?
No, you don't have any evidence. Trust me, bro.
No. Hold on.
Is it trust me, bro? Trust me, bro.
Shut your fucking gizzard for a second. Shut your little fucking gizzard,
bro.
I can hear your fucking chin jiggling. Just shut it for a second. It's gonna hurt yourself.
No.
There's thousands of videos on YouTube of people doing this. That's evidence.
Yeah, is the evidence trust me, bro?
I guess those people are liars too, right?
Is the evidence trust me, bro?
You're just willfully ignoring me now.
Is the evidence trust me, bro?
It's crazy how dogmatic you are.
Yeah, you're gonna ask me for what
you came in here from a fucking
the evidence
YouTube
trust
stream.
me, bro? Okay. You're narrating, your social narrating ain't gonna fly, dude. You're a liar and you got busted. Now you're trying to deflect from your lies. Question is, why did you feel like you needed to lie? I don't think you ever used a telescope because you have no idea how hard they are to aim. You think you can just fucking wing it. They don't work like that.
Eyeball science, Indio, man. That's how it goes with Globers.
Yeah,
you are just
something moving so fast as I.
You're just
from the position of where you are compared to the ISS. It's really not moving that fast.
Oh my lord, dude! Dude, just keep saying dumber shit.
It's not dumb. You know how you see a car
dumb.
moving at fucking
anybody with any knowledge of the
how it doesn't
anyone
look like
with any knowledge of this, dude, the ISS is visually identical to something that's 7 feet long, flying at 40,000 feet, going 350 miles per hour. Visually identical.
You ever look at an airplane? It goes much faster than that. You can perfectly see an airplane going at that speed. It looks like when it's high up in the sky, it looks like it's going actually pretty slow. Okay. That was a completely retarded point.
Okay, but the ISS...
You just gave me an example of something slower than an airplane. Are you saying you can't see airplanes now?
We see in angular sizes. We don't see in absolute sizes. Okay?
The point is, you can see
the
airplane
see in angular sizes.
Speed,
We don't.
You just gave me an example that's much shorter than a
7-foot drone, bro. A 7-foot drone.
Yeah, exactly. Don't fucking just ignore that part. I guess your own logic doesn't.
You're wrong, dude. Yeah, I am gonna ignore it because you're talking out your ass.
We don't the guy who's fucking purposely being ignorant. It fucking blows my mind. You're just willfully ignorant.
How come all you can do is say, this is the guy, that's the guy, you're doing this, you're doing that.
Because you provide evidence for your claim. You absolutely fucking boggle my mind.
You can't provide any evidence for your claim. It's trust me, bro. Okay? You don't know what angular size is and how big things look. So the ISS looks the same as something 7 feet long at 40,000 feet. And you think you can pick it out of the sky with a telescope by winging it. You're a fucking moron.
I didn't wing it. You're just misrepresenting that again.
Okay. How did you aim the vertical? How did you aim the elevation angle?
Trying to line up the telescope with the fucking ISS was difficult, but I managed to do it.
With the elevation angle, specifically, meaning the tilt of the telescope
I know what that
to the horizon. Okay. How did you do it? How did you know you were 30 degrees and not 40 degrees, or 40 degrees and not 10 degrees? How did you know?
You didn't need to know the perfect degree point. You could see again. Holy fuck! You can see the light from the ISS.
40,000 feet. You need to know where it is within 0.1 degree precision. Okay, you're full of shit.
No, you don't.
You're a
if you do this yourself,
fucking liar, dude. You are a shameless
liar. There is a
compilation
of people doing it themselves as well.
Yeah,
don't fuck. He's not saying
that you don't know. Shameless liar, dude. Just go on mute. Delete yourself from the internet.
Speaking over you there.
No, that's fine, dude. Just want to get home. Here we go again.
Made in China.
A baboon that says, I mean, can he? Can he admit it?
Just admit you were making up that story, and then you can present your next proofs using every Globie.
Dude, that was the proof of the globe. He saw the ISS through a telescope.
That was bad. I apologize.
Why does this kid double down on such a fucking shitty lie? I don't understand.
It's hard enough to zoom in on a specific stationary star. Well, not stationary, but slowly moving star. I don't see how you could zoom in on a ISS with a regular telescope.
Do you think you can manually frickin' just tilt your telescope where you feel like it might be and frickin' look through the viewfinder and see it in the 0.2 seconds it's visible?
Exactly. You get the moon in your scope, and then you blink, and it's like, gotta move your telescope again. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah. If anybody's tried to like maximum zoom in on like a bird that's flying, say, 100 feet in the air, and then track it, you know, it's hard. And then you're going to talk about tracking the ISS with telescope. Just, you know, eyeballing it.
Come on, guys. It's not like it's moving at a 17,000 miles per hour.
Hold on a second. So, made in China, you don't have an argument. Your argument is, trust me, bro, and you're a liar.
It's literally not. You're just choosing to ignore me several times. And then you'd be a coward, just mute me just so you can fucking make up some more fucking straw man bullshit.
You're not the first little child to come in.
I'm not child. Stop calling me a child.
Dude, okay. Let's. What did I straw man exactly?
Basically fucking everything? You're saying I made a claim.
Basically everything.
I was going to go on, but if you'd let me continue. Do I have your permission to continue, or are you going to mute me because you guys like to do that? For example, the Trust Me Bro evidence. That's a straw man. I wasn't using the Trust Me Bro evidence. I was going to give you plenty of examples of people doing it themselves.
No, you. No. We're not talking about them. We're talking about you.
Okay, so I'm supposed to save a video or a photo of something I did almost 10 years ago.
Well, you don't remember even the smallest detail, and I thought you did it 10 years ago.
I remember the smallest detail. I remember exactly where I was, which was Bird's Eye in Bancroft. I don't remember the fucking telescope because I was 14 at the time, didn't care about the fucking telescope.
Bird's Eye?
I don't remember.
I thought it was Eagle's Eye.
You know, you're great. It is Eagle's Eye. Sorry.
Got him.
Dude,
you didn't get me. Bird's Eye and Eagle's Eye.
Bottom and you started digging.
Do you want me to show you this lookout point exactly on a fucking map?
No, we want you to show us the evidence, any fucking confirmation that you ever did this in your life, or that you even ever looked to a telescope. Because I'm
giving you evidence of people doing exactly what I have done. What is the difference?
The difference is you lied, and the difference is
you don't
observe. And your claim was people observe this all the time, and that you've seen it yourself, and that you have confirmed that it's perfectly predictable and happens all the time when you've never done it. All that shit was a lie.
Your only counter argument is to call me a liar. You're a fucking buffoon. It blows my mind.
A counter
argument.
I don't
have an actual no, shut up. Have an actual argument. Address the actual fucking point.
Okay.
Argue against why the ISS works on a fucking flat Earth.
Here's my argument.
I understand why you take these
argument.
I'm gonna bullshit points. That make no sense.
More.
I'm not crying.
Yeah, you are.
Listen.
So here's how I address your argument.
Listen. You're so fucking childish.
Dude, you said address your argument. I'm gonna. You know what Hitchens razor is? Hitchens razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I don't need to adjust your argument.
I've given you fucking evidence of people doing it. You're just willfully ignoring it.
Baseless fucking
I've given you evidence of people doing it. You're willfully ignoring it.
Okay. Everybody can do it. So what? How does that prove the Earth's a globe?
Tell me how the ISS would work.
No, how does it prove the Earth's a globe? It's your
because it's the only fucking model it works on. If your counter argument is it doesn't fucking work on anything else.
Show us the model. Show us the model.
Oh my god, the model of being within a gravity well and it fucking orbiting?
That's not
model. Going across the sky.
Bro, this is where you show your fucking utter ignorance. They do not use dynamic models to predict orbits. They use kinematic models. They don't model gravity. They don't model gravity wells. They don't do any of that shit. It's just timing the period. That's it.
That's not the fucking model I was referring to. The model I was referring to is the function.
No, wait a second. He's literally saying that something that you see.
Sorry. Go ahead.
He's just saying that when you see something go across the sky, that can't be modeled by anything else except a globe.
In this specific scenario, no, it can't. Okay, tell me how it would work in any other scenario.
Okay, it's just a circle. That's all it is. You realize that, right?
How does it fly?
Kepler's laws are not dynamic models with forces. They are kinematic models that only use repeating what you... Look, why aren't you listening?
Because what you're saying is nonsensical and doesn't make sense.
You asked me a question, why aren't you listening? Okay. You think that there's a dynamic model that models forces, and as such, The flat Earth can't work because flat Earth don't have gravity. It don't have radial fucking gravity, radial forces. Not. That's not how they model orbits. They use kinematics. Kinematics.
Again, you're completely misrepresenting what I said when I was referring to a model.
Then how can it possibly prove the globe? Because it's just kinematics.
How is it just kinematics?
Because Kepler's orbits, orbital dynamics, uses a kinematic model.
Are you saying Kepler's orbits are kinematic models?
Kinematic models, that's right. It's
for
the
gravity.
time and period, that's it.
What does kinematic mean in Latin?
Go look it up. Kinematic model where you're not modeling. You have a dynamic model where you model forces, right? Like I shoot a cannonball out of something, right? And I model the force of gravity to figure out how far it flies. A dynamic model is where you just have cyclical patterns, or kind of kinematic models, a model where you just have cyclical patterns, and you create a function that models those cyclical patterns. That's what Kepler's laws are. They're just a cyclical pattern. That's it.
Kinematics doesn't consider the forces that fucking
there's no forces
motion,
involved.
right?
There's no
because
forces
kinematics
involved.
doesn't consider it at all.
So there's no forces involved. So it's
a
not
linear
exclusive to a globe.
It's talking about just linear motion with no forces.
Listen to what I said.
Do you understand what it means?
They don't model the motion. They just model the period of the orbit.
Exactly.
But there's no forces, idiot. That orbit could be a circle over something. It could be anything. It's not exclusive to a globe. It'll work over a fucking AE map.
You could use the kinematic model.
It'll work over in AE map, dude.
Because
it will work over in AE map.
Explain to me, if there's no gravity, how that stays there.
You don't have a dynamic model of an orbit.
You don't need a dynamic model of an orbit.
That's the one gravity would be in. That's the one gravity would be in.
Do you understand what an orbit is?
I understand what you think it is, but I do understand what it is.
An orbit was,
I understand what
you would need a dynamic. Actually, that's not even true. Have you ever heard of n-body physics?
Yes, dude. Jesus fucking
Christ.
That's
dynamic.
Dude. Yeah, that's dynamic, but that's not how they model orbits.
In certain situations, it fucking is.
No, it isn't, because it doesn't work.
It does, especially when you're talking about the influence of the moon and the Earth.
It does. You don't know enough about this to even have a conversation with me, okay? You don't know the
difference between dynamic stationary
model. They don't use... Law. Dude, Kepler's law doesn't have gravity in it. Because Newton derived his fucking universal law of gravitation from Kepler's fucking orbits. And it's a geometric law. It's not even a physical law. But you don't know any of that shit.
Because it's unnecessary. That's a completely different subject.
Okay. It's really, bro. The inverse square law is when you have a force that points to. Okay, the inverse square law was derived when Newton noticed that an elliptical orbit, if you had a foci and you had an arrow of force that pointed to that foci, that force would fall up inversely proportional to the square of the distance, and that's where he came up with his universal law of gravitation. But the orbits precede all that shit. Right? They are kinematic models. They don't have forces in them. So asking me, how does the gravity work on a flat Earth? You don't have a model that models gravity of an orbit.
Yes, you do. It's called n-body physics.
Okay, show it to me. Show it to me.
You said you already knew what it was, n-body physics.
Show me the
and you also have examples of
model for
relativity.
the ISS. Brother, show me the gravitational model for the ISS. Go for it.
Your question makes no sense.
Post it in the chat, bro. Post it in the chat, dude. They don't model orbits with gravity, dude.
Because all orbits are still experiencing the same levels of fucking gravity. Unless
really? How do you know that?
Post it
in the chat, bro. You're just claim stacking.
Again, you don't understand what a fucking orbit is.
I do understand. You don't.
What is it? Please describe what a fucking orbit is.
You don't.
Please.
Hey, only India's allowed to say that.
You don't know what an orbit is.
Define what an orbit is.
You don't know what an orbit is in physics. You know the cartoon version that they tell you in 9th grade. That's what you think an orbit is. The cartoon
version. Define n-body physics for me, please, because it completely disproves exactly what you're saying.
Okay. Do they use n-body physics to calculate? Do they use n-body physics to calculate orbits?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay, show us.
You understand that James Webb Telescope, for example, uses n-body physics.
Show us.
Okay.
Show us. Yeah, that's what I thought. You'll never be able to show it. They don't. Because they don't. Yeah, sure. Calculate orbits. Not fucking hypothetical orbits where they just run n-body physics on a bunch of simulation particles. Actually calculate orbits of fucking bodies that actually exist. Because they can't. They have this show. I'm sure you heard of it. The three-body problem. You're aware of that, right? Made in China solved the three-body problem. Let's go.
There'd nearly be a Nobel Prize up for that one, wouldn't there, Indio?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe. Probably for mathematics. He probably wouldn't even get it for physics. Well, maybe. I don't know. It'd be tough either way. I think there's only 12 known stable three-body orbits, and they're all fucking really weird looking.
How are you doing, Indio?
I'm doing good. Who are we talking about? Who's that, Kessler?
Charlie.
Charlie. Ew. Gross. Fucking pepper spray for you. No, the mixed pepper spray mace combo.
Now, let's not get violent.
Oh, that's not violent. It's Brutzman.
That's so
saying that you're gonna pepper spray me?
Pepper spray mace combo.
He said peppermint is because of breath. The smell of the breath. He said peppermint spray. Just kidding.
That dude bounce? Oh, he's still here. Now, Charlie's the worst Glover of anti-flat Earth Glovers. Now, Charlie.
I'm the worst one?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Can I get a badge or something? That's a great honor.
Yeah. Now, Charlie, do you think I could just take a telescope, set it down, take up an app, and the app says 31 degrees, and I could just wing it and just aim the telescope willy-nilly and capture the ISS?
Just eyeball it? No, you probably need I actually don't know, but I would think that you would need something a little more precise than that.
Yeah, you just can't just I'm going to eyeball how much I tilt it.
There you go again, misrepresenting what I said. The only thing I
asked you how you got the elevation angle, and you just said
the only thing I eyeballed was the degree at which you aim it up or down.
The same fucking thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I knew exactly what direction.
Just fucking go on mute, dude. Find your evidence. Dude, Charlie, bro, I just gotta say one thing.
He said
dude, you really need to grow a conscience. You're a shameless liar. You really need to grow a conscience.
He said he did it 10 years ago. What was the app that he was using 10 years ago? There wasn't so many back then. It should be only one or two.
He used Unobtainium Pro. Use Unobtainium Pro Edition telescope operator.
Yeah, powered by pure retardium.
That's a crazy gaslight that he just tried. He tried to say he didn't say something. What he actually said was the same thing he just said he didn't say.
Dude, he said that he remember he tried to gaslight and say he didn't present that Jaren video as evidence?
Yeah, he just lies nonstop about anything. He doesn't care at all.
I hope there's not a hell for lying, man. You're going to freaking go there a couple times. They're going to send you there and resurrect you just to send you there again.
The problem with kids like him is that we think we're all fucking naive like him. So we live in the fucking age of plagiarism, you know what I mean? With AI and whatnot, and Yeah, we're going to believe you actually did what you claim you did and didn't just go on fucking Reddit or something, amateur astronomers, and pull that image, claim you did it.
I mean, I took him at face value at first, but as he talked, I'm like, hold on, something ain't right here. How come, like, every time I hear, like, one of these guys say, oh, I did this thing, and, like, then you start asking and they never did it. It's, like, every single time? I mean, seriously, every single time? Like, really? Can't be one guy actually have done something?
It was like that Mitchell kid yesterday. He said the same thing. He's like, he measured the UV light. Well, what about it? Was it UV index or what? He didn't know. What did you use? He didn't know. What units did you measure it in? Didn't know. He said he definitely did it, though.
Definitely. Trust him, bro. You don't, like...
And then he tried some
does any sort of project, right? They remember what they did. Like...
Yeah. He's like, oh, well, he tried some false equivalents, like, oh, you don't remember what you did 5 years ago to this day. So, I mean, that's the same as him not knowing what he did when he made some certain claim about what he did.
Especially one-off events, right? Go out, like, it's not like you take your telescope out every day and, like, make an observation. He was like, it's not that easy. Telescope operation isn't, like, simple. You actually have to think about it and be pretty precise about it to actually do anything productive.
Wait, what did you disagree with him?
Like the amount of people that have telescopes in their garage and they just forgot about them because they bought it thinking it was going to be easy, and then they couldn't be bothered.
He said every single time someone tries to look at the ISS, there it is, and that he did it himself, confirming it a bunch of times. But on further inspection, he didn't remember what telescope he used, what app he used, where he was. He actually changed that once. Couldn't remember how he aimed it or set it up, and then like just said like, well, I aimed it like the elevation angle. I just did it by eye or some stupid shit.
Do you deny that it's possible?
Then he said he thought the ISS was like larger than a freaking airplane in the sky, and right, all this shit, dude. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Then it was 10 years ago.
But do you deny that it's possible?
To see the ISS? I've seen it myself.
Oh, great.
So what? I've seen lots of things in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people see little frickin' blue fucking, green men from Mars in the fucking sky. And
have you seen green men from Mars?
Same logic. Like, there's no other explanation for the little green men. They must have came from Mars. It's the same logic as I see the ISS. It must be in orbit. Want me to say it came from Mars too? Fuck it.
So
want me to say it's the Death Star? I think it's the Death Star. Or no, it's Darth Vader's TIE fighter. It started orbiting the Earth after Han Solo blew it out of the freaking Death Star.
Charlie, just to clarify, did you say you were a satellite payload engineer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Charlie will show you Earth's globe, but he can't. It's secret. It's a secret. Can't tell you.
Oh, Charlie has the classified information.
It's not classified. It's NDA'd.
Yeah. That's convenient. I asked someone once, where's the evidence that there's thrust in a vacuum? And he said, we can't show that because it would violate ITAR.
Hmm.
Do you know what ITAR is?
I've had to take a few classes on it.
Okay. Do you know what it is, though? Doesn't mean you're
it's
paying attention.
controlled information across borders.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah, it is.
So tracking in arms That's what it's for. International trafficking in arms restrictions.
Yeah, like there's certain information you can't export. And there's a bunch of qualifiers as to like what things are exports or not, right? Like you could, like even just talking to like somebody who's not a U.S. citizen within the United States could count as an ITAR violation.
You know, the cryptography used to be an ITAR violation.
Anyway, I hate talking to government people. I hate working on government projects. It's just too much bureaucracy.
Pays good though, right?
I mean, I'm salaried, so I don't see a difference really.
What, they don't have a prevailing wage?
Then what?
Prevailing wage, dude. Federal government pays prevailing wage. I think you've been getting ripped off.
I mean, I work for a company, right, who is contracted by governments, right? It's not like I get more money if my company has me working on a government project.
I'm trying to help you out. I think you're getting ripped off. They have to pay anybody that gets a federal government contract has to pay their employees prevailing wage for that role, whatever that is. So they have a federal prevailing wage for every possible fucking occupation there is.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting ripped off.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean, you could be being paid too much. Prevailing wage is pretty fucking high, though. It's usually way higher than local wages.
I mean, I get paid quite a bit, so I don't have a lot to complain about.
Well, in 2002, the federal prevailing wage for network engineer, I got paid $150 an hour. So
you're a network engineer, really?
I was then.
So you can tell me all about BGP sessions that I don't understand?
Depends on what you don't understand.
I don't know, like BGP always sounded to me like this massive monster.
I don't do fucking routers at that level. I don't do routing tables and BGP fucking trees and shit like that. I'm not a Cisco network engineer.
Do you still work as a network engineer?
No, not anymore. That's only just like one of the things I've done. That's a drop in the bucket. That's simplified. Like, put it this way, that's too simplistic for me. I mean, it's complicated designing a freaking, like, say, a large scale VLAN network between like fucking 20 sites or something. It's complicated, but it's very predictable what you're going to do. It's not fucking, you're not going to reinvent the wheel. That's for sure.
Yeah, all the network engineers at my job hate me.
Why?
I don't like the services they offer within the company. They also control the firewalls, and I find it quite annoying that a lot of the times I have to, if I need to find like a subnet, I just want to be able to go see the fucking firewall rules, right? So I know what subnet they're blocking. But for security reasons, they don't expose that to me, which makes my job more annoying. I don't know, because if you want your engineers to be productive, you sort of want to give them just enough access for them to be as productive as possible, but not too much access so that they don't have access to the things they don't need. And for me, right, if connectivity between two places is being blocked, right, and right off the bat, I don't know a subnet for all of the gateways that I have, I just want to be able to see what that subnet is, and the easiest place, presumably, where that would be is firewall rules. Now, you could say that I should do a better job of documenting what my subnets are, but I'm not, I don't design all this from scratch necessarily always, right? Sometimes I take over projects.
They do work with the federal government, right? You realize
also network engineers in my company are fucking stupid.
You realize just to open a port is like fucking a stack of paperwork higher than your fucking head.
I know. I'm aware, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. That's why they don't want to give you access, dude.
Well, no, this
You're
isn't
making
even
their
for
job
government
harder.
projects. This isn't for government projects. This is just like within company policy, and it's weird because I've worked at other companies where like they recognize like
these certified clowns. Like, is that their issue?
What?
CISSP.
I don't know what that means.
What is it called? Computer Industry Certified Security Professional, or some fucking stupid acronym.
I don't know what it is you're talking about.
It's like a certification for fucking network security.
I don't know. I mean, I know, like, I have good security practices myself. It's just like, I don't like gatekeeping. I get why they do it, but I've worked at other companies where they recognize like high power engineers, and that it's actually really nice when they just have access to more stuff so that they could get more shit done without having to wait for other people to grant them permission to do shit. It's annoying.
Yeah.
I used to work at a university where they just let us have like root access to everything, which was too excessive actually, but I could get a ton of shit done all the time, and it was great. It was great.
Look, okay, so what I was just talking about, certified information system security professional. Okay, so that's a whole realm of certification. I don't know if those people have that qualification, but they're fucking super anal retentive assholes. So, I mean, but the thing is, bro, they don't trust you. It's that simple, okay? No one in the network team trusts anybody that's not in the network team, and they barely trust people that are in it. Okay, so they're not going to just open ports or freaking let you run roughshod through their fucking network. They're just not going to do it. Because they're ass, dude. If something goes wrong, it isn't going to be fucking Charlie did it. It's going to be, why the fuck did you let Charlie do that?
I mean, I get why, right? But then we have upper management asking why we're not more productive, right? And I can just easily point to shit like this.
Good. Point to them. They don't care. But take my word for it, they don't care. Say I'm not productive because these fucking assholes are interfering. And they're going to go, we don't care. Our job is this. Your job is that. Do your job, we do our job. I've worked on the other side of the fence, buddy. I know the attitude. It's like, listen, there's only one goal. Don't let somebody break in. Don't let somebody break out. Fucking, it's like being a prison fucking guard. And you're the prisoner. You understand? Dude, I remember literally having like a 20-person team meeting to get a port open. Like, and it took like 3 and 4 fucking days, and it freaking went all over the goddamn company. Like, do you really need it open? Are you sure? Can you do something else? Yeah, you know, made in China, your fake quotes, I don't understand. No one said they don't understand. We do understand. You don't understand. You're a fucking noob, dude, to this topic. We've had literal PhDs in actual physics in this freaking chat, bro. Just stop. The problem is you're a bigot and you think every flat earther's the dumbest fucking rocks, and you come in here and think you're going to flex your big brains. Dude, you're biting off more than you can chew.
And earlier on, you were right, Heretic. Same thing happened again. No proof.
That's all they do. They have got no confidence in their claims at all. They just ask you questions because they're too scared to make their claim. But the thing that they're asking the question about.
Yeah. How do orbits prove a globe? How do you explain? How do you explain on a flat Earth? Like, no, but how does it prove a globe? You can't explain it on a flat Earth.
Let's just say you're a glober. You've got in your back pocket irrefutable, undeniable proof. Are you going to come into a flat Earth channel and go, oh, yeah, I'm not sure? Or are you going to stand back, drop that bastard like a bomb, put your feet up, grab your popcorn, and enjoy the carnage? What are you going to do? You remember, you're the one that's got irrefutable, undeniable proof. There is nothing that can stop you. You've just dropped into a flat Earth channel. Are you going to sit there and whinge and complain how, oh, they're not going to accept my proof? I think that. Or are you just going to go, fuck you, here it is, eat that?
That'd be nice for a change.
Oh, man.
He's still saying prove it wrong. You haven't presented any evidence to prove wrong. Made in China. Don't you get it? Hitchens razor. What can we assert without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. There's nothing to prove wrong. You don't have any. You just have a naked claim. Naked claim, dude. That's what you have.
Yeah, I don't think this guy even understands like the structure of the debate.
Does he understand the structure of propositional logic?
Of course not. He's never given any.
How it says works without space, without gravity. Now I have to disprove his nonsense. Or it's automatically true?
That shows he himself is lacking conviction in the very bullshit that he's here to argue for, because he won't even attempt to argue for it.
Well, was it Made in China that started this whole thing with Earth images? Or was that someone else?
It was Charlie, and he jumped on.
What?
Yeah, because Charlie was going, well, I believe the images because I believe the institutions, and then this Made in China guy jumped on.
Oh, yeah, that's it, yeah. You haven't proven anything yet, Made in China claims. That's the problem. You think everything you can claim regarding space and orbits and whatever is just an automatic gimme, but we don't take it that way. So if you want to go to another channel full of religious zealots that will just take your claims that this is happening in reality on blind faith, then go for it. But in here, you're gonna have to bring evidence to demonstrate it first, and then we can talk about it.
What I find interesting, from a third-person perspective, if you read through the chat, so you go backwards, so let's look at his last one. Literally can't argue against it, so you run like a little child. Well, I haven't seen anyone running before that. Now I'm muted because you guys are cowards, so argue against my claim. Okay, so somewhere he's made a claim. Let's scroll back. You just laugh off the argument, laugh my ass off. You can't argue against anything. Well, you guys muted him and then chose me. Well, there's no claim there. Let's go back. Prove how the ISS works without space, without gravity. That's rich. So your claim is for us to prove how the ISS works without space. Okay. China, you're not doing yourself any favours here. Really, you're not. At the moment, it sounds like you're a little kid who's having a great time with ChatGPT or one of the other AI sources. You've probably got an exceptionally fast typing pace, which congratulations, some people do. I can't type for shit, so I accept that. And you're just spewing off information. You're researching on the fly. There's a nickname for people like you. We call them Google Earthers. You've come in here with no claims, nothing to back.
His first claim was circular reasoning matrix, the first one he come in with. Then his second claim, well, Indio just tore that to shreds when it came to the torchlight. And now he's asking us to support his claim of how the ISS can exist in space.
Isn't it amazing how and I've probably said this 1,000,001 times, how all of these globers seem to point up when referring to the ground. Why is that? Why can't they point to the ground when referring to the ground? Hey, look, the ground is doing X, therefore it has to be a globe. Why is it always, if you look at the ISS, that proves curvature?
They don't like. Yeah, it's because they don't like what they see when they look at the ground.
What? No curvature?
Yeah.
I think they don't know how to look at the ground. I think that's how bad the indoctrination is. It's ruined their thinking to that level.
On that, looking at the ground, though, I really liked yesterday when Mez started asking for proof of something disappearing bottom up. Started asking for proof of his own claim.
Yeah, I heard that. That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys have a good night.
All right, good day, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he really tied his own laces around his ankle, that one. Give me proof of something I claim is happening all the time.
I know. It's like, wait a minute, all right. So, like, it must be extremely rare circumstances where this ever even happens in, if, like, a boat just generally vanishes, like, due to perspective, and the bottom-up thing isn't even happening now, I guess, according to you? Like, it's got to be a huge ship. It's got to be, like, a tanker that does that, then. Like, I don't think that was the claim. I think it was just any boat, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oops.
I mean, all these anti-flag in here long enough and fall to pieces eventually. Start coming out with these absurdities.
It gets desperate. They don't self-correct when they make a mistake either. They just double down.
Yeah.
It's like they want to be wrong, I guess. They like their own misconceptions more than the truth, I guess.
I think when you live in a delusion that you know for sure is not true, it really does some serious damage over long term.
I'm starting to think that most of these guys, they really do know that it's false because, like, they've got no conviction even in it. Like, the first thing that they do is they try to put the burden over to you. And, like, I just think if they really, really bought into it like they claim to, they would just stand on all 10 of their toes and make their argument, and they wouldn't care what you think or what you can explain. They'd just be like, haha, here it is. I got the proof. Here's the argument. Deal with it.
That's me. I'm pretty convinced.
Well, what about all these guys like Simpleton Jack and the one they were talking to, Made in China? Like, just constant, like, explain. I got a story about it, but, like, I don't have enough confidence to actually go ahead and argue my story. I'm going to try to get you to just make a counter story, and you argue that. Seems like intellectual cowardice to me.
Yeah, I think they're just inexperienced talking about this, so they need to like look into it a little bit more.
What you mean they haven't learned the master arts of sophism? Or sophistry.
Not sophistry, but sort of clearly and carefully thinking about why they believe what they believe.
See, Matthew, that could go each way. For someone who's not experienced in being a weasel, why wouldn't they just come strutting in here? Ha ha! I have proof of curvature. Catch this, you bastard! And that's it. Like, that I don't get. Why the necessity to dodge and, I don't think you're going to accept my proof. Well, how about you just give us the proof and we'll see.
They're just not confident. They don't actually fully believe it. They're not sure that they can pull it off in an argument.
I think they fully believe it, but they've never had it challenged. So it's good for them to be challenged, to sort of think through what they think.
Excellent. So we're going to get blamed for hardening society up. I love it. And AJ shaking his head. He's still in here. No cement powder needed. Just chuck them in 24/7 for 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm just blown away by it. I'm not sure. Can you just give me a cuddle first, and then I might pay information. I will have to say though, except for Made in China being just one broken soul, the lead up to him for about an hour and a half was piss funny. That was some hilarious shit going down there. Heretic making all these predictions, all the Globers making them true. It's just comedy gold.
You know, he only feels shame that he got cooked about fucking the orbit. He doesn't feel any shame for lying.
No, for sure. That's why you can tell he's like probably 18 years old or something.
That's what I was just
You
going to say.
obviously don't
Is
know
it
what
a
a straw
generational
man
thing?
is made in China.
24. 24, that's fucking embarrassing, man. You need to grow up.
Fucking, that's even worse.
18, you had a bit of, leeway.
God, if only Dad would have came home from the getting the milk, man. He wouldn't act like this.
For sure, man. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, he definitely doesn't know what a straw man is. He's been using that way out of place this whole conversation. Yeah, made in China. While, everybody in here has the potential of making mistakes when they speak, if you point them out, we'll own up to them. You straight up just lie continuously on shit that you've obviously been called out on. Because you're just one of them guys. You're fucking weak-minded like that, You'll just double down on shit for
Oh, fuck, am I muted? That's crazy. So I'm just... What have I lied about?
Yeah, you got called out on the telescope stuff.
You're being allowed to
I didn't get called out on telescope stuff.
It's a big fucking deal. Like, you're the first fucking 24-year-old that claims something, some bullshit story they never did. Just fucking admit you didn't do it. It's fine and we can move on.
I 100% fucking did it. It's a bullshit story because I don't remember the telescope I used, and I don't remember what.
You don't remember a single fucking detail.
I remember exactly a lot of details. The only thing I don't remember is what type of fucking telescope it was.
How many failed attempts did you have? How many failed attempts until you successfully won?
You said it was 100%.
What the fuck are you talking about? There's another straw man.
See, fucking go
how many times did you do it?
Mate. Just keep lying.
I did it a lot when I was a fucking kid. There was tons of fucking times where I didn't do it, but then once I got it, I got fucking pretty decent at it.
Roughly. Tell us, how many failed attempts?
I don't know how many failed attempts. You see, here's the thing. I could lie and just give you a bullshit fucking number. Obviously, I'm not going to remember the amount of times I failed.
You know what roughly means?
100% of the time.
You are not remembering how many times you fucking failed something.
You're
10 years ago.
24-year-old.
You're fucking embarrassing. How old are you? And you're fucking mid-teens.
Well, if I succeeded
absolute
in doing,
coward.
Yeah, dude, if I succeeded in doing something 100%, I would sure as shit remember how many times I
never
failed.
said I succeeded doing it 100%. I failed at first, and then I got pretty fucking good at it. You know, that's how fucking skills develop. You know,
where does this 100% come from?
Fucking lands on
I said it was 100% predictable.
I don't believe that because you lie a lot. You lie constantly, and you still haven't gotten good at that. So I don't buy it.
Yeah, you said normal people, normal people. Everyone normal does this.
I never said that again. There's another straw.
Yeah, you did.
I said there are tons of amateur astronomers who do this all the time.
You used the term normal people who have done this as well.
Amateur astronomer is a fucking normal person.
You're dipshit, bro.
Would you consider an amateur astronomer is not a fucking normal person?
That's not who we're talking about.
You would just absolutely straw man and you fucking lie about the shit I say, and then you just say I lie because you have no retort against it.
What you said.
You just have no retort against the things I said, so you just fucking say I'm lying.
There's none required. Your claim of, oh, look up into the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, fuck it, it's not Superman, means absolutely nothing untoward the shape of the ground. Obviously,
it 100% fucking
this.
Does if you don't understand the fucking context behind it. Yes, it does. How else does the fucking ISS
so you function? Looking up in the sky through a telescope, please give
explain
us the
to
context.
me how it fucking
No, I don't have to explain to you your proof.
You're saying I'm wrong. I'm telling you to explain to me how I'm wrong.
Hello,
fucking
McFly, I don't have to explain your proof. Okay, we're going to help you out. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to help you. You obviously have some kind of hearing impairment. I, the Matrix, the nasty prick that you are talking to, does not have to explain to you your own proof. Your proof is up to you to put out for us to assess. If it's solid and we all sit back and go, well, fuck me, that's solid, I can't really argue against it, then so be it. If it's a pile of shit, we're going to get our shovels and turf it out. That's how it works. So if you've got a claim to make, do so. Don't just sit back and go, oh, I need you to make the claim for me. No, it doesn't work like that. And fuck, I'm getting good at doing that voice.
You bumbling fucking retard.
What claim are you going to put forward, China Boy?
My claim was this. You can see the ISS. That would infer you require gravity and orbital mechanics.
Can you verify what the ISS is?
I can show you. I've already fucking posted a compilation of
Brilliant. Can you verify what it actually is? Besides a phenomenon in the sky, can you verify anything past that?
Okay. I guess it's a phenomenon where it looks like, perfectly shaped solar panels. You can see this awkwardly shaped fucking arm on it.
Oh, that's cool. Can you verify that? Because I mean, it could be blue fucking rectangles for all you know.
Well, I can verify it considering there's people
aerodynamic.
No, how? Yeah, I mean, we're not denying you can go and take a telescope and look at this phenomenon that is claimed to be the ISS. And then there's a story regarding it all, but how do you verify the actual story? How do you verify this is a tin can we put up there, and there's people on it, and it's orbiting around the spherical Earth at 17,000 miles per hour?
You can verify it by the human accounts that were on it.
No,
just deny that. You just choose to fucking deny it. And now, since you deny my
second-hand information,
shut up for a second. Shut up for a second, you man-child. Just shut up for a second. You are arguing against my claim.
Shut up. These human accounts that are on it, what you saw them waving out the window to you when you look through your telescope. You saw people on there waving or doing whatever their sciencey bullshit they're supposed to be doing up there.
I didn't see fucking people waving, you upside down motherfucker. There are people.
You're not
told you a story.
You got it.
He realized how gullible he was starting to sound.
Well, there are people who are on the space lab, see? Normal people.
What we've got here, he's blindly accepted a story. He's got no backing for this, other than the fact YouTube says there's people on this tin can. He got his telescope, he looked up in the sky, he saw the tin can, and therefore it's all true because the tin can exists. So I'm still lost. I'd like to know how you, looking at a tin can, which reaffirms what's told on YouTube, I want to know how that's linked to the ground being curved, which we don't measure curvature off of. So please, link the two of them together.
It's linked because there is no other explanation for how it functions.
What's the explanation? What's the explanation that you've got?
Orbital mechanics.
Yeah, what's that?
You have no drag, and you have an object going a certain speed where it is able to fall around the Earth continuously because there is no drag slowing its speed.
Orbital mechanics don't calculate drag. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. I'll correct myself. There is a very, 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 very faint amount of orbital drag the ISS experiences.
They don't calculate it, though. What are you talking about?
Orbital mechanics. Oh, my fucking God.
Not the one. I just posted it, dude. I just posted satellite orbital mechanics in the chat.
It doesn't calculate it because it doesn't need to. That is a completely different aspect of physics.
It was your evidence you just used.
Drag still exists. It's still applied. It's just not applied to kinematics. It uses a fucking different model.
So the thing you don't need to calculate...
Are you saying they don't utilize several fucking models? Are you seriously that fucking dense?
Let me go again.
Oh, I guess they don't use trigonometry either. I guess they just use kinematics.
He didn't hear you because he won't shut up for 5 seconds.
Let him blab. It's funny.
Oh.
Why are all you Aussies so fucking stupid? It's funny.
Indio is not an Aussie.
No, you fucking wombat.
Wombat.
He's trying to get the land now.
What the fuck is a wombat?
It's fucking you. That's what you are. I know it's a wombat, but I'm calling you a fucking wombat.
He wants to get banned so he can say, they banned me because they didn't agree with my opinion, or I...
No, you're gonna ban me because you're fucking pussies.
I'm gonna ban you because you're.
That's why you keep fucking muting me too.
So
exactly. You're getting mad, so you're gonna fuck.
Yep, exactly. You're having a meltdown because you're yet to still link I see thing in sky to therefore ground is curved. I still don't see the linking there. But anyways, I'm patient. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24 seconds.
His evidence his evidence matrix is an argument from ignorance. He can't think of another explanation, therefore there isn't one. Or can never be one.
Well, that's why I asked him to verify what the ISS actually is and what medium it's actually in.
Well, he only observes something going across the sky. That's all he observes. He doesn't observe an orbit.
Yeah, he misses that point, though. That's the problem. He fucking thinks seeing something automatically verifies the entire rest of the story about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So essentially. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm finished.
We asked him what the proof of his sphere was, and he went to that. So he just begs the question of the sphere for his story about the thing in the sky, and then it's a sphere.
Right, and basically what it boils down to is that he's saying that something I can't see something go overhead across the sky on a flat Earth. There's no explanation for that. That's what he's basically saying. That's what it boils down to.
Well, here's the funny thing is we know the Earth is flat, and that means your explanation is wrong. You know that, right? We know the Earth is flat
Holy
because
fuck,
it's
you
measured
muted
as
me
such.
again.
So we know your explanation of how you think that works is wrong.
Okay, so tell me.
We can measure
how
the
that
Earth
is
is
wrong.
flat and prove that it's flat, which by necessity means your
You
explanation
absolutely cannot do
is
that.
wrong. Pardon
Okay,
me?
prove to me the Earth is flat. How is the Earth flat?
Okay. So you want the syllogism first?
I'm surprised you know what that word is. Go for it.
You're surprised, huh?
China, maybe this should go better if you stop being.
Okay. Yeah, you're a little punk, dude. You know.
Are you not going to prove it, or so you're just going to call me a punk?
No, I am. I'm going in the chat. Dude, it's easy to prove. We know this.
You guys were just criticizing me for not having shit on hand, and now you're having to go fucking look.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing because I'm going to post proof, and you're going to keep yapping.
Oh, hypocrites! I love it. I love it so much. Thank you for this entertainment.
I'm looking in the chat. I don't see anything you posted for proof except for that Jaren video that you said wasn't proof.
That's not true. I posted video.
Yeah, you
photo
said it
of the
wasn't
ISS.
proof,
I posted
remember?
examples
Yeah, you
of
said it
people using
wasn't No, but you didn't show proof the ISS is in orbit.
Launching a dragon up into the orbit.
He showed a nice rocket video.
How did you know? You didn't show an orbit, bro. No one's ever seen an orbit in the history of mankind. You know that, right?
I showed you a video of a rocket going into orbit. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't show a rocket going into orbit. You showed a rocket
going into
orbit. Orbit is you filling in the blanks from your mind.
The orbit is how it is staying up there.
That's the story, but it can't be true because the Earth
Why
is flat.
isn't it just magically falling down?
It's not. It's not true because the Earth is flat. Got it? See, I'm going to use
It's
the
just
same
magically staying up there and it's not falling down.
No, it's not magic. You just don't understand it.
Oh, then explain it to me.
No, I didn't say I understand it.
Exactly. So why the fuck are you arguing for it?
So your lack of understanding is not evidence it's true.
Your lack of understanding is your inability to argue it.
I don't need to argue it. I know descriptively.
You just said it wasn't true, but
I know
then you said, I don't know how it
descriptively.
works.
I know descriptively from the video. I know. Shut up. I know descriptively from the video that it does not show an orbit.
You just said you don't understand how it works.
Does it show an orbit? Yes or no?
An orbit is not a fucking illustrative fucking figure. It is a.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't show it. So it's not a video of an orbit. Thanks. Thanks for the confession. And the evidence, the measurements of the flat Earth are in the chat. Thank you very much.
Want to know how you can show something in orbit? You show something in motion going around the Earth with no drag.
Airplanes are in orbit.
Quick question.
Fucking birds are in orbit. Fucking. What else?
Completely
How do you know they're not in
choosing to
orbit, dude?
misunderstand
They cross the sky.
Physically impossible. There's too much drag. They rely on thrust to stay afloat. In orbit, you don't rely on thrust.
What do you rely on?
China girl.
Continuous
just a quick
motion
one.
without drag.
Yeah.
Continuous.
Don't.
It's called momentum.
Do you know what the drag coefficient is?
Yeah, that you mean the
What
thing
is
that
the
you
drag
don't use?
coefficient?
Yeah, the thing you don't use?
What is the drag coefficient?
Yeah, you tell me the drag coefficient for ISS.
If any value within the drag coefficient is 0, that means you have 0 fucking drag.
Yeah,
Hence, you would be able to continuously stay in motion forever.
Okay.
Yes,
cool theory. That's a cool theory, dude. But you know, science is empirical.
An airplane.
And there's no evidence for what you said.
Experiences drag, which is considered into the drag coefficient.
Okay, is there any empirical evidence for something staying in motion forever with no drag? Okay, then.
Yes.
I'll rest my case. Oh, there is.
ISS. Any satellite.
Forever.
Anything in fucking space.
And around we fucking go.
Forever, dude. Forever.
Until it hits an object that fucking that makes its drag coefficient no longer
Yeah, I
0.
want the evidence. Like, you just keep telling stories. It's time to produce evidence for the stories, clown.
What is keeping the ISS afloat?
Wait a sec. Hang on a sec. Wait a sec, bro. So you're saying it doesn't suffer orbital decay?
Orbital decay. That the ISS does have orbital decay because it experiences very little amounts of drag.
Then. So not forever.
It depends. The ISS. The James
so
Webb
it's not an
Telescope
example of what Indio asked you, then, is it?
It is still a perfect
In China,
example because
you
it's
don't
still
know
orbiting.
anything you're saying to be true. You're just parroting a story you heard, like a mindless drone.
That's not true. The drag coefficient on the
evidence, dude.
The drag coefficient on the ISS is not perfectly 0, but guess what?
That's a cool
Things
story.
such as like the James Webb Telescope are.
That's a cool story. Tell us more stories.
The amount of drag it has doesn't.
It's story
really
time in the
affect your
chat.
orbit.
Story time in the chat.
You're just ignoring everything I'm saying again.
Because it's story. Look, I don't care about claims. We want fucking evidence, not your fucking chanting, your religious belief.
So, little China girl, if you don't have curvature, do you have a ball? Yes or no?
What?
If you don't have curvature, do you have a ball? Yes or no?
If an object does not have curvature, no, it would not be a ball.
Excellent. So can you check at, what time is it, 39 minutes past the hour, at a video that was posted by Indio 007. And you will note that the ground is measured with no curvature. So if there's no curvature, there's no bloody ball. If there's no ball, your claims of satellites doing X, Y, and or Z mean fuck all. Do you understand that?
The fuck are you talking about?
Shut up and watch the video.
It's a fucking hour-long video.
Oh, I can give you the report. You know how to read.
Who was it here that got fucking bent over? Because I also shared a long video, and then you got fucking all picky, saying show me the fucking exact timestamp, and you're gonna say you're gonna get mad at me because I'm not gonna watch the exact video. Again, hypocrites.
Oh yeah. The one where you're like, oh yeah, there's lens effects there, but there's some real physical curve too. And we're like, how do you tell the difference?
It depends on the camera.
I had no clue.
Some cameras have lens effects, yes.
Yeah, you said there was in that video. You said it's obviously exaggerated by the lens.
There is much more than one fucking camera, and that's
so now he's going to sidestep away for not having to watch the video that was posted.
Oh yeah, true.
I'm not sidestepping away. I'm dressing something else. Someone.
Yeah, he's trying to loop back. Yeah, he's trying to go back to some other. He's trying to get out of it. You're right.
I've got the idea that we should leave you on mute. I should have a look at how long that video goes for and then unmute 5 seconds after the time period of that video. Give me a reason why I shouldn't. Panel, anyone? If someone wants to kick him around, I'm more than happy to. But this kid's a joke.
China, why the fuck do you keep running to the chat to whine every time you get muted, man? Just got this perpetual fucking victimhood to you.
You do it to yourself. That's why it really hurts.
We would like for
you should have been banned an hour ago.
Of course you want to ban me. Of course. Because you can't actually argue against anything I said.
If I wanted to, watch. I do want to ban you, and I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it right now because
you're a pussy.
Did you think
you're
I want to?
Coward. You're a fucking coward.
I can still take you.
Any sort of dissent.
I can still take you.
Did you ban him?
Yep, he got
said I wanted to, so I guess I did. I wanted to ban him an hour ago, but I didn't. Charlie still here? Was that your acolyte, Charlie?
Charlie bounced.
Charlie.
Yeah, I think he was Charlie's buddy because that dude said that he saw a video of me saying the N-word. That means who would have told him that? The snitch, Charlie.
Oh, I must have missed that. I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, Charlie snitched me out for saying.
I think I'm going to post up some really funny Twonger infamy.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it.
Yeah, there's something about monkeys doing math. I got to find that. It's hilarious. There it is. He said, math is discovered. If humans invented math, why can chimps do it without being taught? Bruh.
Earth is round.
And I'm like, I said, show me a wild chimp doing math. He said, they do it all the time. Boy, you had like 4 people laugh at your ass that time.
No way. Are you serious? No way. Oh, these Globers are desperate.
Like that whole interaction was pretty hilarious with Twonger, right? Because of course I'm gonna be like hella flippant, and I'm like, okay, like you're just out there in the jungle watching chimps count berries on a rock like a freaking abacus. Like, excuse me, Professor Chimp, can you tell me the answer?
I'm speechless. Stronger? Can you say the Earth is a globe?
No, he said humans discovered math because chimps were doing it.
Yeah, like
What did I tell you? I told you that 2 + 2 to them equals 3 monkeys on a raft in the sky.
Yeah, and what did Robert from Utah say? If dinosaurs were able to make science, they would have invented things which would have helped them to survive. Wow. Wow.
You know, God bless these guys, man. They have such a wild imagination.
You can hear their desperation in the tone of their
Yep.
voices.
So, Twonger, we found that curvature yet? Measured any?
Yep. Stronger, without a curvature, there is no radius. And without R, no refraction.
Don't you know that Earth is too big? Yeah, and
but
boats
in
go
the
over the
same
horizon.
time, but in the same time, boats go behind the horizon.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because gravity, duh. I love that, and I love that we hear it all the time, right? And they're like, "Well, Earth too big." What? So Earth's too big to see or measure curvature, but you saw boats go behind a curvature. And explain that one to us, Twonker. I'm sure somebody in here in support of the globe ideology.
I heard his voice for just a couple of seconds, and he sounded like the guy who always giggles. Is he the one who always giggles? When he can't
He's a bit of a
find the answer?
he's a bit of a giggler. Yep.
Okay, I saw that.
But we get a few of them that come in, and there's some serious gigglers.
No, I heard him too, Berserker. I heard him too for a moment. He was in here just for a brief moment. I don't know what happened to him. You're talking about Master Debater or Joe or whatever else he goes by.
Oh, it's probably Master Debater. Yeah, he's definitely a giggly Gus, dude. Great.
I thought Master Debater was a YouTube channel from Nathan and QE. Or am I wrong?
No, you're thinking modern day debates.
Okay.
No, he can call one of his back chats or whatever it is, Master B.
Master B? Masturbator?
Yeah, I think it's a play off that, but like, he calls one of his back chats Master B, so you don't see what they're posting in there, but it's for their panel. It's private for the panel.
You know, I see a lot of Globers that come in here and they're mental masturbators, dude. Yep. It's like if masturbation met gymnastics all at the same time. If mental masturbation were an Olympic sport, like these guys would be getting the gold medals.
All the time.
I love watching my memes that I make get shared. That's a good one, Berserker.
Yeah.
Yep, I made that one just for Twonger. I made one for, the globe believing populace as a whole, but I had to make one just for Twonger.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. That's why I posted it.
Because he was in the chat one day being like, you flares deny science. And we're like, we're trying to measure for curvature. That's geometry. Dude. Do you understand that now, Twonger? You've been in here long enough.
Come on, Tonga. Why the silence?
I smell your fear. You know what they say, right? Like, silence can speak volumes.
Yeah.
Like, you're not even defending yourself. You're here and you're not even defending yourself. Hey, I just cut my pork chop into the shape of Africa by accident, but that's cool. You know how flat Africa is, by the way, y'all?
No.
Africa's flat as hell. It's so flat. But Kansas is flatter. Like, geographically
like a
flatter than a
pancake.
pancake. Yep. Geographically flatter than a pancake. Yep.
Yeah.
But if I'm not mistaken, I think Kansas makes up part of the Great North American Plains. It's a pretty big area of the United States that's like plains.
Hunger, share your pain with us.
You know, I think he stays quiet because he just likes that we say his name. Twonger, 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 twonger. Twongo, Yamongo. Twonger knows it's flat, man. He knows it. It's just part of his brain, his cognitive dissonance that won't let go. And he's got to defeat that before he can actually, like, you know, step into the objective reality that, you know, we all experienced, right? And he's blinded. All right. So what do they say? The eyes are useless when the mind is blind, right? So he's mind blind. And people who are mind blind, like, you understand it, you understand what's going on, right? But you still hold on to this denial, right? That's what you do. It's denialism. We're just going to hold on to that because it's all I've known. It makes me feel safe and secure, whatever, right? I feel more safe and secure knowing that I'm on a stationary, topographic, enclosed Earth plane, right? I'm not hurtling through a space vacuum in a galaxy at millions of miles an hour, right? Face peeling speeds. I'm not afraid that, you know, an asteroid's going to collide into the Earth and we're all going to die. And I'm not afraid that, you know, Earth is going to crash into the sun or whatever, you know. So yeah. I think there's a lot of, like, they do it subtly, but it's like fear-based propaganda around the globe ideology. Like, I'm 32 years old, and like my entire life, there's been about to be an asteroid that's going to hit Earth. Like, well, come on with it already, you know? Today, Junior, and nothing happened. So.
That's the only thing what puzzles me. That's the only thing I wanna understand. Why? Every glober who comes here and invents excuses like refraction and so forth knows it's flat. But why do they hang to the globe? That's what I want to
I'm
know.
still trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how they do their refraction. I've heard arc seconds. I've heard it in percentages. I've heard it put into feet. Right, so you would need like 566 feet of refraction for a distance over 30 miles from a 1.5 foot observation height, which is actually, that's a calculator telling you how much curvature is missing. 566 feet. Did you know that gravity ain't shit? The Earth is just always going to be there to catch you when you fall. Good stuff, man. Earth is singing, if you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting Time after time.
Cyndi Lauper.
Yes, sir.
That's from the 80s, from my time. That's very old.
That's the stuff I was raised on.
Yeah, but you said you're 32. You're too young for that.
Nope. I listen to stuff
It's
from the 50s.
It's either that film clip or the other one that she has, True Colors. It might be True Colors, the film clip. There's suggested that there's a lot of symbolism in that. There's even a globe that sits like on the horizon, I think, or something like that. Like, this like toy globe.
Show me your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid. Yeah, man. Yep.
There's all these little kids sitting in like a circle, like learning from some like priest or something. It's just all this symbology in it. It's like, what the fuck?
Wait,
What is this?
aren't you talking about another song? Do you know how's she called? Belinda Carlisle?
No. I'm talking about
called?
Cyndi Lauper.
Heaven is a place on earth.
Yeah, it's another good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
The place on earth.
Yeah.
I mean, heaven could be a place on earth. I don't know. That's totally a different topic for another time.
What about sometimes the snow comes down in June? Sometimes the sun goes around the moon. Remember that one? Just when I thought time had passed, you go and save the best for last. Yeah.
And then you also got the Beatles, right? The Fool on the Hill. And then there's also REM, Man on the Moon. If you believe we put a man on the moon, right? Like,
yeah.
And then Red Hot Chili Peppers, Space may be the final frontier, but it's made from a Hollywood basement. Right? So it's kind of like all of these people know something.
Well, you know that REM song, right? That was the theme song. I think they wrote that specifically for the movie Man on the Moon with Jim Carrey, right? Have you watched that? That is that's a brilliant biography. I mean, that dude was like a comic genius, but he was like, he really played with people's gullibility. You know what I mean? Like, it speaks a lot to society's willingness to just like go along with things. Like he just proved just how easily people are fooled. Like you watch it again, like it is brilliant. He was a mastermind. He could have been an evil villain mastermind quite easily. Like he could have like freaking ruled the world or something. It's crazy, that dude, but like he was really
Sorry,
clever.
I didn't pay attention. Who you're talking about? What's the name?
Andy Hoffman. So the man on the Moon was about him. Like he started off. I think he became famous with Taxi or Taxi Driver, or whatever it's called. No, that comedy series about the taxi service.
Yeah,
Taxi. Yeah.
I thought Taxi Driver was a movie from Robert De Niro.
There was a show called Taxi with Danny DeVito and Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Danny DeVito. Okay. Yeah. I remember.
His trick playing bit him in the ass in the end because no one believed that he had cancer.
Yeah, right. Because of all the pranks and that. Right.
Yeah,
so, and he, even then, right at the end of the movie, you're like left questioning. Well, did he die? Is he still alive? Like, right? It's like what
when that old lady pretended to die on stage, that was messed up. It was a minute there I was like, oh, she's really dead. And everyone in the audience was like, and even I was like, what's he done? And then she gets up and oh, that was crazy. Now he had that alter personality, the guy with the sunglasses.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and then they carried on that legacy, right? Or did they? Was it him? I mean, that's sort of how it leaves you feeling at the end of it. It's like, well, is he dead? You know? Because you just, like, that was just his character. Like, but he was, like, that's one of my favorite movies, man.
Well, he got conned in the end, didn't he? Because he went to the Philippines. He thought it was a miracle cure. And
right, yeah.
It was the con. So he got conned in the end.
Or did he con the con? I don't know. You know, I don't know. He was brilliant. That's all I can say. What a brilliant mind.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good filmmaker. Same guy did People versus Larry Flint. That ripped, that movie.
But yeah, it does make you wonder, like, with all the, like, these little suggestive bits in lyrics and in film clips and movies and TV shows, you know, like, do they get sort of like initiated, like, you know, into like a society, kind of secret society sort of thing, and get told little secrets or hints or clues, right? But you know, Jim was talking about the you know, the Beatles song "Fall on the Hill." Well, I don't know who wrote that, whether it was Paul McCartney or a collaboration between the lot of them or whatever. Like, but John Lennon, right? So even in his solo career, he's like talking about, like, I'm no longer on the ball, right? Just no longer riding on the merry-go-round. Just sitting here watching shadows on the wall. Just like suggestive lyrics, right? But if he did know something, Julian wasn't for it or didn't get the memo, because you know, one of his hit songs is "We Are on a Rock Revolving Around a Golden Sun." Yeah, sorry, Julian, no, we're not.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, even in that song, he's like, yeah, that is a globed-hard song if ever you heard it, man. Because he's like, we're on a rock revolving around the golden sun. He talks about the hole in the sky, and it makes him cry, you know, when he thinks about it. We're so ingenious, we can walk on the moon. He talks about taking photos on Mars in that song. Like, he's a globe-tard, bro. What about the Fireflies? Oh, I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's like, yeah, because you got to make yourself believe that, right? Because it's not obvious.
I've made the same point on that song. Yeah. I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to stay. Let's see. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep. When everything is bursting at the seams.
Oh,
Like,
okay. I thought it
yeah.
was never as it seems. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. I fall asleep. Yeah, that's like. I don't even know if the guy really understands like the words that he's singing out and what kind of implications those have, or maybe he does. I don't know, but I find it interesting.
Yeah. I think in an Imagine Dragons film clip too, like you zoom in on the guy's eye, and it's got like it's got the AE map on his pupil or whatever, like or on his eyeball. I think I saw something about that. Like, it's just everywhere. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the AE map was in Mars Attacks. You remember that?
In what? Sorry.
In Mars Attacks.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that the aliens that go ack? Is that what that is?
And on the poster, yeah, with the aliens, and and on the poster of the movie from James Bond with Pierce Brosnan, The World Is Not Enough. This is in Mars Attacks when Jack Nicholson walks into the war room.
Oh, there's a line in the song "Run to the Water" by Live. He says something about when we believed the Earth was round. There's a line in it, like back when we believed the Earth was round.
That was a great album, wasn't it?
I love their albums.
Live? Did you say live?
Live, yeah, Live. Run to the Water. There's a line in it. He says back when we believed the Earth was round.
I think I have heard that. Yeah, their first album was great.
But they do say forces pulling from the center of the earth. Again.
Yeah.
You meant Live, who had the songs Lightning Crashes, I Alone, Selling the Drama.
Yes.
Yep, that's one.
These were the best songs. I Alone, Selling the Drama. Selling the Drama was great.
Yeah, I love that song. Yeah, it's one of my favorite songs. Yeah.
And Selling the Drama has also an, I think, not instrumental, but a slow one. With normal guitar, not electric guitar. Vocal version. There is a vocal version from Selling the Drama. It's also very nice. Yeah, which song was it? Where they talk about the globe or
Run to the Water?
Where he believed?
Run to the Water.
Okay.
Hey, DJ, not sorry, DJ, Daz. So I think it's in Melbourne, all right, or in Victoria somewhere. Okay, so in the 90s, there used to be this youth music festival called Flat Earth. Did you know that?
Really? No.
Yeah, I looked at because I was looking up Flat Earth on Trove, and going through old newspaper clippings. and that comes up a lot. Like it ran for a few years. It was this youth festival, a youth music festival called Flat Earth. It was just called Flat Earth. There's like pictures and photos and articles about it. Yeah,
that's interesting.
And I'm pretty sure it was based in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Or Victoria somewhere. I think it was in Victoria.
Hey, Redwin. What's up?
I don't know what they call it.
Professor Triangle.
Flat Earth. The first thing to study blames YouTube for the rising numbers of flat earthers.
Really, it does? Or T-Dub? Who was it? Who was it who said that? Festival called Flat Earth? Musical festival.
Yeah. I'll see if I... hang on, I'll see if I can find reference to it. Hang on.
I love it when Globers are like, well, yeah, the Earth rotates. And then I'm like, it's funny, they'll make the claim that there's loads of experiments and evidence out there that proves the Earth is rotating. And I'm like, okay, that's all well and good, wonderful, you've got a claim. Okay, so now please provide just three examples, 3 experiments of the loads of experiments to prove that the Earth is rotating, right? And then they duck and they dodge and they can't do it. And then they want to say, well, you claim this. Well, no, I didn't claim that. Please don't straw man me. Right? And they want to like make up a claim. They want to basically make a claim that you made a claim that you're not even claiming and have you try to prove your claim that you didn't even claim what they're claiming. And it's so bass-ackward.
Now you lost me.
Well, because it's that freaking nuts, right? So, like a Glober will make a claim that you made a claim, okay? And you're like, I didn't make that claim. Hello, welcome.
It was Deniliquin, Daz. So I'll post. I'll post the wiki page.
Right. That's bizarre.
This call is chilling.
Yeah, I was just in the middle of talking about how like these super duper globe believers, they like to come in. They like to claim that you claim things that you never claimed, and then tell you to prove it. And it's like, well, why are you making up a claim and trying to put it on me and telling me to prove it? Like, if you're the one making the claim, shouldn't you be proving the claims?
What are we looking at on his screen?
I don't know. Whose screen is that? Who's playing video games or whatever? Who is this taking up the screen?
The Joe guy.
Maybe that's his globe proof.
Yeah, Lioness. Yesterday we had one like that who came and with a girlfriend. He came with a girlfriend and started to giggle while everyone was muted. And then his girlfriend said, "Yeah, everyone is muted because their brains are flat." And then John Luna, started talking with him, and then John asked him, you know the value of the radius of the Earth. Then the guy went, yeah, accused us that we always ask about the curvature, about for the radius. The Globers know the radius, and we don't try in a nice way to convince people to argue with them. And yeah, there is so much, negativity and the approach is aggressive. And then he went into and he derailed the talk into Aristotle's, and everyone went with him. And I tried to bring him back to his question: why should we not ask for the value of the radius, and what would be the right approach? So he didn't want to. Yeah, but sometimes fellow flat earthers let are very tolerant with the Globers, and then they let the Globers troll us. He trolled everyone for about 2 hours. I went at the end, because he also during his trolling he always claimed that we claim a radius, and then he called it the fake radius. Your fake radius. And then at the end, I told him, yeah, and then at the end, I told him, this guy is trolling you. You are coming here and claiming globe, and a globe is a sphere, and a sphere has a curvature, and a curvature requires a radius. So you are the one who is claiming a radius. We are the ones who are saying the Earth. Yeah.
I want to touch on that. I want to touch on that
And then
topic
I
real
said,
quick.
yeah, were you there?
I don't know if I was there. I mean, I might have been in the call, but like preoccupied. But
I don't think so. I don't think. Yeah, and then I told him, we claim that the Earth is flat, and when we claim that the Earth is flat, we claim that there is no curvature.
Right.
Where there is no curvature, there is no radius. So we are the one who deny the existence of radius, and you are the one who claim the existence of radius, and you have the audacity to come to us and claim that we claim a radius. And you also called our fake radius. But he ran away before I finished. I think before I started, a second or 2 seconds before I started. Sometimes, yeah, I think sometimes they feel it and they run away. But yeah, what you said about claiming that we claim.
Real quick, Palantir, you need to turn off your stream. You need to turn your video off because it limits the amount of people that can come in the room. We've got people in the chat, in the text chat, saying that they can't get into the room. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I'm finished. It's okay. Yeah. That was about when you lost me. About he claims, we claim, they claim, he claims.
Yeah, it's like, well, exactly. It's like that's ultimately it's a straw manning, right? They want to bring something up, like let's say they bring up the AE projection and they go, "This is your map and this is your model," right? When no, it's not. We're not claiming a map and a model. That would be fallacious, right? We're not the ones with the claim to Earth size. We're not the one with the claim to Earth size. And it would be very, very dishonest of us to just make up some sort of model or map and be like, this is how big we think it is, right? And they don't seem to understand this. And they're like, well, that's your map. That's your model. No, I don't claim that to be my map or my model. We don't claim to have a map or a model because we don't know how big the Earth is. We don't have Earth size claim. That's the Globers. So it is ultimately always on them, the burden of proof, to provide that evidence of Earth size, of radius.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes I cannot reply because sometimes I start suddenly to cough, and yeah, I have to mute myself, or I'm unable to respond. Sorry.
Oh my goodness! Stop smoking them cigarettes.
That's easy to say.
I mean, I quit. I did. I don't know. I reached a certain point. I was 27, and I just reached a point where I was like, ugh, I don't like this anymore. Like I smoke too much, and like I spend too much on cigarettes, and I don't feel good, and I'm spending this money to feel like shit.
Yeah, I managed to quit a couple of times. Once I managed to quit for a year, and abruptly, it was midnight, and I had to go out to buy a pack, and then I said the same thing which you said. I said, first of all, I'm tired. I don't want to go out, and second, it costs a lot, and I spend a lot on it. And
How
of
does
course,
cigarettes
then
work on a flat Earth? Yeah, you gotta quit that crap, man. That's a nasty, nasty habit. They say that that's an addiction, hard to break as a heroin addiction.
Yeah, it's hard. You know why? Because it works instantly. Nicotine goes into the brain within 10 seconds.
Yep. And somebody explained it to me. Actually, a boss of mine had explained it to me because he was a smoker. He quit smoking too, and he was like, "You see this cigarette right here?" He was like, "For some reason, humans forget to breathe, and we take these cigarettes and we take a puff and we breathe that in, and then we breathe it out instead of just taking natural deep breaths in and deep breaths out without substance."
That's stupid thing to say.
And I was like, and he was like, it's amazing. He's like, just breathing, right? Just breathe the real air, and that'll help with your stress. He's like, we smoke these cigarettes because we need to take a breath, right? And I was like, I kind of see his point, right? I kind of see his point, but
yeah, but I think it has to do with the will. I think it's not that difficult to stop.
I must have a pretty damn strong will because I quit smoking at 27 and I didn't pick it up again.
That's great. Yeah. But what I tried to say, it has to do with the will, and actually, it doesn't require a strong will. It's not that difficult, really. It's not that difficult. When I quit for 1 year, it was very easy. I said, okay. I don't want to spend money on it anymore. I don't want to be, obliged when the pack is over or the 2 packs are out. Then I have to run out and buy. No, I don't want to do that. And of course, for the health, and I quit. And I have to admit, I had for a couple of weeks a bit headache.
Channel.
Yeah, who is that?
Who's talking? Yeah, as the Flat Earth Channel, we're waiting for a glober to come in and give some excellent empirical evidence of a globe. You got any?
Yeah, circumnavigation. It's undeniable.
Okay, so you need to tell me you can't go travel in a circle over a flat surface?
You can, and and I have a question for you. What happens if that circle becomes larger and larger? Does it become smaller, or does it continue becoming larger?
Then you just take a larger circle. I don't quite understand the question.
Mm-hmm. And then,
what do you mean? What do you mean with circumnavigation?
Larger, this circle?
Yeah. What do you mean with circumnavigation? You mean from east to west, or do you mean?
No. I was speaking to the other person. Excuse me, sir. I was speaking to the other person.
Over the pole. Yeah, but at the
It's okay.
beginning,
Berserker,
at
he
the
wants to
beginning, you
talk to
spoke
me
to me.
because I'm a female.
At the beginning, you interrupted me, right? You interrupted me. I was talking, and you talked over me. So I will talk over you. Okay? So circumnavigation. Can you show us a circumnavigation over the pole? That someone went over the South Pole and came on the other side out. Can you prove that to us?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out because it would appear that there aren't any flight routes.
Yeah. How about you explain to us how the Earth can have a molten iron core where the temperature is above the Curie temperature of iron, and you still have a molten iron core who produces the magnetic field.
Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah, but I think that's over your head, right? Because you don't even know what the Curie point temperature is. Do you know what the Curie point temperature is? That's the temperature point where a ferromagnetic material transitions into paramagnetic and loses its magnetic properties. So according to your own science, the temperature is high, much higher above the Curie temperature of iron in the core of the Earth. But science still claims and contradicts itself that the molten iron core produces the magnetic field of the Earth. So this is a very good catch. I got you, because here you cannot come with fantasies like refraction. Can you please explain to us how does this work on the globe Earth? Please go ahead. I will post something in the chat box, in the side chat. Okay, I will post the definition of the Curie temperature. Okay, and also a GIF which shows how iron loses its magnetic properties.
So the floor is yours, Palantir.
Yeah, educate us, please.
Yeah, so I was responding to your question, the other person that asked me the question.
Yeah, okay. I will take that as a concession, okay?
The other person.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Oh, dude.
Hey, Palantir, you don't make the rules here, okay? So this is an open shut, okay? Get it.
Palantir.
Yeah, and I can choose to respond to the person that asked me the first
Palantir, just read, just educate yourself and read the definition of the Curie temperature, okay? And by the way, Alone, your profile name violates the use of terms, actually, okay? Just to make it clear to you.
So, I'll continue with him.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for interruption. Sorry.
Okay. We'll walk him through it. So let's get back on base. Circumnavigation, correct? So where I had been cut off at was around the same point, right? So there doesn't seem to be any flights that start up at the north, traverse all the way over the South Pole, and back up the backside of a ball to the north. There's no circumnavigation that happens like that. The only circumnavigation that happens is east to west. Because east and west are circles, are they not?
Yeah, this is obviously ships, planes, whatever, will travel on the equator because it's warmer rather than going through poles, which is colder and more hazardous environment, obviously, for obvious reasons. It's, yeah, of course, it's cheaper. All countries and countries that don't live in hazardous environments like in the North or South Pole are mostly in the middle. So therefore, of course, trade would normally go along the equator because this is warmer and safer to travel. Also, the seas are more safer. The weather.
Okay, all right, and sure, let's go with that. But I don't see how that wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Well, this is exactly the issue, right? If you ask me, circumnavigation is just a circle, correct? Well, what happens when that circle becomes larger and larger and larger?
Well, if that was
Does it go infinitely larger, or does it become smaller again?
Yeah,
well, one moment, just a moment. Sorry to interrupt
let
you
me
there,
say
guys.
this. Let me say this. The circumnavigation in the definition is going around something, okay?
Yeah. So if the circumnavigation route
around something.
Hang on,
Yeah,
I'm now trying to respond. Thank you.
Welcome, Jen. Welcome,
Right,
Jen.
here we go. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I won't be very long, honestly. If the circumnavigation route, as the man puts forward, is getting larger and larger and larger, then the ships may not be the best viable route there. You may have to use cargo aircrafts. And by the way, I'm not aware that ships. My other point is this that you made, is that you're saying to me that ships go to the equator. Not necessarily, because they have to go the most economic route. Otherwise, it's going to cost a lot of money and time. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Respectfully, I was speaking to the other person.
Right, but no, the point that he's making is that, these things aren't just going to make one giant circle around the equator. As far as like trade ships and merchant ships and things like that. So they have set routes, between all kinds of different points. Okay, but circumnavigation is a circle, period, and that's not impossible for this flat Earth.
Mm-hmm, okay,
yeah, I put it in the side chat. Please look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. There's a short illustration in the side chat. Sorry.
Yeah. So your east to west circumnavigation, right? And there isn't any navigation that's going from the North Pole to the South Pole back up to the North Pole. All they're doing is a circle within the circle. So here, I'm going to grab Jin's image here, and I'm just going to remix it real quick so I can illustrate my point. Okay. So the only circumnavigation that's being done between north and south is like this. Okay. They are these. It's great. So, pardon my sloppy circles there, but do you see the point, right? So this is the only north to south navigation that happens, right? There's never this navigation that happens in one full complete circle from the north to the south, back up. And I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be able to do it. You've got McMurdo Station along the way, stop and fuel up. I don't see what the problem is, right? There's some ice. So there's some ice.
Okay, so what happens when this circle becomes much larger and you take a longer route and you decide to travel in one direction, making the circle much larger?
Yeah. Hang on a second now. As I said earlier on, depending on the companies and the freight that they're carrying, if it's going to be more viable to use an aircraft, they're going to use cargo aircrafts. If we're talking about commerce, but I'm actually part of the group, so the young lady doesn't mind me interacting with some points which she may not have hit upon. That's all. We're all working here as a team. As the guy said, you don't have the right to
debating everyone at once.
Yeah, we're putting to you. We're responding to your question. It matters not the voice.
Yeah, but you're giving me another point.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Shut up. Now, all I'm trying to say is this: depending on the size of the route, it will then determine the best economical way of doing that. Okay, that's the thing you're missing. I don't know what's going on with that. Circumnavigation is circumnavigation. And if you brought up the idea of business and commerce, then they're going to be using the most economical routes to do that. If it's going to be more economical to go by plane, then they're going to go by plane. It's going to be easier than ship. If it's better than ship, they're going to go by ship. Yeah.
And you know what, Jen? They do that over level waters and level flight, right? And this is not curving, right? Everybody knows.
None of that answered my question. What happens when the circle becomes larger?
I just
I don't
explain it.
know.
It's not a
You
problem.
tell me. It
Yeah,
just,
we don't have a
it
problem
might
with it.
reach the point where it doesn't, where it doesn't get any bigger. It just gets to its biggest point, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then what
That's
happens?
as far as you can go. That's as far as you're
What
allowed
do
to
you
go. I
mean by
don't
the
know.
question? Yeah,
So
Why are you
wait,
asking, and then what
wait,
happens?
hold up.
I don't know.
If the circle,
How am I supposed to know? Do you know?
hold up a second.
Do
So
you
if the
know?
circle becomes larger, and then you said that at that point, that's it. It doesn't get larger anymore. Obviously, if you travel in one direction, you can keep traveling that one direction. Hypothetically speaking, there's no obstacles in the way. You will get back to the same
East or west?
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the same direction, correct? So,
okay.
So, if you take either left or right or any other angle, the circle can become smaller, right? And doesn't get any larger than that, correct?
Okay.
You follow me?
How do I know? How would you know?
Non sequitur here.
Have you ever gone that far to find out? Like,
Well,
this is,
I mean, if you look
very
at
interesting question.
if you look at flight radar, or if you look at ship trade routes, if you look at any trade routes and follow them in real time, there's a live map that you can follow shipping trading routes and everything. And ship can go from east to west, north to south, southeast to southeast. Wait, north, south, west, east, southeast to northwest, and onwards. My question here is, if your circle doesn't grow any larger, then obviously it grows smaller again, right? So
why would
if
it?
you start from one point,
Wait. Why would it? Can I ask you why would it go smaller again?
Well, the circle
exactly.
depends on the
It's
latitude.
strange, isn't it? The world is a weird place, isn't it? It just,
No.
the further you go,
That's not answering
The
my
size of the
question.
circle
Why
depends
if you
on the
would
plotted
the
your
circle?
What?
Hey, wait a second.
Why would the
Big
circle?
Daddy wants to talk.
largest
Big
point?
Daddy wants to
So you
talk.
asked me a question.
My
I'd like to
goodness,
respond.
y'all.
Hey, Level, Big Daddy wants to talk. Let him talk, please.
So say you
Is it
started from
ladies'
one
night?
point and you traced your route
Never mind.
in one direction, and you
Hey,
continued going, and
Palantir,
you came.
shut up.
Why are you
Let's
interrupting
Big
me?
Daddy
Hey,
talk.
Palantir. Elijah just wanted to say something, that's all.
Oh, okay. So I'll just get interrupted then. Okay.
But is it ladies' night?
So,
I just wanted to
should I continue with what I had to say?
Yeah, it's
No, it's
ladies'
not.
night.
It's not.
Yeah, it's ladies' night.
Okay. All right then. Well, I mean, I guess the size of the circle would depend on your latitude, right?
Hear this, right? If you start from one point.
Okay, so he's really not gonna. So he's been asking the same question. I've directly responded.
I'm not asking a question. You're not letting me.
He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do
You're
it.
not letting me speak, sir.
So bigger smaller circles would have to do with your latitude, right?
Sorry, guys. I'm not dipping out or anything. My work just called me.
So can I go ahead and say what I have to say?
Well,
basically, you didn't answer Jenna's question. You didn't answer Jenna's question, and that question was, what difference does it make if the circles are larger or smaller? They're still operating on a flat. Hang on, I hadn't quite finished. They're still operating on a flat Earth. Doesn't prove you're. And please get on with it.
Yeah,
answer the question.
I was about to answer that, but was constantly getting interrupted. I'd like to go ahead and say what I have to say, right?
Yeah. If I get a hint of non sequitur, I'm just going to stop you in your tracks. So make sure you do answer the question.
According to flight radar, according to shipping lanes, according to everything that can be tracked by the tools that we have today, GPS and whatnot, you can clearly see that there's shipping lanes and trade routes that travel from not just
you said that already. The question
any direction. So I will continue. I would like to continue and finish what I have to say, sir. Please, respectfully.
What difference does it make? You're not answering her question.
Yeah. I would like to get to that point, sir. If you just let me finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. We'll see.
Right. So the issue here is if in real time, in real life, not even if you track your traveling, if you start from one point and continue in that direction, you will complete one full circle. Whereas if you traveled at 90 degrees from that same point, you will finish another circle. Apparently, when you turn 90 degrees and you complete another circle, and in fact you turn even 45 degrees or any degree, and you complete all these other circles, apparently the geometry you get is not on a flat plane, but it's actually
Unfortunately, that's a
spherical.
massive mistake there, ladies and gentlemen. You see, what he is saying to you is that you can't travel in a circle on a flat surface. That's what he's saying. That it's impossible to actually travel as Earth, as man has been traveling for eons. The Polynesians, they were all traveling on a flat Earth. Remember, this individual hasn't presented the curvature of the Earth as he's seen it and measured it. Because this is the crux of the evidence here.
My position is not the curvature of the Earth.
Excuse me, I'm in the middle of what I'm saying here. Shut up. Ladies and gentlemen, has this man actually measured the curvature of the Earth and presented that to us and to himself? Has he done that? Has he gone into nature and confirmed that there is curvature here? Because if that's the case, then we would be living on a globe. You see? Have you done that, sir? Have you actually measured the curvature of the Earth, photographed it, and experienced it? Have you done that? Is that a yes or a no? It's a no, ladies and gentlemen.
My position here is circumnavigation. It's not about curvature of Earth.
Yeah, whether it is on a globe or not. The point is, you're trying to say to people, right, that it's not possible to do this on a flat surface. And we're asking you, how can you say that when you haven't? Hang on a minute, please, because that's what you're implying. And how can you imply that when you haven't actually measured the curvature of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a globe? Then you could make that implication, because you're going against us, we who have measured and proven that it's flat. That's what we're saying. Yeah, we're saying that circumnavigation is happening on a flat Earth. You haven't presented your evidence for the globe, so that we now know that you've measured curvature. So everything you're doing is implications are not the truth. Okay, you can imply, but it's not the truth. That's what we're saying here.
Are you just going to be putting words in my mouth? Because half of the things you said I didn't say.
You've implied them. You didn't say them, but you implied them with your position, sir. You're saying we can't circumnavigate on a flat Earth. You're saying. That's what you're saying.
If you're perceiving, imagining things that I said or implying, that's like your issue. I'm just simply talking about circumnavigation as it is, as it is in physical, real world.
It's not possible on a globe.
Real world.
Sorry, not possible on a flat Earth.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, your implication was there.
I was just saying it is how it is. It is just the physical, real world. If you go in one direction, you finish one circumnavigational circle, and if you start from that same point, sir, and sir, I'm still talking. Sir, I'm still talking.
You don't know what is circumnavigation, man.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I'd like to finish what I had to say, please. Kindly.
Circumnavigate breaks down to circle, around, and navigate. To navigate, so I can listen, Bell. I can do circumnavigation around Triangle Island. Okay, I can do it.
You, but
so I don't have to do a circle, man. I don't have to do a circle. And by the way, sailing boats. Listen and learn. Sailing boats, when they go against the wind, they are not doing. They are not going straight. They are doing zigzag. So your idea of circumnavigation and going one direction is wrong.
Okay, thank you for your comment and your position on that. I respect it. I'd like to finish what I had to say initially, which was if you begin from one point and you finish that circle, that circumnavigational circle, and you turn in any other direction.
Sir,
you're interrupting me again.
No. It's not a circle, man. You can go around a Triangle Island, and you are not making a circle, man. Learn it. I did post the citation of what is circumnavigate at the side chat, so you can learn it.
Good for you. I'd like to finish what I had to say.
Your circle is in the trash. Your circle is in the trash.
Let's let him get to the end of it. Go ahead.
Right. I was simply trying to finish saying that if you begin from one point, you finish in one direction, you finish an entire circle. If you return to that same point, you turn in any other direction, no matter what. no matter what other direction. You're going to complete another circle. And this inherently creates a geometry that is a sphere. I'm sorry to say this, but
that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly, you see, that's why I had to stop you.
It is how it is.
That's why I had to stop you, because you're implying that when we do our circumnavigations on the Earth, circumnavigating it, it can only happen on a globe. That's a fallacy. Because you, like I said, you haven't presented to us and the listeners the proof that you've measured the curvature of the Earth. Because if you measured the curvature of the Earth and you present that, then what you say would stand. As it is now, it's a fallacy. It doesn't
Actually, we have measured the curvature of the Earth. Thank you very much.
Who's that?
You can try next time.
Can you actually present it, please? Present it, please.
Present it in the sideshow.
When you say we're saying you. I don't know here we. You who have.
No. We.
Can you please present? No, we doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. We have not. Is the case is, can this young man actually present to us his methodology of how he measured the curvature of the Earth, so he knows? If he's relying on other people, that means he doesn't know. He himself doesn't know. He hasn't measured. He hasn't confirmed. He hasn't validated. Therefore, he cannot claim he knows the Earth is a globe, unfortunately. All right? So if you haven't done that, you are flawed in your methodology and your case. It's the end of your case.
What does curvature have to do with circumnavigation?
Well, because it's being implied. I can explain.
Nothing. There is no curvature. There is no curvature. There is no curvature in circumnavigation.
But the
there is no motherfucking curvature in celestial
You just agreed with me that there is curvature because there's a circle, sir.
That's on a flat surface. Yeah, because you're implying that it's circumnavigations only work on a sphere. You said that's what you've implied, and I've said that's the case. Hang on a minute. If that's the case, then please allow me to finish, because you can hear me. I'm still talking. If that is the case, then you would have to present us how you measured the curvature of the Earth, because then your statement would stand. But as you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, and you haven't any photographs of curvature that you've taken for yourself, you have no case here, unfortunately.
Yeah, but this is a non-point. It doesn't matter. The curvature of the Earth is irrelevant here because we're talking about circumnavigation, and the Earth's.
You implied it's on a globe.
Excuse me, sir. You've implied. Let you speak, please.
You're ignoring what I'm saying. That is why I'm interrupting you. Yeah, when you say that it can only happen on a sphere, you're invoking the globe, and if you're going to do that, then you're going to have to tell us how you measured the curvature of the Earth.
Maybe you
and if you haven't done that, you don't have a case.
Let me just finish what I have to say, please, and just let me finish what I have to say, right? So,
but every time you imply that the Earth is a globe, you nullify your case because
regarding the measurement, sir. Regarding the measurement, with regards to circumnavigation, we know for a fact that it takes this long and it's this wide. Regarding a complete equatorial circumnavigation around.
Yeah, we know this. That's happening on a flat Earth, sir. That's what we know. We know that what you mentioned isn't happening on a sphere, sir. That's what we know.
But, okay, well, you see, if it was on a flat Earth and you mapped.
It is on a flat Earth. We know
Excuse me, sir.
This is what we know. It is happening on a flat Earth because we know it. How do we know it? We have measured it.
It's happening on a flat Earth.
We have measured it. One more time. We have measured it. That'd be me and my colleagues on this server right now.
Wonderful. I respect that. Okay, respectfully. I understand that. That's wonderful.
Right.
We get it.
Please don't imply that it only works on a globe. For when you do that, it would mean that you'd have to substantiate the Earth to be a globe, and you haven't done that.
Well, frankly, sir,
you haven't made any measurements. You haven't made any photographs. You haven't got any experience. So it's a fallacy you're committing.
Okay, wonderful. So, see, the thing that doesn't
fantastic.
Your argument does not make sense here, because if it was on a flat Earth and you plotted it on a flat Earth map,
another fallacy, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir,
another fallacy. The man hasn't measured the curvature.
I would like to finish what I had to say kindly, respectfully, please.
Go ahead.
Your argument with the flat Earth circles, if you plotted that on
we
a
don't
map,
have any arguments.
would not,
Again, a
sir,
misrepresentation of our
please.
position. We don't have any problems at all.
It
You
would
have
not
the
make
problem.
sense if you plotted out your flat Earth argument. Circles
We
in a
don't
flat
have
Earth.
an argument. We
Because
don't
if you
even have a
plotted
problem. It's you who have the problem. You who are having the argument, sir.
If you plotted the direction that the ships travel and whatever travels there on a flat surface, the ships would not reach their intended destination, and none of it would make sense.
Because the ships are indeed
Bullshit, bro.
reaching their destination. And again, you're invoking that it can happen only on a globe. Therefore, you must be able to present your case that the Earth is a globe before you make that fallacy. And then it wouldn't be a fallacy in the end, because it would be a fact. So can you please present to us how you measured the curvature of the Earth so you know the Earth is curving, then thus what you say wouldn't work?
I don't care about the curvature of the Earth. I don't. This is not something I'm arguing about. I don't care about it.
That's the important thing. That is the foundation. That is the crux of the argument. You're evoking the globe because everything you say, the action you are talking about can only happen on a globe, is a fallacy. That's the point we're making here.
Yeah,
is that we know the Earth is cool. We measured it. You don't know the Earth is a globe because you haven't measured it. So whatever you say that is only happening on a sphere, you can't say that because you don't know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, since you're not letting me speak, I'm just going to take this as a concession because you can't. You're just not letting me speak. You're not debating. You're just
you take it as a concession. You can
your
see
arguments without letting me speak.
And the force of CBR1, who was unrelenting.
Okay, thank you very much. The world is round. The world is a globe. Thank you very much, sir.
You don't know the Earth is a globe. You haven't measured it. You haven't got any experience.
I know that circumnavigation is undeniable. The world is an obloid, and you cannot deny it. Sorry, sir. Sorry. When you track it, when you track the ships, the planes, and everything. Sorry, when you track the ships and everything, and when you plot it out on a 3D plane, even if it's flat, because there's 2D, you're going to end up with a sphere no matter what. Sorry, sir.
No, you're really sorry. What you're saying is absolutely a fallacy. And this is the man that hasn't measured the curvature of the Earth, making that statement.
You're not letting me speak. You seated.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you've interrupted. You've spoken to me. You're overspoken. You're letting me speak, so I don't see a reason.
Yeah, that's because you're committing a fallacy. That's why you're saying that it's only a sphere. But this is the man who hasn't measured that sphere. How can you make a case for a sphere when you haven't measured it to know? Because if it was me and I'd measured that and I know it's a sphere, I'm going to tell you without a doubt it's totally impossible. It has to be a sphere because I've measured it. Here's my data. Here is the curvature of the Earth. Here it is. Here's the photograph. Here's the video of me measuring that curvature. There's the methodology. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Here's my case. He hasn't done that. We don't have that information. You're going against us. We've gone out to measure it. That's why I'm shouting at you. Because we have measured it. We know it's flat. What you say contradicts, goes against our knowledge.
Sure. Now I'll just jump in and quickly say something. Yeah, you cannot deny shipping and flight and trade routes and all that.
Happening on a flat Earth. I don't deny it because it's happening on a...
Sir.
Why would I deny that?
Sir,
why would I deny that?
Stop interrupting, please. Go ahead. The trade, import, export, the shipping, the containers and everything, bringing goods in, bringing goods out,
all happening
on a daily basis, 24/7, every day, tracked on the map in real time. You can deny the existence of satellites. Yeah, sure, you can deny the existence of satellites, but everything is tracked. Everything's precise.
The vacuum of space kills satellites. That's a begging the question fallacy right there. No validation.
You're interrupting again.
Yeah, because you're bringing in fallacies. Every time you bring a fallacy in, you're going to get interrupted, sir.
Okay, good. That's wonderful. I appreciate that you don't disagree, but you can at least have the courtesy of letting me.
Well, you must understand when you're making a mistake and you're calling out fallacies left, right, and center, the listeners need to have a clean breast of what you're doing, and we're making sure we're holding you. You are committing a fallacy every other word. Okay, satellites do not exist.
What's a fallacy about? What's fallacious about circumnavigation? Sure. What's so fallacious about it? Circumnavigation. What's so fallacious about it?
You think you have to do a circle?
Circumnavigation is fine. You're saying it only happens on a sphere. That's your implication. And now you're evoking satellites, which don't exist. There's another fallacy right there, sir.
Well, if you plot and follow the shipping, the planes and everything, you're going to end up with the geometry that resembles a sphere.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, he's evoking that it's not happening on a planet, on a sphere, which he hasn't presented to us to exist, ladies and gentlemen. If you could back his sphere up, if you could say, here is the sphere, here it is, here are the measurements that I've made, here's
hold on. Okay.
And here's the methodology. Please go and replicate it for yourselves.
All right. Let's slow down. Slow down. Let's relax.
So we have flat Earth navigators in history, okay? So they were doing according to flat Earth. So you are just an ignorant, okay? Ignorant. You don't know what is circumnavigation?
I believe you said the N-word.
You think you have to do a perfect circle, you know? You think you have to do a perfect circle.
What is going on? Why do I have to go to my computer to red microphone like 5 different people I can already hear?
Okay, let's all slow down and let's take a step back, right? Sir, what was your name? The guy that was disagreeing with me, that's what's calling everything.
CBR1, yes, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So where are we at on